This is an amazing story about me. My name is Lin E. I sat there, staring at old Lin as he handed me two crumpled 100 RMB bills. It was supposed to be my payment for a dangerous mission in Africa. I couldn't believe it. I had risked my life against powerful enemies for this? The client had made a fortune, and here I was, holding a measly 200 kwai. I cursed silently. The missions old Lin assigned me were life-threatening, with barely any reward to show for it. Sometimes, the pay was so low it made me question why I even bothered. Yet, I had no choice. I owed this old man my life. He'd taken me in when I was a motherless orphan, raised me, and taught me everything I knew both academically and in martial arts. But despite all that, it felt like I was nothing more than a servant. Old man, are you serious? 200? Are you pocketing my rewards? I accused him. It wasn't the first time I suspected him, but he didn't seem rich. We lived the same way, ate the same food, and wore the same worn-out clothes. Old Lin rolled his eyes. Be grateful you have any money. Think it's easy to earn a living? Don't want it? Give it back, he said, joking about wanting to eat at Widow Wang's. I wanted to hit him, but I knew better. I'd only end up getting my ass kicked. The man never even used his full strength when training me. He just toyed with me, matching his level to mine and beating me every time. Then he said something that made my heart race. It's about time. You've trained enough. There's one last big mission, and if you succeed, you'll be set for life. Set for life? That was the promise he'd dangled in front of me since he picked me up from the junkyard. A single mission that could let me retire early. But could I trust him? Old Lin barked at me to go to Songshan and find a man named Chu Pengzhan at Pengzhan Industries for the mission. He warned me there was no backing out. I grumbled but agreed. A lifetime of comfort was worth the risk. I packed up and took the train to Songshan. The journey was long, but I was excited. Even if I doubted the old man, the idea of a mission that could change my life forever was thrilling. On the train, a little drama unfolded. A freckled guy opened a soda, threw the pull tab on the floor, and another guy with a crew cut picked it up, claiming it was a prize-winning tab. They argued over who owned it, and a self-proclaimed college professor stepped in to mediate. He suggested they split the prize, and I leaned back, amused by the scam unfolding before my eyes. I watched as the crew cut guy and the freckled man bickered over the prize money, realizing neither of them had enough cash to pay up. Desperate, they turned to the so-called professor for help, who suggested a plan that seemed ridiculous. He'd give both men the money and then cash in the prize himself. The problem? The professor quickly discovered he didn't have enough money either. They turned to me, asking if I had 60,000 RMB. The professor tried to convince me it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to make 20,000 in profit. I had to hold back a laugh. These guys were obvious scammers, amateurs at best. I might have grown up in the mountains, but I wasn't dumb. I'd studied plenty and could see through their poor act. I played along, pretending to be gullible. Me? Is that okay? I asked, trying to look naive. The professor lit up, thinking he had me hooked. But before I could continue, a girl sitting next to me kicked my leg. She had long, flowing hair and a pretty face, and she looked genuinely worried, silently trying to warn me not to fall for the scam. The scammers noticed her interference, and the crew cut guy shot her a threatening glare, making her shrink back. But she didn't give up. She kept kicking me under the seat. I decided to have some fun. I told them I only had 49,000. Even that amount made their eyes light up. I slowly unwrapped my package of cash and handed over 5 bundles, keeping my clueless expression. The scammers eagerly split the money and handed me the pull tab. I held it like a precious treasure, while the girl beside me sighed, disappointed. She must have thought I'd fallen for it. The scammers relaxed, acting like strangers again, satisfied with their scam. But I knew what I was doing. After all, I wasn't about to let these guys get away without a little payback. When the train arrived at Songshan Station, I got ready to leave. The girl who had tried to warn me about the scammers stood up too, and I noticed she was as tall as I had guessed. We both stepped off the train, and I took in the sight of the massive skyscrapers that made the city look completely different from what I remembered from 10 years ago. Just as I was adjusting to the new view, the girl called out to me, running over. She seemed upset, asking if I really planned to cash in the fake prize ticket. I pulled the tab from my pocket and tossed it aside, surprising her. When she realized I knew it was a scam all along, she was completely confused about why I'd paid the scammers. I opened my bag and showed her 7 bundles of cash, explaining that I'd actually taken my money back, along with 30,000 from the professor. The girl was shocked, finally understanding that I wasn't a fool. I had outsmarted the scammers and even taken extra. She looked at me, blushing a bit, but she promised she wouldn't report me. I thanked her sincerely for trying to help and even asked if she wanted to get something to eat. She turned me down, saying her family was waiting, so I let it go. It felt like fate hadn't aligned for anything more. As I left, hotel promoters swarmed me, trying to sell cheap rooms. I pushed through the crowd and got a taxi, giving the driver the address old man Lin had written for me. The driver seemed to think I was just some clueless villager looking for work and probably planned to overcharge me. But when he saw the detailed directions on the note, he had no choice but to drive me straight to Pengzhan Towers. The ride was smooth, and I paid the fare before stepping out to see the enormous skyscraper towering over me. It made me feel small, like it was taller than any mountain back home. If this mission was real, maybe it truly could be my retirement job. I steadied myself and walked in, ready to see what awaited me. I had barely stepped into Pengzhan Towers when the security guards blocked me, eyeing me like I was a troublemaker. I pulled out a note with the name of the person I needed to see, Chu Pengzhan. The guards looked confused, like they didn't even know their own boss. One of them even whispered to the other, and it was clear they didn't believe a guy dressed like me could have any business with the chairman of a major corporation. They asked what I wanted, and I told them my old man had sent me. Their suspicion only grew, and they were treating me like some random farmer come to complain. I got fed up with their attitude and tried to walk past them, only to have them try to hold me back. Just then, the elevator opened, and 2 men stepped out. One of them was a well-dressed, important-looking guy. The other was Li Fu, the chairman's secretary. Li Fu noticed the commotion and came over to see what was happening. When the guards explained, Li Fu recognized me right away. "Lin Yi? Are you Lin Yi?" he asked, looking relieved. "Yeah, that's me," I replied. He shook my hand with respect, apologizing for not meeting me at the train station. It was weird seeing someone treat me so politely. Li Fu led me over to meet the real Chu Pengzhan, who was waiting nearby. The guards were left stunned, realizing they had almost kicked out the chairman's guest. As I walked toward Chu Pengzhan, I couldn't help but notice his confident demeanor. He smiled and reached out to shake my hand, welcoming me properly. I shook hands with the chairman, Chu Pengzhan, and couldn't help but feel weird about how respectful he was toward me. I mean, he was the head of a top company, and here he was, treating me like an equal. It didn't make much sense, but I went along with it. The old man had said this mission would set me up for life, so I was curious. Then Chu Pengzhan explained what he wanted from me. Apparently, I was going to be paid 30,000 a month, with all my expenses covered, including school fees. He wanted me to enroll as a high school student and be a companion for his daughter, Chu Mingyao. My job was to look after her, go to school with her, and even tutor her. Basically, I was going to be her bodyguard and keep her from trouble. I was stunned. This was supposed to be my big, life-changing mission? It sounded more like being a nanny for a spoiled rich girl. I couldn't believe this was what the old man had hyped up so much. I even thought for a moment that this could turn into some arranged marriage situation, but thankfully, that didn't seem to be the case. When Chu Pengzhan saw my shocked expression, he laughed and reassured me that the rewards for doing this job well really would set me up for life. I had no choice but to nod and accept. After all, it was high pay, and the risk seemed low. I decided to think of it as a break from all the dangerous missions I'd been doing. He handed me a file with details about the school and mentioned that his daughter could be a bit temperamental. Great. I'd have to deal with a moody rich girl, but whatever it paid well. I agreed to do as expected and followed Li Fu, Chu Pengzhan's secretary, to check out the school and meet Chu Mingyao. The parking lot was filled with high-end cars, and there wasn't a lack of variety either. It was clear as day that the employees of Pengzhan Industries were making top-tier salaries. With that in mind, Lin Yi's 30,000 monthly didn't seem that high anymore. Following Li Fu's lead, Lin E arrived at a deep blue Bentley 728 of the 06 variant. It was well maintained, and Lin E couldn't tell if it was bought recently or just treated with care. The car looked very new. "Mr. Lin, here." Li Fu gestured as he opened the passenger door at the front. "I'm taking this seat? What about the Mississippi?" Lin E asked after some hesitation. "The miss always sits at the back," Li Fu said. "She does have a bag with her, after all. Not very convenient for the front seats." Lin E nodded, entering the car. Li Fu drove the Bentley slowly out of the parking lot and through the guard post, where the security guards stood with solemn faces as the car passed by. Li Fu had veteran driving skills, and Lin E could tell that he was someone who followed the rules, contrary to himself. He leaned more towards the racing aspect of driving, but it wasn't something he chose for himself. As old Lin always said, "It's not your fault if you can't win, but it is if you can't run when you can't win." As a result, Lin E picked up several tactics for retreat, despite only using them when facing the old man. Lin E wasn't the one running, in most cases. "Mr. Lin, do you drive?" Li Fu asked as he stopped at the traffic lights. He glanced at Lin E, who sat quietly beside him. Li Fu was an experienced man, with sharp eyes. He was able to tell if a person could drive just by looking at their behavior when in a vehicle. He only asked because Lin E wasn't showing any signs. A little. Lin E wanted to be more humble, as a newcomer and all. "You have a license?" Li Fu didn't bother asking how much about driving Lin E meant by a little. The chairman trusted the kid, and Li Fu didn't doubt that trust. "Not yet," Lin E said as he shook his head. He knew how to drive, and even raced cars overseas, but he didn't have a license. "I just turned 18, didn't get one in time." "That's fine. Give me your IC, and I'll get a license for you. You'll be able to fetch the miss to school and back should Mr. Chu or I be busy." The car stopped near a very grand-looking school. Li Fu didn't go any closer, most likely because of how flashy the Bentley was. Lin E read from the file that Songshan's first school was a private school, but it wasn't a typical noble-filled establishment. There were strict examinations involved, and apart from some of its students enrolling through the influence of their families, most of the applicants got in with their own ability. With 3 giant corporations backing the school up, Songshan's first school was packed with top-notch facilities and quality teachers. It was on another level compared to the other schools, and it was the reason why all its graduating students were able to get into college. Yet even Lin E understood the 100% ratio wasn't a clean one. Some students didn't study at all, and they went to college regardless, due to their family's ties. The familiar sound of a school bell rang, and Lin E contemplated before turning to look at the school field. How long has it been since he last heard that sound? Soon enough, groups and groups of students walked out of the building, some of them clothed in uniform and others not. Schools didn't enforce any dress codes apart from when big events took place, for the most part. That would be the miss. Li Fu raised an arm suddenly, his finger pointing at a student in the middle of a group of boys and girls. Lin E looked at where he was pointing and spotted a girl with a pretty face and a nice, tall figure. There were other girls with her, but it only took one look for Lin E to tell that this one was the miss he was supposed to protect. Old Lin had told him that Chu Mingyao was the school beauty. The school beauty, naturally, would be the prettiest girl in school. There was also another girl with looks that stood from the crowd, but her body was a little more petite, evidently not matching the height detailed in the file. She definitely had the potential as candidate for the school beauty, however. Chu Mingyao was making her way towards the car with the other girl when a couple of princey-looking boys followed behind. "Mingyao, please wait." One of the princey boys stood in the mist path before continuing. "Mingyao, please. Just one chance." Mingyao frowned as she looked at the boy in front of her. "Zhong Pinliang, can't you give it a rest? I told you, I don't like you. Okay? Go away." But Zhong Pinliang was about to preach his love when Chu Mingyao pushed past him. She reached the car in a few quick steps and wasted no time in getting in. The girl with her did the same, much to Lin Yi's puzzlement. God, this Zhong Pinliang, following me around all day. Doesn't he get tired? Mingyao wasn't done complaining even after entering the car, but stopped when she saw the guy sitting in front of her. "You are?" "Hi, I'm Lin E." Lin E tried to make himself look cuter. The miss wasn't looking very happy, after all. "Lin E? Uncle Fu, What's he here for? Meng Yao asked as she looked at this random dude in her car. Lin Yi is a study companion your father assigned for you. Li Fu started. Study companion? Who asked for a study companion? I said I wanted a shield, and this guy here doesn't look like a very good one. Meng Yao started panicking as she eyed Lin Yi a couple more times. What the Hades was the person wearing? A huge singlet with some rags for pants? He looked like a complete farmer. How can there be someone who looked this much like a farmer? Li Fu started wiping the sweat off his brow as he glanced at Lin Yi, helpless. He let out a breath of relief upon seeing no reaction from him. He was the chairman's most trusted man, and he knew things outsiders didn't. This young man was valuable enough that it took even the chairman's father to summon him. The chairman said so himself. Mississippi Lin Yi here is a very capable person, skilled in many areas. He's smart and strong. Shielding you will be the least of what he can do, Li Fu explained. There were certain things Chu Pengzhan decided to keep hidden for Meng Yao's sake, and Li Fu was ordered to do the same. On the surface, Lin Yi was summoned as a companion for her studies and everyday life. Yet there lay a deeper meaning that involved a promise from before the chairman's time. Evidently, someone like Meng Yao wouldn't just agree to a study companion out of nowhere. A strike of coincidence, however, provided the opportunity. Meng Yao happened to ask her father for a shield, so that she could fend off the flies swirling around her every day at school. Taking this chance, Chu Pengzhan recommended Lin Yi to his daughter. Li Fu was starting to regret not stopping for clothes, however. The picture portrayed Lin Yi as a young man with fresh looks, but his choice of attire simply wasn't an appropriate one for a place like this. Him? Chu Meng Yao failed to see anything special in the person before her. Father didn't just choose some random farmer who transferred to his company, did he? The girl sitting beside Meng Yao muffled her laughter. What the? Shoo. Meng Yao was enough because of what her father decided to shove at her, and now her best friend was laughing at the whole thing. Meng Yao glared at her, unable to hold in her frustration. Chen Yushu stuck her tongue out in response before turning her curious eyes to Lin Yi. Uncle Fu, tell him to get off the car. I want somebody else. Meng Yao frowned, unwilling to waste any more time on the problem. Mississippi Mr. Chu has great amount of faith for Mr. Lin Yi's capabilities. Plus, the contract signed already. Li Fu tried to get the point across to Meng Yao. It was simply too late for anything else to be done. The chairman's made up his mind. Huh. Meng Yao blinked, her pretty eyes wide open and on the verge of tearing up. What was her father thinking, sending someone like this? She wouldn't even want him as a shield in the first place. And now they're telling her he's supposed to some sort of companion? She'll be the laughing stock of the entire school. Meng Yao had originally planned on passing the shield off as her boyfriend, if the looks were good enough. It was one of the surefire methods for blocking off people like Zhong Pinliang. After all, but it wouldn't work if the shield looked like Lin Yi. In the first place, no one would believe that she'd choose someone like this as her boyfriend. Zhong Pinliang would probably burst out laughing if she told him that. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with confusion. Shield? From what he could gather, a shield might very well mean a mate in this context. The chairman was acting odd, as well. He wasn't really planning on marrying off his daughter, was he? Fine. You, go take care of that guy from earlier, the one who wouldn't stop following me. Do it well, and I'll give you a pass. Meng Yao decided to see if she could get rid of her new shield. If he couldn't handle the first job she assigned him, she could just tell her father that Lin Yi wasn't up to task and get him fired. That guy? Lin Yi nodded before getting off the car, making his way to Zhong Pinliang with quick steps. That Chu Meng Yao, always putting me off. Any other girl would have leapt into my arms long ago. Zhong Pinliang was in the middle of grumbling to a couple of his lackeys. Liang bro, this Chu Meng Yao isn't just some ordinary girl. She's the daughter of Pengzhan Industries chairman. She's supposed to be difficult. One of the lackeys, Gao Xiaofu, said. I know. Okay, you think I need you telling me something like that? Zhong Pinliang put his hands on his hips. I need to persevere. Zhong Pinliang paused when he noticed a young man with muddy brown pants and a yellowing white singlet walking at him, startled at how fast he was moving. Lin Yi didn't waste any time carrying out the assignment, firing a kick at the guy's ace the instant he reached Zhong Pinliang. After sending the guy face-planting onto the ground, Lin Yi turned to walk back to the car. Zhong Pinliang was about to give a speech regarding his plans to go on Meng Yao, when suddenly his face smacked against the ground. Who was that? How dare him? Does he think he can get away with this? Zhong Pinliang yelled after managing to stand back up, his raging face smeared with gray dirt. It was that farmer. Gao Xiaofu quickly answered. What the Hades are you guys still standing here for, then? After him. Zhong Pinliang was burning with malice as he continued the yelling. Get him, and beat him up. Beat him up bad. Liang bro. He's gone already. The lackeys had all their focus on the face planted Zhong Pinliang when Lin Yi kicked him, and the farmer had long since vanished when they turned their heads back. Zhong Pinliang cursed. I saw his face. I'll remember that face well, and tomorrow I'll put it on the newspapers for all his fellow farmer friends to see. I'll hunt him down, that farmer. Yao Yao, I didn't think so at first, but this Lin Yi's quite something. He's not even scared of Zhong Pinliang. Chen Yushu's eyes were wide open, having just witnessed the scene. Out of his mind, more like. Lin Yi did manage to impress her, but Meng Yao's mind was already set on getting him fired. She'd never give him a pass no matter what he did. Yao Yao, why don't you just take him in? Yushu suggested. Shu, whose side are you on? Meng Yao glared at her, her tone curious. You're not at that stage, are you? Have you taken a liking to this little farmer boy? F off. Chen Yushu shook her head instantly. You're the one who likes him, I bet. You're not in love with him, so why are you trying to get him to stay? So that I can embarrass myself as much as I want, I suppose. Meng Yao was baffled at what Yushu was saying. Was she out of her mind, as well? Geez, think about it. Zhong Pinliang's always doing whatever he wants at school, and no one even tries to stop him. Out of nowhere comes a little guy ballsy enough to kick him. Things you'll get pretty interesting, can't you see? Chen Yushu said mischievously. Zhong Pinliang wouldn't be able to follow you around with that guy here, now would he? What? Who do you think Zhong Pinliang is? Meng Yao was blunt and went straight to the point. The guy's a farmer. He'll get destroyed. Yao Yao, how dumb can you get? It's not about that. You think Zhong Pinliang's gonna touch the guy when he has your name backing him up? Yushu pouted. I'll be backing him up too, you know? You have a point. I'll let him stay for now. Meng Yao gave in after seeing the sense in Yushu's words. She turned to Li Fu. Uncle Fu, did you get him insurance? If something were to happen to him. Insurance? Li Fu started sweating again. There was no way that someone the chairman chose would get himself hurt so easily, but he answered the question regardless. Don't worry, he does have insurance. Lin Yi had reached the car door by that time. He turned to look at Meng Yao after seating himself back in the front seat. How's that? Do I pass? Humph, barely. Meng Yao replied. Lin Yi smiled and said nothing more. Experience and the internet told him that girls are creatures that never mean what they say. Lin Yi didn't want to add anything unnecessary. Meng Yao was not pleased. She was expecting some form of gratitude, yet Lin Yi just smiled, and that was it. Didn't he know how cruel society was nowadays? Even college graduates had to go clean septic tanks. The guy should be overjoyed to find a job this good, especially when he was a farmer and no college graduate. Hey, why aren't you thanking me? Meng Yao couldn't take it anymore. Thanking you? Why? Lin Yi didn't know where this was coming from. If anything, Meng Yao should be thanking him for taking care of that boy earlier. You. Meng Yao was in disbelief, and very. How dumb can the guy get? She gave him a hint already. Didn't he know how off his attitude was? She was his boss. Hee. Yao Yao's saying that she's already accepted you, so you should thank her. Chen Yushu explained to Li Yi with a laugh. Shu, what the Hades are you saying? Accepted him? Meng Yao was shocked. What's with Shu's wording? She's making it sound like she's accepting a love confession. What? I'm just saying you've accepted him as your shield. Oh, thanks, Lin Yi said without giving much thought to it. The job was a good one, and the pay was high too. His only problem was how weird everything was. You're welcome. The frustration Meng Yao felt was indescribable as she spat the two words out. This person was too dumb to be her shield. Well, see ya, Yao Yao. You too, shield guy. The car parked in front of a villa, and Yushu waved goodbye to Meng Yao before taking a final look at Lin Yi. With that, she got out of the car. Chill guy. Huh? Li smiled bitterly. Chen Yushu was neighbors with Chu Mengyao, and it took the car only one turn before the three arrived at Mengyao's villa. Mengyao had willingly accepted the farmer because of what Yushu said, but this farmer seemed to be walking into the villa along with her, luggage and everything. What are you doing? Linny looked at her. Confused, he turned to Li Fu. Isn't this where I'm staying? What a forward young man you are. There hasn't even been a single guy who's stepped into my villa. Mengyao roared, her hands on her hips. Li Fu wiped the sweat off his brow. Not a single guy. Didn't he count? And Mr. Chu, what would he think of the miswords? Mengyao seemed to realize the problem with her wording when she saw Li Fu's reaction. What I mean is, guys that aren't part of the household. Mr. Chu said that you can treat Mr. Lin like a brother. He'll be living with you in the villa from today on. Li Fu spoke each word with care as to not incur her wrath. He knew what the miss was like. What? Mengyao's eyes shot themselves wide open, her face full of disbelief as she pointed a finger at Lin Yi. Him? My brother? Are you kidding me? Uncle Fu, get him out of here. I couldn't care less where he lived, just not here. I'm afraid that's not my call to make, Mississippi. It's the chairman's wish, you see. Li Fu made sure to tread lightly. While he may be Chu Pengzhan's most trusted man, he was still technically a driver. It wasn't his place to be dealing with the chairman's daughter. Whatever, I'll talk to Dad myself. Mengyao pulled out the newest Nokia E7 she bought with Yushu back in a promotion event. Linny looked at the phone in Mengyao's hand with envy. It was probably time he bought himself a phone as well. He'd be needing it. Daddy, Yao Yao here. Mengyao's tone flipped 180 degrees instantly, much to Lin Yi's surprise. He didn't know girls could make voices that sweet. Oh, Yao Yao, what's wrong? Chu Pengzhan was in the middle of a meeting when his phone rang, but he picked it up regardless when he saw who was calling. Well, you see, Dad, what's with this shield you got me? You didn't just choose some random farmer from the market, did you? It was the first time her father handled her request so half-heartedly, and she wasn't happy about it. Ah, you must be talking about E. Heh, he's someone I went through a great deal of effort to get you. All the way from Mount Star West. He's good with his studies, and at Kung Fu as well. He's also a nice person. On top of all that, Chu Pengzhan said with a wide smile on his face. Wah. Chu Mengyao didn't understand what had the farmer done to her father. Why was he praising him so much? Chu Pengzhan misunderstood his daughter's reply and assumed that she was pleased with his arrangements. Heh, well, what do you think? Pretty good, right? Pretty good? No, not at all. Before anything else, his looks. His looks, Dad. I can't stand looking at a shield like this. Mengyao replied, displeased. Also, how could you tell him to live with me? It's not very safe, is it? I'm a girl. I know. I didn't want you to live alone in a villa all by yourself, too. That was why I hired little E. It's for your own safety. Don't worry. The protection he provides is top-notch. Chu Pengzhan pretended to miss his daughter's point. Chu Mengyao was at a loss of words, speechless from what her father just said. The chairman didn't wait for her to regain her senses. Okay, Yao Yao, I'm still in the middle of a meeting here. We'll talk later. With that, Chu Pengzhan hung up. Mengyao gritted her teeth as she glared at Lin Yi, enraged. Speak. How did you trick my father? Li Fu, who didn't want to stay near the angry miss any longer than necessary, decided to use the chairman as an excuse to leave. He gave Lin Yi a backpack that had Songshan's first school's textbooks and uniform in it before turning to Mengyao. Miss, do call me should you need anything. Dinner will arrive at 7 p.m. today, as usual. With that, Li Fu took his leave. Mengyao stared at the man before her, not sure what to do. She couldn't really let him sleep on the streets, now could she? Her father was a well-known philanthropist, and she didn't want anyone to see her abusing employees. It really wasn't that big a deal to let him live in the villa, anyway. But Mengyao was still very unhappy about the situation. She recalled the person who was responsible for the whole thing, and contacted her immediately. Hello? Shu. My dad's letting the farmer stay in my villa. What do I do? Yao Yao. The shield guy. Huh? That doesn't sound so bad. I'll go tell everyone at school tomorrow that the two of you are living under the same roof already. No one will be following you around then. Yushu was watching television comfortably in her princess bed, and she didn't want to deal with Meng Yao's problems right now. Chen Yushu. Meng Yao yelled into the phone. Weren't you the one who told me to let him stay? How can you abandon me like this? Stop saying useless things. I want you here at my place now. Right. Now. I'm sure. Let me take a bath first. After I take a nap, I'll go to you tomorrow first thing in the morning. Yushu replied lazily. If I don't see you in 1 minute, we're not friends anymore. Meng Yao roared. Come on. I already took my clothes off for a bath. You're not expecting me to put them back on, are you? Yushu got up from the sofa, passing by a mirror. There seems to be a little belly problem here. Perhaps she should go on a diet. 50 seconds. Meng Yao was already counting down using the call duration timer. Okay. Door can't be left unlocked, can it? Yushu said as she finished dressing herself. 40. Meng Yao continued counting. Geez. Coming. Yushu ran out after putting her shoes on. Yushu's villa was only a couple tens of meters away from Meng Yao's, and a small path connected the two. Meng Yao hung up when she saw Yushu's figure in the distance. She let out a sigh of relief. Yao, what's wrong with you? Yushu complained. Meng Yao cleared her throat softly and proceeded to point her finger at Lin Yi once more. Shu, there's an outsider here. Come on, it's fine, isn't it? Yushu clearly didn't care if Lin Yi heard what she said. Shield guy's part of the family now. Since you're family with him that much, why don't we ask him to go live at your place? Yes, I think we'll do that. Yushu was enjoying her suffering, and she didn't like it one bit. Yushu smiled innocently with her tongue out. I suppose it's appropriate for him to live with me, then? Meng Yao scolded. It's simple, Yao. Yushu said, shaking her head. You can just come to my place and leave him at yours. What are you fussing over for? You're right. Yushu finally said something useful, Meng Yao thought. But it didn't seem right. Why should she give her entire villa to a farmer to enjoy? What's with that? And what if things went missing? No, I'm not letting him live in my house by himself. Meng Yao said. Yushu had wanted Liyin to entertain her at school, but things were starting to get annoying. Let Lin Yi live in Yushu's place? She'd never agree to that. After more brainstorming, Yushu snapped her fingers. Why don't I live with you for the time being? He'll just mind his own business downstairs, and your room's upstairs anyway. Just tell him to stay on the first floor. Meng Yao would have preferred a better solution, but there didn't seem to be another way. Fine, we'll do that then. Having had multiple sleepovers at Meng Yao's villa, Yushu knew the place well. They entered with Lin Yi following slowly behind them. He wasn't blind. Meng Yao obviously didn't like him. Remembering old Lin's solemn words and Uncle Chu's trusting eyes, Lin Yi didn't think it was a big deal. Meng Yao was a girl, after all. It was only natural that she didn't want to live with him. Hey, what's your name? Meng Yao asked as she sat down on the sofa, throwing her legs up. I'm Lin. Lin Yi was about to sit down on the sofa when a girly shriek stopped him. Stop. Don't sit. Meng Yao's eyes were wide open as she stared at Lin Yi. What's wrong? Lin Yi asked, startled. His ace was still hanging mid-air, right above the sofa. Lin Yi didn't mind the outburst. His clothes were indeed dirty, after all. He was running about the whole day, and the train seats weren't clean either. Okay, you may continue. Meng Yao sighed with relief when she saw Lin Yi resume a standing posture. I'm Lin Yi. Okay, Lin Yi, you'll be sleeping in that guest room over there tonight. But remember, Shu and I sleep upstairs, so you shouldn't be going up at all. I'll tell Dad to fire you otherwise. Meng Yao felt that the threat was lacking, since Lin Yi had somehow brainwashed her father. On that note, she added another one. If you do go up, I'll tell Great General Wei Wu to maul you to death. Sure. Lin Yi nonchalantly nodded as he prepared to leave. Wait, General Wei Wu? What's that? Meng Yao put on a gleeful face before calling out. General Wei Wu. Come down. A Rottweiler came charging down the stairs, filling the room with woofs and barks as it stood between Meng Yao and Lin Yi. Lin Yi scoffed at the Rottweiler, trying to intimidate him. He'd killed off multiple wolves with one slap back in a mountain mission. Dogs didn't trouble him one bit. What could the great General Wei Wu possibly do to him? See that? This here's great General Wei Wu. He's quite powerful. Don't say I didn't warn you. You'd better stay off the second floor if you don't want to cross him, Meng Yao warned. I understand. Linny nodded. Meng Yao was convinced that Linny had his guard up against the dog, and she was pleased. With that, she ran upstairs with Yushu, leaving the general at the bottom of the stairs. Linny took his luggage with him and started making his way to the guest room. He glared at the dog before leaving, and it backed off instantly. The Rottweiler understood immediately as a shiver ran down its spine. Lin Yi was no ordinary man. This human was more than it could handle. But Lin Yi didn't have the heart to be playing games with a dog. Without delay, he went into the room Meng Yao pointed him to. The furnishing was simple, with one bed, table, and closet. They were, however, more than enough for Lin Yi, who brought with him nothing but old clothes. What surprised him most was the fact that he had a private bathroom all to himself. It was like staying at a hotel. His body was fully covered in dust from his travels, so Lin Yi set his things up before grabbing a towel into the bathroom. He looked at the time. There was more than an hour left before dinner was delivered, and Lin Yi decided to have a shower taken before that. Up until this point, Lin Yi found himself very satisfied with his working environment. 30,000 RMB a month, a hotel-like room and life. It was too good a job to be true, much better than making stupid sandals for the old man. Shoo, I'm starting to regret this. That Lin Yi just doesn't look like someone who can protect me. Meng Yao put on her casual clothes as she complained to Yushu. I think he's fine. Yushu had her legs on the wall vertically as she lay on the bed. She had read somewhere that she'd lose weight doing so, and that it'd help her body's growth. Fine, my ace. I was even thinking of getting a handsome-looking shield that could act as my boyfriend. Great. Now I have some farmer dude following me around? How am I supposed to take him outside when he looks like that? Meng Yao gritted her teeth. Why don't you take him as your boyfriend, since he's so fine and all? Well, I'm not the one with people chasing after me, you know? I don't need a shield. I might consider it if I was in your position, actually. Yushu said nonchalantly. Of course you don't. You have a military officer for a brother. If I had a brother who could split trees with a kick, I wouldn't be going through all this trouble getting a shield in the first place. Yao Yao, why don't I ask my brother to get you someone from his team? He could be your brother figure. Yushu blinked. Maybe even a lover figure. Zhong Pinliang would never go anywhere near you if that works out. Shu. Yushu was getting absurd, and Meng Yao glared at her. Ah. What in the world is this dude my father sent me? Shield my ace. Fig? What in the world is that supposed to be? Okay. Geez. I'll shut up, okay? Yushu didn't want to push Meng Yao over the edge. The girl was starting to get genuinely angry. Yushu was the one who suggested getting a shield in the first place, too, so she wasn't completely faultless. Lin Yi was looking through his luggage when Li Fu arrived with dinner. There wasn't anything that resembled proper clothing. The old man was way too stingy. Couldn't he at least buy him a couple of new t-shirts or something? Meng Yao would probably think he was wearing dirty clothes again if he went out with these. He wouldn't even be allowed to sit on the sofa. With no choice left, Lin Yi decided to put on the uniform Li Fu gave him. Yushu and Meng Yao were shocked at Lin Yi's sudden change of appearance. He was like a hobo before, with his dirty singlet and pant rags. One shower and one gentlemanly outfit had Lin Yi's farmer side completely wiped off. Meng Yao, however, was not about to call Lin Yi good-looking, not after what her first impression of him was. The most she could do was stop finding him disgusting to look at. Li Fu had delivered them some fish and fish strips, crisp vegetables, mushroom soup. It had been a long while since Lin Yi had an actual meal. He wasted no time in preparing for dinner as he seated himself at the table. He was about to start eating when Meng Yao stopped him. What are you doing? Me and Shu haven't even started. You're not supposed to eat before we do. With that, Meng Yao went into the kitchen. She had this habit of using only silver utensils, something she picked up from her childhood when she lived with her grandfather. There was always a personal set of utensils housed in the disinfection compartment, prepared especially for her. Lin Yi could only smile bitterly at how unreasonable Meng Yao was acting. He put his chopsticks down. Looks like he'll only be watching the girls eat for now. Seeing that the bowl of rice was his, he helped himself to a couple of mouthfuls. Is there anything to drink? He may have been going too fast, for he started choking. Yushu was amused at how hungry Linny looked. She pointed to the refrigerator. There's drinks in there. Oh. Linny was met with a huge fridge as he turned his head back. He chose a bottle of orange juice from the selection, gulping it down to ease the discomfort in his throat. Ming Yao had already returned with her silverware and was conversing with Yushu about how appealing the dishes were. There's my favorite boiled fish. Doesn't he know how fat sugar is? I'll get Dad to fire him someday. This cabbage, though. Shoo. Here. Ming Yao was as busy talking as she was eating. The dishes were prepared by Grand Hotel chefs under the Pengzhan Corporation, and Li Fu would always arrive on time with them. Chu Pengzhan had a busy schedule, and Meng Yao's mother left her when she was very young. She didn't know a lot about what happened, and her father didn't want to talk about it. Meng Yao's daily life, as a result, relied on Li Fu's care. Yushu heard Ming Yao complaining about the fish strips and tried some herself. It was indeed a little sweet. She was on a diet. There was no way she could eat anything sweet, so the plate was pushed to Lin Yi. He couldn't possibly care any less if the fish was sour or sweet. Meat was meat. Lin Yi hadn't eaten the whole day, and he was starving. It was good, much better than Widow Wang's food stand. The taste, the ingredients. Everything was levels higher than what Widow Wang could make. Weren't these two girls being too picky? Meanwhile, Meng Yao took a piece of boiled fish and put it in her mouth. Her face went red from how spicy it was, and she started to fan her burning lips with a hand. Oh, it's hot. It's hot. Where's the water? The orange juice on the table was the first thing that caught her eye. Without so much as a second thought, Meng Yao grabbed the juice and started chugging it, going through half the bottle before she put it down, satisfied. Phew. That's nice. Yushu blinked as she processed what happened. She looked at Lin Yi, and then the orange juice. Then she looked at Meng Yao's lips, her face blank with disbelief. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was simply surprised at how open-minded city girls were. Not only were they fine with drinking from a guy's bottle, they even drank it with their lips pressing against it. Very violent drinking. These city girls. Meng Yao was enjoying herself to the fullest when she noticed how intently Yushu was staring at her. Shu, what are you looking at me for? Nothing. Yushu sighed, not sure if she should tell her what happened. Meng Yao's temper wasn't something you'd want to mess with. Staring at me for nothing? Meng Yao was perplexed as she shook her head. What's up with Shu? She took another piece of boiled fish for the spicy thrill and was overwhelmed once more. Grabbing the orange juice, Meng Yao pressed the bottle against her lips. Don't. Yushu was about to stop her when she saw Meng Yao chugging the juice down again. What? What now? Are you okay? Shu, you're acting weird. Meng Yao put the juice down before wiping her lips with a hand, frowning at her friend. Never mind. Yushu didn't know if she should be laughing or pitying Meng Yao as she looked at her oblivious face. The funniest part was how she used Lin Yi's bottle twice. Once wasn't enough to satisfy her, apparently. Shu, stop mumbling. If you have something to say, just say it. Meng Yao was starting to get impatient. Why was Shu acting so mysteriously? Yushu didn't see any other choice, so she pointed at the bottle of orange juice. That drink. What about this drink? Meng Yao frowned. Just go get another one. What's the big deal? There's plenty in the fridge. What's up with you, Shu? Yushu burst out laughing in response. Ha ha, oh man, Yao Yao. Haven't you realized? That's not my drink. Not your DRI. Meng Yao froze mid-sentence as she turned her head at Lin Yi, her face changing. Is this yours? Lin Yi simply nodded innocently. So much for that bit about open-minded city girls. Turns out Meng Yao just mistook his drink for Yushu's. Meng Yao's index finger flew up at Lin Yi to point at him instinctively, her face going green. She stared at him with wide eyes, but no words came out of her mouth. With a burst, she charged out of her chair and into the toilet with a hand over her lips. She got up and made her way to the toilet as well. Yao Yao, I told you I didn't want to say anything. You were the one who kept forcing me. Yushu seemed apologetic as she watched bitterly. Meng Yao was not having a good time. Seriously, that fast? Yushu said with a doubtful tone as she looked at Meng Yao. But Mom said that kissing wouldn't get you pregnant. Meng Yao was recovering when Yushu's words hit her with a wall of disgust. An indirect kiss with that Linny. Meng Yao's eyes wetted instantly as tears dropped out. 18 years. She had been saving her precious first kiss for 18 years, and now it was gone. Meng Yao was about to faint when she managed to pick herself up for another glare, her lips trembling. Are you stupid? Pregnant? Don't you even know basic biology? Yeah, that's right. I'm stupid. You're the smartest. Yushu was getting frustrated as well. Meng Yao was the one who messed up and kissed Linny. What did it have to do with her? Meng Yao was getting really now. How can Shu laugh at something as tragic as this? In a fit of crazed rage, she lunged and planted her lips on Shu's. The kiss connected solidly before Meng Yao let go, her voice full of hatred. That's what you get. Now we've both kissed him. Ayla, what have you done? She couldn't believe this toxic woman. How could she do this? Yushu, however, managed to regain her composure mentally. There shouldn't be any traces of Lin Yi left on her lips. Yes, that must be it. She was still safe. With that thought, Yushu instantly felt better. One look at Meng Yao frantically gargling her mouth, however, reminded her that she should follow suit and act devastated. The two took their time cleansing themselves in the toilet before things quieted down. Meng Yao understood it well deep inside. She could peel her lips off and nothing would change. Her first kiss was gone. Her feelings for Lin Yi, however, were reaching the boiling point. Letting this man into her villa was a grave mistake. Meng Yao was filled with killing intent just a while ago, the type that would override all logical thought. She was sure she'd have stabbed Lin Yi with no hesitation should a knife fall into her hands that moment. Yet all she felt now was pure exhaustion. Too tired to yell at Lin Yi, Meng Yao looked at the table filled with food, and then at the dumb face Lin Yi was wearing. Her lips twitched, and she wobbled her way up the stairs. Chun Yushu glared at Lin Yi, sticking her tongue out at him before running upstairs with Meng Yao. It's not that big a deal, is it? Lin Yi shook his head. He stared at all the food on the table and decided that the girls wouldn't be coming down for it anymore. With that thought, he picked his chopsticks up and started stuffing everything into his mouth. Meng Yao, on the other hand, collapsed on the bed as soon as she entered her room. Why? What did she do to deserve such a tragedy? She wouldn't mind someone handsome taking her first kiss, even if it were to go down that way. But why did it have to be some lame ace farmer, Lin Yi, of all things? Shu, tell me, what did I do to deserve this? She didn't want to embarrass herself any more than she already had. So Meng Yao managed to at least hold her voice back, if not her tears. She didn't want Lin Yi laughing at him, but it was only Shu and her in the room now. Hey, it's okay, Yao Yao. Cheer up. At least it wasn't an actual kiss, right? He didn't get anything from that indirect kiss, anyway. Yushu was thinking that it wasn't all bad, since the shield guy didn't get to taste Meng Yao's saliva. It was, at the very least, just a one-sided thing. Meng Yao only fell further into despair. Since Lin Yi wasn't on the receiving side, there was no reason for him to feel guilty. It was bad only for her. Her first kiss was gone for nothing. She'd rather it be an actual kiss at this point. That's it. I can't take this anymore. I'm telling Dad tomorrow that it's me or him. Meng Yao's resolve was filled with rage. Yushu simply shook her head, laying down beside her friend. It's just some saliva. What's the big deal? It's not like she'd get pregnant anyway. Having finished dinner, Lin Yi made mental preparations. He sighed, all but ready for the mist to come charging down at any moment. Not a whole lot he could do about being born on the lower side of the social pyramid. That's how things were. He'd most likely get punished, as a servant and all. Yet Meng Yao never came. Lin Yi decided to clear the table before heading back to his room. It was 9. They were probably fast asleep anyway. Lin Yi brushed his teeth and washed his face before locking the bedroom door. He sat down on the bed and started practicing the art of dragon mastery, something he discovered when in a cave. Lin Yi was 8 at the time, and was called up to the top of Mount Star West to have his kung fu tested. It was the middle of the night, and the moon was full. Why old Lin chose such a time was beyond his understanding, but Lin Yi went along with it anyway. The old man was being annoyingly persistent. A couple of hits back and forth, and Lin Yi understood that this was no test. The old guy was practically trying to kill him. He was about to protest when old Lin sent him flying down the mountain with a merciless kick. Lin Yi's surroundings blurred as he plummeted downward. If he had to describe it, it'd be like a superhuman flying full speed at the ground. It was a long while before he landed with a sickening crunch. He felt his ribcage burn in pain, as if they were about to shatter at any moment. The old man gave him Eastern medicine that strengthened bone structure and constitution since he was 3, but even an enhanced body couldn't handle falling from a mountain that high. Lin Yi lost consciousness almost immediately. Back on the mountain, old Lin shook his head. Little E, I'm not trying to be cruel, but this is much too rare an opportunity. The cave only opens up every 5 years on a full moon. You'd miss the optimal training age if I didn't do this. Lin Yi didn't know how long his face spent on the ground, but the first thing he did after flipping over was scream out a curse at old Lin. He made sure his body wasn't too badly hurt before getting up, deciding that it was pointless to yell. The sight in front of him, however, gave him a shock. It was a huge set of ancient doors, its crimson paint shimmering under the full moon whilst its golden knockers shined. It was like something out of a fairy tale, a resting place for gods. 3 words inscribed the tablet above the door. Xian Yuan Cave. What was this place? Lin Yi started breathing heavily as he stared at the looming doors. He'd been living in Mount Star West for many years now, and he'd never even heard of a place like this, just lying at the foot of the mountain. He didn't know how he managed to just fall in front of the doors, or why old Lin's kick just so happened to send him here. He felt as if he'd been here before, as if he'd visited the place in a dream once. Failing to comprehend why he was here, Lin Yi's body moved on its own, as if some force was pulling him towards the door. Without much thought, Lin Yi tried pushing the doors, to no avail. Frowning, Lin Yi started pulling at it instead. The doors did not budge an inch. Lin Yi was just about to leave when they began to open gradually, much to his amazement. Yet he backed off, his instincts taking over. He stared intently into the cave, expecting someone to come walking out. Nothing surfaced, but the insides of the cave were fully exposed. It was a massive palace, unlit but still somehow very brightly illuminated. Lin Yi was overwhelmed. How was the palace able to glow with such a stunning light? After making sure there weren't any creatures lurking about, Lin Yi walked into the now inviting doors. Every step was laced with alert. He was young, and the young were curious despite his wary attitude towards the cave. Lin Yi found himself moving forward. He was more reckless back then than he was now. That young curiosity and recklessness was repaid with a touch of fate. Lin Yi went through the stone doors and stepped into the cave. A massive stone tablet instantly caught his eye. Lin Yi found that it was inscribed upon closer inspection. Under a full moon the doors invite. A fated one may enter through. Have in mind, leave as dawn arrive. The doors will die for 5 years more. Old Lin had been teaching him ancient writing. Lin Yi, as a result, had no problem reading the inscription. It had him curious. The doors clearly referred to the crimson stone doors. The moon was full, and so the doors opened to invite people in. But what did it mean, a fated one? That fated one couldn't be Lin Yi, could it? He wasn't anything special, just some 8-year-old orphan old Lin took in, living out his unlucky days. Lin Yi never saw anything noteworthy in himself, at least when compared to the old man, who was better than him at everything. Yet the inscription did say that a fated one was meant to enter through, and here he was. He didn't see any reason to ignore the facts, so Lin Yi decided to take on the role granted to him, puzzled as he may be. The tablet told Lin Yi to remember leaving before dawn, as well. A simple line, all he had to do was get out before the sun came up. But what was that last part about? The doors dying for 5 years more. Could it possibly be telling him that the doors would just lock him in here for 5 whole years? Lin Yi took in a deep breath, a chill passing down his spine. Thank God he understood the text, else he'd be wandering around the place like an idiot until he realized the doors weren't open anymore. 5 years? He wouldn't survive 5 days without eating or drinking. No one would. Understanding what was at stake, Lin Yi kept in mind to leave before dawn came. In the meantime, he calmed himself down and continued exploring. As he neared the palace, Lin Yi realized that the illumination came from the night pearls inlaid within the walls. It didn't take an expert to see that the pearls held a high value. Anyone with a little experience could see its worth, knowing that they'd fetch high prices at outside markets. But Lin Yi wasn't someone with a little experience. He was someone with none. He found them fascinating to look at, but that was it. His childhood on the mountain had given him an insensitivity toward pearls or gold. There was also the problem of demand. Not many of his fellow mountain folk had money to spare for some random pearls. The richest one he knew of, at least in her own right, was Widow Wang, who had more than 1,000 RMB to use at the end of each year. To Lin Yi, however, it wasn't about how much money one had. No one in their right mind should, or would, want to waste their money on something so impractical. He'd rather get himself 2 big slices of meat. How fine a meal that'd make. He didn't want to be looking at pearls with an empty stomach. Thus, Lin Yi moved on, not paying the decorations on the palace walls any more heed. What he was interested in, however, was something he'd picked up from the novels he read. A person who just happened to find him or herself in a mysterious cave, one way or the other, were usually greeted with an encounter, a long-lost martial arts scroll, for example. Excited at the thought of defeating the old man with newfound abilities, Lin Yi looked around with heightened enthusiasm. He wouldn't have to be bullied every day if he managed to come across some powerful scroll. Yet the palace was huge and spacious. Disregarding all the lavish decorations on the palace walls, there were only 2 items of interest left, sitting in the center of the palace itself. One was the stone tablet Lin Yi noticed the moment he went through the doors, and the other was an elevation, right behind the tablet. The elevation seemed like a sacrificial altar from ancient times, but also a place where important objects were displayed. Whatever it was ancient, and it couldn't be found in a modern setting anymore. Not giving it much thought, Lin Yi stepped up the elevation in a couple of steps, and an ancient chest came into sight upon reaching the highest platform. It was small, but Lin Yi's eyes lit up. It seemed like something he was looking for. Lin Yi then jumped off the elevation after carefully picking the chest up. He proceeded swiftly to hide and conceal himself, chest in hand. It was common for ancient places like these to have traps, after all, and the chest did seem like a treasure that would trigger them. Nothing out of the ordinary took place, and Lin Yi let out a breath. He didn't bother opening the chest just yet. There was plenty of time for that after getting back home. He simply had no time to waste looking through the contents now. Staying in the cave for 5 years was the last thing he wanted to do. Lin Yi moved past the elevation, wanting to explore the cave further. Another set of stone doors greeted him with a smaller stone tablet on top of it, much to his surprise. Excited, Lin Yi took a closer look at the stone tablet. It was inscribed as well. 5 years for the first stage. 1 palm for the doors. Should learnings prove incomplete, revisit in 5 years more. Lin Yi was only confused. 5 years for the first stage? As things stood, there might actually be some scroll that detailed a martial arts technique in the chest he was holding. Would he really be able to open the door by just hitting it with a palm after learning it? At that thought, Lin Yi went forward to give shoving the door a try. It didn't budge when he pulled, either, and he understood easily. Should learnings prove incomplete, revisit in 5 years more meant that he might not be able to learn whatever technique the chest offered in time. If so, he'd have to wait another 5 years before he could try again. Lin Yi's heart started itching as he stared at the closed doors. If the first palace housed a scroll, then the second stone doors would most likely lead to something of higher value. He understood perfectly well that he wasn't ready for the second set of doors. Lin Yi felt that it was enough for now, having managed to fatefully stumble across the cave and all. Satisfied, Lin Yi made his way out of the cave, the chest in his arms. The sky wasn't dark anymore, and a faint white could be seen at the eastern edge. The sun was rising. Lin Yi couldn't believe how lucky he was. A little later, and the doors would have shut him inside. Learning the first stage? He'd starve to death before anything else. The first ray of sunlight shined onto the mountain, and the stone doors behind Lin Yi closed themselves without warning. He walked back to try and get the doors open again, but to no avail. The stone tablet spoke the truth. The only way to get past the doors was to wait for the full moon 5 years later. Lin Yi was a little disappointed, but he did manage to get his hands on some special scroll. He'd figure the whole thing out after getting home. "You okay?" A familiar voice sounded from behind him. Linny turned and saw old Lin, talking to him as if he didn't try to murder him last night. "You old man, kicking me down a freaking mountain. Were you trying to kill me?" Lin Yi's bones were still hurting from the fall. "I don't know. You look pretty alive to me." Seeing Lin Yi in one piece relaxed old Lin, since he was prepared to see some pretty serious injuries. He seemed calm, but he'd be lying if he said he didn't worry at all. As strengthened with medicine as the boy may be, the old man had no guarantee, not when falling down a mountain was concerned. "Halfway there, old man," Linny said as he considered if he should inform the old man of his findings. After some hesitation, he concluded that old Lin's vast knowledge could but bring him more benefit than harm. "Old man, I went in this cave yesterday," Linny said as he pointed behind him. "Uh-huh." Old Lin already knew Lin Yi was holding a chest in his hand. He couldn't help but feel delighted that Linny decided to tell him of it, however. It meant that he was trusted. He didn't raise Linny up for nothing after all, the old man contemplated. And then, Linny didn't know what the old man was thinking, so he told him everything that took place, finishing it by handing over the chest. "And this is that chest. Keep it," old Lin said after a look at it, his voice dull. "You're not going to look inside?" Lin Yi was confused. The old man didn't seem interested in something so magical. Not at all. "There's no point." Old Lin shook his head. Linny had loads of questions to fire, but the old man's face made it clear what he was thinking. "Stop asking so many questions. Do whatever you want." It was difficult, but the two managed to climb back up home. Old Lin fell into his bed and started sleeping, leaving Lin Yi with his chest. Since the old man didn't bother, Linny had only himself to learn what the whole thing was about. He placed the chest on an old table and started examining it. The chest was from an ancient time, similar to what royalty used to hold their elixirs and Bibles. It wasn't locked, and Lin Yi opened it with ease. He was breathing heavily at this point, his eyes wide with anticipation. Inside the chest was a scroll made of silk. He took the scroll out of the chest and noticed a small piece of jade at the bottom. Linny picked it up and raised it to a light. It was high-quality jade, with a mysterious pattern etched on it. It wasn't the ancient text, so Lin Yi didn't understand what it meant. He knew, however, that the writing on the scroll was different from the one etched on the jade. He was puzzled. The stone tablets and the scroll had the same writing, only the jade was exempt from that rule. Lin Yi took the jade to the old man afterward, inquiring about its purpose. Unexpectedly, the old man didn't know. All he did was stare at it, equally surprised himself, much more surprised than when Linny showed him the chest. He came to the conclusion that the jade had to be related to the scroll, and subsequently, the training to master the art. He decided to have it with him at all times. The scroll disappointed Linny a little when he unrolled it. It was thin, and the size of a scarf. Linny's experience with wuxia novels, however, told him that it wasn't about the word count on the scroll. Many high-level techniques required only a piece of human skin to write down. With that in mind, Linny started reading. The 4 words Art of Dragon Mastery caught Lin Yi's eyes instantly. It was of the same ancient text from the stone tablets in the cave. Below the title was a line of small characters. The first stage, Silkworm in the Sky. The main text followed after. Mortals weren't much different from ants. Through what means does one change their fate? Grasping. Linny went through the text quickly. The first stage was divided into the early phase, the mid-phase, and the late phase. The scroll, however, had only the first stage of Art of Dragon Mastery written on it. Lin Yi, of course, understood that there wasn't only one stage to this art. If it was mentioned that there was a first stage, then naturally there would be a second and third stage as well. As for where the other scrolls were, Lin Yi wasn't sure. They might be behind the second set of doors, or somewhere else entirely. At any rate, Linny had to finish completing the first stage before thinking of anything else. The introduction to the art of dragon mastery was complex and difficult to understand, but the process of the actual training was very clear and detailed. There were even illustrations of human acupuncture points for him to reference. Linny never had any trouble with those, since he'd been practicing kung fu from a young age. Without any second thoughts, Linny followed the instructions the first stage gave him. Linny was young, and he couldn't possibly have considered anything else beyond the simple idea of defeating old Lin. In actuality, there lay a risk. What he was training so hard for may very well be incompatible with the things the old man had taught him already, and incompatibilities like that were a serious matter. Even when Lin Yi would look back years later. The main reason he was interested in learning Art of Dragon Mastery in the first place was because of how cool the name sounded. Kung Fu that could take down even a dragon? Who wouldn't want to learn something like that? It wasn't until much later that Lin Yi realized it wasn't martial arts at all. Old Lin didn't say anything much after learning of Lin Yi's Art of Dragon Mastery training. In essence, the old man was allowing Lin Yi to do his own thing without interfering. The Art of Dragon Mastery didn't cause any obvious changes to Lin Yi, other than the strength and constitution the training brought him. At the end of the day, he was still nowhere near the old man's level. Old Lin was like a boss in a video game. He'd power himself up whenever Lin Yi did, and he'd weaken himself every time Lin Yi got weaker. It was very troubling indeed. If Lin Yi had to point out one change since he took up the training, it'd be his increased agility. His sight and hearing were more sensitive than before, as well. Days and years passed, and Lin Yi more or less grasped the first stage of the art. It wasn't long before 5 years had gone by, and Lin Yi entered the stone doors once more when the moon was full. He never managed to open the second set of doors, unfortunately. It came as no surprise to Lin Yi. He hadn't been making much progress after breaking through to the mid-phase of the first stage. He told old Lin of what happened. But the old man simply smiled, shaking his head as if he was unable to help him. Another 5 years were about to pass, and Lin Yi started panicking. He'd been stuck on the mid-phase for so many years. He couldn't continue on like this. He had understood then that the Art of Dragon Mastery wasn't a type of martial arts, but something along the lines of cultivation. It was a shocking realization, but that's how it was. Recalling how suspiciously the old man acted on the first full moon, Lin Yi thought that the old man might have planned the whole thing, setting up a trap and kicking him off Mount Star West. That, or old Lin just happened to call him up the mountain for a test when the moon was full. How could it be so coincidental? It didn't make sense. Furthermore, even if the old man really did want to test Lin Yi, what purpose did it serve for the event to take place on the top of a mountain? Even getting past that, shouldn't the old man at least not try to have him killed? Even if so, could old Lin have just so happened to kick him in front of the doors? Fine, even if that really was a coincidence, along with everything else. Why would old Lin wait for him to walk out from the cave before approaching him? His reaction to Lin Yi's story proved also that he knew everything beforehand. Lin Yi's suspicions were pretty much confirmed at this point. Yet the old man refused to answer Lin Yi's questions every time he confronted him. Having had enough, Lin Yi decided to train on his own, regardless of old Lin's involvement. Lin Yi opened his eyes. The skies were starting to whiten. He shook his head helplessly, realizing that there weren't any leaps or breakthroughs this time around either. On a side note, however, he did feel refreshed, and that some progress was made. With quick steps, Lin Yi entered the bathroom. He proceeded to clean his sweat by splashing water onto his face. He dressed himself up in a school uniform before exiting his room. The villa was silent. Looking up at the stairs, Lin Yi assumed that the two girls were still sleeping. He made his way into the living room, taking a seat on the sofa as he turned the 60-inch LED TV on, making sure to mute the volume. Big TVs were indeed different, Lin Yi contemplated as he lay down leisurely on the sofa. It was his first experience with a TV like this, after all, and all he had back home was his laptop and a 25-inch CRT TV. Achoo! Lin Yi sneezed, surprised that a body like his could catch a cold. He had been living in the South all his life. Perhaps the temperature difference in the North was too much for him to adapt to in one night. He wiped his nose with some tissue he found and threw them aside. There wasn't a lot of channels on this early in the morning. They all had the image of the Earth, and that was it. Maybe the remote's out of battery? Lin Yi cursed. Wait, didn't he just turn the TV on with it? Lin Yi looked at the TV, realizing that it was a satellite channel. He'd have to get a different remote if he wanted the normal channels. He was raised on a mountain, but he did at least own a laptop. He wasn't too ignorant of the technology in the cities. After looking around a while, Lin Yi found the correct remote. So many channels. Lin Yi went through dozens and dozens of channels, not finding one satisfactory enough when a sudden notification popped up. This channel is an adult channel. Parental lock active. Password required. Default 000000. Seriously? These girls had an adult channel on their TV? He'd heard that big TVs like these had adult shows on them, but he never had the chance to experience it himself. The village chief had a satellite TV, but the only channels available were the free ones. There was no way he would have a subscription-based adult channel. An itch of curiosity crossed Lin Yi's mind, and he wondered if it was the chairman or the miss that set the password up. Or could it be Chun Yushu? Lin Yi contemplated lustfully. He started typing a password in. 123456. Password incorrect. Please try again. 888888. Password incorrect. Please try again. Lin Yi tilted his head. 000000. No notification popped up, and the screen seemed to freeze. He was just about to try pressing buttons when an image flashed onto the screen. Lin Yi recognized her. She was a famous PRN actress. He couldn't quite remember her name, however. Her work left a deep impression on Lin Yi whenever he would watch her. He wanted to hit himself in the head. The password was right there on the TV for him, the whole time. It was a first for Lin Yi to watch PRN on a big HD screen. He'd always go about his business on his 10-inch laptop, but never were they leisurely experiences, since he had to be careful for the old man. The images weren't very clear, either. His blood started pounding, and Lin Yi had to hold himself back from going right in front of the screen. So tired. That Yao, keeping me up all night. How am I supposed to fall asleep anymore? Chun Yushu's voice came from the second floor, and she was walking down the stairs. Lin Yi had sensitive ears, and he managed to catch every word with ease. He did not want Yushu to catch him watching PRN in the living room. He was standing beside the TV, and Lin Yi understood that he wouldn't make it to the remote in time. Without much thought, he reached out and turned only the TV screen off. He then looked out the window, pretending to be deep in thought. Lin Yi felt that he was an unfortunate man. He'd be kicked out right away for that. He didn't mind being a study companion for the miss, since the pay was much higher than any job he'd ever done. There was also good food every day and a good living space. It wasn't a job he wanted to throw away. The key here was that it'd be the miss kicking him off the mission instead of him resigning himself. He would have to live his life in shame if the old man found out. He sighed at himself. Why the Hades was he trying out the password in the first place? But Lin Yi supposed that Meng Yao was to blame as well. Couldn't she have changed the password? Yushu jumped the moment she saw a man standing by the window. She remembered Meng Yao, who was sleeping upstairs, and her hands slapped against her lips on reflex. She didn't want to wake her up. What's with you? Standing there this early in the morning. Yushu realized it was Lin Yi, the guy responsible for Meng Yao's crying and complaining at her last night. I couldn't sleep, so. Lin Yi's face was a combination of awkwardness and guilt. Yushu didn't seem to see the guilt on Lin Yi's face. Just hang around in your room next time. You almost scared the life out of me. We're used to just 2 people around here, so we haven't adapted to you joining us yet. This Miss Chan was unpredictable, and he almost got caught in the act because of that. Yushu sat down lazily on the sofa and crossed her slim legs together. Lin Yi turned his head away. He didn't need any more excitement. He was already pitching a tent from the PRN a while ago, and he didn't want Yushu seeing it. Shield guy, Lin Yi, I'm hungry. Can you go make something for me? Yushu ordered lazily. Me? You want me to cook for you? Lin Yi didn't expect the command. Why would he be serving her? What happened to the whole study companion thing? Yes, you. Hurry up, this cutie here's hungry. Yushu waved her hand at Lin Yi, impatient. Lin Yi only felt helpless at the whole situation. What gave Yushu the right to order him around? If he remembered correctly, he should be listening to Meng Yao, if anyone at all. Miss Chen, I'm here as a study companion for Miss Chu. I'm not a nanny or anything. Is there a difference? A study companion in this context is the same as a servant of the house, like back in an older society. A miss orders are an absolute for you. Yushu glared at Lin Yi, as if her words really were absolute. But, I'm Miss Meng Yao's study companion. Lin Yi was used to cooking for others, but there was a sort of bottom line for situations like this. He wasn't about to do everything Yushu told him to, just because she was beautiful and playful. What if Mingyao saw him preparing a meal for Yushu? What then? He didn't want any more trouble, that's for sure. It's the same. Me and Yao Yao are best friends. You should listen to me the way you would to her. Yushu was troubled after seeing Lin Yi completely unaffected by her display of authority. The guy had left her a good first impression, but now he should be honored that she'd even ask him for servitude. Fine. Just go help me turn the hot water on. I'll cook some instant noodles myself. Sure. The drinking fountain was right beside Lin Yi, so it wasn't a big deal. With a reach of his hand, Lin Yi clicked the button at the back and started boiling some water. Meanwhile, Yushu decided to turn the TV on with the remote as she waited for the water to boil. There was this celebrity Susuhan's MV trivia that aired every morning, and Yushu would always take a look when she had the time. Wait. Lin Yi's eyes widened with panic, but it was too late. With a flash, the image of the famous porn star came into full view. I told you, it wasn't me. Lin Yi's innocent tone was insistent as he denied the girl's accusation. He wasn't even in the mood for PR. He just happened to stumble across an adult channel. Remove the channel if it wasn't supposed to be watched. Why don't you? Why would anyone just leave it there? Yeah, right? Not you. Huh? I suppose it was me and Yao Yao. Then, we were watching the young ladies channel when we turned the TV off yesterday. Yushu had no doubt that it was Lin Yi at this point. Also, when we stumbled across this channel, we locked it up with a passcode. How did you get in without one? Lin Yi didn't expect Yushu to remember everything so clearly there was no point in denying it any longer. He lowered his head. Okay, I was the one who turned it on, but I didn't mean to. I was just curious and tried entering the passcode, honest? The moment I saw what the channel was about, I turned the TV off right away. Is that so? Yushu, naturally, didn't believe him. Of course. Lin Yi felt so wronged under her suspicious gaze. He was telling more or less the truth, after all. Yushu didn't want to spend any more time on the matter. She reached for the remote to have the channel changed when something caught her eye. It was some crumpled up tissues. There was no doubt about it, there was a sort of sticky, liquid-like substance within the tissues. What's that? Yushu's face turned green as she spoke with a shaky voice. Nice, Lin Yi. What? What did I do? Lin Yi didn't know what Yushu was so worked up about. He followed her gaze and saw the crumpled up tissues himself. Seriously? What the? He didn't deserve this. Chun Yushu. It's not like that. I just came down here from the north, you know. I've caught a cold, you see, and those tissues were what I used to wipe my nose with. Here, you can take a look for yourself. Lin Yi picked up the crumpled up tissues as he spoke, intending to spread them open for Yushu to see. Get that away from me. Yushu shrieked. I don't want to see that. Lin Yi, you rascal. Embarrassed, Lin Yi lowered the tissues. Whether you believe it or not, I really didn't. Yushu turned back at him, suddenly scheming something. I've changed my mind. I don't want instant noodles anymore. Go make me breakfast. Huh? Lin Yi stared at her a while before opening his mouth. Why? Heh, because if you don't, I'll just go ahead and tell Uncle Chu that you were touching yourself using the TV, in the living room, no less. How shocked me and Yao Yao were when we saw what you were doing. Yushu smiled mischievously. Lin Yi couldn't believe this. It wasn't like that. But he was in no position to bargain or complain if the old man found out about this. Lin Yi would be done for his whole life. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. You win. Did I? You're the winner. Getting to enjoy yourself out in the open air like that. Yushu wasn't planning on holding back one bit, it seemed. Lin Yi had given in at this point, but he didn't want to go down without at least some form of retort. But, you sure you want to eat food made by these hands? The books say there's tons protein in that stuff. It's good for my skin. Yushu didn't seem to care at all. Lin Yi was completely speechless. This girl. She's way more trouble than the Mississippi Mingyao only hated him, at least. But this Yushu was actively thinking up ways to mess with him. Yet something seemed off to Lin Yi. Yushu was acting like a completely different person. She was telling him to get the tissues away from her earlier, and now she's talking about protein? What do you want to eat? Anything. I don't even know what the kitchen has. You can go take a look yourself. Yushu leaned back into a more comfortable position on the sofa. and her smooth legs fell out of her pajamas. She was even swinging it about, and Lin Yi's softened part hardened again. Sure. He pulled his crotch back as he made his way to the kitchen, only to be stopped by Yushu after a few steps. What's wrong, shield guy? What's with the posture? Yushu was eyeing Lin Yi's arching body when she reached his bottom half, instantly understanding what the guy was doing. Blushing, she turned her face away. Disgusting. Linny had had enough of explanations. Since he'd been found out anyway, he decided to straighten up and get in the kitchen as fast as possible. Another mischievous smile crept across Yushu's lips the moment Lin Yi disappeared from her sight. Heh, you think I'm some sort of baby? Of course I know you wiped your nose with those tissues. We learned this in biology, you know. Even Yushu understood that the stuff was supposed to be milk white, and that you didn't even need to be close to catch the unique smell it produced. She didn't know what it was supposed to smell like, but the tissues were right next to her. It couldn't be that stuff if she didn't notice at all. Plus, the internet told her that the boy part gets soft after doing that stuff. Looking at how Linny was acting, it didn't seem like he'd relieved himself. Yushu, of course, wasn't about to tell Linny that. With this in her hands, she could order Linny around and tell him to do whatever bidding she desired of him. That'd teach him to defy her. Yushu smiled with pride. She got herself a free servant. A delightful scent came from the kitchen not long after, pleasing her even more. Linny was shocked at how well equipped the kitchen was. It was much more advanced and modernized than that big cauldron back home. There was even a cute apron with baby faces on it. It seemed really new, and it didn't look like the two girls used it at all, seeing how they just waited for food with open hands. Linny wasted no time in searching for ingredients after putting the apron on. There were tomatoes, spinach, celery, and other kinds of vegetables, as well as eggs. It was variety over quantity, however. Most likely a safety measure from Li Fu, prepared in case Meng Yao wanted to cook something. Whether or not the miscooked was no business of Lin Yi, but he did find the man very considerate when it came to Chu Pengzhan's daughter. He was his most trusted man, after all. For the main ingredients, Lin Yi picked some flour out of the noodles and rice in the selection. He started making some yangchun noodles, remembering to prepare his own portion as well. Lin Yi was no stranger to cooking. He'd been making meals for the old man back home since he was 6, and it had become a habit of his. It didn't take long for Lin Yi to have lines of thin, silky noodles covering the cutting board. Not with a kitchen this packed. With the noodles done, Lin Yi started preparing the broth. Broths weren't usually prepared with a huge pot that would last for days. That was something done in hotels. Picking the first thing he saw in the cupboard, Lin Yi took out a quality and concentrated broth. The scent spread throughout the kitchen, signaling for him to add vegetables and seasoning to the broth. In the meantime, Lin Yi boiled another pot of water and put the noodles in. The noodles were good to go by the time he opened the lid again. With a gesture, Lin Yi scooped out the noodles and poured the broth in, completing 2 perfect bowls of yangchun noodles. Though the noodles weren't technically yangchun noodles, they were a personalized version that old Lin back home absolutely loved. There were still more noodles in the pot that Lin Yi had saved for himself. A single bowl was probably enough for Yushu. Hey, are you done over there? Yushu was already gulping by the time the aroma reached her. Putting on some slippers, she walked over to the kitchen lazily. Yeah, was just about to call for you. Lin Yi started undoing the apron as he spoke. Oh, that's Yao Yao's apron. Make sure she doesn't find out about you using it. Yushu said as she looked at the apron in Lin Yi's hands. I'll keep quiet about it, since you made me breakfast. Lin Yi was caught off guard by the girl's sudden change in attitude. This was a very mischievous girl, after all, seeing how she acted during the whole first kiss episode last night. What's with her being kind all of a sudden? But it was of no concern to Lin Yi. He only needed to avoid getting on Meng Yao's bad side, and just do his job as a study companion, like he was told to. Yushu, on the other hand, was frowning, not looking very comfortable with a big dude eating his noodles across from her. But it did seem a bit absurd to tell him to leave. He was the one who made the delicious-looking food, after all. With that, Yushu decided to allow Lin Yi's presence, stuffing herself with the noodles first. It was the best bowl of noodles she had tasted her whole life. She'd usually just eat some instant noodles or drink some milk before going to school. It was her first time eating pure handmade noodles like this. Yushu, obviously, wouldn't do something like telling Linny how good they were, in case he started forgetting his place. She decided to ignore Linny and keep her compliments hidden as she emptied the bowl. Linny couldn't be happier about getting ignored by Yushu. The last thing he wanted was for her to cause more trouble for him. Having finished his own bowl, Linny made his way to the pot once more. He was just about to fill his bowl with more noodles when he remembered Yushu sitting behind him. Still want any? Nope, Yushu said, shaking her head. Get me a glass of water. Aren't there drinks right behind you? Linny was already refilling his bowl after pointing at the fridge behind Yushu. Well, it isn't very healthy to have juice in the morning, is it? Water's good for your body, and geez, you're a talkative one. Are you going or not? Maybe I should call Uncle Chu? Yushu glared impatiently. Okay. Nodding his head, Linny walked over to where the water fountain was. Stupid alarm. A very tired Mengyao yawned as she lazily walked down the stairs. She didn't sleep very well last night. She did nothing but cry and complain to Yushu half the night, but the first kiss incident didn't hurt her as much anymore. She felt like she'd just fallen asleep before the alarm woke her up again. It was a school day, unfortunately, or she wouldn't have bothered getting up at all. Mengyao was thinking about Yushu by the time she reached the bottom of the stairs. She shouldn't have gotten any more sleep than she did. So how was she up so early? Shu, what are you eating over there without me? Mengyao rushed to the kitchen and saw Yushu murdering a bowl of noodles. She was pleased to see another bowl across from the girl, fresh and ready for her. I knew you wouldn't forget about me, thanks Shu. Yushu was completely absorbed in gulping down the soup when she heard Mengyao's voice. It was so good that she didn't want to be interrupted, but she gulped it down faster and removed the bowl from her face as soon as she could. Mengyao was already stuffing herself with Linwai's chopsticks. Ugh. Yushu only sighed. There was nothing more she could say. Come on, couldn't she have at least waited for a confirmation? What's the rush? Whoa, it's good. There was no way a starving Mengyao could hold herself back from Yangchun noodles like these. She was still stuffing noodles into her mouth with chopsticks, even when she was speaking. Shu, where'd you buy this? I didn't. Shield guy made it. Yushu only looked at her with pity. She didn't want to poke at Mengyao's crushed spirit anymore at this point. Mengyao instantly dropped her chopsticks with a startle. He made his? No way I'm eating something he made. Yushu kept herself silent. What's the point? You were already eating it. Well, you've already had his saliva last night, so I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. Just taste it a few more times, and you'll get used to it. Mengyao seemed to be deep in thought when she suddenly snapped. Why should I stop eating for that guy? I'm finishing it right now. Mengyao simply understood that she'd never be able to hold herself back, especially from a steaming bowl of noodles right within her grasp. Just because I'm eating his food doesn't mean I'm gonna forgive him. I'm just hungry from not eating anything last night, and these noodles are actually just pretty average anyway, right, Shu? Yeah. Yushu wanted to see Mengyao's reaction to eating a bowl of Lin Yi's saliva, but she kept herself in check, out of pity for her friend. The poor girl couldn't possibly go through that again. Here, water. Linny was just about to hand Yushu the glass when he saw Mengyao in his seat, eating away at his bowl of noodles. Hey, Yao Yao said these noodles are good. Yushu made sure to get her meaning across to Linny with a glare, telling him to keep quiet about the noodles. Oh, Linny nodded. He understood what Yushu was trying to say, but he wasn't going to have enough noodles for himself at this rate. What are you doing? I can't eat with you standing here. Mengyao was too focused on Lin Yi to catch the little exchange between the two. She wasn't ready to let a man watch her eat just yet. Yushu might have been a bit of an oddball, but even she was way easier to deal with than Mengyao. Lin Yi decided to go over his time schedule. He'd finished all the high school courses by himself, but a first day of school is something special, and he probably shouldn't mess it up. It's so good. Are there more? Mengyao had completely emptied her bowl at that point, leaving not even a single drop of soup. Nope. Tell Shield Guy to make you more if you like it so much. Yushu was feeling troubled. Why did Mengyao not gain weight at all? She always ate larger portions, but her body always remained slimmer than hers. She may not be fat, but she wasn't as tall as Mengyao. The extra flesh all made their way to the hips and chest, however, so it wasn't that bad. Let's not talk about him. Meng Yao licked the soup stains off her chopsticks, unsatisfied. Ask him for a favor? No way. Yushu simply watched as her friend licked the chopsticks clean. Not sure what to say. Is his saliva really that good? Yao Yao. Having finished their noodles, the two girls went upstairs to clean themselves and prepare for school. Lin Yi, on the other hand, went to clean the dining table. He knew that there were cleaners under Li Fu's employment that took care of this sort of thing, but Lin Yi was already used to it. He was the one in charge of cleaning back home anyway. He was washing the dishes when General Wei Wu strolled into the kitchen, its eyes glaring at Lin Yi the moment it saw him. Lin Yi wasn't about to bother with the mutt, and it seemed to have understood that. After a little while of glaring, the general moved on. Dogs were indeed a sensitive species. They always knew when they faced an existence stronger than them. Lin Yi hadn't put on any offensive stances, and the dog didn't want to cause any trouble it couldn't handle either. It didn't take long before Lin Yi finished cleaning. The girls, on the other hand, had their faces washed, their teeth brushed, and their casual clothes replaced with prettier ones. There was a school rule that told the students to wear their uniforms to school, but only a few actually followed it. High schoolers weren't as willing to obey the way primary schoolers were, after all. Yet there were exceptions, and Lin Yi was one of them. He was nothing less than pleased as he ran his hand down the uniform's material. It was good quality, far better than anything he brought from home. To Lin Yi, the uniforms were the best pieces of clothing he had. He'd put on high-end clothing before, but the old man always said that those were rented, that he'd have to return them when the mission was completed. Li Fu's car appeared in front of the villa at 7, and Lin Yi followed behind as Meng Yao and Yushu walked out with their cute backpacks. As usual, he took the front seat, while the two girls seated themselves at the back. Li Fu started the car up before looking at Lin Yi. Well, how was your first night? It was okay. Lin Yi nodded. Not for me. Meng Yao didn't wait for Li Fu to say anything else and pulled her phone out. I'm calling Daddy right now. The chairman is currently on a plane to Newport City for a meeting. Li Fu interrupted. Mr. Chu said that he's leaving it to Lin Yi to take care of you the few days he's away. Him? Take care of me? Meng Yao's eyes were wide open upon hearing what Li Fu said. Uncle Fu, look at him. How do you think he's supposed to take care of me? I'm just relaying the chairman's words. He's very trusting towards Mr. Lin Yi. In actuality, even Li Fu himself failed to see what made the kid special. His position as the chairman's most trusted man, however, demanded that he support his wishes without fail. Meng Yao started pouting. Since Li Fu's words represented the chairman's, there wasn't anything more she could say. Her father was on a plane. After all, she decided to leave the rascal be, at least until her father returned. She'll just use her cuteness and technique to get Lin Yi kicked out when that time came. Meng Yao let out a breath of relief at that thought. Lin Yi had wanted to experience what school life was like a long time ago, but there were only a few cultured people in the village. Schools wouldn't work out there. The only literate guy other than old Lin was Gooden, and even he was self-taught. Lin Yi was starting to miss the guy. What was he up to these days? The car came to a stop in front of the school. Lin Yi was just about to get off when Meng Yao stopped him. Wait. Huh. Lin Yi turned around to look at the miss, startled. It wasn't often that Meng Yao talked to him. Stay in the car first. Wait until both me and Shu get in the school building before coming in yourself. I don't want people getting any wrong ideas. Sure. Lin Yi didn't see a problem in the request. She was the miss, after all. Heh. The miss is a bit much to handle, Mr. Lin Yi. I hope you don't mind. Li Fu was equally helpless regarding how things turned out. Meng Yao clearly treated Lin Yi with a lot of hostility. It's fine. That's how rich people usually are, I guess. Lin Yi shook his head. Uncle Fu, let's not beat around the bush any longer. I can see that I'm not really needed around here, and Meng Yao doesn't even need a study companion. Can you give me an honest answer when I ask you? Why did the chairman spend so much money on me? He's not really planning on using me as a shield to fend off flies for the miss, is he? It was something Lin Yi had been thinking about since yesterday. It'd be more logical for the chairman to hire a professional, qualified trainer if it really was for study purposes. Besides, grades didn't matter for someone like Meng Yao, especially considering who her father was. No college would reject her if she applied. She had Chu Pengzhan backing her up, after all. So you've noticed? Li Fu wasn't expecting Linny to ask him about this so soon. Then it's true? Linny frowned, curious. To be frank, even I don't understand what Mr. Chu has in mind. Li Fu sighed. I'm his most trusted man, but the chairman has things he doesn't just explicitly say to me. Li Fu simply rolled his eyes at Li Fu's useless explanation. But the chairman wanted me to tell you this. Take care of the miss, and don't think too much. Li Fu started repeating the chairman's words. Try to give her some love. The kid never received much of it. Lin Yi was speechless. What the Hades is wrong with these people? Give her some love? How was he supposed to give her some love? Before actually meeting Ming Yao, Lin Yi wasn't too happy with his situation. The way the chairman spoke made it look like he was planning a marriage or something, as if the girl had problems that prevented her from finding a mate. But it turned out that Ming Yao was a young beauty. Things weren't bad at all, with that factor in mind. The problem here was that the miss hated him. She wasn't going to fall for him anytime soon, that's for sure. Linny nodded in response before getting off the car. There wasn't much more he could say to Li Fu. Did you find out who that farmer guy is? Zhong Pinliang's ace was still swollen from Lin Yi's kick yesterday. Pinliang couldn't sleep on his back the whole night thanks to the farmer. He had to do it with his ace raised at the ceiling. We didn't. Zhang Naipeo and I looked around quite a couple of sites, but we never saw the guy. Gao Xiaofu shook his head. Liang bro, maybe he didn't register for work yet? Look, I don't care how you do it. I need this guy found. There's no way I'm letting that farmer get away. Zhong Pinliang's rage was still unquelled. Yes. Gao Xiaofu responded instantly. Lin Yi's mood was pleasant as he strolled into the school, bag on his back. This was the school life he was looking for. The legendary land of first loves and first kisses. His bag was a single strap bag, the standard black one that the school gave out. It wasn't very stylish, unlike the customized ones Ming Yao, Yu Shu, and the rest of the students had. Only the poorer students like Linny wore the uniform to school. They were also the only ones who wear the standard backpack the school provided. How good were Lin Yi's eyes? Good enough for him to spot Zhong Pinliang the moment he passed through the school gates. Wasn't that the guy bugging Ming Yao yesterday? Linny decided to ignore them, since they didn't do anything to him yet. He simply walked past them in a straight line, as if they didn't concern him at all. Liang bro, doesn't that guy look familiar? Naipeo was looking at Lin Yi's back as he passed by. We're talking about something serious here. Who cares if he looks familiar? Pinliang frowned, impatient. I think he looks familiar too. He's like like. Gao Xiaofu started scratching at the back of his head. Like what? Can you spit it out already? Zhong Pinliang was on the verge of yelling. What were these two idiots doing? Like that farmer who kicked you yesterday. Naipeo started yelling as well. Yeah, that's the one. I remember him now. For real? Pinliang was filled with raging energy instantly. Well, what the Hades are you doing then? After him. Let's go. Xiaofu and Naipeo exclaimed as they started running in the direction Lin Yi went. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was making his way to the office with his file. Chu Pengzhan had everything prepared already, so all he needed to do was register. Lin Yi knocked on the office doors, but no one answered. Perhaps he came to school a little too early. Lin Yi looked at his watch and realized that it was only 7:15. There were 45 minutes left before school officially started. At that note, Lin Yi leaned against the office doors and waited for the dean to arrive. A series of moans reached Lin Yi's ears. His ears became far more sensitive than normal ever since learning the art of dragon mastery. It wasn't the best, but he could pick up plenty of things that normal ears wouldn't be able to catch. Lin Yi frowned. The moans were coming from inside the office. Wasn't the room empty? Lin Yi suddenly smiled, as if realizing something. 45 minutes later, the doors opened. A beautiful-looking woman in her 30s peeked her head out of the office carefully. She jumped when she saw Lin Yi leaning against the door. What are you doing here? Lin Yi wanted to laugh. It's fine if you want to have an affair and all, but aren't you making it too obvious? I'm here for the dean. Lin Yi spoke calmly. He didn't want to expose her. Oh, the dean's right inside. The woman was trying her best to match Lin Yi's calmness as she spoke. You may enter. Lin Yi nodded. He entered the room to see a middle-aged man sitting at his office desk. His head was balding, and his face was solemn, like some sort of seasoned scholar. Lin Yi was only amused. What do you need? Wang Jifeng was startled. He didn't expect a student to come looking for him the instant his lover left the room. I'm Lin Yi, here for registration. Lin Yi took his file out and put it on the dean's table. Oh, I know. Lin Yi, is it? Wang Jifeng nodded upon hearing the name. This was a student the chairman arranged himself. How could he forget? He picked the file up and turned to his computer. It didn't take long before he finished the preparations. He completed the registration with a seal chop before standing up. I'll walk you to your class. Thanks for the trouble, Mr. Wang. Lin Yi spoke politely. He understood how strong the dean's influence within the school was. He'd have to avoid getting on this guy's bad side if he wanted a comfortable life here. Hehe, it's nothing. Wang Jifeng made sure not to put on any airs, as well. The student was someone the chairman sent in. After all, he decided to test Lin Yi a little as they walked out the office together. You just got here? I've been here a while. Lin Yi didn't feel the need to lie. There were security cameras around, and he didn't want any unnecessary trouble should the dean decide to check the tapes. Then you. Wang Jifeng hesitated, unsure of how he should approach the topic. Great. Now someone caught him doing the girl because of how impatient he was. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I didn't see anything. Lin Yi smiled playfully. Wang Jifeng's eyes widened. The kid knows? It would have been fine if Lin Yi responded with a blank face, but he told the dean not to worry, of all things. At the very least, however, Lin Yi's words implied that he wasn't interested in meddling with Wang Jifeng's affairs. At that thought, he calmed himself down. It'd be the end of him if word reached the principal and board. Wang Jifeng chuckled a little before looking at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, remember to come to me whenever you get yourself into trouble. Write my phone number down later. I'll be in your care then, Mr. Wang. Lin Yi made sure to put his gratitude on display, understanding that his was a peculiar situation. He attended the school mainly because of Chu Mengyao, and it was safe to assume he'd get into trouble here and there. He couldn't just go to Li Fu or the chairman for help all the time. So why not have an influential dean back him up as well? Thanks to this little incident, Lin Yi now had the dean looking out for him, as long as he didn't go too far. He followed the dean and arrived at the 12th grade's class 5. Wang Jifeng simply pushed the doors open and marched inside, proceeding to wave his hand at the homeroom teacher Ms. Liu. This here is Lin Yi, a transfer student. Can you get him a seat? Zhong Pinliang stared at Lin Yi with wide eyes. It was the brat that kicked him in the ace yesterday, no doubt about it. He managed to slip past him earlier today, but never did Zhong Pinliang expect that Lin Yi would just get delivered to him like this. Hi, I'm Lin Yi. Ms. Liu assigned Lin Yi to a single seat at the back of the classroom as soon as he finished introducing himself. It wasn't a good seat, but the teacher didn't have a choice. She understood that Lin Yi was a somebody, but this wasn't the first day of school. Everyone was assigned to a seat already, and the teacher couldn't just force Lin Yi into a good one. She decided that she'd handle the problem at a later date. Not thinking much of the issue, Lin Yi nodded, making his way to his seat. Chu Mingyao's head was as low as can be when Lin Yi was introducing himself. Chun Yushu, however, stared at him with her eyes wide open. A chill went down Lin Yi's spine. Missy Chun was harder to deal with than Miss Chu, after all. Pinliang glanced at Zhang Naipeo, whom Lin Yi had to pass to reach his seat. Naipeo caught the glance and gave him the okay gesture. Lin Yi was eyeing the whole exchange as he walked. He'd noticed Zhong Pinliang the moment he entered the classroom. After all, Naipeo shot his right leg out abruptly, planning to have Lin Yi trip as he neared him. Lin Yi grinned in response, readying a kick as he raised his leg. The kick, however, would crush Naipeo's bones, and Lin Yi didn't want that kind of trouble on his first day of school. He decided to just step on the back of Naipeo's leg instead. Gak. Huh, what's this? Lin Yi blinked as he turned to face Naipeo. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to step on you. Zhang Naipeo, is there a problem? The homeroom teacher knew what Zhang Naipeo was like. The kid wasn't a good student. He did hang around big shots like Zhong Pinliang, however. With that in mind, Ms. Liu didn't say anything more. And nope. Zhang Naipeo endured the stinging pain in the back of his leg as he shook his head in response. He obviously wasn't going to tell the teacher what Lin Yi did that'd embarrass him too much. Pinliang was some distance away from Naipeo, and all he saw was Lin Yi walking to his seat unscathed. Naipeo, who was supposed to have attacked Lin Yi, was making a fuss instead. He glared at his lackey scoldingly. Zhang Naipeo could only glare at Lin Yi, unable to voice his situation. He resolved to make Lin Yi pay later. Even he wasn't sure if Lin Yi actually meant to step on him. He never looked down the entire time he was walking. After all, it might have been an accident if Lin Yi's apologetic reaction earlier wasn't an act, and Zhang Naipeo wasn't sure what to feel. Lin Yi's seat wasn't far from Meng Yao and Yushu's. Taking into account that he was tasked with protecting Meng Yao, Lin Yi felt that his seat was a pretty ideal one. The positioning allowed him to see everything the two girls were doing. He was getting paid for this. After all, Lin Yi hadn't been in a classroom before, and only relied on the depictions the internet provided for a general idea of how it worked. So far everything felt fresh. Lin Yi unzipped his bag and took out his chemistry textbook. He'd went over his schedule earlier. It was chemistry first period. It's Lin Yi's first day, and I hope everyone can help him out if possible. I don't want any bullying happening to the new student, too. You're all 12th graders. Getting expelled before receiving your diploma isn't something any of us would want. Ms. Liu had to at least warn Zhong Pinliang's group a little, Zhong Pinliang especially. There wasn't anything he wouldn't do. Bullying didn't amount to more than a pastime for him, and his guts earned him the title of one of the school's big four. Zhong Pinliang, naturally, didn't give a what the teacher said. Lin Yi was flipping through the pages when something fell on his table. It was a crumpled-up piece of paper. He raised his head only to see Yushu grinning at him, and Lin Yi's heart went cold instantly. It couldn't be the Missy, could it? Yushu pointed at the paper ball on Lin Yi's desk before turning back. Lin Yi stared at Yushu's back as he uncrumpled the paper ball. So this was the legendary note passing? He sighed. If only it was a kind, pretty girl passing him the note. Yushu had one part down, but as for kindness aspect, the note clearly wasn't going to be a confession letter or anything. But Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder what Yushu had to say. The handwriting on the note was delicate and small. Lin Yi would have thought it was a well-mannered lady writing it if he didn't know her. That guy you kicked is in our class too. They're after you. So look out. Lin Yi only smiled at the note. He didn't think Yushu warned him out of kindness. She was someone who wanted nothing but trouble. Chances were, the girl wanted him to continue fighting Zhong Pinliang's group. Pinliang probably annoyed Yushu as well. The chemistry teacher was around 50. He had a solid knowledge base, and his lecture somehow managed to interest Lin Yi, even when he'd learned everything beforehand. First period ended, and Pinliang called Naipeo outside. Surprisingly, they didn't come for trouble yet, but it didn't matter to Lin Yi. Naipeo, what's the matter with you? Zhong Pinliang was. Didn't I tell you to put him in his place? What were you doing back there? Master Zhong, the thing is I did put my leg out to trip him, but the guy planted his foot on me. It hurts. Zhang Naipeo whined, the pain written all over his face. It still does. Think he found out? Zhong Pinliang knew how strong a kick from Lin Yi was, and he understood that it must be quite painful for Zhang Naipeo. Shouldn't be the case. He didn't even look down. Zhang Naipeo was still unsure about the whole thing. The farmer got us again. Zhong Pinliang's words seethed with rage. He'd been named one of the big four soon after enrolling in the school. Getting humiliated like this was a first for him. Yeah, and two, Gao Xiaofu added. The discussion was heating up when a guy in black showed up. Liang, what the Hades are you three doing there? Having a meeting? Ah, Brother Ming. Pinliang raised his head to see one of the big four Zhou Ruoming. The misdeeds committed by this guy were above the things Pinliang did. He'd heard that Ruoming even dragged a female classmate out into the woods to have his way with her, back when he was a 9th grader. Ruoming greeted him with a nod, pleased by the honorific Pinliang addressed him with. His house wasn't as powerful as Zhong Pinliang's, after all. His merciless attitude was what earned him the good life at this school. That, and the fact that he had an older brother involved with a gang outside. Need my help? Ruoming offered. Nah, it's a new farmer guy who just transferred. I'll show him who's boss around here. Naturally, Pinliang didn't want to lose face in front of Zhou Ruoming. Are you guys serious? Bunched up in a meeting for some farmer guy? Ruoming lost interest immediately. Here he was thinking that something fun had come up. These days he had his eyes on a younger girl from class 9. One of those classy types that looked at you coldly. Perhaps he should force himself on her? She was a younger girl to Zhou Ruoming for one reason. He was currently in 13th grade, a class for those who didn't get accepted into college. Ruoming could, of course, use his parents' money to get into college anytime he wanted. He only chose to stay behind in high school of his own volition. He was famous here. People respected him out of fear, and he lived his life carefree and happy. His family's influence wasn't infinite, and it couldn't help him overseas. His current attitude would instantly get him killed out there. College and high school were two different worlds. Thus, Zhou Ruoming told his dad that he'd like to continue studying for one more year to prepare for the final examinations. Naturally, Mr. Zhou was pleased to hear that Ruoming wanted to study, completely oblivious of what his son was really doing at school. Lin Yi spent the next 2 periods in peace. Meng Yao acted like she didn't know him at all, not looking at him even once. Yushu, however, was always glancing at him playfully. It wasn't a cute, shy kind of playful. Lin Yi wasn't about to assume that the girl had a crush on him. She was probably waiting for him to clash with Zhong Pinliang again. After 3rd period was a short break, where students did exercises out in the field. Lin Yi was just about to follow his classmates there when 3 people headed towards him. It was Zhong Pinliang, Zhang Naipeo, and Gao Xiaofu. He was seated at the very back, so the 3 were headed for him, without doubt. Lin Yi expected them to come sooner or later. Yes. Yao Yao, look. Zhong Pinliang's going at Shield Guy. Yushu was eyeing both parties the whole time, and her patience finally paid off. She was nothing but excited. She wanted someone to teach Zhong Pinliang a lesson long ago, but his background was a little overwhelming. Now that Lin Yi was here. Oh, that's nice. Let's hope Zhong Pinliang teaches him a lesson. Meng Yao was clearly still at Lin Yi. Seriously, Yao Yao? You're siding with Zhong Pinliang now? Yushu stared at her friend. Don't tell me you've been in love with him all this time? In love with him, my ace. I just hate Lin Yi more. Meng Yao answered with a himph. Who cares about them? Let's go already. Wait, come on. I wanted to see who'd win. Yushu grabbed onto her table as Meng Yao pulled at her. Fine. I'll have my revenge by seeing that idiot get beat up. Meng Yao may have said that, but somewhere in her heart she didn't want Lin Yi to be the one losing. In a more thorough comparison, she concluded that Zhong Pinliang was way more irritating. Lin Yi was a pest, but he hadn't dropped to Zhong Pinliang's level yet. With that, the 2 hid in front of the classroom doors, holding hands as they observed the confrontation. Know why we're here? Zhong Pinliang asked as he stood in front of Lin Yi, trying to intimidate him. Lin Yi looked at him and responded with a dull voice, as if it wasn't a big deal at all. Yeah, 'cause I kicked your ace into a faceplant yesterday. What the? How are you so cocky then? You think you're hot stuff, don't you? Naipeo reached for Lin Yi's collar when Lin Yi stopped him. Your leg okay? Lin Yi flicked the hand away as he taunted Naipeo. Zhang Naipeo's face reddened instantly. He was still feeling humiliated over what happened. So Lin Yi did do it on purpose. There's students and teachers here. You probably don't want them watching us too, yeah? Zhong Pinliang was getting more and more by the second. Was this guy for real? Didn't he understand the situation he was in? Zhong Pinliang's words were just what Lin Yi wanted to hear. He considered involving Wang Jifeng to help him out, but he wasn't sure if even the dean would be able to handle the guy. He only felt relieved now that he was asked to follow them somewhere secluded. The trio stared at each other, unsure of what to say. People usually begged for mercy whenever they were called out to the bathroom. Let's go then. Pinliang was at how Lin Yi treated the whole thing. His nonchalance took the fun out of the bullying. Yao Yao, look. Lin Yi's pretty badass, isn't he? Yushu was swinging her small fist around excitedly as she watched. The show's getting good. Meng Yao only pouted. He probably has brain damage. How's he so calm with 3 guys surrounding him? Lin Yi walked out the classroom with Pinliang's group, stopping when they noticed the girls. Yushu being involved didn't surprise Lin Yi. She wasn't someone to miss out on something like this. Zhong Pinliang, on the other hand, put on his best smile. Yao Yao, what you doing here? Does it matter why I'm here? I can be wherever I want. Thank you very much. Meng Yao rolled her eyes at Pinliang. What are you doing? Me? This farmer boy here doesn't know the rules around here. I'm about to educate him. Zhong Pinliang wasn't aware of Lin Yi's relationship with Meng Yao, thinking that they're complete strangers. He believed that women love a display of strength. Strength made women feel secure and safe. After all, never would Pin Liang have imagined that his actions were doing the opposite. Meng Yao was simply disgusted by his personality. Oh, hope you educate him well then. Meng Yao glared at Linny a little as she spoke. Steal my first kiss, will you? This is what you get. Sure thing. Pin Liang smiled, assuming that Meng Yao was praising him. So the girl liked to see him bully people? If he'd known that Meng Yao was into delinquents, he'd have won her over ages ago. Go, Linny. Show them what you've got. Yushu cheered, no concern at all for Zhong Pinliang or his group. Pinliang's eyes narrowed. How come these two besties are on different sides? So Qin Yushu like the farmer boy type? He wasn't pleased at all, but Pinliang moved on. This girl wasn't someone he could deal with. Her brother would destroy him if he crossed Yushu. Meng Yao frowned. Shu, why would you cheer for him? Yushu put her hands on her hips. Well, you're cheering for Zhong Pinliang, so naturally I have to cheer for Lin Yi. It balances out. Lin Yi didn't pay much attention to the girls, choosing to continue on to the bathroom. Hey, can you guys do your thing here without going to the bathroom? Yushu didn't want the show to take place somewhere she couldn't see. Zhong Pinliang pointed in the bathroom's direction. Lin Yi had walked in already. He had planned to deal with Lin Yi in the hallway, even if it meant risking the possibility of a teacher turning up. It'd be fine as long as he won Meng Yao's heart. In actuality, however, Pinliang wasn't completely fearless of the teachers. He was a student, at the end of a day, not some street gangster. He'd have his share of if the teachers decided to tell on him to his father. Most of the teaching staff would leave rich kids like him be most of the time, as long as they didn't cross the line. Kids like him weren't going to study anyway, not with families that rich. There wasn't any point in bothering. Why don't you two come in with us? Pinliang suggested after a moment's hesitation. Hey, that's the boys' toilet, dude. Yushu pointed at the men's sign on the wall. We be violating school rules, Pingy. Pinliang was not pleased with what Yushu decided to call him, but he smiled in response regardless. It's fine, isn't it? Everyone's off to the field for the exercise break. No one will see you. We're going, see ya. Zhong Pinliang was worried that Lin Yi would barricade himself in a stall. Wasting no more time with the girls, he marched in with Nai Pao and Xiao Fu behind him. Yao Yao, maybe we should go in too? Lin Yi beating Zhong Pinliang up was not something Yushu wanted to miss. Is that really okay? Meng Yao was hesitating hard. She'd never been in the men's bathroom before. Come on, it's fine. Zhong Pinliang said no one's gonna come here anyway. Without saying anything else, Yushu grabbed Meng Yao's hand and ran into the bathroom with her. Meng Yao sighed as Yushu pulled her in. She had a feeling that something would go very wrong. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was relieving himself. He did have a big bowl of noodles for breakfast, after all, and the soup was thick. He was too focused and looking around class to consider using the toilet. There weren't even any bathrooms in the village Lin Yi lived in before that. The reflections of Pinliang, Nai Pao, and Xiao Fu revealed their positions in the shiny floor tiles. What the? This guy's actually peeing. Gao Xiao Fu's eyes widened with utter disbelief. Zhong Pinliang said with a smile as he charged at Lin Yi, his mind set on paying him back for his kick yesterday. A peeing human was vulnerable and very sensitive to outward disturbances. Zhong Pinliang was cruel, very cruel. Couple that with the shock factor, and it'd be quite a payback. Zhong Pinliang's smile couldn't grow any wider as his legs swept through the air. Lin Yi simply stared at Pinliang's reflection in the floor tiles, amused. He tried to back off at the last moment, but it wasn't something Pinliang could dodge, as Lin Yi made sure to shoot at him with water gun speed. Zhong Pinliang could only cry out in surprise as Lin Yi wetted his face. It went without saying that one would need to have the mouth open in order to cry out in surprise. Two other shrieks could be heard as Pinliang screamed. It belonged to Chu Mingyao and Chen Yushu. The first thing they saw after peeking their heads in, to their surprise, was Lin Yi's water gun, spraying at Pinliang relentlessly. Mingyao's eyes opened wide as she attempted to process the scene before her. Didn't Zhong Pinliang say that no one was going to use the toilet? What was Lin Yi doing then? Mingyao's hands reached for her eyes, covering them up on reflex as she left the scene hastily. Pervert. Even Yushu cried out in shock when presented with the water gun. Her curiosity, however, prompted her to look a little longer before running after Mingyao, her eyes uncovered. So it really does change between big and small, like the books say. Yushu mumbled. What's that, Shu? Mingyao asked as she moved, not quite understanding the contents of Yushu's mumbling. It's nothing. Yushu's face went red instantly. It wasn't something she wanted Mingyao hearing. Ah, I can't take this anymore. I really can't. Mingyao didn't so much as pause until she reached the classroom, still panting as she spoke. How could he? It's over. It's over. It's all over. I'm not pure anymore. Yushu pouted in response. Just seeing the thing wouldn't kill anyone. If anyone should be complaining, it should be Lin Yi. His privates weren't private anymore. Yao Yao, that's the boys' washroom, you know. We're the ones who went there to peek. The thought silenced Mingyao, for it seemed utterly logical. There didn't seem to be any problem with a guy peeing in the men's bathroom, was there? Her peeking on said guy, however, was a different story. Wouldn't that make Mingyao the perpetrator, then? A sudden thought came to her as she tried to find a way out. That's right. You forced me in there. You were pulling me. What? Didn't we decide to go after what that Zhong Pinliang told us? That no one goes to the bathroom at this time? Mingyao was not pleased. Yushu, as usual, believed herself faultless. She even pushed the blame onto Zhong Pinliang. There wasn't much she could do at this point. What had been seen could not be unseen. Mingyao sighed, troubled at how unlucky she was. It was the most traumatizing thing her fragile heart had ever experienced. Drinking Lin Yi's juice yesterday was also due to her own horrible luck, and there was no one to blame for that. Mingyao only wished one thing regarding Lin Yi himself, and it was a wish she'd pay any price for. She wanted Lin Yi out of her home and out of her life. She was living a peaceful life before that rascal butted in all of a sudden. It took no more than 2 days for her to lose her innocence, her purity. She lost her first kiss, and she saw something that should never be seen by a young girl like her. To what lengths would she continue to lose her innocence, should Lin Yi remain? It had been decided. Mingyao would talk things over with her father face to face the instant he got back. She'd have him compensate Lin Yi for the contract, if that's what it took. It was out of the question to risk having Lin Yi by her side any longer. The danger was too much. Zhong Pinliang's scream didn't affect Lin Yi at all. If anything, he felt more refreshed. The 2 other screams from Mingyao and Yushu, however, shook Lin Yi indefinitely. What the actual were those ladies doing in the men's washroom? Lin Yi rubbed his forehead as he contemplated. Screaming after peeking? Don't peek in the first place, then. What did you expect a guy to do in the men's bathroom? Very unprofessional peeking showcased here today. It wasn't peeking when you screamed and alerted the victim to your presence. Now is it? Lin Yi pulled his pants up and made his way out the door. Stop. Where do you think you're going? Zhang Naipeo and Gao Xiaofu stood in Lin Yi's path, blocking off the exit. You sure you want to leave your boss lying on the ground like this? Everyone else is getting back from the exercise break soon. Last thing I imagine he'd want is to have them see him like this. He won't recover from the shame or from the loss of rep. Zhong Pinliang's ace was injured enough, as it was falling on his ace again only destroyed him. The pain made it impossible for him to get up himself, and it was all he could do to writhe in agony in the puddle. Xiaofu wasn't sure what to do. What Lin Yi said made complete sense. Without a doubt, reputation was above all in this school. We're not done with you yet. Just you wait. Naipeo understood that it wasn't the time to be dealing with Lin Yi. Another chance would come. Whatever. Lin Yi strolled out the bathroom without a care. Are you two still standing there for? Help me up. Pinliang didn't think too much of it at first, but Lin Yi's words kick-started his anxiety. He couldn't afford to have anyone see him this way. But Liang bro, your clothes. Naipeo didn't want to be anywhere close to Pinliang. He'd get it all over his hands if he helped him up now. Xiaofu was evidently thinking the same, his hand hovering in the air as he hesitated. Ho, think I'm too dirty for you, huh? Zhong Pinliang reached out and grabbed the 2 by their clothes. Going back to class like this, however, was not an option. They'd have to find themselves someplace to shower and have their clothes changed before returning. Without delaying any longer, the 3 left the school via the back door. Having the tables turned on him like this Zhong Pinliang off heavily. He swore to give Lin Yi a trauma he'd never forget. Not just for him, but also for Meng Yao's sake. whom Lin Yi had flashed in front of. It was something he could never forgive. It was like having your girl violated by someone else. Meng Yao wasn't technically his girl yet, but Zhong Pinliang had no doubt that the day drew near. With his merciless strength and family background, Meng Yao was as good as his. The thought eased Pinliang's heart a little as his followers helped him out of the school. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was thinking of the term exercise break. He couldn't believe his ears the first time he'd heard it. Back on the mountain? Seriously, students doing that between classes? Big cities were very different indeed. The original Chinese term had two meanings: exercise and adult love. He only learned afterward that it was a misunderstanding. Exercise break was simply that, an exercise break. It was clear that Lin Yi lacked any innocence one would expect from a villager. He was, on the contrary, a larger pervert than your common teen. Meng Yao only gave a humph as Lin Yi returned to the classroom. She lowered her head, unsatisfied that Lin Yi had come back unscathed. She was hoping for Zhong Pinliang and the others to teach him a lesson too. Lin Yi coming back unscathed could only mean one thing. After all, it was Zhong Pinliang's loss. See, Yao Yao, I win, Yushu exclaimed the moment Lin Yi appeared. What? Meng Yao looked at her, blinking. I bet on Lin Yi, remember? A blush appeared on her face as Yushu recalled the scene from the washroom. She may not be timid like Meng Yao, but there were still things that even she would blush at. Meng Yao's silence, on the other hand, made it clear that she hadn't yet recovered from the experience. Lin Yi interrupted the girls as he walked back to his seat. I didn't win or anything, they just want to change their clothes. Meng Yao wasn't the only one feeling down. Lin Yi was embarrassed as well. It was more than just a body part. It was something precious to him, something he was supposed to show to his wife. Great. Now some random girl saw everything. Zhong Pinliang never appeared again the whole morning, and his lackeys were missing as well. They had to shower and get themselves a change of clothes. After all, the process took time. The lunch bell rang at noon, and a guy with glasses sitting in front of Lin Yi turned around. Yo, where are you eating? I dunno. Is there a canteen in this school? Lin Yi responded with a question of his own instantly. Glad that the guy was nice enough to offer eating with him, he was troubling over where to go for lunch just moments before the bell rang. Yeah, I'll take you there, the man said as he reached out a hand. I'm Kong Xiaobo. Lin Yi. Nice to meet you, Lin Yi said as he shook hands with Xiaobo. Meng Yao and Yushu vanished the moment the bell rang, but Lin Yi wasn't worried about them. They were safe in the school. Xiaobo walked shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yi as they walked out of the classroom. He was quite friendly. Hey dude, which school did you come from? I actually came from a mountain village, Lin Yi replied, not trying to hide his background in the slightest. Didn't really go to school before. Well, there aren't any back there, it's a poor place. I'm guessing you have really good grades? Kong Xiaobo looked at Lin Yi intently, aware that the student body was made of two types: those who got in with money and those who got in with grades. Needless to say, as long as one had enough money, entering Songshan's first school wasn't a problem at all. Those with good grades were further split into more groups. There were those who got 1,000 kwai a month from the scholarship program, not even required to pay for anything at all. Lin Yi said that the village lacked even a proper school, and Xiaobo could also tell from his clothing that he didn't have a strong family background. It clearly wasn't money that got him into the school. That only left him with good grades. I'm okay. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. His situation was pretty complicated and difficult to explain. He decided to just let Xiaobo make his own assumptions. You're so humble, dude. Kong Xiaobo got in the school with grades as well, and had always looked down on people like Zhong Pinliang, who were only in the school because of their parents. The fact that they played around all day didn't help either. It was only natural that Xiaobo would take a liking to Lin Yi, who was the same as him. Young schoolgirls were everywhere, and Lin Yi couldn't help but look as they made their way to the canteen. You seem pretty into that. Xiaobo chuckled after seeing Lin Yi glance about. He leaned closer and whispered, but you know, there's really only a few gems in our school. What gems? Lin Yi did look at a couple of girls on the way, but he really was just taking in the school environment as well as the facilities. Heh, acting all innocent. Are we? I'm talking about the rarities, the rare ones. Xiaobo teased as he patted Lin Yi's shoulder. We're at that age, you know? You'll only find yourself disappointed. Lin, he could only smile bitterly as he listened to Xiaobo. The guy was a freaking wolf. He looked like a gentleman, glasses and all. But he was just a pervy ace teen. Seeing Lin Yi silent only gave Xiaobo reason to make more assumptions that Lin Yi didn't agree with what he said. Hey, don't get her anything, but it's true. Grades these days don't do much, in this regard at least. Girls only want the beautiful, the good-looking, and most importantly, the ones with packed wallets. Dudes like you and me? Forget it. Heh, that's an interesting logic you have there. Lin Yi smiled, disagreeing with Xiaobo's perspective. Girls like Chu Mingyao or Chen Yushu. Money held no meaning at all to the rich of that caliber. Why else would someone like Zhong Pinliang get put off all the time? If it really was money rich girls were after. Of course, though logic won't be getting us anywhere either. Those rare ones in our school have their gazes set high, I tell you. Kang Xiaobo replied, shaking his head. Who are the rare ones? Lin Yi decided to gossip a bit with his new friend, since there wasn't much to do anyway. Having someone close to talk to at school wasn't bad at all. Dude, you serious? Did you not see the girls in our class? We have 2 of these gems in there. Xiaobo started getting excited. It was the same in any school. It didn't matter if the girls had nothing to do with you. Simply having them in your class was enough for the others to get envious. You're not talking about Chu Mingyao and Chen Yushu, are you? Lin Yi only knew 2 names from his class, and he'd learned from Meng Yao's details that she was the school beauty. Her best friend, at the same time, happened to be Yushu. It was as good a guess as any. One morning's enough for you to get your hands on their names? Xiaobo's jaws dropped with shock as he stared at Lin Yi. Xiaobo's surprise meant only one thing, and Lin Yi wasn't about to waste time explaining the weird sort of relationship he had with Chu Mingyao. He didn't want to be labeled a pervert hasty enough to get himself the school beauty's name, but he admitted to the accusation with silence. There really wasn't much he could do about it. Haha, you don't have to look like that. To tell you the truth, I bet 80% of the boys in our class have a crush on either of the 2. Xiaobo smiled at Lin Yi's expression, pushing his golden spectacles up. Its colors faded from being worn out. Zhong Pinliang's the only one who's actually going after her, though. Right, that guy. He's pretty rich, isn't he? As troublesome as it was, it remained a fact that Lin Yi was now Zhong Pinliang's enemy. As long as he was tasked with Meng Yao's protection, a clash with the guy was inevitable unless Pinliang suddenly decided to stop going after her. Lin Yi thought he'd scout the opponent from Xiaobo a little bit. Oh, you don't know? Xiaobo smiled as he explained. Right. You're from a mountain. I forgot. Zhong Pinliang's family isn't just normal rich. His dad Zhong Sanghua is the boss of Kaidi Hotels, and even big-scale businesses like Echo KTV and Kaka Pub. Lin Yi nodded. Entertainment business, huh? People managing businesses like KTVs or pubs, for most part, had more or less some sort of underworld connections. It wasn't surprising at all, considering how places like these were subject to the most troublemakers. It wasn't easy to survive without a strong enough background. Quite a big shot in the city, then. The information didn't shake Lin Yi in the least. To him, no chairman or mafia boss matched up to the likes of that old guy back home. He could flip Lin Yi over his legs and spank him, and he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Well, his family isn't much compared to Chu Mengyao's. Xiaobo said with some disdain. Lin Yi could see that Zhong Pinliang didn't rank very high in his likability list. Zhong Pinliang's family only has a couple of local entertainment outlets, while the Chus have a real company, its branches spreading far and wide throughout the entire country. Lin Yi had his own share of info regarding Chu Pengzhan's strength. If Pengzhan Industries was described as an aircraft carrier, then the businesses of the Zhong household could only be a mere couple of boats. It was only natural, then, that Zhong Pinliang's antics did nothing more than annoy Meng Yao. You know a lot, don't you? Lin Yi smiled. Xiaobo's face reddened a little from the compliment. Well, it's Chu Mingyao, after all. Most of the boys here know at least that much about her. Chen Yushu's a little more of a mystery. How so? Lin Yi was curious. He hadn't met Yushu's family before. He thought Yushu was kind of following Meng Yao around because of how powerful her family was, going home in Meng Yao's car and even eating at her home. Xiaobo's words suggested otherwise, however. I heard that her brother's a special ops soldier, the type you see in novels. He's seriously pretty badass. There was this guy that couldn't get Chen Yushu to be his girlfriend 2 years ago, and he tried to do something out of spite. Yushu's brother found out a while later, and he beat the guy up so bad that he spent the next half year in the hospital. The thing here is how his parents kept quiet about the whole thing, even visiting the Chen house for an apology. Xiaobo continued explaining as he leaned in, his tone mysterious. Just that alone proves how big a deal the Chen family is. Chen Yushu doesn't go around causing trouble, though, so she's still really popular. Doesn't go around causing trouble, my ace. Lin Yi thought to himself, remembering the things Yushu had done to him. She was always looking to have him fight Zhong Pinliang. And there was that secret she always threatened him with, too. Then there's the washroom incident earlier. She even saw his thing. How did this qualify as not causing trouble? Just thinking about it gave Lin Yi a headache. She was way more open-minded than Meng Yao, after all, and she wouldn't make a fuss over it. Meng Yao, on the other hand, she probably loathed him even more. Sometimes Lin Yi felt that he'd rather be Yushu's study companion instead of Meng Yao's. The miss was a handful to deal with. Lin Yi, you're not planning on going after them, are you? Xiaobo patted Lin Yi on the shoulder again when he went silent again. Lin Yi shook his head, smiling bitterly. Nah, I'm not. She was his miss, after all. It'd be like a servant in ancient times, running away with the lady. Heh, don't worry. There's still one gem in this school that isn't out of our reach. Xiaobo whispered. Who? Lin Yi wasn't particularly interested in who the girl was, but he did want to learn more about the school. Class 9's Tang Yin. Xiaobo answered, clearing his throat. She's the school's commoner beauty. Really pretty, but she's the same like us in terms of family background. Always going to school in her uniform, doesn't use any makeup. Yet even so, her natural beauty shines through. Tang Yin? Lin Yi liked the name, but wasn't sure if she really was as amazing as Xiaobo described her to be. She's not that special if we put her next to princesses like Chu Mingyao and Chen Yushu, though. Lin Yi noticed the excitement in Xiaobo's tone. But well, she's a little more within our reach. Songshan's first was split into two parts, the rich and the poor. The rich always stuck together, chasing after pretty girls as they played their days away. Heaps of money would then be used after graduation to get them in their ideal colleges. Some even went overseas. The poor always put their focus on their studies, working hard, aiming for their ideal colleges through sheer effort. The poor, for the most part, didn't bother with how the rich spent their school days, and the rich didn't bother with how the poor spent their time buried in books. The split wasn't absolute. However, there were rich kids who studied, and there were poor kids who got in fights and even involved themselves with gangs. But the same people stuck together. Zhong Pinliang's lackeys, for example, had rich families just like him. As a result, Kang Xiaobo believed Chu Mingyao and Chen Yushu to be leagues above their level, an unreachable dream. The commoner beauty of the school, at least, was a realistic target. Xiaobo's smile had a hint of longing and expectation, and Lin Yi sighed softly. Schools weren't as straightforward and honest as he imagined them to be. You like her? Lin Yi asked with a laugh. Hey, it's not something I'm embarrassed about. I guarantee that many of the boys in our school have Tang Yin in their sights, too. Xiaobo said with certainty. You'll see for yourself when you see her. Going after the commoner beauty? The notion was an interesting one, but Lin Yi shook it off. He was a study companion assigned to the miss. He couldn't just abandon her and go chasing after a girl. Even if Chu Pengzhan didn't say anything about it, the old man would. Lin Yi wasn't even sure what the deal with the chairman was, as well. It did seem like he wanted to get Lin Yi together with Meng Yao, as things stood. Indeed, that was as real a possibility as it got. He wasn't related to the miss at all. What other way was there to give her some love? It wasn't far-fetched that he'd get fired if he went after some commoner beauty. 3,000 per month wasn't something Lin Yi was willing to risk losing. The canteen was huge, totaling 3 floors, the main canteen at the bottom, the private rooms at the middle, and the staff restaurant at the top. The main canteen was surrounded by varying food stalls, and its tables and seats were gathered at the center of the building. It was where most students went to for lunch. The private rooms, on the other hand, were where the richer students went, though those with a more common family background rented private rooms on occasion, for events like a birthday party, for example. It went without saying that the quality of food provided on the second floor was levels higher than the main canteens. They were prepared by professional chefs, after all. The staff restaurant on the third floor was reserved solely for the teachers, and students weren't allowed up there. The food wasn't too different from that of the first floors, but its environment boasted a little more class. Kang Xiaobo pointed at an office to their right as they entered the canteen. You can get a card there. Oh, I'll go do it now then, Linny said with a nod. The chairman didn't provide Linny with anything of the sort, and Linny assumed that things like library and canteen cards were his own responsibility. Wait, come on. Xiaobo stopped Lin Yi before he even started walking. Dude, I'm buying. It's your first day on my turf here. Okay then. I'll go after we've eaten. Nice. I'll go with you later, Xiaobo said as he took Lin Yi around the food stalls. There was quite a variety of foods, with even vegetarian selections as well. The main dishes were split into more categories, along with items like dumplings, buns, and pies. Linny got himself some alfalfa tomatoes with rice, whereas Xiaobo ordered some fish strips and buns. It totaled 11 kwai, the average of food expenses. Lin Yi and Xiaobo found a seat and placed the dishes at the middle of the table, sharing it amongst themselves. Lin Yi swept his gaze across the canteen the moment he sat down, failing to find either Yushu or Mengyao, who were most likely feasting on the second floor. What you looking at? Girls? Xiaobo laughed. Chen Yushu and Chu Mengyao are both upstairs. There's no way they're eating with us here. We might be able to meet Tangyin though if we're lucky. I see. Lin Yi didn't really care where Tangyin was. Chu Mengyao was his priority here. Tangyin's family is pretty normal, and she always brings lunchboxes to school. Xiaobo sighed. But she'd have boys lining up to treat her to a meal if she were willing. With looks like that, she could even spend all her lunches in the private rooms, if she wished to. Heh, the best girls don't care about things like that. Lin Yi commented dully. You're right, and that's the type of girl Tangyin is. They're really rare now, girls like her, Xiaobo said. But that virtue only gets her more admirers. Girls who aren't after your riches are our favorite, you know. Tangyin, unfortunately, never made an appearance. Linny didn't think much of it, but Xiaobo was feeling a bit down. There were many like him who came to the canteen every lunch break hoping to catch a glimpse of her. It had become something they looked forward to. Chu Mengyao and Chen Yushu made their way down the stairs from the second floor. At that point, and most of the boys turned their heads for a look. For the vast majority of boys, however, the two were like princesses, unreachable goddesses. You were staring at them, weren't you, Linny? Xiaobo asked after the two girls left. Just taking a look, Linny answered, slightly embarrassed from the question. Xiaobo only sighed. Well, you'll understand a couple of days later they're not our princesses, Tangyin is. Xiaobo looked at Linny with pity, but it wasn't like he didn't understand. He himself was no different back when he just got into school, crushing after Chen Yushu and Chu Mengyao as well. The years matured him, however, and he recognized the harsh reality of the distance between them. Everyone is born equal, a beautiful ideal. Yet it took only a bit of maturity for someone to understand the impossibility of that beauty. No one was ever born equal, nor would they be. The likes of Chu Mengyao and Chen Yushu lived their lives with color, spending their time in palaces that the commoners couldn't trample on. Kang Xiaobo was but one of the said commoners. It pained the class to admit it. They all knew how Chu Mengyao rejected Zhong Pinliang's advances, but the reality was clear as day. He was the only one in that class who qualified. The card registration went smoothly, and why wouldn't it? It boosted the school's earnings after all, despite the lies they told you about how the canteens were not for profit. Lin Yi produced his student card, putting in 200 kwai into his canteen card. He turned back to leave the office, only to see Xiaobo staring at him. Dude, what's with that amount? What? I'm gonna be eating here for a year. Lin Yi didn't understand where this was coming from. The guy was trying to give him hints the whole time he was registering, too. Don't you know how school canteens are like? They're all smiley when you top up your card, but wait till you ask for your money back. They're not going to give it back to you. We're 12th graders already. Linny found Xiaobo to be overreacting a little. Well, I see, but it's just 200 kwai, isn't it? Didn't we just spend like 11 kwai today? Linny smiled, unworried. Plus, so what if they don't give it back? We'll just have a big feast when that time comes. How generous, Xiaobo said. I wouldn't even come to this canteen if the restaurants outside were cheaper. I mean, as long there's food, you know? Linny was never picky when it came to meals. The canteen food wasn't as good as what Li Fu delivered them yesterday, but it was a lot better than Widow Wang's back home. They returned to the classroom only to find most of the students still studying. 12th grade was the most precious of all, and the most stressful. After all, it was the decisive point where you either went to a good college, a bad college, or no college at all. Those who got into Songshan's first school were all competitive people, and they didn't want to see themselves falling behind. The rich were exempt from this rule, however, spending their time on the basketball courts and the cybercafes outside. Yushu and Mingyao were bundled up together as they watched Pleasant Sheep and the Big Big Wolf on their MP4, a very childish-looking cartoon to Lin E. How were the girls so engrossed in it, even giggling here and there? Yet the giggles didn't bother the boys who were studying. Not in the least. It was a melody that added color to the dry days of everyday school life. The girls, on the other hand, didn't take it that way. There were the envious, the jealous, and even the disdainful, while some didn't care at all. One way or the other, most were envious of the class the two girls displayed. Yushu looked up from the MP4 to glance at Lin E before lowering her head again. Lin E simply shrugged as he made his way back to his seat. Xiaobo started studying as well, and Lin E decided to flip through some of the 12th grade textbooks out of boredom. Zhong Pinliang made it back to class before the first afternoon period began, freshly changed and showered, the same as Gao Xiaofu and Zhang Naipeo who walked behind him. Naturally, Pinliang shot a hateful glare toward Lin Yi's direction the moment he entered the classroom. He didn't do anything else, surprisingly, only walking to where his seat was. It was the most embarrassing day of his entire life, by far. It was even right in front of his beloved. Could it get any more humiliating than this? Pinliang swore to have his vengeance exacted. The only thing stopping him from charging at Linny right now was the fact that class began in 10 minutes. And it wasn't just anybody's class, it was the homeroom teacher, Ms. Liu's. He decided to go after Lin E at a more opportune time, during study hall, for example. Yushu couldn't help but recall how Lin E peed all over Pinliang, barely managing to hold her laugh in as a pft squeezed out of her lips, her face reddening at the same time as the image of Lin E peeing surfaced. Zhong Pinliang heard her, and grew very displeased. He'd have slapped anyone else across the face. But Chun Yushu was simply off limits. Unlike the others, Pinliang understood fully well how terrifying Yushu's background was. He knew the big-shot delinquent Wu Xiaoqian from last year's 12th grade, who had his sights set on Chun Yushu ever since the guy was in the 10th. His mentality, however, changed after Yushu rejected him a couple of times. There came a movie-watching event for the whole school once, and Wu Xiaoqian took his chance to take a seat next to Chen Yushu, hoping to cop himself some feels. All he got in return was 2 slaps to the face. Enraged, he then proceeded to announce to the whole school that he'd dumped Yushu, having gotten bored of her, even going as far as to claim that she'd had an abortion for his sake. It was too clearly exaggerated, and no one believed the claims. But Chen Yushu's honor and reputation suffered all the same. A girl like Yushu would never have just stood there and taken it, instead opting to talk things over with Wu Xiaoqian. Word then reached Chen Yuming, Yushu's older brother. Pinliang would never forget that winter afternoon as long as he lived. A Land Rover parked itself in front of the school, and out came a tall, burly young man. He wasted no time in making his way to the field, where Wu Xiaoqian was. Xiaoqian didn't understand what was about to take place yet, not taking well to Yuming's presence. Who gives a who you are? Aren't you just some soldier? Get this into your head. It doesn't matter how good you are, we have a whole group here, you're not scaring anyone. Chen Yuming spoke only one sentence throughout the whole ordeal, broadcast an apology to Yushu, and I'll let things go. Wu Xiaoqian only laughed with his lackeys at the warning, claiming that he'd never heard a more ridiculous thing in his life. Yuming sent a foot into Xiao Can's stomach in response, flipping him through the air as he connected a fist. The sound of bone breaking filled the air. Xiao Can's lackeys had had their share of brutal fights, but nothing came near to what this man before them did. It was as clear as day that they were not on the same level. It was genuine anger coming from Yuming. Yushu was his treasure. His baby sister Wu Xiaoqian had molested her, disgraced her, and threatened her. He had crossed the line. Zhong Pinliang was one of Wu Xiaocan's lackeys at the time. As well, standing in the crowd as Xiaoqian writhed about, butchered and in absolute agony. The image even made its way to his nightmares, waking him up with a jolt the days that followed. Wu Xiaozhan's arrogance stemmed from the power of his house, but the opposing party was a major. It wasn't something the Wu family could handle, as it was not their place to be involving themselves with the army. Chen Yuming, on the other hand, was given demerits, and the event reflected badly on Yuming's troop. But that was it. And this was only Chen Yuming's own background, unrelated to the Chen house at all, much to their surprise when Xiaozhan's family found out. Yushu and Yuming's father was even further beyond their reach. And then there was Elder Chen, far away at Jing capital, as well. The Wu family panicked indefinitely. While it could be said that their son was merely playing around, it didn't change the fact that charges could be placed against them. Threatening, slandering. Xiaokan had done it all. There was also the physical part with him and Yushu as well, along with many others. Wu Xiaozhan's life would be absolutely ruined should the Chen house wish it. Yet Chen Yuming was more of a generous man, stating that he wanted no further trouble with the Wu family when they paid a visit to apologize, also mentioning that Wu Xiaozhan's presence held an unhealthy effect on his sister's well-being. The Wus understood the intent immediately, transferring their son to another school the second day. Not many knew of the event that took place. Just remembering the face of Wu Xiaokan back then was enough to give Pinliang shudders. Chen Yushu was out of his league, way more than he was able to chew. Zhong Pinliang stepped on the weak, but even he knew to back down completely in face of someone of Chen Yuming's caliber. His father had some good fighters under his command, but it was the army they'd be up against. It was study hall, and Zhong Pinliang walked to Lin Yi's seat. He tapped on the desk in an effort to intimidate him. "What is it?" Lin Yi asked dully as he raised his head, a hint of impatience in his eyes. Kang Xiaobo turned his head, having heard the exchange. "I'm studying, sorry," Lin Yi replied as he turned his attention back to his math textbook. "Scared now, are we?" Zhong Pinliang said as he turned around, heading back to his seat. "You can't run forever. I'll be waiting after school," Xiaobo whispered after Pinliang left. "He's not someone you want to be messing with. Maybe there's some kind of misunderstanding?" Lin Yi could only smile bitterly. "Misunderstanding? Probably because I stepped on Zhang Naipeo when he tried to trip me, I guess." Xiaobo frowned, worried. "You won't get away easy then. The guy never forgets. So Zhong Pinliang's coming at you for his sake? Huh. It's all the same to me. Let them do what they want. We're in school. There's only so much he could do to me." Lin Yi shrugged in response. Zhong Pinliang was still just a student at the end of the day. After all, there was that time where he went through a war, surviving under a sky of bullets on a daily basis. An enemy like Pinliang was nothing more than a kid to Lin Yi at this point. It was why he refrained from injuring Pinliang at all in the episode earlier, only pranking him a little instead. The little delinquent would be sleeping in a coffin if Lin Yi decided to hit him for real. Only so much he could do to you. Xiaobo sighed. Lin Yi was a newcomer, and it was only natural for him to be ignorant of the situation around here. Zhong Pinliang's group rule this school, Lin Yi. Many of the students who cross them get beaten up so bad they take a few days off school. That bad? Lin Yi didn't expect that from Zhong Pinliang. It was indeed a bit too cruel. "That's right. Man, I should have warned you sooner." Xiaobo sighed. "You'd probably be off the hook already if you said something nice when he confronted you just now. But what?" Lin Yi asked interestedly. "But it's real complicated now," Xiaobo replied suddenly. "What the Hades is with that Zhang Naipeo? It's just stepping on someone. What's the big deal? And he's the one who attacked you first. Is he a freaking girl or something? He even looks like a girl. Pulling Zhong Pinliang out for something like this. It's fine. Let them do what they want. Don't worry, man. I'm not that easy a target, you know," Lin Yi said with a pat on Xiaobo's shoulder. Xiaobo was about to say something, but decided otherwise instead. The inevitable came right before the final big class started, and Zhong Pinliang made his way to Lin Yi's desk once more. The big class was a 1.5-hour study hall, like in many other schools, starting 30 minutes after 4:30 p.m., when school ended. "Come with me if you're a man." Lin Yi, naturally, was a man, but he wasn't about to be insulted by a petty taunt like this. The guy seemed the type to never let go of him until things were concluded, and Lin Yi recognized that. "Fine, I'll come." Lin Yi nodded as he stood up. A lot of his classmates weren't out of the room yet, and none of them missed the 2 instances where Zhong Pinliang visited Lin Yi's desk. Most of the students, however, pitted Lin Yi, I'll come with you, Xiaobo announced, as if he'd made a huge decision. Everyone turned to him as he stood. It was quite the internal struggle. He'd just met Lin Yi today, but they got along well. A close friend was rare in the dry days of 12th grade. Zhong Pinliang was a big shot in the school, and he wasn't someone Xiaobo was able to stand up to. All he could do at this point was stay on the sidelines and try his best to soften the conflict. You're tired of life, Kang Xiaobo, standing up for that. Zhong Pinliang was enraged. A boy from his class going against him for some newcomer? It was an insult to his place in the class. The pressure thickened as Xiaobo stood in the center of everyone's attention, but he didn't back down. Zhong Pinliang, Lin Yi's new here, he doesn't know the rules. Give him a chance. Whoa, lecturing me now? Are you? Who the do you think you are? Zhong Pinliang exploded. Doesn't know the rules? The guy all over him. He wasn't about to forgive Xiaobo's attitude toward what Lin Yi did to him. Maybe you should come with us, since you're such a hero? I'll change my family name if I don't take care of you two today. Xiaobo trembled slightly, his face pale. He had always been the good student type, and as much as a manly guy he hadn't so much as lay a punch on someone before. Lin Yi didn't need Xiaobo's help, but was nevertheless very touched by the friendship he displayed. He reached out and patted his friend on the shoulder. Don't worry, let's go together. Xiaobo's courage revitalized upon hearing his words, convincing himself that it was just a simple beating. At most it wasn't a big deal. With that in mind, he puffed his chest up and followed Zhong Pinliang out to the school roof. Xiaobo's puffed-up chest and heroic face only served to agitate Zhong Pinliang further, his teeth gritting in anger. The traitor had Hades to pay. Yao, look. Shield guy's going to the rooftop with Zhong Pinliang. You want to go look? Chen Yushu said as she turned to Meng Yao, unable to hold the excitement in any longer. Not going. Meng Yao rejected as she continued memorizing the day's English vocab, the washroom scene flashing in her mind once more upon hearing Lin Yi's name. Come on, let's go. Yushu pushed, unyielding. There's nothing to do now anyway. Just go yourself. Why should I go see what that guy's doing? Meng Yao snapped. Why are you always so fixated over him? Are you in love with that farmer? No. Don't be ridiculous. Yushu's face reddened as she retorted. Who'd fall in love with him? I just want to see them fight. Then go yourself. I'm not. That's for sure. Meng Yao said, resolved. Come on, Yao. He's your study companion, you know. What if he gets beat up beyond repair? You'd lose face, you know. Oh my God, Shu. How are you so annoying? Meng Yao wasn't in the mood for studying anymore, thanks to Yushu. Geez, fine. I'll go with you. Okay? Hee. Let's go. Delighted, Yushu pulled Meng Yao's hand and ran up to the rooftop. Hope we haven't missed anything yet. Zhong Pinliang and his group, on the other hand, were popping their knuckles as they surrounded Lin Yi and Xiaobo, grinning evilly. Xiaofu lit it up with a clack as his boss faced off with Lin Yi. Pinliang inhaled a deep mouthful of smoke and shot it all out on Lin Yi's face. If you're after me because of that thing yesterday, then fine. I'll admit that it was my fault. Lin Yi replied dully. But what happened today has nothing to do with me. Ho? Willing to bow down now, I see. Zhong Pinliang was enjoying every moment of his opponent's surrender, but it wasn't enough. Too bad. Also, what happened today has nothing to do with you. You're insane. Get him, Xiaofu. Zhong Pinliang ordered with a wave of his hand. Heh, coming right up. Xiaofu grinned as he picked up a stool leg, walking over to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was genuinely a little apologetic for kicking Zhong Pinliang for nothing yesterday, but it seemed that talking was useless for a brute like him. He had to kill violence with violence. Seriously, you could have anyone else, you just had to choose Liang bro. Xiaofu said as he swung the stool leg at Lin Yi. Zhong Pinliang, on the other hand, was smoking gleefully, his mood pleasant. That's what you get for crossing me. He'd already pictured in his mind Lin Yi's blood spattering all over the floor and was licking his lips excitedly at the thought. A smack sounded after Xiaofu's swing, but Pinliang saw no blood spattering. Upon a closer look, he realized that Lin Yi had caught the stool leg in his hand. Xiaofu frowned, attempting to pull the stool leg out from Lin Yi's grip, panicking when it didn't budge at all. Xiaofu, what the Hades are you doing? Pinliang scolded, unaware of Xiaofu's troubles. Liang bro, he's kinda strong. Xiaofu replied. Naipeo, help him out. Zhong Pinliang was displeased once more. So the little had a few tricks. Most students were already overwhelmed with fear just by arriving at this rooftop. Lin, look out. Xiaobo yelled as he saw Naipeo charge at the preoccupied Lin, broomstick in hand. Lin expected a student's fight to be a little gentler than this. But here they were pulling out stool legs and broomsticks. These were serious weapons they're dealing with. Worried that Lin would get overwhelmed, Xiaobo decided to charge at Naipeo, who was bursting with rage at how the silent kid in class dared go up against him. He decided to switch targets and take care of Xiaobo first. Lin had a good idea of how strong Xiaobo was. The way he approached the enemy showed that the guy had no experience in fighting whatsoever. Him coming up with him was only due to sheer friendship. Xiaobo's heart was pounding as he engaged himself in his first fight, unsure of what to do, while Naipeo only stared at the idiot as he swung his fists about with closed eyes. The guy was going to get himself killed. With a grin, Naipeo swept the broomstick in Xiaobo's direction, and Lin decided that it was time to end things. He didn't want Xiaobo to get destroyed for his sake. After all, at that thought, Lin pushed his arm forward, sending Xiaofu reeling. He then followed it with a kick, and Xiaofu found himself writhing in pain on the floor an instant later, holding his burning stomach instead of the leg stool. The barbecue he had for lunch churned, and he wanted to puke. It's over. He thought it's all over. Xiaobo remembered his mother back home, his father in the factory, and his sister at work. How was he supposed to pay for the medical fees? A smack sounded, and Xiaobo's world spun. Gah! A scream woke him up, and Xiaobo patted the top of his head. Finding it unharmed, Zhang Naipeo was rolling around on the floor, his forehead covered in blood. Lin understood his own strength, and he knew to avoid hitting the temple and the back of the head. The forehead was a stronger part of the skull. A stool leg wouldn't do too much damage to it other than drawing some blood, or causing a slight concussion. Naturally, he held back. Naipeo's brain would have spilled out elsewise. Lin had already finished with Zhang Naipeo and Gao Xiaofu by the time Yushu and Mingyao arrived. Yushu couldn't help but sigh in disappointment at the two boys groaning on the floor. She missed the scene. Yao Yao, Lin's pretty strong, isn't he? So what? That has nothing to do with me. Mingyao was a little stunned. As well, it could be said that Lin sneaked up on Zhong Pinliang yesterday, and that he used dirty tricks back in the washroom. But it was without a doubt that this victory now was won through pure ability. Mingyao hadn't spoken to Kong Xiaobo before, but she understood his character well. He was the cowardly type that avoided battles, and it was safe to assume that the guy was of no contribution to the fight whatsoever. Lin had fought alone. Mingyao turned her glance towards Naipeo and Xiaofu, noticing that both had their hands focused on only one part of their bodies. Evidently, it took Lin only one move to beat each of them to the ground. See? He's a good shield, Yushu said with a smile. People will hear about what happened, and Lin will get famous soon, too, so you won't have to worry about anyone bothering you anymore. Mingyao only responded with a himph, acting as if she couldn't care less. Lin moved to Xiaobo, patting his shoulder with a smile. You okay? Yeah, Xiaobo said. Recovering from the shock, he didn't expect Lin to put Zhong Pinliang's two generals down with just two moves. You're good. Zhong Pinliang. I didn't want to do this, but you kept pushing me, so. Lin said innocently as he walked towards the lone enemy. Zhong Pinliang, however, kept his cool. Lin was good, but he saw the whole exchange. It was but a lucky move, and all he really did was just kick Xiaofu when he wasn't paying attention, pulling the stool leg from his hand and attacking an unaware Naipeo with it. To Pinliang, it was more luck than skill that gave Lin the victory. With a subtle gesture, he reached down and pulled out a dagger, feeling safer as he armed himself. Zhong Pinliang stabbed at Lin as soon as he stopped talking, not hesitating at all. Lin was startled at the extreme method Pinliang decided to employ. The kid had no concern for any consequences at all. It didn't matter how powerful his family was. There was no way he'd just get away with a murder case as if it was nothing. Lin couldn't believe it. Anyone else probably wouldn't be able to dodge the attack, and they'd get fatally injured. Lin wasn't about to let Zhong Pinliang off easily due to this fact alone. He decided to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. With that, Lin reached out and grabbed Pinliang's wrist as the dagger came down at him. The guy had lost his mind at that point, blindly squirming about as he tried to edge the blade into Linny, screaming all the while at the top of his lungs. "Linny, I'm gonna kill you." Yushu, on the other hand, covered her mouth with a hand as Zhong Pinliang stabbed at Lin Yi. She knew what the guy was capable of, and she didn't know if Linny would be able to dodge the attack. She wanted to tell Zhong Pinliang to stop, but it was clearly too late. Yet the two spectators breathed out in relief when Lin Yi managed to grab Zhong Pinliang by the wrist, unscathed. Lin Yi increased the strength in his grip, and Pinliang's arm trembled as if crushed down by iron pliers. The knife fell out of his limp hand and hit the ground with a sharp clack. Pinliang's surprised face was then hoisted up by Lin Yi, who held him by the hair. With a violent swing, Lin Yi threw his body off the rooftop. "Ah!" Pinliang's voice trembled as he fell down, cold sweat covering the entirety of his body as his brain comprehended the situation. He was about to die. "I don't want to die." Yet his body didn't continue falling, and Pinliang realized that his bottom half was still within the rooftop's confines. He exhaled a hasty breath, smeared completely by his sweat. Linny then lifted both Pinliang's legs up, slowly moving it off the rooftop as well. Zhong Pinliang didn't care anymore as his body jolted with fear. He broke down and started to cry and scream. "Linny, I'm sorry. Don't throw me down. I'm sorry." "Really?" Linny was silent as he worked on getting Zhong Pinliang's legs out. Lin bro. Linny bro. Please, I'm begging you. Forgive me. Please, I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Zhong Pinliang's voice was barely coherent as the entirety of his body trembled in shock. "I admit that I was wrong when I kicked you yesterday," Linny said dully. "And no, Lin bro, you weren't wrong. Why, you did a fine job kicking me. You can kick me more if you want. It was my fault for getting in your way." Zhong Pinliang had calmed down a little as he stuttered, trying his best to please Lin Yi. "Didn't I say it was my fault? I'm not trying to bully anyone here," Linny said coldly as he let go of Zhong Pinliang's right leg. "Ha!" Pinliang was just starting to calm himself down when Linny let go of his leg. His life flashed before his eyes as he screamed. Staring down at the abyss as he fell, he stopped screaming, realizing that he was still suspended in midair. A yellow warmth grew, spreading throughout his shivering thighs. Okay, it was your fault for kicking me, but it's fine. I forgive you, it's fine. Zhong Pinliang made sure to tread with care this time around. He didn't want to say anything that would displease Lin Yi. "Hope you remember what you've said today, then." Lin Yi pulled Zhong Pinliang back with a powerful tug and plopped him on the rooftop floor. Zhong Pinliang slapped against the ground, staring blankly at the sky as he lay on his sweat-soaked back. It was an extremely simple task for Lin Yi to kill off Zhong Pinliang, but he was in a school, not a North African war zone. He couldn't just kill someone, at least not publicly. "Let's go." Lin Yi smiled as he turned to Xiaobo. "What the?" "Lin Yi, you've tamed the Zhong Pinliang." Xiaobo's eyes were wide open as he stared at Lin Yi with a newfound admiration and respect. "I've decided. I, Kong Xiaobo, will follow you from now on." "Boss, don't be so hasty next time. Fighting isn't something you should be proud of. It's one thing to have courage, but don't just blindly charge around." Linny laughed. "Understood," Xiaobo said, seemingly a little embarrassed. "Boss, there are girls over there staring at you." "HM?" Lin Yi turned his gaze to the rooftop's entrance, only to see two disappearing figures. It couldn't be anyone else other than Chu Mingyao and Chun Yushu. Lin Yi wasn't about to assume that Mingyao and Yushu would start liking him or anything. He knew that it was probably nosy Yushu who pulled Mingyao up to the roof with her in the first place. "Probably just here for the show," Lin Yi explained. "Why do I feel like it was Chu Mingyao and Chin Yushu from our class?" Xiaobo was getting a little excited. "Boss, you haven't attracted the attention of Class 2 beauties, have you?" "You think too much," Linny said helplessly as he flicked at the back of Xiaobo's head. "I should have let that Zhang Naipeo hit you to wake you up a little, if I knew much you talked." "Heh." Xiaobo chuckled, feeling good. He'd spent his 3 high school years as a coward, but now, even someone like him did something courageous and worthwhile on his last year. An indescribable joy took over Kong Xiaobo as he turned his head back to look at the former conquerors of the school. Liang bro, are you okay? Gao Xiaofu's injury wasn't as bad, and his stomach wasn't hurting as much anymore. He ran to Zhong Pinliang's side and helped him up after Lin Yi left. I'm fine, Pinliang said, his face pale white. He wasn't fine at all. He's done it now. Zhong Pinliang cursed. Didn't expect that from the little. Sorry, I messed up. Xiaofu apologized immediately. He didn't want to suffer Zhong Pinliang's wrath. The guy's face showed how extremely he was. It's not your fault. We can't take that little with just us three. We need backup. Should we ask Zhou Ruoming for help? Xiaofu suggested. Not him. Our rep in this school will be ruined completely if he finds out about this. Pinliang said as he shook his head. I'll go get someone from my dad's side. Lin Yi and Xiaobo stepped into the classroom and scathed, and many students who worried for them breathed out in relief. Most of them hated Zhong Pinliang for how he was at school, but a couple of them couldn't help but feel disappointed at the victims turning up unharmed. What they couldn't understand, however, was the absence of the other three that went up the rooftop with Lin Yi and Xiaobo. Where were Zhong Pinliang, Gao Xiaofu, and Zhang Naipeo, who still hadn't returned even after the big class started? Everyone understood that something was wrong. Zhong Pinliang, on the other hand, ran into the guy he most wanted to avoid, Zhou Ruoming. Naipeo had his arm around Xiaofu, the two of them walking slowly behind Zhong Pinliang. The three were the image of defeat. Zhong Pinliang, what the Hades happened to you? Zhou Ruoming was playing basketball on the field when he recognized the trio from afar. It turned out to be Zhong Pinliang's group upon a closer look, much to his surprise. Pinliang could only curse internally at his misfortune. Reputation was of utmost importance for a big four. Like him, letting another one of the four catch him like this would only destroy his standing. It's nothing. Pinliang waved a hand in response, unwilling to let out too much information. He hastened his footsteps a little. Ruoming understood immediately that the three lost a fight. It was written all over their faces. I say, Liang, you didn't get beat up, did you? Who was it? Tell this Ming bro and I'll him up for you right now. Ruoming offered. Zhong Pinliang knew how strong Zhou Ruoming was. He was the best fighter out of the big four, and had connections to people outside of school. An extreme force to be reckoned with. What took place today was beyond humiliating, however, and Pinliang hoped to hide the truth from as many people as he possibly could. With that, he waved his hand once more. It's nothing. We were just training a little amongst ourselves, didn't really hold back. Ruoming decided not to probe on any further, since Zhong Pinliang was so stubborn about not saying anything. He could only shake his head as he watched the trio leave. Training my ace, why would you try to kill each other? Not buying it one bit. Where do you live, boss? We can walk home together. Xiaobo's good mood was still at its height, and he wanted to learn more about the boss he so admired. Lin Yi's heart froze. He couldn't let anyone else know that he rode home with Chu Mingyao. He himself didn't mind, but Chu Mingyao, I live really far away. I'll go back myself later, so see ya. I'll wait for you then. We could at least walk to the school gates together? Xiaobo wanted to talk to Lin Yi a little bit more, interested in the guy who managed to put down Zhong Pinliang. I suppose. Lin Yi didn't want his refusals to get suspicious. It was just walking to the school gates. After all, he'd just wait at the gates until Xiaofu left before getting in Uncle Fu's car. Mingyao and Yushu were already done packing up and had left the classroom already. Lin Yi made sure to waste some time as he packed up himself, so as to increase the distance between them. Boss, let me tell you a secret. Xiaobo whispered suddenly as he walked out the classroom with Lin Yi. What secret? Lin Yi asked, curious at how secretive the guy sounded. I live near the commoner beauty Tang Yin's house. Xiaobo smiled pervertedly. I even see her riding her bike home often. Lin Yi smacked Xiaobo on the back of his head. Are girls the only thing on your mind? How's that even a secret? What does you living near her have to do with me anyway? Are you really not interested in her? Xiaobo questioned a little disbelievingly. It's not that I'm not interested, I don't even know what she looks like. I'll at least have to see her face before I can get interested, right? Lin Yi said, amused. Okay, you should go back now. I'm gonna get going soon too. Sure thing, boss. See you tomorrow. Xiaobo waved as he walked home with a crowd of other students. Lin Yi made sure Xiaobo was out of sight before making his way to where the car was. Li Fu had waited for him, as expected. The car only started moving after Linny got on. Yushu and Mingyao at the back were quieter than usual, and Linny wasn't sure if it was the washroom or rooftop scene that caused it. Mingyao wasn't complaining about Linny either, much to his surprise. "Uncle Fu, stop at that bank over there. Shu and I need to get ourselves bank cards," Mingyao ordered. Mingyao's words reminded Linny that he was supposed to get a bank card as well. All students were. As requested by the school, the explanation was that it was a necessity for the school to extract the miscellaneous school fees from the students. Li Fu only nodded in response, not asking any questions at all. The car parked near the bank Mingyao mentioned, not going too close since traffic was bad at this hour, especially around 24-hour banks like this one. Lin Yi got off the car with the two girls as well. His actions prompted a frown from Mingyao. "Why are you getting off too? I'm your classmate now, remember?" Lin Yi smiled. Mingyao blinked, recalling the fact that Lin Yi was a member of the school now. He needed a bank card as well. With that, she pulled Yushu into the bank, not saying anything else. The jade Lin Yi wore around his neck suddenly reacted as Lin Yi stepped inside, and Lin Yi froze. The jade was from the box he found back in the cave, and Lin Yi had never managed to figure out what it was supposed to be. Yet the jade always offered a slight reaction whenever something big was about to happen, as if sending Lin Yi himself a warning. He never understood what the jade was trying to convey to him, but it was for certain that things happened whenever the jade reacted. Like that one time, back in North Africa, he was in charge of protecting someone, and the both of them were heavily surrounded by enemies. The jade's warnings, however, allowed Lin Yi to avoid every attack the enemy used against them, resulting in their escape. The jade signaled for good things, as well, like when it reacted as he bought a lottery ticket for the old man. It was a winning ticket, and he received 20 kwai for the prize. As a result, Lin Yi went on full alert whenever the jade reacted. Mingyao and Yushu took their numbers before sitting down to wait, and Lin Yi did the same. He decided to sit beside Yushu, recognizing the hostility that Mingyao still seemed to have towards him. He didn't want to give the miss a reason to yell at him, after all. Yushu, on the other hand, glanced at Lin Yi as he sat down beside her, the edge of her lips raising into a subtle smile. Lin Yi was on complete alert, looking around as he waited for his number. The jade had yet to let him down, and he was certain that something would happen this time around as well. His gaze then dropped on a black SUV parked outside the bank. "We need to go." Lin Yi stood up with a rascal, exclaiming abruptly at the two girls as he grabbed Yushu's hand. What are you doing?" Yushu stared at Lin Yi, stunned and blushing. She'd never held hands with a boy her whole life, except for her brothers. She could only stand there blankly as Lin Yi held on to her hand, unsure of the appropriate reaction she should take. "We need to leave now." No time to explain. Lin Yi started to panic, and was about to pull Yushu up when a smack interrupted him. Mingyao's hand had slapped itself on Lin Yi's, smacking it away. Though, it was Lin Yi who let go of Yushu himself. In actuality, there was no way Mingyao could just smack Lin Yi's hand away like that. "Lin Yi, what do you think you're doing? Trying to have your way with Shu?" Mingyao said as she glared at Lin Yi, her eyes burning with anger. Lin Yi sighed as he took another look outside the window. "We don't have time. You guys need to get out of here with me now." "Have my way with her?" "Have my way with her, my ace." Why should we?" "Are you crazy? Who do you think you are? Just go yourself if you're in such a hurry. Us two actually have business here." Yushu was perplexed by Lin Yi's sudden change of behavior, as well. The guy was so calm earlier. "We'll talk about this after we get out." Lin Yi didn't bother explaining anymore. With that, he grabbed both Mingyao and Yushu's hands. "Let go of me." Mingyao was losing her mind as she squirmed around with all her might. The guy wasn't satisfied even after molesting Yushu. He had to lay his demon hands on her, as well. Yao, we'll find out what's going on after we follow him out." Yushu was a little more understanding than Mingyao, having recovered from the shock earlier. Lin Yi had an expression of genuine panic on his face, not a lecherous one. Yushu knew Lin Yi a little better than Mingyao did, and she understood that it simply didn't make sense for him to just rough it out with them so abruptly, and in a public bank, no less. There was an entire night of just the three of them alone under one roof. There had been a luxury of time for him to have his way with them, had he actually wished to. Mingyao wasn't expecting the words from Yushu. She stared at her dumbfounded, not understanding why she was on Lin Yi's side all of a sudden. Lin Yi sighed. There was no time. A couple of guys in black jackets were already pushing open the doors to the bank. A gunshot sounded, and the orderly scene of the bank went into chaos. People were screaming, kids were crying, and the alarm was ringing. Freeze! I'll kill anyone who moves. A bald man with a black mask barked, seemingly the leader of the group. Lin Yi exhaled slowly. He had wasted too much time with Yushu and Mingyao, and the window for escape had disappeared. They wouldn't be able to get away anymore. Yet Lin Yi knew better than to blame the girls. After all, there was no way they'd sensed the danger beforehand. The way he did, their reactions to his behavior were nothing less of normal. Lin Yi was not a hero. He preferred to lay low, and he understood with a clear mind the things he should and should not do. It was the same in North Africa as well. He had always remembered the duty assigned to him. He was tasked with guarding the interview team, not charge around in heroic glory. Lin Yi's current mindset, as a result, placed the safety of Chu Mingyao and Qin Yushu at the utmost priority. The task of apprehending the bank robbers, on the other hand, was not something he'd planned to get involved with. It was also evident that the girls had no experience whatsoever with situations like this. They simply stood there paralyzed, not knowing what to do. Everyone listen up. Hold your heads and crouch on the floor, and I guarantee that no one will get hurt. You move, you die. Baldy fired another shot at the ceiling, and the bank went from chaos back to order once more. The children forgot to cry, and the adults forgot to scream. Everyone crouched of their own accord, quietly and steadily. It was their only means of surviving in face of armed criminals. Yet it was not to say that these succumbing people had no sense of justice. Anybody who stepped forward would pay the price of his or her life. That was all there was to it. Baldy's group was already charging at the counter when he fired his second shot. They broke the glass with hammers and started pointing their guns at the staff. They were then ordered to fill up the sacks with money. Hurry thee up. Why, yes. The man's hands trembled, not taking well to the robber's threat. The cash he was holding, as a result, slipped out of his hands and fell onto the floor. The robber yelled with a glare, firing a bullet at the man's arm. The cashier screamed in agony as he squeezed at his wound. The two gunshots earlier were aimed at the ceiling and had served to put the crowd down in fear. This new shot, however, was aimed at a person. It led to both staff and customer covered their mouths as the fear for the robbers grew. None of them dared to move at all. Baldy, on the other hand, swept his gaze across the cowering victims, pleased with his lackey's move. Yao Yao, I'm scared. Yushu paled as she gripped onto Meng Yao's arm tightly, her loud and playful personality suppressed by the tension. It's okay. It's okay. I'll protect you, Shu. Meng Yao was terrified herself, but Yushu was a whole year younger than her. She had to be the one to comfort her. Stop comforting each other. I'll protect you both, Lin Yi said dully. Lin Yi wasn't sure if he could capture the robbers alive, but guarding the two girls from harm was well within his capabilities. Meng Yao was about to fire some insults at Lin Yi on reflex, but she managed to stop herself upon seeing Lin Yi's determined eyes. The group of robbers were just about to leave the bank with their sacks of cash when police sirens started wailing outside. The customers in the bank frowned upon hearing the sirens. It was oftentimes a plus for the police to show up, but the robbers had nowhere to run now. It was only natural for them to do something to the victims in order to guarantee their own safety. No one wanted to be taken hostage. Most people were selfish. It didn't concern them how much money the bank lost. What mattered was the safety of their own selves. You have been surrounded. Put down your weapons immediately. Surrendering is your only option. A megaphone sounded from outside the building. The Baldy snorted upon hearing the megaphone. He turned to one of his followers. Go tell them not to do anything stupid, else I'll start butchering these pigs. The lackey nodded, running to the doors before yelling at the police outside. Shut up. Keep barking and our boss will start killing. The police went silent immediately. They wanted to recover the bank's losses if possible, but there were the victims inside the bank to consider as well. Song Lingshan, the vice captain of the criminal police team, had taken charge under orders of the police department's director. Yang Huijuan, the absent captain, was attending a meeting outland, forcing the director to contact Lingshan directly. implying to her that Chu Pengzhan's daughter was in the bank along with Elder Chin's daughter as well. The task stressed her heavily. Failure was not an option. Even the officialdom overseeing the director would be in trouble. Should something happen to Chen Yushu, the entirety of the organization would shake. As a result, Song Lingshan ordered the officer handling the megaphone to stand down upon hearing the robber's threat. She couldn't afford to enrage them. Baldy was very much pleased at the cooperation and silence. He then walked around the room, gun in hand, and many of the customers understood one of them was about to become a hostage. Many of the victims then lowered their head a little further, dreading what was about to come. The last thing they wanted was to get picked by criminals as ruthless as these. There was no telling what would happen to them once chosen as a hostage. Baldy took his time as he eyed everyone with a smile. His gaze then landed on Meng Yao, who was crouching right beside Lin Yi. "You, stand up." Baldy was already in front of Meng Yao, his gun pointed at her head. Meng Yao's heart stopped, and it was her turn to grip tightly on Yushu's hand. She raised her head at the Baldy slowly. "Huh, a pretty one, aren't cha?" Baldy grinned lustfully as he pointed his gun at Meng Yao again. "Well, get up." Meng Yao was nowhere near prepared to deal with a situation like this, and her heart was thumping as hard as it possibly could. She didn't know how she should go about this, but she forced herself to stay strong regardless. "I can't cry. I can't cry." Meng Yao clenched her jaw and started getting up when a pair of hands suddenly pushed her down again. "I'll be your hostage, don't pick on the girl." Linny stood up, speaking dully. Meng Yao couldn't believe her ears. Was the man so unscared of death that he'd stand up for her in a situation like this? Sure, he was paid. Meng Yao understood that, but what worth did money have when put against your life? There wasn't a single person who didn't care about their life. It was human nature. As such, Meng Yao acknowledged that Lin Yi wasn't acting on the basis of her father's money, that there was more to it than that. In that instant, Meng Yao didn't find Lin Yi to be such an irritating presence anymore. At the very least, the guy was a true man. Meng Yao knew with clear certainty that Zhong Pinliang would never be able to take her place the way Lin Yi did right now. Too, the guy would probably be more terrified than she was. Why was she comparing Zhong Pinliang with Lin Yi? Meng Yao pushed the thoughts away. It wasn't the time to be thinking of useless topics like that. Hades. Lin Yi's offer took Baldy by surprise. Everyone else had their heads lowered, dreading that they'd be the ones to get picked. What the Hades was this guy doing, jumping out and volunteering? "Who the are you? I didn't pick you, kid." Baldy frowned as he glared at Lin Yi. "Get out of the way if you don't want to die. You just need a hostage, don't you? Isn't it the same?" Lin Yi shrugged. "I'll be cooperative, so don't worry. Go yourself." The Baldy was raging at that point. How could Lin Yi just ruin his pace without a care in the world? With that, he lifted his gun and shot at him. A mere bullet, however, was not fast enough to hit someone of Lin Yi's caliber, even if fired at point-blank range. The art of dragon mastery had heightened Lin Yi's reflexes to abnormal levels, and all it took was a slight twist to the side for Lin Yi to dodge the attack. Yet a sudden thought crossed Lin Yi's mind. As he turned, there was a girl right behind him. The bullet would undoubtedly hit her, judging by the angle Baldy fired his gun at, and it'd injure the girl fatally should it connect. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi used the remainder of his time and reflex to turn his body back before the bullet reached him, planning to take the bullet himself. The bullet penetrated into Lin Yi's thigh, putting a frown on Lin Yi's face. Pain of this degree weren't too much for him, but it hurt nevertheless. Fortunately, his positioning allowed him to receive the bullet properly. It only hit him in the flesh, not hitting anything vital. The crowd let out a cry of surprise simultaneously, and both Meng Yao and Yushu covered their mouths with their hands. Lin Yi had been shot, yet the two saw everything. Lin Yi could have completely avoided the bullet if he hadn't turned his body back for the girl behind him. At that thought, Meng Yao turned her gaze onto the girl Lin Yi protected, a slight anger reflecting in her eyes. Jesus Christ, this guy. Baldy stared at the man before him. The guy was insane. "Boss, more cops on the way," one of the robbers said as he ran over, panting. Baldy cursed before pointing the gun at Lin Yi again. "We'll use you, since you want to be the hostage so much. Malu, you take care of him." "Yes, boss." It was then Malu's turn to point his gun at Lin Yi's head. Let's go, kid. This is what happens when you try to act the hero. Linny remained silent as he considered his options. The robbers were too far apart from each other. It'd be hard for him to take them down smoothly. There were also innocent civilians involved, and a state of chaos from the crowd would complicate the fight even further. You little missy, get up. Baldy pointed his gun at Ming Yao, still unwilling to let her go. For some reason, Ming Yao found herself less terrified than before. Yushu was about to stand up along with her as well, when Ming Yao stopped her with a look. Yushu had planned to go with Ming Yao, but her gaze told her not to act on impulse. They'd be better off if Yushu stayed behind to rescue them later. Let's go. Baldy barked as he pointed the gun at Ming Yao. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was feeling troubled. Why was the Baldy so fixated on Ming Yao? Did he simply like her goods? It was the only explanation. There weren't any other reasons for the guy to be so insistent. After all, only one hostage was enough to negotiate with the police. It didn't matter how many hostages you had. All you needed was one for the police to keep their guns at bay. Listen up, you coppers. Baldy yelled from the door the other robber was at. Retreat back 100 meters, and don't send anyone after us. I'll kill these hostages if you do. Song Lingshan frowned, unwilling to retreat under orders from a criminal. The robbers, however, had hostages with them, and Lingshan found herself with no other choice. She sighed. Retreat. The vice captain, in actuality, preferred not to have surrounded the bank head-on, acknowledging the stress it would build onto the robbers. Stress like that manifested in many forms, and was prone to cause unpredictable actions from the side of the surrounded. A subtle, hidden encirclement, on the other hand, would have been the wiser move, considering the likelihood that there wouldn't have been hostages in the first place. Yet the director rejected the suggestion, claiming that her heroism was impractical. Baldy then pushed the doors open and marched out with Lin Yi and Ming Yao as hostages, pleased with the compliance coming from the police. Yao Yao. Li Fu, who was standing next to Song Lingshan, exclaimed in shock. Mr. Li, you know the hostage? Lingshan asked, uneasy. That's Chu Ming Yao, Mr. Chu's daughter. Li Fu was panicking. The chairman was out on a business trip, and it was his responsibility to look after Ming Yao. He'd be in huge trouble should something happen to her. What? Lingshan froze, panicking as well. How did it make sense for Chu Pengzhan's daughter to be picked, out of all the civilians in there? The thing she dreaded most had come true, and she wasted no time in contacting the director. Reporting, sir. One of the hostages has been identified as Chu Pengzhan's daughter, Chu Ming Yao. The director of the police department started sweating upon hearing the words. Play it safe and tread with care. We cannot afford to lose Chu Ming Yao. But we have the snipers ready. They're 90% certain that they'd kill off the robbers. Song Lingshan argued. You said it yourself, it's a 90% chance. What about the other 10%? And what if Miss Chu gets hit? Both of us will be responsible for that casualty. The director scolded. I told you to play it safe. Listen to their demands before all else. We'll decide our course of action afterwards. Understood. Song Lingshan was troubled. She had planned to play a riskier hand and have the robbers sniped, but that was no longer possible considering how things stood. Even the director had forbidden it. What else could she do? Baldy, on the other hand, was only pleased at the helplessness of the police. With haste, he got on the black SUV with the rest of his crew and left. Song Lingshan could only watch helplessly as the car disappeared into the distance, hostages in hand. Mississippi. Li Fu panicked as he stared in the direction the car went. He had tried to call the chairman, but it wouldn't connect. Rest assured, Mr. Fu, the police will take care of this. With that, the vice captain pulled out a walkie-talkie. Attention all squads, attention all squads. The bank robbers have made off in a black SUV, license plate A74110. Have tailing preparations in place. 74,110? Lingshan thought about it as she mumbled the license plate number to herself. These robbers were making fun of her. She dialed a number on her phone. Traffic police? I'm Song Lingshan, from the criminal department. Help look up a license plate number for me. It's an SUV, A74110. What? It's not an SUV? Are you sure? So that was why they put the license plate on full display. It was a full-fledged taunt. Lingshan couldn't take it anymore. She even looked the fake plate number up. Baldy had his lackeys tie Lin Yi and Meng Yao up the instant he entered the car. He was looking at Lin Yi, amused and in glee. I say, what the Hades were you thinking? Did you really want to join the party that bad? We only wanted the Chu miss here. But you just had to be the hero, didn't you? Forcing us to pull you along. Lin Yi was startled the guy knew Meng Yao. It was a possibility that hadn't even crossed both their minds. They only assumed that the hostage was picked randomly. Lin Yi even thought that Baldy's insistence was due to Meng Yao's looks and his desire to have his way with her a little. Never did it occur to them that the entire thing was a targeted kidnapping. Why you? Know me? Meng Yao asked subconsciously, taken aback as well. Yeah. Why wouldn't we? You're the heiress of Pengzhan Industries. Baldy explained gleefully. Why the Hades would I bring you with me if I didn't know you? Why are you guys kidnapping me? Meng Yao didn't understand. It was evident that the group had everything planned out. Why? Hee. You know why. Baldy smiled widely, his yellow teeth baring. Think, what do you have on you worth kidnapping? I? Meng Yao blinked in shock. This man wasn't after her body, was he? At that thought, Meng Yao concluded that it was very likely indeed. She was so pretty, so beautiful. Her eyes were big and her skin was white. Her chest was perfectly shaped and perky as well. It was only natural for a man to be interested in a body like hers. In Noo, Meng Yao was about to burst into tears as she imagined getting violated by this ugly ace person. She'd rather die than let someone like him have his way with her. She'd rather give herself to Lin Yi than this disgusting criminal. Why Lin Yi? Because he was the only one Meng Yao could think of. Zhong Pinliang irritated her to such extremes that he was out of the question, and that really just left Uncle Fu and Lin Yi. She cursed at how much of a failure she was. These three were the only men she knew. Her social circle was way too limited. Why was she always so unlucky? Meng Yao started thinking up a plan to get herself out of this mess as she contemplated on her unlucky life. Meng Yao's paling and blushing only told Baldy one thing: the girl was getting the wrong ideas. I have plenty of women, okay? I'm not interested in a kid like you. I'm kidnapping you because someone's paying. Meng Yao instantly let out a breath, very glad that the kidnapper wasn't after her body. Boss, I'm fine with a kid like her, you know? Maybe we could play with her a little? Ma Lu grinned lustfully as he looked at Meng Yao. Shut the Hades up, Ma Lu. The higher-ups said that the girl's off limits, we need her whole. Baldy scolded. Ah. Pity. Ma Lu turned back, seemingly afraid of Baldy. I'd die a pretty satisfied man if I get to do a girl that hot. Stop bullshitting. Just go get yourself a couple of schoolgirls with your payment after the job's done. Baldy didn't appear to take well to Ma Lu's lustful wishes. Meng Yao only grew more relieved. These guys weren't after her body, so that was good. She didn't have to worry about being violated anymore. The guy was probably having the time of his life feeling her up. Yet Lin Yi's hand reminded Meng Yao of the scene back in the bank, where he pushed her down in order to take her place as hostage. It gave Meng Yao a sensation she failed to understand. What was with her? Could it be that this little gesture changed her view towards Lin Yi? No, that'd be way too fast. It wasn't that easy. But would anyone else do what Lin Yi did, given the same circumstances? What was Lin Yi thinking when he decided to put his body on the line for her? Meng Yao was getting confused. She didn't know anymore. What the Hades are you smiling for? Baldy was not pleased. The girl was blushing and smiling. What the? Didn't she understand her situation? It was an insult to his pride. The girl clearly didn't see him as a threat if she blushed and smiled in his criminal-filled SUV. Meng Yao froze in realization as she stopped smiling. Do you only pick on girls? Lin Yi's lips twitched as he looked at Baldy. I say, you guys aren't after the bank at all, are you? It was just to cover you kidnapping Chu Meng Yao. So what? Baldy didn't see the need to hide anything at this point to him. Lin Yi was just some ballsy guy under his mercy. He could very well do whatever he wanted to him. It didn't matter in the least that his objective was exposed. You guys won't get far. Lin Yi explained to Baldy, a slight pity in his tone. Yeah, right, I have backup plans prepared. Baldy retorted gleefully. The cops are probably spinning around their heels right about now, tracking down the wrong cars. Heh, Is that so? Lin Yi was a little impressed. The guy had some brains. Apparently he wasn't a complete idiot. His biggest mistake, however, was his decision to pull Lin Yi along. Their operation now had no chance of success at all. Song Lingshan, on the other hand, busied herself with maintaining contact with the other squads. Team S, this is Lu Wongli of Team C1. The SUV has been spotted, license plate A74110. Awaiting orders. Trail them and make sure they don't see you. Understood. Song Lingshan let out a breath of relief. Think you're so smart. Didn't expect us to have officers stationed at all the junctions now, did you? Let's see you get away now. Lingshan was quite pleased with herself when a new report came in. Team S, this is Zhang Xiaoheng of Team C2. The SUV has been spotted, license plate A74110. Awaiting orders. What? Song Lingshan froze. Where did you see the SUV? Center Ring Road. Awaiting orders. Zhang Xiaoheng replied. Center Ring? That's not right. C1's Lu Wongli reported it to be on the People's Road. Lingshan was starting to get confused. What were these robbers doing? Driving around in circles? Despite that, she issued the same order she did Team C1. Follow them and make sure not to get spotted. Understood. Team S, this is Sun Jiaxiao of Team C3. The SUV has been spotted, license plate A74110. Awaiting orders. Again? It was clear to Lingshan by that point she'd probably been had. Chances were, the enemy had multiple A74110 license plates and SUVs prepared. Song Lingshan was not pleased. How humiliating was it for her to have fallen for a trick like this? If only Captain Yang were here, he'd have seen through the trap right from the start, while she walked straight into it. At that moment, Team C4 called in for a report as well, only to be interrupted by Lingshan before he even got a word in. Did you guys spot the A74110 SUV too? Affirmative. We've spotted the SUV. What are your orders, Team S? Tail it. Song Lingshan fell into despair. The other SUVs had served their purpose, and the real one was most likely far, far away by now. Why are you kidnapping her? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, curious. Money didn't seem to be the issue here, since these guys probably got themselves at least 1,000,000 kwai from the heist earlier. Were they unsatisfied, hoping for a larger fortune from Chu Pengzhan? It had put them back in a risky position. Should that be the plan? Why? Good question. Baldy smiled as he pointed at the bags of cash near him. It's simple. For money. Money? Lin Yi frowned. Kidnapping Ming Yao and using her to ransom the chairman for money? That's not your problem, is it? Baldy didn't like how Lin Yi was spitting questions at him. It's the same, isn't it? Can't I at least die knowing what's going on? Lin Yi's curiosity was backed by an innocent face, a face no one could refuse. Baldy looked at Lin Yi. Perhaps he could let the kid in on what they were up to. He's a dead man anyway. We've been paid to kidnap this Missy here. What are you going to do with her? Dunno. Waiting for the phone call. Who was the guy that paid you? Dunno. Sihua bro introduced him to us. Who's this Sihua bro? Shut the up. Jesus, I'll kill you if you ask again. Baldy had had enough of Lin Yi's barrage. Oh, okay. Then I'll kill you if you move again, Lin Yi said as he pressed a gun to Baldy's temple. WH? Why you? Baldy's eyes were wide open. What the Hades was this? Wasn't the kid tied? And where did that gun come from? The other robbers in the SUV were stunned as well. Why was the kid pointing a gun at their boss? How did you free yourself? Baldy didn't understand. Yes, he didn't understand. Oh, you see, I was a bit of a dumb kid, and I'd always tangle myself in rope when trying rope knots. I started to learn how to get myself out of those ropes after a long time of accidentally tying myself up, Lin Yi explained. Baldy's jaw dropped. What the? Trying out rope knots? Then, why do you have a gun? It's from that Malu guy. Lin Yi pointed at Malu, who was the closest to him. Malu patted his pocket. His gun was missing, and it was in Lin Yi's hands. Baldy went completely silent at that point. What was even happening? This kid was ridiculous. He then proceeded to curse Malu and his ancestors. Okay, nobody move. I wouldn't want to ruin your boss' shiny head, Lin Yi said casually as Baldy sweated. Lin Yi tapped the gun against Baldy's head. Don't move around now, you guys, else I'll kill the hostage. Tell them, Baldy. Guys, don't move around. Baldy couldn't help but feel helpless. The kid was saying the same things he said to the police. Karma's a witch. Not bad. Linny nodded, pleased. You can start talking now, I'm sure. Who's this Tsihua bro? It's my boss. I don't know much else, I'm just following orders. Bro, don't shoot. Baldy didn't hesitate to put his pride away. Now was not the time to be acting tough. After all, his life was on the line. He accepted the job for a life of comfort in the first place. It wasn't worth it if that life was at stake. Linny frowned at Baldy's answer, but he understood his position. The guy was just a grunt. He wouldn't know anything significant. Fine, just stop the car. Linny ordered. Stop the car? For what? Baldy asked, looking blankly at Lin E. For us to get off, what else? What? You're still planning on kidnapping her? Linny challenged as he gave his hostage a glare. No, I mean, you're not sending us to the police. Baldy was confused, not expecting Lin E to just let him go. Why would I do that? Linny asked with a roll of his eyes. I'm not a cop, they're not going to give me a salary or anything. Baldy's heart lit up upon hearing Lin Yi's words. So the guy hadn't planned on turning them in at all. They'd fail the assignment, but that was fine. He'd still get away alive and rich from all the money he took. With that, Baldy excitedly ordered for the car to stop. Linny then pulled out a gun from Baldy's pocket, tossing it to Mingyao. Take this. Aim at their tires later. Okay. Mingyao didn't know what Linny was up to, but she took the gun regardless, holding it tightly in her soft hands. Lin E let Mingyao get off before he did, making sure to issue a last warning to the group before exiting. No, we won't do anything like that, Baldy said, a chill running down his spine. This Linny person was not someone he wanted to mess with. Linny checked the jade as he got off the car. It wasn't reacting at all, and Linny breathed out in relief. The robbers had chosen wisely. Any change in the jade at all, and Lin E would have spun back to pull the boss down the car with him. The SUV vanished in a line of smoke. A moment Lin E slammed the door shut. They had decided to leave him and Mingyao alone. What are you looking at me for? Maybe call Uncle Fu to come get us? Lin E didn't know if he should be or amused at Mingyao. The girl was staring at him with a blank face on. Okay. Mingyao couldn't believe it. They survived? She then took a look at the now faraway SUV. They survived. But what was this? Why was Lin E talking to her with a condescending and even commanding tone? Hey, why didn't you take all their guns and have them sent to the police station? Mingyao hadn't let go of what Lin E said back in the car yet. Salary? Couldn't he just do something good for once? The car was full of cowards. Cowards, people who value their lives. They wouldn't try anything when their boss had a gun pointed at him, but taking their guns away? They'd never let me do that. There's no telling what they'd do as a last-ditch effort. Lin E explained. But you had their boss under your gun? Mingyao asked, not quite catching on. You think they'll give a what happens to their boss at that point? Mingyao was not pleased with Lin Yi's attitude. You're my follower. What kind of follower talks to his master like that? Lin E was speechless. This girl didn't listen to reason at all. Yushu, on the other hand, was wiping her tears as she sat in Li Fu's car. What would happen to Mingyao and Lin E? Now that they were captured, they might be able to come back safe if they got lucky, but if not, Li Fu was trying to contact the chairman, to no avail, when his phone rang. His face burst into worry and joy upon seeing the contact name. It was Mengyao's phone, but it could be the robbers calling him with it, most likely asking for a ransom from the chairman. But news was news, better than nothing. Hello? Li Fu made sure to speak with caution. Uncle Fu, come pick me up, Mingyao said, finding Li Fu's voice to be sweeter than ever to her ears. Li Fu arrived a moment later, with Song Lingshan's entire team behind him. Yao. Yushu was the first to come charging out of the car, lunging at Mingyao for a tight hug. I thought I'd never see you again. You idiot. What were you thinking? Mingyao had recovered from the shock already, and didn't know if she should be crying or laughing at what Yushu said. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Li Fu asked, concerned over the blood on Lin Yi's leg. Got hit by a bullet. No big deal. Lin Yi said as he limped over. It did hurt quite a bit. Li Fu was fully impressed. No big deal? There was a bullet in the kid's thigh. What a man he was. Mr. Lin, is it? Please come with us to the police station for a report. Song Lingshan said formally as she walked over to Lin Yi. Lin Yi only frowned. Was this chick blind? Couldn't she see all that blood on his leg? Lin Yi wasn't planning on replying nicely, that was for sure. Need me to take my pants off for you? Wah. Song Lingshan blushed, slightly trembling in anger. She'd have slapped him across the face already if it wasn't for Li Fu's sake. Vice Captain Song, what Lin Yi's saying is that he's been hit by a bullet in the leg. He's offering to show you proof should you doubt his words. Li Fu explained for Lin Yi. Upon seeing Lingshan's reddened face, the girl had clearly misunderstood. Lingshan suddenly noticed the bloodstain on Lin Yi's pants upon the explanation, embarrassed by her internal outburst. Ah, I see. I can wait until after you pay the hospital a visit. Yet Lingshan hadn't forgiven Lin Yi. Couldn't he had phrased it differently? Where were his manners? An observant mind is elementary for any competent cop. My legs smeared in blood. Captain, did you get the rank with money or family connections or something? Lin Yi replied dully, noticing her displeased reaction. You. Song Lingshan was inexperienced. True, it was her biggest weakness, and something that always bothered her. Yet anyone who knew her history understood that by no means did she abuse her family connections. She was a special ops combat instructor, with a military rank of major. Transferring into the position of vice captain in a criminal police team was absolutely acceptable when taking that into account. She also had the highest combat ability in the team, stronger than everyone except Captain Yang Huaijuan himself. Lin Yi's words hit her hard because of the truth in it. She was a powerful fighter, but a horrible observer. It was this lack in attention to detail that led to her failures in detective work. Her colleagues in the team also admired only that her combat ability. She had always been studying, trying to keep up in the more mental aspects of police work, but to no avail. She'd always follow alongside Yang Huaijuan quietly whenever combat wasn't needed. She recognized how lacking she was in certain departments, and she didn't want to pull the team down. In contrast, Yang Huaijuan, who transferred in 2 years ago, boasted a wealth of case-solving experience. It made Lingshan envious, and even at times a bit jealous. Yet the captain wasn't available this time around, and Lingshan had to take over the reins. Then came along this Lin Yi rascal, who had poison instead of words to spew. The frustrating part was how Lin Yi's words rang true. There were no possible retorts from Lingshan's side, and all she could do was grit her teeth at the humiliation. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was checking his wound out. It was entirely something he could handle on his own. It was just a bullet, after all. There wasn't any time for hospitals in war. You'd probably die from enemy gunfire before getting transported to one. Lin Yi didn't want to cross this Song Lingshan woman who had her sights on him, either. The girl was already planning on following him to the hospital to have his statement taken, and Lin Yi didn't want any more trouble with her. Whatever. I'm not hiding anything anyway. Lingshan wasn't about to request anything from Chu Pengzhan's little princess the way she did with Lin Yi, however. She intended to have the girl's report finished without bringing her over to the police station at all. Shu, how's your brother doing? Lingshan and Yushu both knew each other, but they weren't on very good terms. She still felt guilty about what happened to Yushu's brother. None of your business. Yushu sneered, turning the other way, not planning on being nice at all. Song Lingshan only smiled bitterly as she turned back to Mingyao. So, Miss Chu, let's proceed. Yushu made sure to ace constantly as Mingyao told the story, exclaiming in surprise a couple of times as she listened. Whoa, Lin Yi did that? Seriously? Didn't I tell you Yao Yao? Just let him be your shield. It can't possibly go wrong. He'll take care of all the flies. Who would want him? Mingyao snapped when she remembered Lin Yi's face as he lectured her. Song Lingshan was intrigued. As well, as things stood, this Lin Yi guy wasn't just all talk, he had real skills. She wasn't pleased with what he decided to say about her position, but she wasn't someone who'd ignore the facts. As far as she could tell from Meng Yao's narrative, the guy had both wits and courage, maintaining his calm and turning the tables even after getting shot in the leg. She did hold Lin Yi in contempt, however, for letting the robbers go. They're not going to give me a salary or anything. What was wrong with doing some good for society? Yet her eyes widened a little when Mingyao explained the thought process behind Lin Yi's actions. So Lin Yi made the right move. Keeping the robbers calm was indeed the best route to have their safeties guaranteed. Yet it was odd carrying out an entire bank heist just to kidnap Chu Mingyao. It did seem plausible. On second thought, it'd keep the Chu family unsuspecting, for whatever purpose the mastermind had in mind. Baldy's group was the only lead now, and they'd have to be captured before anything else. Miss, I honestly do think Mr. Lin's passed. The chairman wasn't wrong to trust him. I'll also feel at ease with him protecting you, Li Fu said, finally understanding Chu Pengzhan's wishes. This Lin Yi was someone special. Meng Yao's lips twitched as she prepared a retort, but the scene of Lin Yi sacrificing himself for her kept playing over and over in her head. The hospital didn't ask too many questions. Song Lingshan was present, and they didn't risk anything when treating a patient brought in by the police. The main surgeon was talking to an assistant as Lin Yi was pushed into the operation room. Have the anesthesia prepared. I'm extracting the bullet. No need for that. Lin Yi wasn't fond of anesthesia. Once or twice was fine, but too much would cause certain side effects to take place. The surgeon paused. The kid was brought in by some pretty rich-looking people. Surely he could afford anesthesia? The nerves were tightly packed around the thighs, and it'd be extremely painful without any, despite the straightforward nature of the procedure. Kid, it'll hurt a lot without anesthesia, the 40-year-old surgeon warned. It's fine, really. Lin Yi smiled, very relaxed. I don't want the side effects. The surgeon paused once more before nodding. The patient had made his request. There was no reason to go against it. The surgery wasn't a life-threatening one, after all. Hang in there then, kid, the surgeon said as he started giving directions to the assistant. Lin Yi could stand large amounts of pain, but it didn't mean he couldn't feel any. A surgery like this, however, was well within his tolerance range, especially when compared to that fall from the peak of Mount Starwest all those years ago. It was like all his organs had gotten switched around. The intensity of the pain was overwhelming. How'd you get the wound, kid? Sun Weiman was a veteran surgeon. He was as good with people as he was with operations. Lin Yi had a bullet in him, but he didn't seem like a freshly apprehended criminal judging by how the police were treating him. With that in mind, Sun Weiman decided to chat with Lin Yi a little, in hopes of distracting him from the pain. In the bank, got shot by a robber. Lin Yi, naturally, understood the surgeon's intentions, but his mind wasn't one easily distracted. He'd been through training that fortified his awareness since he was a kid. I see, Weiman said, opening up fully to Lin Yi upon learning his identity as a victim instead of a criminal. Quite an intense situation, I imagine. It was okay. Lin Yi smiled. I could have dodged it, actually, but there was this girl behind me, and she'd get hit instead if I did. So, I decided to just take it like a man. Dumb move, huh? Lin Yi had seen news reports detailing similar events. It was a general trend for the good people to be labeled idiots. Those seen as smart were quite the contrary. They were always the selfish ones. Lin Yi couldn't help but mock himself a little as he recalled the information. Sun Weiman found himself respecting the young man upon hearing what had taken place. Dumb move? Kid, you were a hero to that girl. Let me guess, was it love at first sight for her? Well, who knows? They took me hostage right after. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. She probably didn't even know I was shielding her. The guy was aiming at me. After all the same, kid, it was a great thing you did. Just the two of us knowing is enough. Weiman only grew more impressed at Lin Yi. He'd taken a liking to the kid. What's your name? Lin Yi. You have it on your file. Lin Yi smiled. Heh, my bad. I've too many patients, don't really pay attention to stuff like that, Weiman said, slightly embarrassed. The surgery proceeded fluidly. Lin Yi never screamed or twitched about, and it didn't take long for the surprise surgeon to finish the operation. The kid's willpower was something else. It was no easy task to provide such cooperation while operated on without anesthesia. Song Lingshan was making her way to Lin Yi's hospital room when she bumped into Sun Weiman, who didn't waste any time in addressing his praise for Lin Yi. Officer Song, this kid's really something, sacrificing himself for another. He's a real role model. You guys really should award him a civilian medal of bravery. What do you mean? Lingshan had to admit her respect for Lin Yi's collected assessment and execution when dealing with the robbers, but what part of it included self-sacrifice? Mingyao hadn't mentioned anything noteworthy about the events that took place in the bank. As well, only bringing up the gunshot to Lin Yi's thigh. As such, Lingshan assumed that she must have missed something. Oh, you don't know? That kid Lin Yi, he could have avoided the robber's bullet, but he got hit on purpose anyway because of a girl right behind him. Wayman praised. It's my first time meeting a young man with a sense of justice and compassion like him. I'll tell you that. Song Lingshan frowned. Seriously? Why did the whole thing sound like something from a storybook? Dodging a bullet? Even Lingshan, a special ops combat instructor herself, couldn't claim to guarantee a feat like that. So Lin Yi was better than her. She found it too hard to believe. Dr. Sun, where'd you hear this from? The kid told me himself. Sun Wayman answered. He told you himself? Lingshan paused at the answer. And you just believed him? The kid probably wasn't even serious, it was just some small talk. I can say I kill elephants with punches too, you know? Wayman didn't miss the doubt in Lingshan's reaction. He responded with a laugh. The kid even refused to take anesthesia, toughing out the entire surgery with that willpower of his. I don't doubt his words, officer. I'll take my chances with willpower like that. With that, Sun Wayman took his leave. He still had many other matters to attend to. Lingshan, on the other hand, pushed open the door to Lin Yi's room. Lin Yi wanted to make a dash for the door the moment Lingshan walked in, but decided that it'd be too much. He was injured in the leg, not the arm, after all. He laid back down on the bed immediately. Lin Yi, can I have your statement now? She didn't understand why, but Lin Yi's posture on the bed her off exceptionally. Roleplay. As if sensing something wrong with Lin Yi's gaze, Lingshan subconsciously followed his eyes back onto her own body. Her face reddened in realization. Long-term special ops training had, as a bonus, nourished her chest very well, to the point that it became a burden instead, bouncing about as she walked. She even had to wear a corset just to prevent that, and had even considered getting surgery to reduce the size. It was fine when she was in the special ops. Under iron rules, no one would just stare at her chest, and Lingshan didn't find herself bothered by it as well. Her field missions, however, involved many unlawful areas and many undercover operations. The men were always staring at her with lustful eyes when she wore casual clothes. Lingshan wanted to crush them under her feet, they made her so uncomfortable. What Song Lingshan didn't expect, however, was someone who'd stare at her with the same lustful eyes even when she was in uniform. It was absolutely unforgivable. She gave a cold humph as she seated herself on the bedside chair, formulating a plan to make the rascal pay. She then remembered the wound on his leg. 40 chapters. I haven't added any translator's notes on the chapters before this one, but I plan to add vote for me, please, laughing face to the bottom of every second daily chapter from now on. So why not click on it to help me out, since you're probably a fan if you made it this far. Anyway? Song Lingshan smiled evilly as she looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, where did you get shot? Left leg, the inner thigh. Lin Yi answered honestly, assuming that the questioning had already begun. Oh, let me see. Is it here? Lingshan rubbed at Lin Yi's inner thigh, pretending to be inspecting the wound as she applied a great deal of pressure. It felt amazing. Her face reddened excitedly. She could already imagine Lin Yi howling and crying from the pain. Family connections, huh? Looking at my chest, huh? This is what you get. Lin Yi hissed a little. What the Hades is wrong with this lady? Why is she pressing on my wound? Isn't she pressing way too hard? Fortunately, Lin Yi had a high pain tolerance. He'd have cried out in pain otherwise. Lingshan, on the other hand, was disappointed. Where was the howling and crying? Was she holding back too much? She had a rather kind heart, after all. With that, she increased the pressure. Lin Yi cried out. He couldn't take it anymore. What the? He was just about to start yelling at Lingshan when a gasp came from the door. Yao, what are they? Yushu asked, blushing very intensely. Shu, we can't. We'll lose our purity again if we keep looking. Meng Yao's face was bright red, as well. Of course they'd misunderstand. Her face flushed as red as the girl's in a heartbeat, and she was just about to explain when she heard someone clear his throat. It was Li Fu, who'd walked in on them along with Meng Yao and Yushu. Officer Song. Lin Yi's still recovering, and we're in a hospital. It's not a very appropriate setting for something like this. I wasn't. Lingshan was speechless. How on earth was she supposed to get out of this mess now? It's fine. We'll come back again later. Li Fu shook his head as he pulled the two girls out, contemplating on how things were in the new age. I'm getting old, it seems. Officer Song was always a traditional woman. When did she grow so open-minded? Was it love at first sight for Lin Yi? But even still. Yao Yao. That Song Lingshan's making her move already, Yushu said angrily as she exited the room, swinging her fist about. Making her what? Meng Yao blushed, her heart beating intensely as the scene flashed across her mind. Lin Yi's your shield, you know. How can she just try to steal him away like that? Yushu gritted. Yao Yao, you've got to stop her. That's none of my business, okay? Meng Yao replied with a himph. Just when she was warming up to this Lin Yi, it turned out that her first impression of him was right. After all, it was unforgivable doing something so indecent in a hospital. Unforgivable. I wasn't expecting something like this at all. Even the cold beauty Song Lingshan, doing that? Famous for being cold, mind you. Love really does change a person. Huh. Yushu was extremely displeased. She wouldn't be so angry if it was someone else. But that Song Lingshan. Chen Yushu grew up in the same compound as Song Lingshan, and the two were always the center of attention due to how beautiful they were. Lingshan was, however, 1 year older than her, and she had hit puberty earlier. It yielded her the favor of many boys. In comparison, Yushu was more like a cute little girl, and the boys from the compound mostly treated her like they would an adorable baby sister while fawning all over Lingshan. Yushu didn't want them fawning over her, but the situation displeased her regardless. And that was only the first thing. What really made Yushu hate her was the fact that the boys fawning over her included her own brother. She'd never forget the degree of depression her brother went through after getting rejected by Lingshan. Song Lingshan actually went and said that she'd never accept a man weaker than her. This was also what moved Qin Yuming into joining the army. He wanted to become stronger, for that woman's sake. Shu, what are you getting so worked up for? You're not in love with that Lin Yi, are you? Meng Yao asked, full of suspicion. She'd had her mind preoccupied with the scene before, but there was clearly something wrong with Yushu's rage. Me? In love with him? No way, of course not. Yushu wanted to laugh. It was the most ridiculous thing she'd heard all day. Then stop bringing him up if you're not. He's nothing but trouble. Meng Yao didn't know what she was so fussed over as well. Was it because of Lin Yi's saliva? Or was it because of how he was grabbing her hand, molesting her? Yet all that seemed so far away. It had lost its significance. Lin Yi pushing her down back in the bank, him saving her, eclipsed all the little things he'd done to her. Meng Yao felt like there was a blockage in her heart, something she didn't understand. It made her very uncomfortable. Lingshan still hadn't recovered from what just took place, her face still red from blushing. Perfect. Just perfect. And Yushu saw me too. Lingshan didn't know how she could go back to the compound with her face raised anymore. Secondly, what's this about being unable to face your family and friends again? What about me then? Use your brain a little. So the law treats everyone equally only when women aren't involved. I see. Tell me, how am I supposed to meet my family and friends? Lingshan froze, not expecting the rhetoric from Lin Yi. After all, she was just about to say that girls and boys were different. When Lin Yi pulled the whole law treats everyone equally out. She was a police officer. She'd be stepping on her own foot if she argued against Lin Yi's statement. Speechless and flustered, it was all Lingshan could do to point her finger at Lin Yi, taking a long while before calming herself with a deep breath. What was with her today? Was she still the same calm and collected Song Lingshan? She'd never get angry at almost anything, and always kept a clear head. How many times had she lost her cool already, on just this one day? It was that Lin Yi's fault, always poking her right where she didn't want it. Lingshan had calmed down at this point, and she decided to look at things objectively. Lin Yi was right. She was the one who pressed on his wound seeking revenge. He wouldn't have moaned if she hadn't done that, and no one would have misunderstood anything at all if she hadn't moved her hand about near Lin Yi's crotch. It could be said that she was responsible for all her problems today, in all honesty. Lin Yi shouldn't be blamed at all. It displeased her very much so, but she lowered her head regardless. I apologize for my outburst. Can I have your statement now? Yeah, Lin Yi replied, not expecting the sudden change in attitude. Your name? Ling Shan had already reverted back to the cool-headed police officer, nothing like the flustered girl from before. Lin Yi. Linny answered, very cooperative. He didn't want to make things hard for the girl. His barrage of words were really mainly for avenging his pressed-on wound. And it was naturally true that girls took harder hits from misunderstandings like that, far more than guys did. Like his little episode with Chen Yushu this morning, for example, it hadn't affected his daily life at all, and Yushu wasn't treating him with disgust or anything of the sort. Age? Ling Shan continued. 18. Barely a grown-up. Linny smiled. Ling Shan's face reddened instantly. It seemed as if Linny was implying something, as if it were legal for her to help him out just now, since he was no longer underage. Wah, that's it. I can't take this anymore. She wasn't going to get anything done at this rate. It appeared that she hadn't managed to sort herself out yet. Ling Shan respected that to the highest degree. Describe what happened. Ling Shan exhaled as she continued the questioning. It was finished soon after, and Ling Shan hurriedly left the room under the suspicious, evasive, and disdainful gazes of the three people outside. She could physically feel her face warming up as she avoided Li Fu, Meng Yao, and Yushu's eyes. Mr. Lin, are you okay now? Li Fu was startled and a little doubtful. It was a gunshot. After all, shouldn't the kid be bedridden for at least a couple of days? Yeah, Linny answered. Twice a day, HM? Yushu whispered, grinning as she passed by Lin Yi's side. Huh? Linny paused, understanding Yushu's meaning an instant after. Twice a day, my ace. They're both misunderstandings. Meng Yao, on the other hand, stayed silent as she gave Lin Yi a cold look. With that, she left the room as well, pulling Yushu along with her. That's just how Yao Yao is. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Lin. Li Fu waited until the girls left before speaking. He put a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder. You've saved Yao Yao today. We are truly grateful. I'll make sure this reaches the chairman's ears when he returns. That won't be necessary. Linny smiled courteously. I'd be undeserving of my salary if I didn't do this much. Ha ha ha. Li Fu laughed joyfully. Well, we're grateful no matter what. Also, Uncle Fu, it's more complicated than just a simple bank robbery. According to that baldy, there's a Tsihua bro who planned the whole thing. The robbery was just a cover for kidnapping Chu Mingyao. Linny said, I don't know who the mastermind behind this Tsihua guy is, but I think you guys should still look into the matter yourselves. It won't be enough with just the police involved. Yes, I understand. I'll make sure to relay this information to the chairman, as well. Li Fu said with a nod, suspicious himself. The kidnappers did choose to move right after Chu Pengzhan left. There might have been some sort of connection there. Linny didn't say anything else. It was the Chu house's business, after all. He was walking to the Bentley when he saw Song Lingshan's police car pass by in the parking lot. He smiled at her, receiving a death glare in return. The officer only sped the car up, hoping to rid herself of Lin Yi's face as soon as possible. Linny got in the car with Li Fu, only to find Yushu and Meng Yao already seated at the back. The two seemed to be talking about something before Linny got on, immediately quieting down as soon as he entered. The atmosphere wasn't very light or joyful. The two had been discussing about what to do with Linny right after getting in the car. Meng Yao was unyielding and having Linny fired, whereas Yushu thought Lin Yi's presence to be a nice addition to the house. They'd have breakfast every morning now, too. The statement had angered Meng Yao. Was food the only thing on Yushu's mind? There were plenty of top-tier chefs serving them. What good was a farmer in comparison to that? The two girls, as a result, went silent before Lin even entered the car. His presence only intensified it. Li Fu didn't bother parking in front of Yushu's villa. He assumed that the two were going to be living together for some time anyway. Li Fu left after dropping the three off. He still had to have dinner prepared for the kids. Naturally, Linny was a kid to him as well. Stop. Meng Yao called as Linny stepped into the villa. What is it? Linny asked, his head turning back to Meng Yao. He could tease Song Lingshan, but Meng Yao was off limits. She was his employer, after all. There was a certain amount of respect he was obliged to provide, and he was tasked with the responsibility of studying with her, living with her, and, as Uncle Chu put it, making her happy. As such, Lin Yi always made sure to maintain a positive attitude when dealing with Meng Yao. You saved me today, so thanks. I'll make sure to have my father reward you. But this doesn't mean I've accepted you or anything. I'll still ask him to fire you, Meng Yao said after some hesitation, pursing her lips as she cleared things up. Linny shrugged, smiling helplessly. Don't worry, I won't stay if he does. He felt a bit like a failure. Was the miss just too much to handle? Or was it because of his ineptitude? Linny supposed that it was the same either way. He'd missed the life he had now, spending his days peacefully, going to school, living with two beauties, hanging out with his bro. It was a nice life, but it wasn't a life for him. Linny's response seemed a bit sad, and it only increased Meng Yao's anxiety. Maybe I was wrong? Maybe I shouldn't try kicking him out? It was a first for Chu Meng Yao to experience hesitation like this. What did she want to do with Linny? Linny took his shirt and pants off after entering his room. There were huge splotches of blood on them, most likely not usable any longer. What a waste. Linny threw the pants into a trash can in the corner a little unwillingly. It was a good pair of trousers, after all. He then put on a backup uniform before walking out to the living room. Meng Yao and Yushu were watching anime on the TV when Lin Yi walked over. He sat down on the sofa the farthest away from the girls, not intending to bother them at all as he watched some TV with them. It was already 9 p.m. by the time they got home, due to the bank robbery and everything that came after that. Li Fu went straight to the hotel to retrieve their dinner, but it was 10:30 by the time he delivered the food. As usual, Li Fu left right after leaving dinner on the table. He did, however, speak to Lin Yi before leaving this time. Don't forget to check if the doors are locked. Make sure to keep the girls safe. Don't worry, Uncle Fu. Lin Yi replied, assurance in his eyes. Lin Yi's training during nighttime provided the same effects that sleep would. It rested his body and mind, but it was also when he was most sensitive to any outward disturbances. Nothing could escape his ears, and Lin Yi had confidence regarding any issues pertaining to the villa's safety and security. Oh, Yushu exclaimed as the scent of food reached her nose. Finally, food. Yao Yao, let's go eat. Meng Yao stood up and followed Yushu to the kitchen, hungry as well. The blockage in her heart was still there, however, much to her dismay and confusion. As such, she was nowhere near as lively as Yushu was. Without delay, Yushu pried open the containers excitedly, her saliva running as the delicacies came into sight. Yao Yao, it's braised chicken, silk tofu, sweet and sour potato strips, and Meng Yao shot a glare at Yushu, reminding her that there was now a man in the house. It wasn't just the two of them anymore. Yushu closed her mouth instantly, changing the subject. Silk tofu's my favorite too. They say your skin gets whiter if you eat tofu enough. Meng Yao glanced at Lin Yi, who was still watching TV all by himself. She put her chopsticks back down. She didn't know why, but Lin Yi watching the TV, all lonely and isolated from the group, put a strong discomfort in her senses. He was still eating with them at the table last night, lively as ever. It must have been because of the whole saliva incident yesterday that Lin Yi didn't join them. Shu, go tell your shield guy that dinner's ready, Meng Yao said after some hesitation. That's your shield guy, okay? I don't need a shield, remember? Yushu said, looking at Meng Yao funny, as if sensing something was up. How come you're so nice suddenly, inviting him for dinner? Fine, we'll just eat by ourselves then. She snapped coldly, an unexpected panic seizing Meng Yao under Yushu's questioning. Okay, I'll go call him. Yushu grinned. She stood up before calling out to Lin Yi. Shield guy, dinner's ready. You guys eat first. I'll come after you're done. Meng Yao doesn't like me anyway, Lin Yi replied, slightly thankful towards Yushu the girl didn't forget about him, even inviting him to the table. So she was a nice person, after all. His noodles this morning weren't for nothing. Meng Yao froze upon hearing Lin Yi's words, her piece of braised chicken dropping from her chopsticks. She felt like crying. The guy even said that she hated him. Did her kindness not count for? But Yao Yushu was about to say something else when Meng Yao pulled her back. Whatever. Just let him starve. Wah. But Yao, didn't you want him to eat with us? Yushu asked, confused as she looked at Meng Yao. Her friend seemed depressed for some reason. I changed my mind, Meng Yao replied with a himph, hesitating for a while before opening her mouth again. Shu, go call him over, since you like him so much. Me? But he said you don't like him anyway. Yushu reminded her innocently. Mingyao wanted to clear things up with "I didn't say anything about not liking him, okay?" but decided otherwise. That sentence would only make things worse. Wouldn't she be announcing that she liked him? Whatever, let's just eat. A carpet of regret, however, would wash over Mingyao in due time. She'd contemplate in that regret, hoping that time would just turn itself back. She was sure she'd just stand up the moment Lin Yi finished speaking, shouting at him with not one trace of hesitation. "Whatever, I like you. I like you, okay? Just come eat, geez." Yet what happened, happened, and it was simple fate that for many, many nights in the future, Mingyao would cry, sobbing her nights away as she wept regretful tears onto the pillow in her sorrowful embrace. A shooting star would flash by, and Mingyao would make her impossible wish to an unfortunate end, for wishes like that yielded no fruit. She'd gaze up at the stars in their multitudes, and see in them the distance between Lin Yi and her, somehow widening. It was a deceptively narrow trench separating the two, but that was its existence deceptive. Her touch would never connect, and she was the one who dug that trench. The current Chu Mingyao, naturally, had yet to realize this. It was 11 by the time the girls finished eating. There was still school tomorrow. They should have been asleep long ago. Lin Yi stood up as he watched the girls walk upstairs, making his way to the table with a nice smile on his lips. He wasn't paying attention to them when they first started their meal, but he didn't miss anything that came after Yushu's invitation. They spoke softly, never expecting Lin Yi to be able to read lips. He caught every single word Mingyao spoke. So the miss was a bit of a softie inside, it seemed. For many of the boys at Songshan's first school, eating the food leftovers of Mingyao and Yushu was a blessing. Someone like Zhong Pinliang, for example, would never get tired of it. Lin Yi was indeed hungry, and he wasted no time in clearing every piece of food item on the table. He ended the meal with a burp, very satisfied. Footsteps sounded from behind him, but Lin Yi didn't bother turning around. He could easily determine who the approaching person was judging by the footsteps alone, despite how slight the difference was between the two's walking patterns. "Whoa, shield guy, are you a pig?" There's nothing left. It was Yushu, as expected. The girl had come down to quench her thirst when she saw the containers all cleaned up. Lin Yi laughed. "You guys are pretty wasteful, aren't you? Do you leave this much food behind every time? Well, there's you now, so it's fine, isn't it?" Yushu, naturally, didn't understand the virtue in finishing your food, not with the family conditions she was born into. Lin Yi didn't add anything else. He understood the differences in their environments. Yushu and Mingyao would never comprehend the perspective of his kind of people, not in regards to wasting food, at least. "Oh, that's right. Let me tell you a little secret," Yushu offered as she pulled out a bottle of red tea from the fridge, acting very mysterious. "What secret?" Lin Yi asked, not knowing where this was going. "See, Yao Yao told me that she never said she doesn't like you, so you can eat with us next time." Yushu whispered. "Is that so? I see." Lin Yi nodded in response. "Thanks, but I'll just wait until after you guys finish." "Why?" Yushu asked, curious. "There'd be nothing left if I ate first." Lin Yi smiled, pointing at the empty containers on the table. "Huh." Yushu laughed. "I'm going up, you get some rest too." With that, Yushu made her way upstairs, waving goodbye to Lin Yi as she left. Lin Yi watched as Yushu disappeared upstairs. He shook his head. He could never tell what the girl was thinking. She came off as a cutie, but was actually surprisingly smart. Lin Yi didn't plan on showering due to his bullet wound. He settled with dabbing himself over with a wet towel before going to bed, thinking about how he never expected to get hurt in a place like this. He could have healed his leg faster if he'd brought some of old Lin's herbs and medicine along. He closed his eyes and started training in the art of dragon mastery. He'd always looked forward to a breakthrough every night, but that expectation was never rewarded. A lazy, warm sunlight shined its way into Lin Yi's room and onto his back. He stretched, pushing the windows open as he took a whiff of the morning air. It was a brand new day, full of possibilities, and a fresh school day to look forward to. He valued the opportunity well. Waking up to a school day like this had always been his dream. He didn't know when the miss would have him kicked out, but he might as well enjoy this life as long as he possibly could. Song Lingshan sighed helplessly as she stared at the group of people in front of her in the interrogation room. A whole night, and no progress at all. The information from these people were all useless. They were the drivers of the decoy A7-4110 SUVs, but it was evident that none of them knew anything worthwhile. Lingshan doubted the fact at first, but further research into their backgrounds revealed them to be public transportation drivers on break. It was just a 500 kwai job they received, to drive AA74110 SUV to a designated location at a designated time. These drivers hadn't even reached the location when they got arrested. They even thought the officers to be the traffic police, since they hadn't gone through the legal procedures for the SUVs at all, accepting the assignment only due to the high price offered. It wasn't until they were told of their connection to the bank robbery did they realize that they'd been had and manipulated by a criminal group. These suspects were no longer suspects, and were to be sent to the traffic police to deal with. Lingshan couldn't just vent her rage on these guys. A whole night for nothing. It was the first time she was in charge of a case by herself, after all, and Lingshan couldn't help but be in dismay. There was a lot riding on her shoulders. Vice Captain, do we expand our search radius? Lu Wongli of Team C1 asked. They had been searching for a whole night, to no avail. Continuing the search even after daybreak would most certainly impede civilian movement. Lingshan wasn't very willing to go to that length. A large-scale search would involve setting blockades up to halt passing cars so that they could be investigated. I'll consult Captain Yang. Lingshan had reached her limit. She needed the captain's advice on this one. She really felt like a failure. Sometimes the guy transferred into the team from the military at the same time as her, but possessed observational and detective abilities 100 times greater. Any case that found itself on Yang Huijuan's hands would undoubtedly break open under his analyses and deductions. But as for me, there's just too much I need to learn. Lin Yi's right. This vice captain position, it really does look like money and family connections, doesn't it? Yet Lingshan understood that she was still deserving of the title, especially when her military rank of major and achievements were taken into account. There was, however, a lot she had to work on. Somewhere in Songshan City, in an abandoned warehouse, was a black SUV. It had no license plate. Hades, are the cops insane? All this for $1 million, really? Baldy spat at the ground. Very. Boss, we can't continue hiding in here like this. Malu was frustrated as well. God. Enough. Stop whining. We'll just wait for Tsihua Bro's call here. Baldy waved his hand impatiently, the phone ringing as soon as he finished his sentence. Is this Tsihua Bro? Baldy here. Baldy's tone was slightly flattering. It was his boss, after all. A cold voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Tsihua Bro, what do you mean? Baldy paused. Did you take all the bank's money with you? Tsihua Bro prodded. Yeah. I took it with me when we left. What's the big deal? Baldy didn't deserve this treatment. It was a bank robbery. It'd be a waste if he robbed the bank, but not take any cash with him, wouldn't it? You pighead. What the Hades did I tell you? I said not to take anything. Are you deaf? Tsihua Bro yelled. The only reason the cops are going all out on you is because of those big ace bags of cash with you. Baldy understood after some thought that did seem like the case. It was all his fault for getting greedy. They wouldn't be in this mess in the first place if he just went according to plan. With that, he started pleading. Tsihua Bro, I've been putting my life on the line for you. Don't abandon me. You've got to save me. How's the kid? Tsihua Bro asked coldly. Kid? What kid? Baldy asked, confused. Chu Mengyao. You didn't do anything to her, did you? Tsihua Bro's voice was starting to get rapid. It's all over if you do anything to her. Baldy stammered. Chu Mengyao hadn't even crossed his mind before Tsihua Bro mentioned her. Sorry, Tsihua Bro. She's been rescued. What? Tsihua Bro yelled. You don't have the girl? No. Baldy replied softly. Then go die in a hole. I'm done with you. Tsihua Bro yelled again. I shouldn't have assigned you the job in the first place. You're really a piece of work. Good riddance when the cops get you. With that, Tsihua Bro hung up. Tsihua Bro. Baldy started panicking, and his pleading intensified. Tsihua Bro, you can't just leave me. It took a while before he realized that Tsihua Bro had hung up already. Boss, what did Tsihua Bro say? Malu asked, panicking as well when Baldy put the phone down. Sihua bros abandoned us. Malu stared. What do you mean, Sihua bros abandoning us? Yes, because we lost that Chu Mingyao girl. Baldy sighed heavily as he thumped his ace on the ground. She wouldn't have gotten away if you weren't made hostage by that other kid. Malu cursed, bouncing off the ground and charging at Baldy. You're turning traitor? Baldy stared as Malu landed a fist on him. Still acting the tough guy even now? Huh? Malu grinned coldly. You think we'd be in this mess if you didn't let that kid take your gun in the first place? With that, Baldy fired a punch in retaliation, and the two started fighting each other. 2 gunshots sounded, and both Baldy and Malu fell dead in a puddle of blood. It was the lackey that warned the police about killing hostages, a man named Li Laosan, the second in command of the group. Sambro, you. The 2 people left stared at Laosan, utterly shocked at the development. Those 2 are a bunch of girls. Li Laosan humphed. Look at the mess we're in, and they're still fighting among themselves? So what if Sihua bros abandoned us? We've got hands and legs, don't we? More importantly, we have money. We get through this whole thing alive, and we'll live lives of rich comfort, won't we? The 2 lackeys thought about it. It was true. Baldy and Malu's fighting was the last thing that should be happening right now. It was no time to be fighting amongst themselves. It might even lead the cops right to them if they weren't careful. Working together as brothers was, without a doubt, the only way out. At that thought, they nodded. Baldy was dead, and that made Li Laosan the new boss, a boss they'd put their newfound hopes on. This money is enough to set the 3 of us for life, Li Laosan said as he pulled the bags open, revealing the heaps of cash inside. Words were air. What mattered now was real, genuine money to have the lackeys be on his side. We'll have almost 500,000 each if we split this. 2 people dead means more money for the rest of us. I'm following you, Sambro. You're our new boss now. The 2 lackeys chanted in unison, pledging their fealty. Laosan nodded, very pleased at the chant as he glanced nonchalantly at the corpses of Baldy and Malu lying beside him. Mingyao and Yushu almost overslept because of how late it was when they went to bed. They only crawled out of the covers at the 3rd alarm. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was wide awake already. He had 3 bowls of noodles prepared and was already putting them into the pot of hot water by the time he heard the girls waking up. He'd made Yangchun noodles yesterday and was fixing up chicken sauce noodles. There was still a bit of braised chicken left from yesterday, and Lin Yi didn't see any reason to waste it. The noodles were freshly completed when the girls came down. Wow, it smells so good. Yushu's nose was sharp, and it didn't take any time at all before she noticed the scent the chicken sauce noodles was giving out. She made her way to the kitchen excitedly, turning her head back to call for Mingyao as well. Yao Yao, your shield guys made us noodles again. Mingyao was planning on going in with Yushu, but her words stopped her in her tracks. It was Lin Yi's cooking, should she? If it were for the little bit of pride and face involved, Mingyao should turn the other way immediately, as if she hadn't smelled anything at all. But the noodles were way too tempting. Slurping sounds could soon be heard as Yushu helped herself to Lin Yi's cooking. Mingyao was itching with displeasure. The girl was never that loud when eating. Was she trying to tempt her, or something? This is too good, Yushu commented as she stuffed herself with noodles. Whatever, I ate his stuff yesterday too, so what's the difference? With that, Mingyao strolled into the kitchen as well. Lin Yi smiled, enjoying every bit of Mengyao's hesitation. The girl was quite interesting. Mingyao, breakfast is ready. Lin Yi smiled, hoping to encourage her. Thanks. Mengyao's soft voice stunned both Yushu and Lin Yi. Was this still the same Chu Mingyao? Mingyao seated herself on the table and picked the chopsticks up. She felt like tearing up a little as she stared at the delicious-looking noodles freshly prepared for her. Was she wrong to have treated Lin Yi like all this time? To be honest, he's a pretty nice guy, isn't he? Yes, a passing nanny indeed. The clock struck 7, and Li Fu arrived on time with his Bentley parked right outside the villa. Mingyao, Yushu, and Lin Yi made their way to the car with Mingyao surprisingly silent, not complaining about Lin Yi at all. She appeared to have accepted Lin Yi a little. There wasn't as much hostility anymore. Mr. Lin, your doctor said that you'd have to pay the hospital a routine visit today. Li Fu said, I'll drop Miss Chu and Miss Chen off at school before getting you to the hospital. I'll drive you to school later. Okay then. Lin Yi agreed after some thought. The wound on his leg wasn't actually much to be worried over, but he complied regardless. He didn't want people seeing him as some sort of monster. Miss, could you mention this to your homeroom teacher? Li Fu said gently. Meng Yao didn't know what to do. She didn't really hate Lin Yi anymore, but there was no way she could just help explain Lin Yi's absence. Everyone would know that he lived with her if she did that. Li Fu simply assumed that things haven't been sorted out between the two, judging by Meng Yao's response. With that, he turned to Yushu instead. Miss Jin, perhaps you could help Lin Yi ask for a leave? I'm okay with that, but Yao Yao doesn't want anyone knowing Lin Yi lives with her. Yushu spoke with an innocent face, but no one missed her emphasis on the words lives with her. Li Fu patted at his forehead, finally catching on to Meng Yao's concern. It was true, the miss was a girl, after all. It wasn't something she could just announce like that. Meng Yao glared at Yushu. Thinking about it was one thing, but it was embarrassing to actually say it aloud. Yushu stuck her tongue out in response, but shut up regardless. She had said what needed to be said. Anyway, it's fine. I'm pretty close with the dean, and I have his number too. I'll just ask him to mention my leave to the homeroom teacher. Lin Yi said with a smile. Meng Yao and Yushu only looked at Lin Yi, perplexed. Pretty close with the dean? Also, wasn't it only Lin Yi's first day of school yesterday? Thinking about it from another perspective, however, there was no reason for Lin Yi to lie. It'd only be more embarrassing if he was found out, after all. Li Fu was startled, as well. He couldn't help but wonder how Lin Yi acquainted himself with the dean. Lin Yi didn't miss the suspicious gazes of the two girls. Uncle Fu, could you lend me your phone? Of course, Li Fu said, handing over his phone to Lin Yi. Lin Yi pulled out the card the dean gave him. It had his number on it. Some of the blood from yesterday had gotten on it, it seemed. He typed the number into the phone, and the dean picked up a couple of rings later. Hello, Mr. Wang? Yes, who is this? Wang Jifeng was currently in the middle of a session with his lover, and his ringing phone took him by surprise. His displeasure showed through his tone. I'm Lin Yi. Mr. Wang, I'm not interrupting anything, am I? Lin Yi said with a chuckle. Not at all, Jifeng replied, his tone completely different from before. Lin Yi, is it? Class is just about to start, but what do you need? Haha, well, I have a favor to ask, if it's not too much trouble. Lin Yi laughed, not intending to expose the dean's lie. The guy was obviously panicking when he interrupted him. What is it? I'll hear you out. Wang Jifeng sighed. So the kid really did find out about yesterday. He was asking for a favor already. Well, there's something I have to do this morning, so I might be a little late to class. Could you please tell my homeroom teacher that I'll get there around 10? Lin Yi said. I see. That's no problem. The dean let out a breath of relief, glad at how small the favor was. It was just a simple phone call away. Thank you very much, sir. Well, I don't want to be interrupting anymore, so carry on. Goodbye, Mr. Wang. Lin Yi hinted. This kid. Wang Jifeng put his phone down helplessly before getting back to his lover. Lin Yi, you actually know the dean? And you sound really close with him too, Yushu exclaimed, her mouth wide open as she looked at Lin Yi in shock. Met him yesterday, we got along well. Naturally, Lin Yi wasn't about to just spill the beans about the dean. He decided to brush it over with an unclear explanation. Wow, Yushu continued. I guess I'll ask for your help the next time I need a leave. Lin Yi only smiled bitterly as he glanced at Li Fu from the corner of his eye. The guy didn't react at all, most likely already used to the girls' class skipping antics. Sure. Li Fu, on the other hand, was reevaluating the young man before him. Lin Yi didn't look like anything special, but it turned out that he was extremely sociable, in addition to his bravery and wit. And very good with girls, it seemed, even getting his hands on the police beauty song Lingshan. Li Fu started getting a headache at that thought. Were these two princesses going to fall prey to him, as well? It seemed like it was time to have a talk with the chairman about Lin Yi soon. Li Fu dropped the girls off at school before driving up to Songshan's First People's Hospital. He spotted a mobile shop some distance away and decided to stop by. Mr. Lin, you should get a phone as well to keep in contact. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. He couldn't just keep borrowing Li Fu's phone. After all, Li Fu parked the car nearby and headed into the store with Lin Yi. Lin Yi walked in the store, spotting the Nokia E7 Yushu and Meng Yao were using. He had taken a liking to it the first time he saw the girls use theirs, and he decided to get himself that exact same model. He chose the Nokia E7 without so much as hesitate, and was just about to pay a few thousand kwai for it when Li Fu stopped him. The man didn't waste any time in swiping his card, purchasing the phone for him. He turned to Lin Yi with a smile. This is an everyday item, we should be the ones providing it. Lin Yi wasn't about to reject the offer when Li Fu put it like that. A couple thousand kwai was quite a number to someone like him. After all, while it amounted to nothing for the top-tier elite like Li Fu and Chu Pengzhan, it was known that Li Fu held Pengzhan Industries shares, driver he may be. It wasn't much, but it was a clear statement that solidified his place in the chairman's eyes. Traffic was busy by the time they exited the store. People were driving to and back from work, and Li Fu smiled bitterly as he faced the volume of cars on the road. Seems like we won't be reaching the hospital anytime soon. On a side note, Mr. Lin, how do you know the dean so well? We chatted a bit when I registered yesterday. We got along pretty well, so he handed me his phone number to call should I need his help. Lin Yi answered with a smile. I see. Li Fu wasn't really buying it, but he left it at that. Lin Yi didn't want to talk about it. After all, it was a long while before Songshan's First People's Hospital came into sight. It was 8:30. And they'd been through a full hour of traffic. They met with Dr. Sun Weiman from yesterday, who smiled happily when Lin Yi approached him. The little hero's walking on his feet already. Any other guy would probably still be using crutches. Dr. Sun, please, stop with the little hero thing. It's too much, and I'm no hero. Lin Yi was starting to get embarrassed from how the doctor looked at him. Something seemed a bit off with his smile, as well. Of course you are, Sun Weiman said with a wave of his hand, like some sort of elder. Though maybe too smooth. That thing Officer Song did with you yesterday, everyone in the hospital's talking about it. Even the police beauty has a thing for a hero like you. Huh? Lin Yi started sweating. Seriously? People said news spread quickly in schools. Did it spread even faster in hospitals? Well, I'll leave you alone then. Weiman smiled as he wrote on a note, handing it to Lin Yi. Take this to the treatment room in the surgical department. They'll get you sorted out. Thanks. Lin Yi took over the note hastily as he exited Weiman's clinic room, as if he were running away from the guy. He wiped the cold sweat off his temple. Would hit the fan if that Song Lingshan chick learned about this. He had managed to keep her anger at bay with some rhetoric yesterday. But Lin Yi's head started hurting as he imagined all the trouble that had come should things go wrong. Lin Yi reached the treatment room and knocked on the doors. A gentle voice sounded from inside. Please enter. Heh, what a nice voice this nurse has. Lin Yi pushed the door open without delay, strolling in swiftly. Hi, I'm here for my checkup. The nurse exclaimed in surprise when she lifted her head up. You're fine now? I'm fine? No, you didn't give me treatment yet. Lin Yi was confused. The nurse was pretty, with big round eyes, but the girl wasn't crazy. Was she? You don't remember me? Guan Xian pouted, a little saddened as she looked up at Lin Yi. She had received her first paycheck yesterday and was in high spirits. She was now officially independent from the elders in her home, who always treated her like a child. In actuality, Guan Xian wasn't low on money. Quite the opposite, her family was very rich. Guan Xian, however, didn't want it to be that way. She wanted to have money through her own efforts. As such, she got herself a job as a nurse at Songshan's First People's Hospital right after graduating medical school. It was a tough time to be looking for a job, and the competition was high. As a result, even nurses had their paths ridden with stones, forcing many of the prettier girls to bow down to unspoken rules. It was one of the few means to achieve ideal professions. Guan Xian's family background, however, shielded her from having to resort to the unspoken rules. No man would dare try that on her. With that, the hospital's director assigned Guan Xian to the treatment clinic. The surgical department's head, Sun Weiman, at the same time, was a very righteous and honest man, and the director recognized that it was also why he chose that particular department. His own position would be at risk if his doctors tried something on her. After all, Guan Xian was happily making her way to the bank after receiving her pay, intending to celebrate a little with her first paycheck. The nursing profession, however, wasn't a very orthodox one, and almost all banks were closed by the time her shift was over. Guan Xian had no choice but to go the long way, to where a 24-hour bank was available. Needless to say, a bank robbery was the last thing she had expected to happen. She followed what everyone else did when the robbers started shooting around, her mind blank as she crouched down. But then the cops showed up. The robbers, in turn, were forced to pull someone out to be made hostage. Guanxi's heart started beating rapidly when the robbers walked her way, yet they happened to choose a girl not far from where she was crouching. A young man then stood up with a rascal, offering to take the girl's place. It took Guanxi by complete surprise. It was instinct for everyone to fear being taken hostage, yet the guy stood up regardless. Guanxian could only be impressed by the bravery displayed. Her thoughts were cut short an instant after, however. When the robber fired his gun at the guy, her heart almost burst from panic and shock. The guy was twisting his body to the side when he unexpectedly turned it back a split second later, taking the bullet in his leg without so much as making a sound. An impulse of duty washed over her at that instant. She wanted to tell him that she could treat his wound, that she was a nurse. Much to her dismay, her body refused to budge, and both the guy and girl disappeared through the doors soon after, dragged away as hostages before Guanxian could recover from the shock. Guanxian overheard a couple of nurses and doctors talking about a Linny guy the next morning, but thought of it as mere gossip as she made her way to her clinic. It wasn't until later that she learned what the gossip was about. Much to her surprise, everyone was talking about the bank robbery. Naturally, Guanxian spoke up as a victim of the whole incident, mentioning the young man who offered to take the girl's place as hostage. It erased any traces of doubt anybody had, and fully confirmed Lin Yi's standing as a hero. Despite what Sun Weiman had shared, most still assumed that Lin Yi was bullshitting to the doctor. The police never revealed anything. After all, Guanxian's confirmation as a witness, however, was valuable enough to replace a police statement. What? He came here today for surgery? Wait, that means he's escaped the robbers. Guanxian said excitedly in a wave of joy upon hearing Weiman's words. Her depression wiped away completely. She hadn't been able to sleep well last night, worried about Lin Yi and the girl. I know, right? Weiman laughed in response. Lin Yi sure is something. Xian, you're quite lucky, you know. Lin Yi said so himself. That he dodged the bullet, only turning back to get hit by it when he saw a girl right behind him. Seems like you're that girl he saved. So that's how it was. Guanxian's jaw dropped in shock. She'd been wondering why Lin Yi turned his body back. It was the protect her. Ha ha ha, Xian. I'll send him to you when he visits for a checkup later. Sun Weiman said with a smile. He didn't know Guanxian's identity, but the director himself had spoken to him about the matter when the girl first came in. She was sent in by a big shot, and should be treated with special care. Sun Weiman, however, was a modest guy. He'd always treat everyone in the surgical department nicely. The director's words were unnecessary. The young ones, especially Weiman, had a habit of making sure he taught them everything he knew. It was only natural that Guanxian would blush at the idea of healing her hero, who got injured. Saving her, it seemed like something straight out of a drama. Lin Yi felt that he'd seen the girl somewhere before, but his mind was currently preoccupied with roleplay as he stared at the nurse uniform. Her "you don't remember me," however, sent a shiver up Lin Yi's spine. Why did it feel like something out of a drama? The girl made it sound like he'd forgotten about her after toying with her feelings. You are? Lin Yi eyed the girl in front of him suspiciously, trying to figure out her identity from staring into her pretty eyes. It wasn't a surprise that Lin Yi couldn't recognize the girl. In all honesty, he'd only caught a glimpse of her out of the corner of his eye during the hostage situation, and he didn't even know her name. Thank you for blocking the bullet for me yesterday. Guanxian couldn't help but feel disappointed in the development, and decided to just explain their relationship in one simple thank you sentence. Oh, it's you. Lin Yi realized at that point it was the girl he protected yesterday. You remember? Guanxian smiled, delighted that Lin Yi remembered her. You know, that guy yesterday was shooting at me in the first place. I couldn't just dodge a bullet meant for me and let it fly into some other person. No need to thank me at all. Lin Yi explained. You don't need to feel guilty about anything, as well. Oh. The atmosphere seemed to dim down a little, and Guanxian nodded, unsure of what to say to Lin Yi's words. Well, that's that. Could you help treat my wound? Lin Yi said with a smile. Pleasure to meet you. pretty nurse lady. I'm Guan Xian. Guan Xian introduced, happy from the compliment as she smiled back at Lin Yi. She took over Sun Weiman's note and started preparing the medicine. She was readying the salve when she noticed Lin Yi still standing there. She smiled in amusement. What are you standing there for? You have to take your pants off before I can help, right? Guan Xian's face, however, reddened instantly as she thought about what she just said. It was actually a first for her to be treating a male patient. Sun Weiman usually sent the guys to married nurses in the surgical department when faced with an injury like this. The young nurses mostly handled external bruises and minor injuries. Yet things were a little different this time around. Lin Yi was Guan Xian's savior, and for that reason Weiman had assigned Lin Yi to her, with her silent consent. Is that okay? It was Lin Yi's turn to be embarrassed. His pants hadn't even left his legs yesterday when Song Lingshan messed with his thigh, and look at how things turned out. One could only imagine the possibilities that had stemmed from the same action, this time on a pantless Lin Yi. Lin Yi's embarrassment, however, took the blush off Guan Xian's face. His fidgeting must have awakened her more playful side. I'm a nurse, you know? What's there to be embarrassed about? There shouldn't be any privacy between doctor and patient. So why don't you be a good boy and take your pants off? Guan Xian's word choice resulted in Lin Yi's face warming up. What's with this word choice? It's like she's an older girl seducing her junior. Sweat started dripping down Lin Yi's neck, and he decided to just go with the flow. The girl was a nurse. After all, there shouldn't be any problems. You can use it. The sight of Lin Yi lying back on her office chair put a blush on her face, but she let it be. It wasn't a big deal, after all, though the guy was in his underwear. But Lin Yi sat up straight, his tone apologetic. Didn't know it was yours. Should I sit somewhere else? It's fine. Your leg's injured, and it's just a chair. With that, Guan Xian crouched down, moving her head in for a closer inspection of the wound. The guy seemed skinny, but had very muscular legs. Guan Xian was intrigued. It wasn't a surprise that he'd been able to walk around like nothing happened. Guan Xian made sure to employ extreme care when undoing the bandage when a gradual panic started building up, especially when she noticed the slight bulge in Lin Yi's underwear. Her breathing then started getting rapid, as well. Her hand, in turn, trembled a bit, and her face lit up a tomato red. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was panicking as hard as the girl was. There was a pretty girl kneeling in front of his crotch, wearing role-play nurse uniform. Yet he had a strong mind, and Lin Yi managed to hold down most of his excitement from growing. The tremble from Guan Xian, however, connected her hand with Lin Yi. A strong mind had its limits. Guan Xian was already blushing a bright red from touching Lin Yi. She couldn't help but lower her head as she continued working on the bandages. She didn't want her expression to be seen, and her head shied away even more, going further and further down on instinct, when, Lin Yi felt helpless as he looked at Guan Xian's face. Why'd you have to touch it? What happened, however, and it was all Lin Yi could do to offer her an awkward apology. Sorry. I tried to control myself. Guan Xian only felt bad from the apology. She knew fully well that Lin Yi was decent enough to suppress himself, only reacting biologically after her hand had touched it by accident. In all honesty, the blame should have been on her. It's not your fault. I shouldn't be paying attention to this kind of thing in the first place, as a professional nurse and all. It was actually my thoughts that got a bit indecent. Guan Xian explained immediately. She was approaching the issue with a nice attitude, but any other guy, and she'd probably have slapped him in the face already. Lin Yi was different. He was her savior, who'd sacrificed himself for her. That fact alone brought guilt upon her heart, and in turn, her current kindness and open-mindedness regarding the accidental skinship. He's down now, Lin Yi mentioned awkwardly as he pointed down a little self-mockingly. We're good to continue. Yeah. Guan Xian nodded, throwing aside her awkwardness as she tended to Lin Yi's wound. The bandage was stuck to part of the wound, and Lin Yi had to grit his teeth as Guan Xian tore it off. The wound's healing really fast. I can't believe your surgery was yesterday, Guan Xian commented, shocked at what she was seeing. Yeah, my skin's always been really healthy. Lin Yi explained with a lie. He couldn't just tell her about the art of dragon mastery. Guan Xian finished the bandaging and completed the treatment, but it was clear from their faces that the two were still a little embarrassed at the whole thing. Kwon Xian was the first to speak, smiling generously. Come for a checkup 3 days, later you can just come to my office directly. Yeah, thanks. Lin Yi nodded in response, exiting the room and darting away from the surgical department hurriedly, not resting until he reached the hospital's entrance. It was a humiliating day. Li Fu was waiting for Lin Yi the whole time in the car. Lin Yi had requested to go in alone. He was able to walk perfectly fine anyways, and he'd troubled the guy enough. All done? Li Fu asked, pushing open the door upon seeing Lin Yi's approach. Yeah. Lin Yi nodded. Still need to come for a checkup tomorrow, but the nurse said to first see how the wound's closing up. Coming the day after tomorrow works too. Kwon Xian had a day off tomorrow and was thinking of receiving Lin Yi the day after that when she considered changes that might take place in the wound. She then told Lin Yi to choose the time depending on the wound's condition, with that in mind. Lin Yi recalled the awkwardness from the clinic room a while back. He really wasn't ready for a second round of a session that embarrassing. Looking without touching really didn't do it for him. I've made contact with the chairman and informed him of yesterday's events, Li Fu said as he started the car up. What did Mr. Chu say? Lin Yi asked. Mr. Chu's returning as soon as possible. He'll address the matter after he's back in Songshan. Li Fu continued. Although, the chairman's mentioned that he has a general idea of who the mastermind might be. Oh? Lin Yi was a bit startled. The chairman was quite intelligent, figuring out who the mastermind was in such short a time period. Traffic had wound down, and the roads grew a lot smoother than before. It didn't take long before Li Fu reached the school, dropping Lin Yi off and departing with a wave of his hand. Lin Yi pulled the backpack up his shoulders as he stepped through the gates. The field was empty, with only a couple of students playing basketball when it was supposed to be class time. Clearly class-skipping delinquents. A basketball suddenly flew in Lin Yi's direction, landing near him with a bounce. Yo kid, throw the ball here. A long-haired student in a black shirt called out. Lin Yi was late for class already, and he didn't have the time to be chasing after a basketball. It didn't even land at his feet. The ball stopped quite some distance away. Hades, you little rascal. Can't you hear me talking to you? Zhou Ruoming was very displeased. There was no one who dared to go against him. Not in this school. Lin Yi didn't know his parents, but he didn't take well to an insult like that. He turned around slowly and looked at Zhou Ruoming. He pointed at him, and then at himself, as if he were asking, Are you talking to me? Yes, you. Are you deaf? I'm gonna count to 3. Throw the ball back by then, and I'll let this go. I'll ruin your school life if you don't. Ruoming barked with no concerns at all. Lin Yi was clearly a poor student from the way he was dressed. Lin Yi didn't say anything, only walking to where the ball was. He crouched down and picked it up. Ruoming's lackeys only cheered in response, sending a wave of delight washing over him. This was what his school life as a Big Four was all about: oppressing others, pushing them beneath his feet and stepping on them. That's Ming bro for you. Kid doesn't even say anything. A couple words and he goes ball picking for the guy who just yelled at him. Himph, poor A student. Ruoming said gleefully. There isn't anyone who dare go against me in this school. Lin Yi stood up, turning to Ruoming with ball in hand. Ruoming, on the other hand, lifted his hands up, gesturing for Lin Yi to throw the ball his way. His lips edged up slightly as Lin Yi looked at the guy's cocky face. With a violent movement, Lin Yi sent the basketball shooting in Ruoming's direction. Naturally, Ruoming was yet to realize the incoming danger, his face still wearing a pleased expression as he prepared to receive the ball. The ball smacked into Ruoming's hands, and his lackey started cheering. Ming bro. Ruoming was celebrating as well, proud that he'd caught a ball from so far a distance. He was just about to speak when something felt off. The ball wasn't stopping even after he'd caught it. It felt more lead ball than basketball. Jiga. Zhou Ruoming yelled. His wrists dislocated themselves from the impact, and the basketball shot off from his destroyed wrists and into his face. Ruoming couldn't even call out in shock as blood gushed out his nostrils, forming an arch of rainbow red as he was blasted off his feet. He lost consciousness instantly, and Ruoming's lackeys stared in utter shock. Basketball? It was a cannonball. They then lifted their gazes to Lin Yi, who had just finished patting the dust off his hands, making his way to class as if nothing happened. Lin Yi didn't so much as glance back at the casualty. I'll let you go with a light warning this time. I'll put you in a coma if you pull something like this again. That kid hit Ming, bro. We can't let him get away. One of the lackeys spoke up after the silence, waking the others from their shock. They were just about to start walking at Linny when he turned around impatiently. Linny looked at the group in its entirety, his eyes dead cold. He smiled before continuing on into the school building. The gaze froze them in their tracks. It was a glorious dream to avenge Ming Bro. But Lin Yi had just demonstrated the monstrosity of his strength. Ming Bro's hands were deformed at this point, his face smeared with blood. Everyone was still trying to comprehend how a basketball could cause damage to this degree. No one was stupid enough to take on someone who put out their boss in one move. They were nowhere as strong as Ruoming in the first place. The group lowered their heads, and the lackey who called Linny out kept his mouth shut. Defeated, they picked Ruoming up and headed for the school hospital. Zhong Pinliang was absent during study hall that morning. He'd been busy calling a Heibao bro, who worked for his father. The guy was quite a big shot in Songshan streets, managing his boss Glory Year's nightclub. Heibao bro was not very interested in Lin Yi. The kid was a student, and there was no reason for a man like him to go after him. It'd be overkill. Sending his lackeys would be more than enough. After all, Heibao also treated the whole incident with a bit of disdain. Zhong Pinliang and his group couldn't even deal with the student themselves. It was disgraceful, but Heibao kept silent about it. There was no point in giving his boss son a reason to hate him. That'd just be plain idiocy. The kid would one day inherit the business, and he might very well be working for him in the future. Yet Heibao wasn't pleased about having to handle a matter this trivial. It was a little humiliating. Zhong Pinliang's nagging got to him, however, emphasizing how strong the transfer student was. Heibao could only sigh, agreeing to bring a couple of his men over for a look. Pinliang was pleased he'd finally gotten Heibao bro to help him. The guy was famous for how strong he was, and everyone knew about that time where he destroyed a boxing champion who decided to thrash the nightclub on a drunken impulse. Pinliang couldn't help but admire him. As a result, Pinliang had the most absolute of confidence that there was nothing Lin Yi could in face of Heibao bro. He'd sworn never to stop until he got Lin Yi to kneel down and address him as Liang bro. Yet Lin Yi was nowhere to be seen. Was the kid so scared that he decided not to come? Then what did he call Heibao bro for? With a wave of his hand, Zhong Pinliang left the classroom with Zhang Naipeo and Gao Xiaofu following behind him. There was no reason for him to stay with Lin Yi absent. Liang bro, you think Lin Yi got scared for with us yesterday? Xiaofu analyzed. There's that possibility. Zhong Pinliang said with a frown. This was what he had feared most. Seriously? He can't run forever, unless he's planning on not attending this school anymore. Gao Xiaobo commented. You're right. My dad wants me to get in a good college. Pinliang sighed. It's going to be really annoying if Lin Yi decides to skip the whole day. This opportunity won't come so easily the second time around. Kong Xiaobo's here though. Should we let Heibao bro him up? Naipeo suggested, still salty about getting kicked by Xiaobo yesterday. You idiot. We don't need Heibao bro to deal with Kong Xiaobo. Just us three is more than enough to kick his ace open. Xiaofu said as he rolled his eyes at Naipeo. Can't you think of any better ideas? Why don't you think of an idea then? Naipeo replied, irritated. Stop it you two. Shut up. Pinliang snapped, very impatient. He searched for somewhere to sit and pulled out a cigarette. Naipeo wasted no time in lighting Pinliang's cigarette up, smiling awkwardly as he did it. Wasn't Zhou Ruoming playing basketball with his friends? Liang bro, maybe we can join them for a bit? Xiaofu suggested, pointing at the students playing basketball on the field. Not interested, Pinliang said after one look at Zhou Ruoming's group. He shook his head. If Lin Yi still doesn't come, I'll have to ask Heibao bro to come some other day. Liang bro, look. Naipeo started screaming all of a sudden. What are you yelling for? Pinliang jumped in surprise, very as he glared at Naipeo. No, Liang bro, no, Lin Yi. Naipeo was stuttering at that point. What the are you on about, Liang bro? Lin Yi? I'd rather die than change my name to Lin Yi. Pinliang cursed as he frowned at Naipeo, very dissatisfied. Liang bro, I'm telling you that Lin Yi's here. He's here. Naipeo said with a burst, finally getting the words out. What? Lin Yi? Here? Where? Pinliang lifted his head, hastily looking at where Naipeo's finger was pointed and searching for Lin Yi's face. It was indeed Lin Yi, and he was strolling peacefully to the school gates. This is pretty relaxed, isn't he? Liang bro, should we go? Xiaofu asked subconsciously. Go? For what? You think you can take him all of a sudden now, huh? Zhong Pinliang snapped a glare at Xiaofu, annoyed. Think you're a tough guy. Didn't you just get one shot yesterday? Xiaofu blinked in realization they'd only be asking Lin Yi to them up again. He decided to settle with a glare and not approach him. The three were looking at Lin Yi when he stopped where Ruoming had ordered him to retrieve his ball for him. Things were looking interesting. Xiaofu spat joyfully. Zhuo Ruoming was a merciless man, backed by a gangster brother. Lin Yi wouldn't come out unscathed if he clashed with someone of Ruoming's level. Pinliang didn't even need to do anything at this point. Knowing Lin Yi, there's no way he'll just listen to Ruoming command him. Naipeo commented happily. Zhuo Ruoming's quite the fighter, 2 shows getting good. Pinliang was as interested as his lackeys were. It'd be nice for Lin Yi to get beat up before Heibao came with the real deal. Wait, what? When did Lin Yi get so weak? Xiaofu's jaw dropped as he stared at the weak-willed guy. How was this Lin Yi? Xiaofu couldn't believe it. He wouldn't be surprised if it turned out that Lin Yi had a twin. This Lin Yi. Pinliang cursed, his fists clenched tightly. So even he knows to weigh his opponent's strength? Obedient as a dog when it's Ruoming. So Zhong Pinliang isn't scary enough for you. You'll pay. I'm never letting you go. Naipeo and Xiaofu were choking with anger and humiliation. As well, it was a bare-faced taunt. Were they really that much weaker than Zhuo Ruoming, in Lin Yi's eyes? The three were gritting their teeth when the basketball destroyed Ruoming's hands and face, sending him to the ground with blood spilling everywhere. Seriously? Naipeo exclaimed, his mouth wide open. I knew it. There's just no way that would be so submissive. Pinliang breathed out in relief. Lin Yi's meekness towards Ruoming had hit him hard, and Pinliang felt very uncomfortable, and at that. The guy had it even worse than what he'd been put through by Lin Yi back at the balcony. Zhuo Ruoming got unlucky this time, Jesus. It's his fault for messing with that little. The guy's crazy. Xiaofu was a little gleeful as he watched Ruoming have his ace handed to him, remembering what Lin Yi did to them yesterday. Looks like Heibao bro's the only one who can deal with him. We're not on his level at all. Pinliang had been unwilling to admit inferiority to Lin Yi's strength, convinced that luck was involved, at least to some degree. The scene before them today, however, established what he'd been doubting. Lin Yi was a monster, of an extreme caliber. The guy used a basketball to knock someone out, and from that distance too. Seems so. Naipeo nodded in agreement. We probably shouldn't be messing with him anymore. Guy's violent as. Naturally, Lin Yi didn't have a clue as to whom he'd just beaten down. Were Ruoming of the Big Four. Lin Yi reached class 5 and knocked on the door. Come in. The homeroom teacher's voice came from behind the door. It was Ms. Lu's math class right now. Ms. Lu, sorry I'm late. Lin Yi said politely as he pushed the door open. He'd have the dean talk to her personally already, but he wanted to avoid using his connections against her. This teacher was the one handling him directly, after all, not Mr. Wang. The dean had talked to her about it before, and Ms. Lu didn't see the need to say anything much, only nodding in response. Okay, go have a seat. Yushu stared at Lin Yi in surprise, who was walking to his seat quickly and healthily. Yao Yao, doesn't he look completely healed already? Wasn't that a bullet that hit his leg? Who knows? Meng Yao curled her lips as she glanced at Lin Yi. So much for acting high and mighty. Yushu recalled the scene as well, irritated. She remembered her brother chasing after her, and got even more as a result. To Yushu, Lin Yi wasn't bad. Looking at him objectively, the guy was a pretty good-looking boy, and strong, as well. While that may be the case, Yushu felt that Lin Yi was lacking when compared to her own brother, and she couldn't let go of the fact that Song Lingshan had chosen Lin Yi over him. Lin Yi, naturally, didn't realize that the two misses were having a discussion about him. He pulled out his math textbook and flipped to the page Ms. Lu was on. The semester's teachings were over, and it was that time of the semester where all the classes were revision lectures. Lin Yi never went to school, but he'd familiarized himself with high school and even college studies under old Lin's nagging. Lin Yi, as a result, found himself following Ms. Lu's lessons with no difficulty at all. He wasn't a genius or anything of the sort. He just had a better memory than the average person. There was the internet, as well, with all the information and classes he'd need. Self-study was not a problem in the least. Lin Yi looked towards Zhong Pinliang's seat, noticing that the three were all absent. Could he have beaten them up too heavily yesterday? Lin Yi turned back to his textbook, not paying them any more thoughts. Whatever, it's a good thing. Don't want to see their faces. He never expected for the three to be plotting against him at that very moment. The class was halfway through by the time Lin Yi arrived, and it didn't take long before the bell rang. Ms. Lu made sure to assign the students homework before leaving the classroom. Kang Xiaobo turned around to look at Lin Yi, his tone somewhat complaining. Geez, boss. You scared me. I thought you weren't coming today. What? Zhong Pinliang and his friends giving you a hard time. Aren't they absent? Lin Yi said with a laugh. It was true Xiaobo didn't stand a chance against them without Lin Yi here. It was only natural for him to worry. Absent? They were here this morning, and Naipeo's face was all swollen, with band-aids and everything. Xiaobo said. But they left after taking a look around. Maybe because you weren't here? Oh, they came to school? It was outside of Lin Yi's expectations, but it didn't really matter to him if they left after coming, or if they'd come at all, it was all the same. Let them do what they want, I guess. But boss, they might go get someone after realizing how much stronger than them you were. Xiaobo warned, worried about his boss. Get someone? What do you mean? Lin Yi asked, not catching on to what Xiaobo was trying to say. I'm talking about them asking for outside, gangster help, getting them to deal with you since they can't do it themselves. Xiaobo explained. Boss, you gotta be careful. They even know gangsters? Lin Yi frowned. Zhong Pinliang was cocky, but the kid was a student at the end of the day. He never considered the possibility of Pinliang going so far as to get gangsters to beat him up after failing to do so himself. Of course they do. One of our big four, Zhuo his very brother's a gangster. Xiaobo said. There was that time when he clashed with the boss of Songshan's second school, and he even involved his brother in the whole thing. His arms were bare and thick, with a huge tattoo on his body and everything. His followers even had iron pipes and machetes, and Songshan's second's boss knelt on the ground to plead for mercy before the fight even began. Lin Yi only frowned at the story these students were getting out of control, well out of his expectations. Perhaps he wasn't cruel enough with Zhong Pinliang yesterday? Let's go. It's exercise break. Xiaobo stood up after the class emptied itself. They sat at the very back of the classroom and had to wait until almost everyone was out before they could leave. What do we actually do during exercise break? Lin Yi asked. He hadn't yet participated because of Zhong Pinliang's antics yesterday. You didn't go yesterday? Oh yeah, I don't think I saw you. Xiaobo thought about the question for a bit before speaking up again. Exercise break is basically something like organized gymnastics, with a PE teacher at the front leading everyone. Really easy to learn. Xiaobo brought Lin Yi to Class 5's area on the field. He was a tall guy, and so he stood at the far back of the line. Lin Yi was pretty tall himself, as well, standing right next to Xiaobo. Zhong Pinliang's eyes lit up as he finally saw Heibao Bro at the school gates. A bulky, bald-headed man got out from a white Nissan van, and two similar-looking followers came out after him. Master Zhong, the baldy greeted. Pinliang nodded in response before turning to his own followers. Go on. Heibao Bro is here. Heibao Bro. Naipeo and Xiaofu greeted in unison. Master Zhong, where's this guy you were talking about? I'll get rid of him quickly. Still need to get back before boss finds out about this. Boss here, naturally, referred to Pinliang's father. Heibao understood that the boss didn't take well to Pinliang causing trouble like this, and had to take the long way to avoid getting found out. Right over there. It's exercise break right now. Pinliang answered. Heibao Bro nodded curtly, cigarette in hand as he walked into the school. A guard stopped him. Hey, what are you doing here? This is a school. You can't just come in as you please. Heibao Bro looked back at the guard disinterestedly. With a glare, he blew out a smoke ring at his face. Old. Stay where you are if you want to live. One look at the gangster's face, and the guard understood this wasn't someone an old guy like him could afford crossing. He backed off and pretended not to see the group. There were teachers with the students during exercise break anyway. The entirety of the school was currently on the field for exercise break when 6 unfriendly figures walked over. Zhong Pinliang, Zhang Naipeo, and Gao Xiaofu were 3 of those 6, albeit much less intimidating than the 3 gangsters behind them. Heibao Bro was absolutely uncaring of the gazes as he marched onto the field. Where? Heibao Bro asked. Right there. There's our class. Lin Yi's gotta be with them. Pinliang wasn't able to see for himself, but he was sure that Lin Yi would be present for the exercise break. Boss, it's Zhong Pinliang. He's brought backup. The group's target was obvious. All 6 of them were clearly looking for Lin Yi. Lin Yi had already noticed the 6 they were on the field. After all, everyone could see them. It didn't take long before the 6 reached Class 5's area, and Pinliang spotted Lin Yi at the back right away. He pointed at him on sight. That's him, that guy in the uniform at the far back. Heibao Bro only nodded, making his way to Lin Yi with quick steps. It was true the kid was just like any other normal student out there. Tall and skinny, not a fighter's build at all. Heibao Bro sighed, was this really worth him dealing with personally? The kid was kinda handsome, but that's it. Heibao Bro was unable to identify any more traits to the guy. He was no fighter, just a poor student. But the young master had made his request, however, and Heibao Bro decided to end things quickly. He needed to get back as soon as possible. You're Lin Yi? Heibao Bro asked as he gazed at Lin Yi, cigarette in his mouth. Yeah. Lin Yi replied dully. Know why I've come for you? Heibao Bro didn't take well to Lin Yi's attitude. No idea. Lin Yi said with a frown, a little impatient. Stop blocking me. I'm trying to do gymnastics here. I can't follow the people in front of me. They? Lin Yi's attitude took Heibao Bro by complete surprise. Enraged, he reached out at Lin Yi's throat. Lin Yi's left hand shot out in response, gripping onto Heibao's right arm. His right hand then pinched onto Heibao's cheek, a finger flicking the cigarette into his throat. GCK. Heibao Bro called out as the cigarette hit his throat, blistering it with a burn. Lin Yi's left hand then shoved the stunned Heibao to his side. Heibao Bro had his mouth wide open as he fanned at his throat, panting like a dog under a scorching summer sun. Zhuo Ruoming had been laying on the school hospital bed for a long while, finally waking up after many a massage. A band-aid was placed on his nose, and he was helped down from the bed, his head still buzzing from the impact. What class is that guy from? Ruoming spat, his voice full of loathing. Find him. I'm gonna him up so bad his own mother won't recognize him. We don't know either. Zhuo Ruoming's lackeys were clueless as well. There were simply too many normal-looking students in uniform, and they never attracted attention, or made any impressions. Well, he's in our school for sure. Go look for him class by class, and him up as bad as you can the moment you see him. Leave it to us, Ming Bro, the lackeys said in response. Lin Yi's strength took them by surprise. But they had the numbers. There was no way they'd be scared of a single guy. Zhuo Ruoming and his group exited the school hospital only to see the whole school gathered for the exercise break. One of the lackeys had a sharp eye, quickly spotting Zhong Pinliang's group stepping onto the field with 3 big guys behind them. His brother drank with him occasionally, bringing Ruoming along. Sometimes the man had left a strong impression on him. That's Heibao Bro, really famous on the streets for how strong he is. Wonder why Zhong Pinliang called him here? Maybe to help him go at someone in the school? One of Ruoming's lackeys guessed. Heibao Bro coming here to beat a student up? Dunno, though that's probably a bit overkill. Ruoming shook his head, not understanding what Pinliang was up to at all. Curious, the group seated themselves on a bench. Ruoming was very interested in whom Zhong Pinliang was going this far for. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and Ruoming remembered the defeated looks on Zhong Pinliang and his followers just yesterday, refusing to tell him what had happened. Could someone have beaten them up? This whole thing was for revenge, then? It was entirely plausible, and Zhuo Ruoming couldn't help but feel a bit amused. This Zhong Pinliang's getting pathetic, losing to a student, and even getting outside gangsters for revenge. What amused Ruoming even more was the training amongst ourselves lie that Zhong Pinliang used to cover the mess up. Ming Bro, doesn't that guy look familiar? One of the lackeys pointed out. That's the guy who threw the basketball at Ming Bro. Another lackey exclaimed, recognizing Lin Yi instantly. Ruoming strained his eyes for a better look as well. It really was the kid from before. Ming Bro, what do we do? One of the lackeys asked, already preparing to slaughter Lin Yi. Wait, the kid must have shown Pinliang off somehow since it's like this already. We'll just let Heibao bro mess him up a bit before we take our revenge, Ruoming said dully. Ruoming looked calm, but was absolutely restless inside. Zhong Pinliang wasn't as strong as he was, but his followers were considerable threats along with Pinliang himself. To have lost against Lin Yi to the point where they resorted to calling gangsters out for backup, it only proved how formidable the kid was. He thought of the basketball attack to be a lucky shot, as well. Chances were that Lin Yi was quite skilled to have gotten himself targeted by Heibao bro, as things turned out. With that, Ruoming decided to watch things play out first. He could always get Lin Yi after Heibao bro finished with him. What happened next, however, hits were Ruoming and his gang with absolute shock. No one had caught the exchange, but it was an undeniable fact that Heibao bro was suffering as he wriggled about, hand clasped over his mouth. When was the last time Heibao took a hit like this? The opponent was a student, and yet, Heibao's lungs were bursting with hot rage at that point, and the pain in his throat was the least of his problems. With red eyes, he charged at Lin Yi, swinging an arm at him. Lin Yi could tell that his opponent belonged to the brawn-type Heibao, was a man that focused on pure strength. Heibao's fist didn't concern Lin Yi in the least. Old Lin was always hitting him with an iron bar back home, and even that didn't damage Lin Yi at all. Lin Yi wasn't afraid of him, but he had a whole school as audience at the moment. Not even flinching from a punch like this would seem too unnatural to the spectators. With that in mind, Lin Yi evaded the hit with a flash of movement, appearing behind Heibao an instant later. He lifted his foot up and sent a heavy kick into Heibao's thick ace. It was the exact same move he'd employed against Zhong Pinliang the first time he entered the school, and it was Lin Yi's intention to put the enemy down in a simple and straightforward means. It had helped cloak his technique, passing him off as an undisciplined street fighter instead of a trained martial artist. Demonstrating his kung fu in public was not something he wanted to do. Old Lin's teachings were based mainly around assassination, after all. Revealing his cards would only inconvenience him. Rough, street fighting was the way to go here. Heibao was a great deal heavier and thicker than Zhong Pinliang, but Lin Yi's kicks were enough to dent a hole in a car, let alone Heibao bro. Lin Yi, however, wasn't very keen on the idea of disabling someone for life in public, nor did he look forward to the charges that'd be pressed against him. A simple punishment was enough for what the situation called for. Heibao let out a pained scream as his face got launched into the concrete floor, his head covered in blood. Zhong Pinliang, Gao Xiaofu, Zhang Naipeo, Heibao bro's two lackeys, and Zhuo Ruoming's group all stared in absolute disbelief. Zhuo Ruoming couldn't believe it. The Heibao bro, defeated this easily, with a kick in the ace? Others may not comprehend the extent of Heibao bro's strength, but Ruoming understood even his own brother wasn't a match for a man like him. Lin Yi clearly put the big shot down with no effort whatsoever, not breaking a sweat at all. What the? Seriously? One of Ruoming's lackeys commented in disbelief. Ruoming only shook his head at the statement. He wasn't stupid. Quite the contrary, he was considered one of the more witty types, and he didn't see Lin Yi as lucky at all. The enemy was Heibao bro, who'd been fighting ruthless and gory fights his entire life. To be put down by a lucky move from Lin Yi's side? Heibao bro wouldn't survive a day out there if some random kid could just get lucky and kick him into a faceplant. Strength was strength, and Ruoming acknowledged strength wherever acknowledgement was due. His injury from Lin Yi wasn't bad at all compared to Heibao bro's, who was still struggling to get up from the agonizing pain. Lin Yi never intended to take Heibao's life, but he wasn't planning on going easy on the big guy in the slightest. Either the kick hadn't shattered Heibao's hip, but bones were definitely broken from the impact. Heibao bro would be in a hospital bed for a month or two, at least. Heibao bro? Heibao's two lackeys never expected such strength from the kid. Seeing their boss beaten to the ground, however, angered them, pushing them forward to where Lin Yi was. Lin Yi was quite impatient as he watched the lackeys near him. It was his first exercise break. Kill him. Heibao had stopped struggling. The pain was too much for him to get back on his feet. His eyes, however, weren't resigned yet, still violent with rage as he gritted his teeth. Losing to a kid from a kick in the ace? Going down like this was something he'd never allow himself to tolerate. It was either him or Linny today. He even ordered his men to have him killed. Linny frowned in displeasure, stepping on his cheek and dislocating his jaw. What Lin Yi did shocked the two, along with Heibao's scream. They were new recruits and hadn't gone through their share of battles as of yet. Heibao Bro brought them along precisely because of that. He wanted to teach them the joys of violence and mercilessness as he made an example out of a defenseless student. The current situation was utterly contrary to what they had expected, however, and the two understood the dangers of the business at that very instant. One could get disabled for life in fights like this. There was nothing glorious about this at all. Lin Yi's sheer violence froze the two in their tracks. Heibao Bro was their idol, an unstoppable god they looked up to. And now some student hit him so hard he couldn't even crawl back up? How were they supposed to face full-fledged gangsters from now on, when a mere student had such absurd strength already? The thought compelled the two to retreat, and they started backing off slowly. No one's getting out alive today. Heibao Bro yelled as he whipped out a handgun from his pocket, pointing it straight at Lin Yi. The gun was made in underground factories and sold in black markets as such. The gun's accuracy and safety were far inferior to that of an officially crafted one. The gun wasn't genuine, but those of the underground businesses looked upon it quite favorably. Having a gun to whip out would instantly put the user in control of many situations. After all, Heibao had had the handgun prepared as a last resort, a just-in-case measure. Never would he have expected to resort to that in a place like a schoolyard. Lin Yi's conflict with Heibao had long since pulled the attention of everyone present. Barging into a school in broad daylight, after all, was not something the teachers could tolerate. They were messing with a student in direct sight of the teachers, no less. The buffer P teachers were particularly lively as they made their way to where Heibao was. What on earth is going on? Wang Jifeng had rushed to the scene as well, having noticed a group of teachers in heated discussion. Mr. Wang, it's Zhong Pinliang from 12th grade's class 5. He's brought a couple of gangsters into the school building. Zhang Xiaohua was class 5's PE teacher, and he loathed Zhong Pinliang for always getting into fights and playing around, disregarding school as a whole. He couldn't do anything about it, but it refreshed him to give Wang Jifeng a complaint about the problem child. Zhong Pinliang? Wang Jifeng frowned as he looked to where the crowd was gathered. When the tables were turned, suddenly Heibao had been kicked face first into the floor by Lin Yi. Wang Jifeng took a closer look and realized who the person kicking Heibao was. Why is it him? The dean had found Lin Yi to be quite a polite kid. He'd been recommended directly by Chu Pengzhan, but had a pleasant, fresh air about him, with his neat school uniform and all, not one trace of what you'd find in spoilt rich kids like Zhong Pinliang. Yet now, Jifeng concluded that one should not judge by appearance. He understood, however, that Lin Yi was not someone he could cross. There was Chu Pengzhan backing him up, but Lin Yi also had Jifeng's secret in his hands in addition. He'd be kicked out of the school for sure if Lin Yi decided to expose him. PE teachers, go take a look. Make sure our students are safe. Wang Jifeng ordered, his intent loud and clear. They were allowed to do as they saw fit with the gangsters, as long as they kept the students protected. With that, the PE teachers marched forward. Lin Yi had the upper hand, and they intended to put the opponent at a further disadvantage with their numbers. They suddenly stopped as a shocking development took place. He's got a gun, Zhang Xiaohua called out in shock. The other teachers turned their heads to Heibao, as well. The guy was holding a gun at Lin Yi. We can't go over there. We need to call the police. Wang Jifeng was starting to panic as things spun out of control. This was not something the school was able to contain. Lin Yi wasn't expecting the move, as well. The guy pulled a freaking gun out after losing. What's wrong, you little rascal? Hot stuff, aren't you? Take a good look at what's in my hand. Bet you've never seen this before. His entire body was in agony, but a wave of pleasure washed over him regardless. He loved putting people beneath him. Isn't that just a gun? Lin Yi replied dully after a glance at Heibao's gun. Heibao Bro's lungs puffed up with rage. What was this kid saying? Isn't that just a gun? Did he think the gun was a toy? Heibao was. He could end Lin Yi with a slight movement of his finger, but he preferred to have Lin Yi wetting his pants in fear. That's right, it's a gun. Die, you. Heibao's eyes were gleaming with hate as he pulled the trigger. The sound filled the entire field up, and all the teachers and students froze in shock. They had never expected for any shots to be fired. Those in the most panic, however, were 6 individuals. Mingyao was squeezing Yushu's hand, her palm completely covered in sweat. She'd been terrified ever since the moment Heibao Bro pulled his gun out. Her heart hadn't beat this fast even when Lin Yi stood up to face a gun in her place. But now, her emotions were intensely heightened, and she didn't want to admit it, but she didn't want anything to happen to Lin Yi. Yushu was in total panic mode as well. Things had developed beyond her imagination. It hadn't even occurred to her that Zhong Pinliang would go to such extreme lengths to even get someone murder Lin Yi. Zhong Pinliang was taken by surprise. As well, what was Heibao Bro doing, firing his gun in a school? Despite it all, he was still a student at the end of the day. He'd never planned to go as far as have Lin Yi killed. He'd never get away uninvolved if Heibao just killed Lin Yi in broad daylight, under the gaze of the entire school. Kang Xiaobo and Zhang Naipeo were very worried for Lin Yi as well, but it was above them to do anything at this point, not when a gun was involved. The one most concerned, naturally, was the dean. He had never expected the guy Zhong Pinliang brought in to be this insane, firing a gun in a school. Ag. Heibao Bro screamed from the pain and shock as he stared at the fingerless right hand of his, bloody and destroyed. The gun had backfired. It was no coincidence the gun wouldn't have backfired that easily, even when the gun wasn't genuine. Lin Yi had bent the gun's barrel with a kick the speed of lightning, and even Heibao himself had failed to notice the sabotage. Lin Yi wasn't done yet. He'd decided that he was going to do either nothing at all, or everything until the end. He lifted his leg and slammed it down on Heibao's 3 remaining limbs, crisp snapping of bones ringing in everyone's ears as they shivered from the violence. Heibao's wails grew weaker with every destroyed limb. Zhong Pinliang's legs were on full wobble mode as he hid behind a basketball pole along with Naipeo and Xiaofu, getting as far as he possibly could from the monster. Zhou Ruoming's thoughts were conflicted. It was an indescribable sensation. He'd been filled with surges of admiration and panic the instant Heibao pulled his gun out. His brother was as much a gangster as Heibao was, but Ruoming had yet to touch a gun before. Ming Bro. He has a gun. Zhou Ruoming's lackeys were pointing at Heibao Bro with their jaws wide open in shock. I have eyes. I can see for myself. Ruoming glared as he held his breath, annoyed at the needless interruption. He wasn't involved in the matter, and he only had a spectator's perspective. Unlike Zhong Pinliang, whatever happened to Lin Yi was no direct concern of his. An explosion followed the gunshot, but Lin Yi was completely unscathed, not lying in a pool of blood, as Ruoming had anticipated. It was Heibao Bro who was screaming in agony, only half a palm left on his right arm. Seriously? Ming Bro, I think the gun backfired. Ruoming's lackeys commented with wide-open eyes. We're not gonna with that kid again. Ruoming stated as he watched Lin Yi break Heibao Bro's limbs one after the other, his entire body going cold from the scene. Admitting that, however, would put him in an awkward position. As a result, Ruoming added an extra "the guy's insane" to clarify things. Labeling Lin Yi a crazed maniac justified his conceding to him. After all, normal people shouldn't be compared to crazy ones. He'd still managed to save his face, despite Lin Yi's overwhelming demonstration of strength. Though his lackeys didn't need their boss clarifying that up. They feared Lin Yi enough already. The man had destroyed a full-fledged, famous gangster that they themselves were no match for in the first place. This Asho, this idiot's pretty good. I told you. Shield guy's really strong. Yushu said happily, a smile appearing on her face once more. Kang Xiaobo, on the other hand, was the most excited of them all. There was a high he could not describe when he watched Lin Yi break Heibao. He was thinking about adding a couple of kicks in himself when he saw the teachers closing in. Gritting his teeth, Xiaobo charged over to where Lin Yi and Heibao were and kicked Heibao's crotch as hard as he could. No one messes with my boss. Gaa. Aha. Heibao wailed softly as his eyeballs bulged. Xiaobo, however, seemed to still be unsatisfied. He swung his leg once more, and Heibao collapsed, unconscious. Lin Yi shook his head at Xiaobo's actions. That area was a particularly vulnerable part of the human body, and continuous impacts like that could very well be fatal. Lin Yi came off as a bit of a merciless guy, but he'd made sure to avoid any fatal areas when giving Haibao his punishment. He didn't want his first bro at school to get sent to prison for murder charges. That's enough. He can't take any more. Xiaobo blinked himself awake from his hot-blooded passion upon hearing Lin Yi's words. He looked at Haibao bro in disbelief, who had fainted from his kicks. Kong Xiaobo had always been part of the meek. He'd never been the type to get in fights, but had always longed for a time when he could go all out. He had his regrets about not ever being in any, as a man and all, but now he'd done it. He'd been in a fight this very day. Xiaobo breathed heavily as he tried to calm his excitement. 2 sirens sounded, and a couple of police cars drove into Songshan's first school. Song Lingshan was in low spirits. Why was Songshan so active when Captain Yang wasn't around? First a bank robbery, and then some gangsters shooting their guns in a school. Lingshan was on utmost alert. This was a case of great proportions, and she issued orders for all armed men to march onto the field the instant they arrived. You have all been surrounded. Put your weapons down. A megaphone sounded from one of the policemen, sending a warning under Lingshan's orders. Lin Yi frowned at the announcement. Who called the cops here? Lin Yi didn't want things to spiral into a huge deal, and he really preferred to not see Lingshan again this soon. The awkward incident from yesterday still fresh in his mind. Lin Yi raised his head up helplessly only to see a worried Song Lingshan looking his way. He sighed, and followed it with a smile at the girl. They're here anyways, might as well go with the flow. Song Lingshan's heart froze, and her face reddened upon spotting Lin Yi here. She pressed the embarrassment down instantly, however, putting on a solemn expression to replace it. The bloody guy near death at his feet and the shocked and terrified expressions of the crowd only meant one thing to Lingshan's subconscious. Lin Yi was the gun-wielding gangster from the report. Don't move. Put your hands up. Lingshan commanded as she pulled a gun out at Lin Yi. Lin Yi froze as he stared at Song Lingshan. What's she doing? Is she trying to take her revenge on me? After some hesitation, Lin Yi decided that it'd be best for him to put his hands up first. There was no chance that the bullet could hit him from that far away, and he was even confident that he'd be able to put her down. There were other cops armed with guns as well, however, and assaulting the police was not something he wanted on his plate right now. Take all of them with us, Lingshan said as she pointed her finger at Lin Yi and the people with him. But Mrs. Cop, these guys were the ones who attacked Lin Yi. It was just self-defense, Xiaobo explained as the police marched toward Lin Yi, intending to take him back to the station. Song Lingshan didn't expect anyone to be speaking up for Lin Yi, but the word self-defense took her even more by surprise, instantly reminding her of the scene from yesterday. The profound Chinese language. Lingshan contemplated as she shook her head. How could 2 completely different meanings have the same pronunciation? We'll be the ones to decide that. Take them. Lin Yi smiled gratefully as he whispered to Xiaobo. It's okay. This chick has some beef with me. She's trying to get me in trouble for revenge. Kong Xiaobo paused in startlement as he looked at Lin Yi. He'd never expected Lin Yi to have history with Song Lingshan. He was about to say something when Lingshan herself came walking over, her beautiful eyes glaring at Lin Yi, evidently having heard what Lin Yi said. Using police authority for personal interests was something she loathed the most. Lin Yi's words had crossed the line. The anger was reaching her head at that point, and Lingshan grabbed tightly onto Lin Yi's shoulder. Her voice was cold as she looked at Lin Yi. What are you muttering about? Trying to get your stories synced for questioning. You can talk when you're in the interrogation room. Lin Yi only curled his lips as he glanced at Xiaobo, as if to say, see? Lingshan wanted nothing more than to give Lin Yi a big, fat kick, but managed to suppress her anger nevertheless. It wasn't worth risking her job for. She was about to move on when Wang Jifeng and Principal Ding Binggong reached them. Ding Binggong had been relaxingly making plans for the school's future in his office. The board of directors had invested yet another huge sum of money in the school this year, and Binggong had intended to upgrade all school facilities with it, so as to get chosen as the model school of the whole country. The principal was quite the able man. He'd never have held his position in a school like this otherwise. The board of directors looked for ability when it came to principals, as well everything else was secondary, and the principal stayed as the principal as long as the school advanced. As such, it went without saying that the leaps and bounds of the school's growth were mostly credited to the principal's efforts. A loud explosion sounded and interrupted him just as he were making plans. He frowned in response, assuming that the students were disobeying school rules and playing with fireworks again. Ding Bingong could only sigh. The rich kids were a major thorn for him, always playing around and never giving a about studying. Like the other teachers, however, there was little the principal could do. He'd be thanking the gods if these problem students didn't influence the others into their ways, let alone getting them to study. There was an incident a while back where the students were launching fireworks in school during New Year's. It enraged Bingong to the point that he swore to expel the problem students who had zero regard for school rules. Further investigation, however, discouraged Bingong immediately. It was Class 5's Zhong Pinliang who had started the whole fireworks incident, and the one who had egged him on to do it was none other than the scariest girl in his class, Chen Yushu. If Zhong Pinliang's family background were to fail in halting the principal's determination, then Chen Yushu's would cancel the entire notion altogether. She was a girl that Bingong dared not touch. It puzzled him why would a pretty, tidy young girl such as her convince Zhong Pinliang into doing something like that? The reason surfaced after looking a little deeper into the matter. It turned out that Chen Yushu had never held any ill intentions at all. Yushu was bored one day and decided to tell Zhong Pinliang that Meng Yao wanted to see some fireworks. It took half an hour before Pinliang came back with Xiaofu and Naipeo, box after box of 5 million blast fireworks being carried in by a couple of workers. The quiet school was then bombarded with the sound of fireworks, and classes stopped, for nobody could hear a single word the teachers were saying. Everybody opted instead to flock to the windows for a better view, and saw Zhong Pinliang smiling very gleefully as he stood nearby the fireworks with his group. As the name suggested, the fireworks were the loud and long-lasting type, and the entire school was filled with explosions throughout the morning classes until Ding Bingong himself called the fire department. The teachers couldn't near the powerful launching area at all. It took a fire truck with high-pressure water jets to finally put the fireworks out, putting an end to the ridiculous incident. The event hadn't caused any damage to school property, and the students were all unharmed. It didn't take long before everything was covered up by Bingong. The board of directors never even knew about it because of that. But there was a limit to how many times he could cover something like that up. Bingong was raging as he walked over to the window, and his jaw dropping upon witnessing the scene taking place on the field. It would have been difficult to spot what went on in a field this big, under normal circumstances. The students, however, had formed a large circle, immediately directing the principal's attention to Zhong Pinliang and his gangsters in the center. Bingong jumped in startlement, almost falling out the window as his hands slipped. It wasn't fireworks, it was a gunshot. The principal couldn't believe what Heibao had in his hand. He took a closer look, breathing in relief upon realizing that it wasn't a student who lay on the ground. He decided to stop thinking about it, darting out the office as he grabbed the phone on his desk. Gangsters shooting their guns in school was a big enough deal that even Ding Bingong himself couldn't take responsibility for. He'd be leaving the school if it got bad enough. This was no time to be thinking about China's model school title. It didn't seem like anyone had gotten hurt as of yet, relieving Bingong even if just by a little. He bumped into Wang Jifeng on the stairs. "Mr. Principal, we've got an emergency." IIT's Zhong Pinliang. He brought in a couple of gangsters to school to go after Lin Yi. Though Lin Yi did manage to beat one of the gangsters down, he's still unscathed. Wang Jifeng explained briefly. Lin Yi? The principal seemed to have heard the name somewhere before. The student recommended by Mr. Chu. Wang Jifeng reminded. Ah, him. Ding Bingong's heart skipped a beat as he remembered the student. Thank God the kid was unhurt. The consequences of anything happening to Lin Yi were unthinkable. What mattered were the students' safeties. Song Lingshan was dragging Lin Yi away into a police car by the time the two arrived. A man of Ding Bingong's position, naturally, knew who the woman was. He put on a smile as he walked forward in greeting. Captain Song, has my student done something? Ding Bingong wasn't afraid of the vice-captain, but Lin Yi getting sent to the police station like this would have negative effects to the school's reputation. As such, he made sure to approach the matter as negotiably and friendly as possible. The kid was sent in by Mr. Chu himself, after all, and he had to tread carefully here. Principal Ding, this student's involved in a case of violent brawling. We need him for questioning. Lingshan responded coldly. Ling Shan's tone made it clear that she wasn't about to negotiate anything with the principal. In fact, she wasn't very respectful towards him at all. With that in mind, Bingong changed his tone in response. Captain Song, I myself know your captain personally. Should I give him a call? You could, but the captain's on a plane right now. He won't be able to answer it. Ling Shan replied as she pushed Lin Yi into one of the police cars. The police then departed, vanishing from view moments after. Bingong was very displeased. He was quite renowned and respectable in Songshan, and had even interacted with multiple high-level leaders, let alone Song Lingshan. There was no kid who didn't attend school these days, and his was a private establishment under direct control of the board of directors, completely uninvolved with the government. There wasn't a limit to the types of powerful figures the principal was involved himself with. Bingong never expected that Song Lingshan to look past all that. She was outright disrespectful. The principal wasted no time in dialing Yang Huaijuan up, but the captain's phone wasn't on. Lingshan wasn't lying, apparently. Huaijuan would never have his phone turned off unless it was absolutely necessary. Yang Huaijuan had boarded a plane due back for Songshan first thing in the morning. He'd been invited by a colleague who had a hard case on his hands, but news of the bank robbery brought him back. He was needed back in Songshan. Heibao Bro's 2 lackeys were brought along as well, whereas Zhong Pinliang and the others got away, as expected. Heibao Bro, on the other hand, was sent to the hospital directly. You're pretty tough, aren't you, Lin Yi? Getting in fights right after a gunshot to the thigh yesterday? Lingshan asked, irritated as she noticed Lin Yi's nonchalant attitude. People were usually depressed when pushed into a police car like this, but Lin Yi, the guy, didn't have a care in the world. Lin Yi glanced at Lingshan before turning his head away. He had to admit the girl was very pretty, especially when in uniform. You know who? Lin Yi said, curling his lips. Anyone with some form of intelligence could tell that these dudes were the criminals who barged into the school. I'm obviously the hero who put them down. Good job taking me in, miss. Lingshan understood the situation. That went without saying. Regardless of who the criminal was, however, slaughtered body of Heibao demanded explanation. They weren't even sure if the guy would survive. At this point, taking Lin Yi in for questioning was reasonably within protocol. Are we supposed to just take your word for it? We see your point, but the fact here is you're sitting happy and unharmed while Mr. Heibao Bro's dying at the hospital. Lingshan paused for a humph before continuing. We can't be sure if it was self-defense until further investigation. You might very well have initiated the attack on him, for all we know. Whatever, do what you want. Lin Yi understood his place in Lingshan's eyes. The girl didn't like him, that much was clear, along with the fact that Lingshan wanted to lecture him with her identity as policewoman. It was clear to the both of them what kind of person Heibao Bro was, but it was also clear that the entire thing was more or less connected to the incident yesterday. It had never crossed Lingshan's mind that she'd use her authority for personal business one day, but further thought justified her actions. It didn't matter who the victim was. The most fundamental point here was that Lin Yi had broken Heibao very badly. It wasn't wrong for her to lecture and educate the violent kid a little bit. Not at all. The car was the type that split into 2 sections. There was only Lin Yi and Lingshan at the back, isolated from the driver in front. Lingshan humphed at Lin Yi, who had his head turned away from her, when her phone rung. Song, it's Huaijuan. The captain's voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Cap, you're back in Songshan? Lingshan said, relieved she wasn't getting any leads on the bank robbery case, and was starting to panic. Yang Huaijuan's presence would practically guarantee the case's resolvement. Yup, just got here. I'm on my way back to the station. Anything happening over there on your side? Huaijuan asked. The man people call Heibao Bro on the streets fired a gun in Songshan's first school. I've just taken care of it. Lingshan reported briefly. What? Heibao Bro, firing a gun at school? Huaijuan jumped up in surprise. It hadn't been 2 days after he left Songshan. How'd things get so active around here? There weren't really any casualties, except Heibao Bro himself, who's packing a couple of very serious injuries, caused by a student from the school. He's been sent to the hospital, and the student's with me, on the way back for questioning. Lingshan said as she glared at Lin Yi instinctually. I see. I'll see you at the station. Huaijuan breathed out in relief, glad that no students were injured. The police cars moved through the streets, arriving at Songshan Police Department not long after. Lingshan was brought down from the car by Lingshan personally, The other officers handled the lackeys. Another police car drove into the yard at that moment, and Lingshan recognized the license plate immediately. It was Yang Huijuan's car. A tall and slightly tanned man jumped off the car, making his way to where Lingshan was with quick strides. Lin Yi's pupils contracted upon sighting the man. It's him. He lowered his head down quickly as Huijuan walked over. Captain. Lingshan waved happily. Linny really wanted to give this Miss Song a kick. Captain, my ace. What happened to the interrogation room? Get me in the interrogation room. Lin Yi turned his head away so as to avoid Huijuan's eyes. What a coincidence. Huijuan smiled as he nodded at Lingshan. He then noticed the student beside her. This is the student who beat Heibao Bro up? It is. Lingshan answered with a nod. She turned to look at Lin Yi, who was completely silent and obedient with his head lowered. What the? So it's fine to play around when it's me, huh? All nice and submissive when it's the captain? Lingshan was really at that point. The guy was clearly looking down on her. Humph, Linny, what are you doing? Raise your head for Captain Yang. Song, what's with you? You seem frustrated. He's just a student. Be nice. Huijuan frowned at Lingshan's behavior. After all, it was only natural for him to think that Lin Yi wasn't a bad person. The kid was wearing a school uniform. With that, he stepped forward and patted the kid's shoulder gently. What's wrong, young man? You can trust this bro. Tell me what happened. Lin Yi was speechless, his head still lowered. Bro? Who's your bro? Yang Huijuan, recognizing him, was the last thing Lin Yi wanted happening. He lowered his head even further in response, not bothering to say anything at all. Captain Yang's talking to you. Lingshan couldn't take it anymore. Why the Hades was he being so obedient? Oh, it's actually nothing. Lin Yi mumbled softly. It's nothing. Huijuan frowned at the answer. Couldn't the kid show some respect? What was with his attitude? He had planned to sort things out without official papers or procedures, so as to not taint the kid's record. The kid, however, wasn't being very cooperative or very understanding of his kindness at all. They were coming at me for trouble, so I beat them up in self-defense. Linny was starting to get really what was with Huijuan all of a sudden. Couldn't he just mind his own business, like always? Yang Huijuan stayed silent for quite a while after the reply, and Lin Yi felt the captain's fiery gaze staring right at him. It was very uncomfortable. Could you lift your head? Huijuan was amused at what he was asking. There really were too many similar people in the world. There was no way the kid was him. It had to be a similar voice. The kid was a student after all. It's not a pretty face, and I'm not girl or anything, so... Linny sighed internally. The captain noticed something. After all, it was no surprise. It was Yang Huijuan he was dealing with here. The guy was famous for how perceptive he was. Lingshan was getting very confused at the scene before her. Why was Linny acting like that? And why was the captain still being so surprisingly nice about it? Lingshan was about to yank Lin Yi's head up herself when Huijuan started leaning down for a look at Lin Yi's face. It was him. There was no mistake about it. It really was him. Huijuan was 90% sure about it. This person before him was someone he'd been looking for all this time. He didn't understand why the guy was a student all of a sudden, but his eyes didn't lie. Arno. Huijuan prodded testingly as he tried to contain the excitement bursting in his heart. What? Linny was cursing as hard as he could inside, but maintained a confused face regardless. Eagle, is that you? Huijuan was thoroughly analyzing Lin Yi's expressions, but the result disappointed him. Lin Yi didn't react in the slightest when he spoke the man's English name. I say, Song, I can handle you being an idiot, but why's your captain the same as you? His face had been seen, and there was no point in hiding anymore. Lin Yi lifted his head up. Honestly, you guys must be under stress from all the work you do. You really need to get some therapy. Relax yourself a bit or something. Why do you lie? Lin Yi's insults were at the absolute least of his concerns. His arms flashed up in a flash of passion, gripping onto Lin Yi's shoulders and shaking him violently. I'm Hound. Don't you remember me? Lingshan was just about to give Lin Yi a scolding when she heard the captain call himself Hound. Her eyes were wide open. What the Hades was going on? Could it really be that the stress was getting to him? Was it why he was speaking nonsense? See? I say, Song. Your captain's having delusions already. He's calling himself a hound. Linny sighed, shaking his head. And he even called me an eagle after seeing my face. What the? Song Lingshan blinked, speechless and confused at the ridiculous scene. The captain was always a figure of intelligence and authority. What on earth was going on with him today? The remaining 10% of Huaijuan's uncertainty was swept away at that very moment. This was the one he'd been looking for all this time. There was absolutely no doubt about it. A companion through the Hades of war was not a person he'd mistake somebody else for. The sort of friendship that developed through dire times went deep. Lin Yi's nonsensical tone in conversation confirmed it, as well it had to be him. A sudden thought, however, crossed Huaijuan's mind. Could it be that an undercover operation was taking place, disallowing the exposure of his identity? That would make absolute sense. Huaijuan remembered the level of missions they took back then, and Lin Yi's behavior didn't seem out of place at all. Song, leave him to me. I'll take care of this case personally, Huaijuan said, grabbing Lin Yi's arm as if he'd start running away. Okay. Lingshan didn't know what Lin Yi had that interested the captain so, causing him to act oddly as well. Orders were orders, however, and she obeyed Huaijuan out of habit. Without further delay, Huaijuan pulled Lin Yi along as he speedwalked inside the building. Lin Yi only smiled bitterly. There was no escaping at this point. The door slammed shut, and Huaijuan locked it solidly. Despite understanding how little good a locked door would do, he could throw this man into a prison, and he'd get out himself all the same. Lin Yi walked to the office sofa and sat down calmly. Captain Yang, is it? What exactly do you want? Two men trapped in an office like this. It'd be real bad if rumors were to spread. I'm still a student, you know. That's enough. There's no outsiders here, and my office walls are soundproof. My codename's Hound. You know that? And you know how strong my recon and anti-recon abilities are. I'd have detected any bugs in the room if there were any, Huaijuan said as he stared intently at Lin Yi. Seriously? Are you really planning on doing something to me? Lin Yi said innocently, eyes wide open. Drop the act, Arno. You know what I'm talking about. Huaijuan said seriously. I'm sorry, but you've got the wrong guy. I'm no Arno, and I've no idea what you've been talking about. Lin Yi replied with a shrug. That's impossible. Huaijuan's eyes lit up with a renewed passion as he lunged himself at Lin Yi, grabbing him by the shoulders and shaking him again. Eagle, what are you running from? Why won't you admit who you are? Lin Yi was still a little indifferent as he contemplated Huaijuan's words. Was he really running from something? The days of war, the absolute trust between warmates, and that stunning face and heartbreaking gaze. Lin Yi's heart seemed to cramp a little at the thought. Ning's been looking for you. All these years. Huaijuan uttered. His face twisted with panic. Lin Yi's denial was starting to take its toll on him. Ning? Who's that? A needle pierced through Lin Yi's heart, but his face remained composed, uncaring and clueless. You. Huaijuan's eyes turned bloodshot as he stared violently at Lin Yi. You're trying to run, aren't you? This isn't something you can just run from. You'll ruin her whole life. Huaijuan broke off his glare abruptly, grabbing his own chest as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. His face whitened, and his body convulsed. What's wrong? Lin Yi could deny his relationship with this man all he wanted, but the guy was a warmate, an absolute friend that he'd entrusted his life with. Before, it was above him to just ignore Huaijuan when the guy started convulsing like that. He took out one of the pills inside and popped it into his mouth, and his convulsions calmed down. He was still gasping for air, but he wasn't as pale anymore. Lin Yi took a glance at the prescription on the bottle. It was an imported sedative painkiller, a very strong kind. Lin Yi dropped the nonchalant act as he looked at his friend. Why were you taking these? He understood Huaijuan's constitution extremely well. The guy was as strong and healthy as a bull. What had happened to him? Do you admit who you are? Huaijuan asked again, a nostalgic smile creeping across his lips. Let's not talk about that first, okay? What happened to you? Lin Yi responded with a question as he helped Huaijuan up the sofa. Maintaining his denial had lost its significance. I'm not that weak, I'm fine. Huaijuan laughed, clearly very happy as he looked at Lin Yi. I know it's you, Eagle. It's been 2 years. You've gotten taller. You don't have that edge in your eyes anymore, and you seem more reserved, too. But I know it's you. Fine, fine. I'll admit it. Tell me what happened. Also, why are you retired from the military? Wasn't that organization you joined for life? Lin Wei couldn't begin to imagine what Huaijuan had been through these past 2 years. The guy still looked strong as ever, but Lin Yi sensed a trace of sickness within him. Old Lin was a master doctor. Renowned far and wide, Lin Yi had inherited some of his medical genius. Yeah, I'm retired, Huaijuan said with a smile. It's an injury I can't handle the high-level operations anymore, so I transferred into the police force. Injury? Lin Yi asked. I received a new mission after we got back from Africa. I was to hunt a big international drugs dealer down. They had someone highly skilled with them. Huaijuan chuckled bitterly. But I'm pretty lucky they thought they'd killed me after putting me down. But Armadillo and the others. What happened to Armadillo? Lin Yi tensed up, asking slowly. Armadillo sacrificed himself. Huaijuan answered faintly. What? Lin Yi's face blackened. The guy always wore a sunny smile. Lin Yi couldn't believe it. Gone, just like that. Huaijuan saw the expression Lin Yi was making. He empathized deeply with him. He knew what it was like. Armadillo was as much his war mate as he was Lin Yi's. He cried like a girl when he heard about Armadillo. There's a chance that he might still be alive, Huaijuan offered, trying to console Lin Yi. His corpse hadn't turned up yet. Lin Yi's eyes lit up with a sliver of hope. Armadillo was a quick-witted dude. It wouldn't be surprising if he'd escaped his predicament. I learned later that the corpses were all thrown in the drug lord's refining furnaces, Huaijuan said with a sigh. The pain was too much when I woke up, and I had to take care of myself first before anything. I managed to find somewhere isolated to hide, and I lost consciousness after that. Someone rescued me a while later. Lin Yi yelled, slamming his fist down the coffee table in front of him, disintegrating it into a pile of sawdust. Huaijuan witnessed Lin Yi's might and admiration. Eagle was strong as ever. Huaijuan wasn't sure if he'd be capable of the same feat himself. I'm sorry. My injuries were too severe. I wasn't in a position to be looking after our war mates. Huaijuan was always brimmed with guilt every time he looked back. It's not your fault, Lin Yi assured with a shake of his head. What Huaijuan did was common sense. He'd just be charging to his death under the circumstances. Reserving strength would be the priority for Lin Yi as well, were he in Huaijuan's shoes. How bad is your injury? My entire body's covered with them. It took half a year before I recovered. I resigned from the military after that. Huaijuan sighed. Western medicine called it sequela, and Eastern medicine said that all my meridians had been cut off. I can't get too emotional, and I can't undertake high-difficulty tasks long-term. I need medicine and pills to stabilize my body, as well. Lin Yi placed Armadillo at the back of his head for the moment, focusing his attention on young Huaijuan before him. Give me your hand. What are you planning? Huaijuan asked, curious as he put his hand out for Lin Yi. Feeling your pulse, Lin Yi answered, putting on a serious expression as he placed his hand on Huaijuan's wrist. I thought you're only good at killing, so you even know how to heal, Eagle? Huaijuan stared in startlement at the war mate who'd been through life and death with him. There's a whole lot of other things I can do, Lin Yi said with a smile. What? Don't believe me? Don't believe you? Huaijuan said with his eyes widened. There's no one else to believe. If I can't even trust you, I'd always trust you with my life back in the field. Geez. Lin Yi was laughing with Huaijuan on the surface, but his heart was solemn. Huaijuan's pulse was very weak. His body was recovered, but the internal damage done to him was too much, and many of his organs were yet to be healed. There were even signs of deterioration. Well, my body's still good? Huaijuan asked curiously as he watched Lin Yi work. Do you only use the painkillers for this? Lin Yi asked. Yeah. What's wrong? Huaijuan asked back. Then why are you still alive? Lin Yi frowned. Huaijuan stared at Lin Yi, speechless. The Hades, man? Really? It's looking bad for you. The injuries from before aren't recovered at all. They're worsening. I don't know how you managed to survive this long with sedative painkillers alone, but a normal guy would have long been dead, Lin Yi said solemnly as he stated the facts. There was no reason to hide the truth from someone like Huaijuan. A soldier who'd step into a warfield was expected to have thrown his life behind him. Even if he were to tell him that he'd die tomorrow, Lin Yi knew that it wouldn't take the man by surprise. An old Eastern doctor said the same thing. He said I wouldn't survive half a year. But look at me now, I'm healthy as ever, aren't I? Huaijuan said. expectedly unaffected by Lin Yi's words as he stretched his limbs. He wasn't wrong even half a year's a stretch. Lin Yi nodded. Come on, Eagle. Will you stop that? Do I look like someone who was dying? Huaijuan was a little displeased. My name's Lin Yi. Stop calling me Eagle, Lin Yi said after looking at Huaijuan a while. Well, at any rate, it's a miracle you're still alive. It might have something to do with your mental vitality. Go on. You can continue using painkillers for the pain, but it'll only get worse from here, Lin Yi said decisively. You've probably noticed it yourself. You're using painkillers more frequently and with more volume than before, aren't you? You actually know medicine? Huaijuan asked in surprise, not expecting Lin Yi to understand his body's condition this well. What do you think? Lin Yi let go of Huaijuan's hand. He'd more or less grasped the guy's body condition, and things got complicated from there. It said that medicine was 1/3 poison. Any kind of herbs or medicine had a destructive or negative effect to the organs, meaning medicine for the heart could cause damage to Huaijuan's spleen or liver, for example. Vice versa, medicine for the liver could have negative effects to the heart or spleen. Lin Yi had been in thought for quite a while, and Huaijuan broke the silence. What are you thinking about? Thinking about your condition. Lin Yi sighed softly. Conventional Eastern medicine would affect other organs while healing one. In your case, damaging effects, meaning you'd only have the deterioration of your organs accelerated whenever you're healed. Healing everything at once is a no-go, as well. It's pointless. It'd be like poisoning you to death. Huaijuan exclaimed with a slap on his thigh. You are my captain after all. Even the best doctor in the country, the Chen Shueji, said the same things when my team sent for him. Chen Shueji? Lin Yi had heard the name somewhere before, but couldn't remember where. Yeah, he's the guy who said I couldn't survive half a year, Huaijuan said with a laugh. He told me to give up on healing completely if I wanted to live longer. The painkillers would actually extend what remaining time I had left by a little. What the? Lin Yi frowned at the insanity. I'll try to find a solution for your problem, but let me give you a prescription to replace the painkillers. In the meantime, the side effects aren't as bad. Lin Yi walked to Huaijuan's desk as he spoke, wrote a prescription down on a piece of paper, and handed it to him. It's best if you look for the ingredients yourself. Don't let anyone else know about this. Also, don't bring up anything about my past again. I don't want people knowing. Really, Eagle. You keep giving me surprise after surprise, Huaijuan exclaimed as he read over the many lines of text in Lin Yi's prescription. Most people wouldn't even be able to write some of the characters for the Eastern medicine names Lin Yi had jotted down. Didn't we just talk about this? Don't call me Eagle, I'm Lin Yi. Lin Yi corrected. Okay, sure. His former captain and warmate had written the prescription, and he was ready to trust it with his life. You're really something. Honestly, no wonder Ning's so into you. The name froze Lin Yi's smile in an instant. It was a long while before he raised his head again. She still remembers me? She was asking about you the last time I met her. Huaijuan answered confidently. It might have just been a random question that crossed her mind. Lin Yi said with a bitter smile. The two of them were from different worlds. They were simply not meant to be. There was no equality between people, and that was a fact Lin Yi held immovably in his heart. For now, at least, he had no means to provide for her, or give her a proper future. Running again? Huaijuan's eyes were burning once more as he glared at Lin Yi. Huaijuan's abrupt reaction took Lin Yi by surprise, but a sudden realization crossed his mind. Hey, do you like her? Huaijuan went silent at the question. It was a while before he opened his mouth again. Back then, there wasn't anyone in the team who didn't. The statement confirmed Lin Yi's suspicion. You two make a good pair. Lin Yi understood Huaijuan's position on the social pyramid. His house was on equal footing with hers, and the two of them were good enough for each other. What are you trying to say? Huaijuan jumped, as if his foot had been stepped on. His face blackened as he pointed at Lin Yi. She's not my wife anymore. Lin Yi responded dully, shaking his head. Okay, I'm leaving. That thing Song Lingshan brought me in for. I'll leave that to you. I'm sure that isn't a problem. With that, Lin Yi left. I really want to kill you. Huaijuan gritted, sending a fist at Lin Yi's back. Lin Yi's palm flew out and grabbed Huaijuan's arm, his head still facing away from him. As long as you're able to. Huaijuan understood perfectly well the difference between him and his former captain was nowhere near small. Unwillingly, he eased the strength in his arm, and Lin Yi loosened his grip in response. Lin Yi opened the door and stepped out of Huaijuan's office. His face remained composed, but his emotions put him in a flashback, and he looked back at the days of war. And at that girl fate gave to and took away from him. Lin Yi would often gasp awake from his training at night the past 2 years. Always smeared with sweat, it was something that never happened when he trained in the art of dragon mastery for the 2 years prior. That pair of melancholy eyes were like a demon within him, often interrupting his thoughts at night. He'd always see those eyes, and the resentment and sorrow within them. It also forced him awake from his nightly training sessions. Had he truly forgotten about her? Evidently not. It was a gaze no man would ever forget, not in the entire span of his life. But Lin Yi knew his place, as always. Those radiant eyes were not for him, not in this lifetime. The 17-year-old Lin Yi might have found it hard to accept, but the current him grasped the blatant cruelty of society. Going after her would only cause trouble for the people around her. Their houses weren't on the same level. He'd be a nobody climbing up after a princess. Director Chin's phone never stopped ringing from the moment the police got their hands on Lin Yi. First it was Ding Binggong, Songshan's first school's principal. The director took the principal's phone call quite seriously, and he'd promised to look into the matter personally. The phone calls following that, however, spiraled out of control. Chu Pengzhan's most trusted Li Fu called, and then the chairman himself. Helpless, Director Chin dialed Song Lingshan up, intending to ask her to speed things along and handle the case with absolute justice, so as to prevent any rumors from spreading. Yet Lingshan told him that Huaijuan had taken over things, and so the director rang Huaijuan's number up. What? Lin Yi's been let go? The director was astonished. Wasn't this young Huaijuan a little too efficient? Yeah, it was just a group of gangsters barging into school grounds in the first place. Lin Yi didn't have anything to do with it at all. I sent him back after some questioning, Huaijuan reported, his tone composed and diligent as usual. I see, that's good news. The director sighed in relief. He'd really rather not be under pressure from Ding Binggong and Chu Pengzhan. Song Lingshan was a little startled at how fast Huaijuan let Lin Yi go, as well, but she'd been prepared for that the moment she took him in. Lin Yi wasn't really responsible for anything at all. She'd been interrogating Heibao Bro's lackeys, as well, and both of them admitted to going at Lin Yi to give him trouble. Lin Yi had only hit back in self-defense. Song Lingshan couldn't help herself as she looked at the now composed young Huaijuan. Cap, do you know Lin Yi? I mistook him for a friend of mine. Got a little overexcited back there, Huaijuan said with a laugh. Hope I didn't give you too big of a shock. Lin Yi had asked him not to reveal who he was, after all, and Huaijuan respected his friend's wishes. No, I'm fine, Lingshan said, shaking her head. She had her doubts. However, what kind of friend was it? To make even Captain Yang lose his composure like that? Lin Yi was just about to stop a taxi when he saw Li Fu's car drive up to him. Li Fu lowered the window and poked his head out in greeting. Mr. Lin, please, get in. Lin Yi nodded, accepting the invitation. He pulled open the door on the front passenger seat and got in the car, noticing a man sitting at the back. As he did so, it was Chu Pengzhan. Uncle Chu. Lin Yi greeted politely. Are you okay? Pengzhan greeted back, a kind smile on his lips. Chu Pengzhan's smile reminded Lin Yi of that troubling attitude the chairman had with him. The man was treating him way too nicely. What was up with that? Lin Yi decided to let it be a little while longer, since Chu Pengzhan himself didn't seem particularly keen on explaining the detail. I punished them a little. The cops let me go after understanding that. As long as you're fine, Pengzhan said with a nod. I had heard from Li Fu what you did for Yao Yao, back at the bank. You have my sincere thanks. Just doing my part. No worries. Lin Yi didn't think much of the incident. He'd been paid to protect Meng Yao. He was just doing his duty. Right about Yao Yao. How are you getting along with her? She's not still trying to get you kicked out, is she? Pengzhan's head started hurting a little at the thought of his troublesome daughter. Not at all. Yao Yao and I are actually getting along pretty nicely, Lin Yi said with a smile. He wouldn't do something as classless and stupid as telling on Meng Yao the girl could be as much of a pain as she wanted. But Chu Pengzhan would never cease to shower her with his love. He'd always take her side. One wrong step from Lin Yi, and he'd get fired. With that in mind, he decided to drop in a little praise for Meng Yao. Li Fu opened his mouth in response to Lin Yi's words, but decided not to say anything. Haha, that's nice to hear. Pengzhan smiled gladly upon hearing the news. Yao Yao's actually a good kid. She's just a bit of a handful, just let her have her way a little once in a while. No worries there, Uncle Chu. I will. Linny promised. He recalled Baldy's words back in the SUV yesterday, and he decided to tell Chu Pengzhan about it, after some hesitation. Uncle Chu, there's something I need to discuss with you. Oh? Pengzhan smiled. What is it, please tell? It's about the bank robbery yesterday. Linny said. I see. Let's talk about this in detail somewhere else. Li Fu's no outsider, but he's driving. I wouldn't want him to be distracted. Pengzhan said with a nod. Okay. It didn't seem like he was returning to school anytime soon, so Linny decided to just skip the whole day. Mr. Chu, are we going home? Li Fu asked. Yes. Home. Back to Sibei Villa. Chu Pengzhan confirmed. Sibei Villa was Chu Pengzhan's personal villa, but it remained mostly empty due to the chairman's often and extended business trips. Meng Yao, on the other hand, lived in the Pengzhan Villa district near the school for convenience. The Pengzhan Villa district, naturally, was under Pengzhan Industries, though Meng Yao choosing to live there was mostly due to Yu Shu, who resided there as well. The two had been inseparable since primary school. The villa Chu Pengzhan lived in was in the outskirts of the city, and it covered a huge patch of land, surrounded by flower fields and plains. There was only a single road that led to the main building. It also went without saying that they'd entered private property. Outsiders weren't allowed in here without a permit. Li Fu had scanned his card on the main gate's laser before they opened for them. Linny glanced at the brand name of the system. It was probably the most up-to-date rolling code lock system. No copies could be made, since the door system had a unique code that corresponded with the card's code, generated to match the card's own generated code. The system, however, wasn't foolproof. Naturally, Lin Yi kept his mouth quiet about it. The area was highly safe as it was already. The events from yesterday were still a mystery, and Lin Yi intended to upgrade the security measures in Meng Yao's villa because of that. He couldn't guarantee Meng Yao's safety every hour and minute. After all, Li Fu parked in front of the villa and got out of the car to have Lin Yi and Chu Pengzhan's doors opened. He stepped back into the car shortly after the two had exited. Is Li Fu not coming in with us? Linny remembered what Chu Pengzhan had said about Li Fu not being an outsider and all. He's parking the car in the garage. He'll join us shortly. Pengzhan understood Lin Yi's intentions, smiling as he gave the kid a pat on the shoulder. Li Fu's been with me for more than 10 years. You can always go to him if I'm not around. He'll help you out no matter what. Linny nodded in response. Chu Pengzhan's words put Li Fu in a very trustable position. The villa's interior wasn't luxurious or extravagant at all, not in the sense of golden ceilings and marble pillars. It leaned towards more of an elegant antiquity and class. Chu Pengzhan was evidently a man of taste. Sit wherever you want. You treat the place as home, Chu Pengzhan said as he got Linny a pair of slippers, placing them in front of him. The gesture overwhelmed Lin Yi. Chu Pengzhan was clearly treating him as more than just an employee or subordinate. It was almost as if he were family. Thanks, Uncle Chu. Linny kept the thoughts internal as he put the slippers on. Lin Yi's collected composure, in turn, impressed Chu Pengzhan. He wasn't familiar with Lin Yi's past, but it seemed that the kid had a wealth of experiences under his belt, someone who'd seen the world. Let's talk in the study, shall we? Chu Pengzhan said with a gesture, leading Lin Yi up to the second floor. The study was at the very end of the hallway, most likely designed to be away from outward disturbances. Yet Lin Yi didn't understand why they had to talk in the study. There wasn't even a butler in a villa this big. What was the difference having the discussion in any other room? This villa might have once been bursting with life and splendor, but what remained was a cold emptiness. Lin Yi observant as always as he made his way up the stairs. The villa was kept tidy and clean, but there were traces of wear on the staircase rails. The villa had been occupied for long periods of time before. For all, Chu Pengzhan wouldn't have caused that wear. He was barely back here once a week. Lin Yi, naturally, left Chu Pengzhan's business alone. It didn't involve him. It was that mentality that resulted in Lin Yi's composure, unaffected by any unexpectancy. The wear on the leather chair in the study proved Lin Yi's earlier point, as well. The chairman had sat in the chair very often once. Sit anywhere. Pengzhan said as he leaned back in the leather chair behind the desk. There's a fridge at the back with drinks inside. Get whatever you'd like. Don't worry about them being expired either. Li Fu makes sure to change them periodically. I'm not thirsty, Lenny said, shaking his head. Uncle Chu, why don't we get to business? Sure, we can start. Pengzhan nodded in agreement. Well, I'm sure you know this already, but the robbers from yesterday robbed the bank as a cover. Their objective was Miss Chu. Lenny started. I don't know why they were after her, or why they went through such lengths of planning. It was probably easier to have her kidnapped at the school gates, or in front of the villa. Haha, I see the point you're getting at. You're reminding me to have their true intentions investigated, aren't you? Pengzhan smiled. What you say is true. It was an unnecessarily elaborate plan for a simple kidnapping, but there is a logic behind that. What logic? Lenny hadn't expected Chu Pengzhan to have thought out things this far ahead. Perhaps he'd been over-worrying. It's as you said. Pengzhan retracted his smile, his tone solemn. Robbing the bank was a cover, but everyone else in the world didn't see it that way as far as they were concerned. Meng Yao was a random hostage they happened to take with them when escaping. The two crimes were fundamentally different, and it served to effectively misdirect police forces. It gave the perpetrators more time to plan their next course of action. One thing I can't understand, however, how did they know Meng Yao would be at the bank at that time and date? I actually gave that some thought. Everyone needs to get a bank card every year for the school, and it's usually closing time for the banks by the time school ends. There's only one 24-hour bank nearby, and it's only natural to assume that Miss Chu would visit that particular one. Lenny expressed his thinking on the matter, but Pengzhan's explanation never crossed his mind before. He didn't know what these people wanted, or who they were, after all, though it did seem obvious in hindsight. Are these people trying to get at you, Uncle Chu? Most likely, Chu Pengzhan said with a nod. I was going over the contract with another party at this business trip, and they were putting up some pretty unreasonable conditions. I didn't agree to them, but they weren't willing to take any steps back on their side, either. They kept dragging it on, as if waiting for something. It may very well be connected to Yao Yao's kidnapping. Oh? Lenny blinked, seeing the sense in Chu Pengzhan's words about how the robbers were misdirecting police attention. The case would take much longer to be solved, giving them more time. The whole thing was starting to make sense. All the other party had to do was imply that Meng Yao was in their hands, and there wouldn't be much Chu Pengzhan could do other than sign a contract littered with unreasonable terms. I'm positive that's the case at this point, but there's not really any evidence to back the suspicion. Pengzhan sighed. Though, evidence mattered little when it concerned people at their level. What kind of people are they? Lenny asked, understanding immediately that the opposing party had to at least be on the same playing field as Pengzhan Industries itself. It wasn't surprising then that Baldi ordered for Meng Yao to be completely untouched. The kidnapping was for intimidation purposes against Chu Pengzhan. If possible, the opposing party hoped to keep Meng Yao as intact and as unharmed as possible. Angering the chairman would result in a clash between the two superpower companies and very heavy losses for both sides. Lenny let out a sigh of relief at that thought. At the very least, Meng Yao's safety was more or less assured, even if a kidnapping were to take place again. Well, don't trouble yourself too much. I'll take care of it. I'm Chu Pengzhan, you know? This kind of thing isn't enough to get me to back down. Chu Pengzhan was about to continue his statements when he stopped, waving the matter away with his hand instead. Let's not dwell on the topic. What's important here is that you stick with Yao Yao. Remember what I told you. Make sure to give her some love. Yao Yao's mother left her when she was very young, and I'm always away on business trips. She really does need that love. Motherless from a young age. Huh? Lenny sighed silently. A girl of a rich house, but with a deceased mother and a father who was never around. It wasn't much different from being an orphan, in all honesty. He was an orphan himself, and he understood the loneliness that came with it. As such, he looked up at the chairman and nodded. Leave it to me, Uncle Chu. I understand how Miss Chu feels. But Lenny was making assumptions. Chu Pengzhan never said anything about the mother dying. Although, it wasn't Lin Yi's fault for misunderstanding the meaning behind the word left. The kid was motherless himself, after all. Well, these guys aren't after Miss Chu's life, so that's a relief. The canceled salary would be one thing, but the responsibilities that resulted in his failure were far bigger a problem. There was his own reputation as well. He'd never let anyone die before, not when he was watching. Naturally, that didn't include the enemy's Lin. He would never let an ally die under his watch. The two had just finished talking about Chu Mingyao when Li Fu's voice sounded from outside the study. Lin Yi didn't know if he'd been waiting for their conversation to come to an end before making his presence known, or if he had happened to just arrive at the same time. The chairman told him that Li Fu was a man he could place his trust in, but Lin Yi felt that it was actually Chu Pengzhan who was hiding something big from him. There seemed to be an even deeper meaning beyond his role as a study companion, nanny, and bodyguard. Chu Pengzhan never talked about it, and it was safe to assume that Li Fu was kept out of it as well. Chances were, only the chairman knew what was actually going on. "Mr. Chu, the car's been parked. May I come in?" "Yes, I was just discussing yesterday's events with Yi," Chu Pengzhan replied. Li Fu pushed the door open and walked in, taking a seat on the sofa next to Lin Yi. "We were talking about how the kidnappers managed to pinpoint which bank Mingyao was at." Lin Yi explained that all students were required to register for a bank card every school year. Pengzhan started recapping their conversation. "It's even likely that there was someone tipping off the kidnappers from within the school. It'd be the logical assumption." "Yeah," Lin Yi nodded. "That's what I was thinking as well, though I'm guessing it's more likely one of the staff members than a student, since the teaching staff knew things like this beforehand. It'd probably be too late for the kidnappers to plan things out by the time the students were informed of this." "Not bad," Pengzhan praised with a nod of his head, very pleased with Lin Yi's quick thinking. "I'll make sure to investigate the school, but, it might be a bit of a problem." "What's wrong, Uncle Chu? There shouldn't be any difficulty in that. Aren't you part of the school's board of directors?" Lin Yi was confused. Shouldn't it be easy for the chairman to investigate a school he owned in part? "I have a seat on the board of directors, yes. The board is made up of 3 of us, however, and all of them have shares, with their own men in the school as well. I would expect resistance if I just showed up putting an investigation into place." Chu Pengzhan said candidly. "It wasn't anything secret." "I see. I'll keep an eye out at school then," Lin Yi said after the explanation. Lin Yi had gotten the main gist at that point. The perpetrators weren't after Mingyao for mere riches. They intended to hold Mingyao against Chu Pengzhan himself, so as to force support from the Pengzhan Industries side. The kidnappers' elaborate plan, at the same time, was formed around the basis of avoiding direct confrontation with the police. Mengyao's kidnapping would be much more heavily investigated upon in comparison to a simple bank robbery. It wouldn't take long before Mingyao was found, if the kidnapping was a classic and straightforward one. Yang Huaijuan took over the bank robbery case the instant he returned to the team, and the captain familiarized himself with the entire situation in no time at all. His first course of action was a phone call to the city command center, and Huaijuan got himself numerous footages of the streets surrounding the bank. It was only at that moment did Song Lingshan realize how big of an idiot she was. The digital CCC hadn't been initiated for more than a month yet, but Huaijuan had that door open in the back of his head. It was an employment of information methodology and mobile communication networking for analyses and categorizations on the entirety of the Songshan Information Network. It was the newest step in the city's technology advancements. There were multiple CCTV cameras installed in the main streets, serving as an absolute surveillance system that monitored factors like sanitation and traffic. Lingshan had considered requesting for police footage of the streets as well, but the police cameras weren't activated until the traffic lights turned red. It was only meant for recording vehicles that disobeyed traffic rules. They remained deactivated the rest of the time. Lingshan gave up on the idea, but Huaijuan went a step further, going after CCC for their extensive footage instead of the police's. It seemed simple in hindsight, but it all led to one conclusion: Lingshan was too careless. CCC footage that monitored sanitation and traffic had crossed her mind as unrelated, and that proved to be her crucial mistake. The newly acquired footages made things a lot easier, since they were only recently implemented, and still in the testing phase. Not many people knew about it, and it was safe to assume that the same went for the robbers as well. It turned out that a second A74110 SUV showed up not long after Zhang Xiaohong's team went after the first A74110 SUV. There was no doubt that the robbers were occupying the second SUV. The estimated radius of the robbers' parked SUV was then narrowed down not long after. The cameras were only installed at the city's roads, and the more remote paths were left uncovered. An estimated radius was the only practical option. Yet even that was more than enough. A search in a narrowed-down area wasn't very difficult or taxing at all. Zhong Pinliang spent the rest of his school day in fear. He'd never expected for a farmer to be this much of a monster. The difference between him and Lin Yi was as clear as day. Heibao Bro couldn't take the guy down, even with a gun in his hand. What could he possibly do to a man of that caliber? Yet he couldn't just start cowering in front of Naipeo and Xiaofu either. He hated Lin Yi to the bone, and that applied to his fear of him as well. Conventional means would never have any effect on Lin Yi. Pinliang had little choice but to go one step further, so as to settle the debt of blood. Liang bro, how's Lin Yi this powerful? Xiaofu was very displeased. But isn't Heibao Bro a little underwhelming, too? I was expecting someone really strong, but it turns out that he got messed up as much as we were yesterday. That's right, he even had a gun with him. I'd have sent a bullet into Lin Yi if it were me. Naipeo said, as well. Xiaofu and Naipeo weren't familiar with how things were outside, and their understanding of Heibao Bro's capabilities came only from Zhong Pinliang's descriptions. It wasn't a surprise, then, that his appearance today came off as a little underwhelming when in stark comparison to Lin Yi's monstrosity. But Zhong Pinliang was different, and he understood the level Heibao Bro operated on. It never occurred to him that even a man like that would fall under Lin Yi's strength, as well. Zhou Ruoming was still recovering from the shock, as well. The image of Heibao Bro's twisted limbs and bloody face had taught him one simple lesson: to stay away from Lin Yi. The guy was a merciless monster, and he wasn't ready to be taking on a lunatic like that. It didn't sit well with him, especially taking into consideration his position as the school's top 2. He'd lose his standing if word of that caution got out. Ruoming's logic was simple. If he left Lin Yi alone, then it was only natural that Lin Yi would then, in turn, leave him alone as well. The thought provided Ruoming relief as he contemplated Zhong Pinliang's situation. The guy was digging his own grave. What was the idiot doing, going after some transfer student while completely unprepared and oblivious to his background, or who the guy actually was? Hey, Yao Yao, you think Lin Yi'll be okay? That Song Lingshan looked so furious, I wouldn't be surprised if she was coming at Lin Yi for revenge. Yushu voiced her thoughts softly to Meng Yao, who was busy with her English textbook. Who cares? Hope he gets sentenced to prison or something. I'd really rather not have to see him anymore. Meng Yao only hemphed coldly in response. It'd save money for my dad, too. You sure that's what you want? Yushu tested, smirking a little at her friend. What the? Shu, what's with that look? Meng Yao frowned. Of course that's what I want. Can you stop talking to me? I'm trying to study here. Oh, okay. Yushu's smirk widened as she pointed at the English textbook in Meng Yao's hands. You know, Yao Yao, your book's upside down. Meng Yao's face reddened, staring at the upside-down textbook for a while before slamming it shut. Had she been looking at an upside-down textbook all this time? Right in front of Yushu? She shot a glance at Yushu before flipping it open again. Look, I just don't want him to be in trouble because of what I did. Okay? He kicked Zhong Pinliang's ace under my orders, remember? I called Li Fu. He'll take care of it. Haha. Yushu laughed, her face still full of suspicion. Meng Yao turned away from Yushu's gaze, trying to focus on the textbook in front of her. To no avail. Yushu's eyes were burningly fixed on her. A thought crossed her mind. You know, Miss Shu, you're always Lin Yi this. Lin Yi that you're not in love with him, are you? Me? Haha, yeah, I guess. So what? Yushu grinned as she looked at Meng Yao, evidently not embarrassed at all. She let out a breath of relief upon learning that Li Fu was helping Lin Yi. The man did have power in Songshan. Yushu knew that much. She was even planning to involve her grandfather if things got too serious, but that didn't seem necessary any longer. Wah. Meng Yao's mouth went wide open as she stared in complete disbelief. Huh? Why you like him? Huh? Yeah. What are you panicking for? Stuttering too. I see. Are you jealous? Yushu started laughing as she looked at Meng Yao's flustered expression. Jealous? Go then. Go chase after him if you like him so much. He'll be very happy if that happens, I'm sure. Meng Yao said, her expression returning to normal as she put on a nonchalant face. Yeah, I will. I'll go confess to him and stuff. Don't you regret anything when I do? Yushu retorted, sounding very serious and committed to her claim. Haha, yeah, you go do that. I won't be regretting anything, don't you worry. Mengyao said with a soft shake of her head. She didn't know why, but an indescribable discomfort washed over her as she spoke. I'm kidding. Haha. Yushu decided to stop teasing Mengyao. The girl didn't seem as affected as she had anticipated. I'm just at Lingshan. She's trying to do stuff to our Lin Yi, you know? Why yeah, Lin Yi's my follower. He's our guy. Mengyao, naturally, didn't understand why she felt relieved. The sensations always came out of nowhere, for no reason at all. Mengyao decided not to think too much about it. Zhong Pinliang maintained his composure and stature in front of his followers, but he was, in actuality, the most afraid of them all, not so much of Lin Yi's revenge against him, but the probability of Heibao getting him involved when the police questioned him. He'd be the main perpetrator if things went down that way, and the involvement would most likely result in punishment from his father. He might even get transferred to another school if that were the case. His contemplation led him to turn his eyes on Mengyao and Yushu, who were chatting away happily. He was feeling quite troubled. He was technically a celebrity at this school, and he didn't even have a girlfriend. How big a joke was that? Other Big Four members like Zhou Ruoming had been shuffling through plenty of girls while he remained single. The guy had his eyes set on some commoner beauty already, and what was Pinliang doing? Zhong Pinliang actually started paying some attention to Tang Yin because of Zhou Ruoming. The girl was like a refined gem, and even her school uniform failed to conceal any of that gentle beauty. Though, the commoner beauty was still some distance away from the school beauties like Chu Mengyao and Chen Yushu. Both Mengyao and Yushu had powerful family backgrounds, moving around in a luxury car to school and back. It was only natural that a girl of a common one would have less of an impact. Take that aspect out of the comparison, however, and they'd be left with a battle of appearances. A battle that Tang Yin wouldn't lose, and her figure even exceeded Meng Yao's. After all, a powerful family background really did change things quite drastically. The two girls had that cold air about them, as if they were unapproachable goddesses. Zhong Pinliang didn't see that as a bad thing. It gave him an advantage. He was the only one ballsy and qualified enough to chase after a girl like Chu Mengyao. It was for that fact that Pinliang took his advances slowly. He had the patience and confidence to win her heart piece by piece. Yet this Lin Yi, he had come out of nowhere, disrupting his original plans and even forcing him to call someone like Heibao bro into the school, completely disregarding any consequences due to how frustrated Lin Yi made him. That gun Heibao bro pulled out made things even worse. Still, what the Hades was that? Anyway? His situation had been changed on a fundamental level. From that point onwards, employing the use of gangsters to threaten students was one thing. But the crimes got really serious with Heibao bro firing a gun at school. Heibao exposing Pinliang as the guy behind all this was the highest concern on his mind. Right now, he wouldn't even be allowed in the school anymore, let alone chase after Mengyao. Lin Yi took a look at his watch upon exiting the police station. It was 11. There weren't any classes around this time, and Yang Huijuan's injuries were still fresh on his mind. He'd also forgotten to bring his medical stuff with him when he moved to Songshan as well. He hesitated for a moment and decided to get in a cab. Get me to Songshan's largest bookstore. There's New China and Scholarcy, kid. They're pretty much the same, but what kind of books are you looking for? The driver asked. Oh, I'm looking for medical books, but what's the difference between the two? It was a first for Lin Yi to be out shopping for books on his own. It was always old Lin who did that for him. It's New China for literature and miscellaneous books. It's a more well-rounded establishment. Scholarcy would be for more academic and scholarly collections, so probably where you want to go. It's filled with students and researchers over there. The taxi passed by Songshan's first school before stopping in front of Scholarcy bookstore. The bookstore wasn't far from the school. He could walk to class after finishing with the books. Lin Yi paid the driver and made his way into Scholarcy. He went to one of the staff for questions and started walking to the medical section. There weren't a lot of people in the bookstore, and lesser still in the medical section. There was only one scholar-looking elder flipping through one of the books as he stood in front of the bookcases. Lin Yi searched through the categories until finding what he wanted, a book detailing the rarer Eastern medicines. Lin Yi had no idea why the guy was still alive. Huijuan's family background must have gotten him other masters of medicine, probably confused at the condition as well. You interested in Eastern medicine? young man? The scholarly-looking old man had arrived beside Lin Yi, starting a conversation with him upon seeing what Lin Yi was reading. I have some background with it. Lin Yi nodded, smiling. Are you a medical student? What university are you in? The scholar continued. Nope, I'm from Songshan's first school. Lin Yi replied. He didn't mind the old guy. He could see that he was a genuine academic. Lin Yi wouldn't have responded at all if the man was after something, like the scammers back on the train. Oh, a high school student? The scholar was taken by surprise. He didn't expect a man so young to be interested in something like medicine. There were plenty of medical students in college who went through medical books simply for the sake of their exams, but a lot of them weren't actively seeking information on Eastern medicine the way Lin Yi was. Guan Shuimin had been searching for a pupil all these years who would inherit his mantle, but to no avail. Until now, there were medical students well-read in Eastern medicine, but the vast majority tended to lean towards the Western counterpart. Reading into Eastern medicine was for broadening the span of their knowledge. In those cases, they never considered it to be related to their careers as doctors, after all. This disappointed Guan Shuimin to a great extent. The pupil he sought needed to have genuine interest in Eastern medicine. What was the point of handing his mantle over if the pupil preferred Western medicine as the superior of the two? Young man, which do you think is stronger, Eastern or Western medicine? Shuimin couldn't hold the question in anymore. They both have their strong points, but I prefer Eastern medicine, Lin Yi said as he closed the book, pulling out another one from the bookcase. Western medicine deals with what's on the outside, but Eastern medicine tackles the problem internally, at its core. In some cases, you can only deal with the core after curing the external sickness, but it still remains that the core has to be cured, for the patient to be cured. Lin Yi's statement seemed ambiguous, but it was what Guan Shuimin wanted to hear. He wasn't stubbornly fixated on Eastern medicine and against Western medicine, either. Quite the contrary, he was very well versed in Western medicine as well. Both had their pros and cons. Combining them into a complementary unison was the strongest approach to a genuine cure. Are you interested in applying to a medical college? Shuimin asked. He was starting to take a liking to the kid. Never thought that far before. Depends on my parents, I guess. It was the truth. This wasn't something for Lin Yi to decide. The task was for old Lin and Chu Pengzhan. Though, he'd be packing for home rather than thinking about what college to go to, should the chairman decide to fire him. I see. Shuimin couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed at Lin Yi's words, but he wasn't ready to give someone so rare up, just like that. He pulled out his card and handed it to Lin Yi. Here's my card. Young man, you can talk it over with your parents if you're interested in a medical path. I'm able to have things set up and prepared for you, should you wish. Lin Yi wasn't expecting this kind of development, but he took the card regardless. Guan Shuimin, director of Songshan's first hospital. This man was indeed able to set things up for him. Even a department head in Songshan's first hospital was more than powerful enough for that, let alone the director of the hospital. Of course, Lin Yi wasn't planning on pursuing a medical career, but maintained his courtesy regardless. Don't hesitate to give me a call, as well, should any problems involving Eastern medicine arise. I'd be glad to help. Shuimin hadn't achieved his objective for getting himself an inheritor, but he still looked forward to Lin Yi's calls. Thanks, Director Guan. Lin Yi nodded in response. Shuimin had other matters to attend to. He picked up a stack of books he'd picked out and left. Lin Yi didn't think much of the little episode. After all, there wasn't anyone on old Lin's level in terms of medical prowess. He'd heard about a story of when old Lin was young. He'd point out a couple of things and offer some advice to a common Eastern doctor, and that very doctor would go on to become an absolute master. Although, the story did come from old Lin's own drunk mouth, so the truth of it wasn't guaranteed. What Lin Yi had learned from his old man, however, spoke volumes. Lin Yi put the books back, having learned what he'd come for. Buying books like that and bringing them back to school would bring him too much attention, and Lin Yi would rather not be in that sort of position. It was most likely impossible at this point, however, not after what he'd done this morning. Everyone knew who he was by now. Lin Yi bought some fruits from a stall on his way back. The cafeteria might be empty already. He then made his way to class directly, opening the door only to see Meng Yao and Yushu watching Pleasant Goat and Bad Wolf in their seats again. Yushu noticed Lin Yi, giving him a glance before poking a finger into Meng Yao. Meng Yao raised her head for a look as well, before turning her attention back to the MP4. Lin Yi didn't pay them any more attention either as he walked to his seat, as well. Hey, Yao Yao. Shield guy's back. He doesn't look hurt or anything. Yushu had expected more physically violent interrogation from what she'd read in her novels. Humph. As if Song Lingshan would do anything to her precious Lin Yi. She's got to be the one who let Lin Yi back out so fast. Meng Yao said with a curl of her lips, seemingly displeased at how fast Lin Yi returned. Heh, you think maybe they did that in the police station? Yushu grinned wickedly as her imagination got to work. Meng Yao said with a frown, Please, don't put that disgusting image in my head. I don't want to throw up. The words throw up reminded Yushu of the whole saliva incident, where Meng Yao had multiple tastes of Lin Yi's saliva. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. Don't know where my editor went. So two unedited chapters. They're very raw. Careful, still haven't forgotten about making the two chaps up. So wait for that, boss. You okay? Kong Xiaobo hadn't recovered from the excitement, yet the past 2 days were the manliest days of his life. He'd read somewhere that fighting was one of the must-do things for men before they reached 30. It didn't seem a realistic goal for him anymore, and he was just about to give it up when the unexpected happened. Xiaobo's overwhelming excitement had almost gotten him in trouble. As well, he would have been sent to the police station along with Lin Yi if his boss hadn't stopped him. It wasn't the same for Lin Yi. He was on a mission, and going to school was merely a part of his bodyguard detail. It was an odd assignment for sure, but Lin Yi still failed to find anything out of the ordinary for a mission old Lin claimed could set him up for life. Xiaobo, on the other hand, wouldn't recover too well from a mark on his record. That kind of thing was for life. I'm fine. The police figured it out. Heibao's the one who led the gangsters into the school. Lin Yi noticed Zhong Pinliang's ears perk up not too far away. It was amusing. The guy had probably been panicking about Heibao, pulling his name out during the questioning. That's good. Xiaobo let out a breath of relief. He hadn't gone with the police along with Lin Yi, and he was afraid that Lin Yi would mind, but Lin Yi was fine, and Xiaobo was glad for that. Boss, maybe we can celebrate a little? I can treat to something after school. After school? We'll see, I guess. Lin Yi said as he glanced at Meng Yao sitting in front of him. He still had to go back with the two of them. Eating with Xiaobo after school wasn't really an option for him. Ms. Liu entered the classroom for the first morning class. She had a guess that Zhong Pinliang was responsible for what had happened earlier, but she kept quiet regardless. A neat, peaceful conclusion to incidents like these was the way to go. She didn't want to interrupt the other students or cause any trouble for them. Exams are coming up. We're doing a little pop quiz today, Ms. Liu said as she passed out the test papers. 12th grade consisted essentially of one small quiz every 2 days and a big one every week. Nobody complained about the frequency of the tests. It was something they had gotten used to already. The incident earlier this morning had brought unconventional entertainment to school life, but the students were in no position to be filling their minds with things like entertainment, not at this critical period of their life. The incident had brought them a taste of startlement and shock, but it was a mere detour in their paths as committed students. This mentality, naturally, didn't apply to the delinquents. An English test paper was passed down to Lin Yi. It was his strongest subject. Someone like him was expected to have even more languages fluently under his belt, considering the scale and types of missions he went on. Lin Yi didn't want to attract unwanted attention by acing the test. Getting something like a C or B in an elite class like this was more than enough to guarantee a good college. Lin Yi didn't see the point in getting overwhelmingly good grades. As a result, he didn't forget his current position. He was attending school for Meng Yao's sake, in the first place. It was very possible that he'd drop out someday, especially when Meng Yao was actively trying to rid herself of him. With that in mind, Lin Yi made sure to mess up an entire sections intentionally after answering everything else correctly. He handed the paper in along with Xiaobo. When he was done, Boss, how was it? It's pretty hard this time around. There was quite a few words in there I didn't know. Xiaobo's grades were only mediocre. It was okay, Lin Yi said with a smile. Didn't do that well. Well, education in the cities is better than the education you find in villages, so the tests are a bit harder as well, Xiaobo said as he tried to console Lin Yi, assuming that he hadn't adapted yet. You'll get used to it. Yeah, Lin Yi said with a nod, not bothering to explain anything. He liked Xiaobo as a friend, But there were too many things he couldn't say to the guy. They lived in different worlds, after all. It was the second afternoon class when a messenger knocked on the classroom doors. Wang Jifeng wanted to talk with Zhong Pinliang, Zhang Naipeo, Gao Xiaofu, and Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't think much of it, straightening up and walking out of the classroom with a couple steps. Xiaobo, on the other hand, was worried that Lin Yi might get penalized. Something like that was a pretty big deal in the final year of high school. But Lin Yi wasn't concerned about that at all. He had Wang Jifeng's secret, after all, and his files and personal information were all faked. He was here on a mission, and going to school with Princess Chu was merely a part of it. Getting penalized wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Zhong Pinliang's face was silent as he hesitated. He stood up a while later, and Naipeo and Xiaofu followed suit. The three of them made their way out of the classroom right behind Lin Yi. Pinliang stopped his lackeys after leaving the room. He turned to them. Listen, if Wang Jifeng asks us about what happened earlier, we'll all say that we had no idea what was going on. Lin Yi must have Heibao Bro off, and the guy came to school looking for him. We happened to know Heibao Bro, so we pointed him to Lin Yi when asked. That's as far as our involvement goes. Got it? Naipeo and Xiaofu were worried that they'd get penalized for Pinliang's actions. Their families weren't as powerful. After all, Zhong Pinliang might come out unscathed, whereas the two of them could just end up as scapegoats. They nodded immediately upon hearing Pinliang's command. Zhong Pinliang turned his gaze to the Lin Yi before him, his fist shaking as he glared. It was all thanks to this transfer student that he'd lost face over and over again. He never expected Lin Yi to be this strong. His usual strategy of handling things with fists was completely useless on someone like him. Wang Jifeng didn't buy what Pinliang, Naipeo, and Xiaofu were saying, naturally. The police had sent him news. Heibao Bro was the security captain of Zhong Pinliang's father's nightclub. After all, why on earth would nightclub security come to a school, charging at Lin Yi for trouble? Whatever the case, it was simply impossible to think that Zhong Pinliang wasn't involved in the incident. Wang Jifeng, however, had went to the principal for advice a while earlier, and he'd been told to keep things as peacefully contained and settled as possible. There was Pinliang's background to take into consideration, and there was also the fact that Heibao Bro had admitted to everything already. There was simply no reason for Wang Jifeng to make an enemy. With all this in mind, he responded with a simple lecture before sending the students back to class, leaving Lin Yi behind. Wang Jifeng didn't bother asking Lin Yi about the events this morning. The guy was clearly the victim, despite what he'd done to Heibao Bro. There was but one reason Lin Yi remained. Lin Yi, I know how Zhong Pinliang and his group are like, but there's a limit to what the school can do because of their family connections. Here's what I can do for you. If you'd like, I could transfer you to another class. Lin Yi was recommended into the school by Chu Pengzhan. Understanding this, Wang Jifeng had hoped to give his aid to Lin Yi wherever possible. Class 5 wasn't the only elite class. After all, there was still Class 6, right across from Class 5, and transferring Lin Yi there would prevent further conflict between Zhong Pinliang and him. Lin Yi barely managed to hold in a laugh. Wang Jifeng was worried that Zhong Pinliang and his boys would cause him trouble. His sole purpose in school was to accompany Ming Yao, and transferring to another class without Ming Yao in it would be utterly pointless. Lin Yi also reckoned that the three delinquents would leave him alone for now. He didn't really think of them as anything other than a couple of flies. Thanks, but I'm fine, Mr. Wang. Class 5's pretty good, and I've just settled in, so there's really no need for that. Lin Yi refused politely. Is that so? Well, don't be afraid to report to the school if anything should happen. We'll take care of it. Wang Jifeng left it at that. There wasn't any point in insisting, although he did expect Zhong Pinliang and his group to lay low for the time being. The results from the English test came out during study hall at night. Xiaobo was complaining about how difficult the test was, but an elite class really was different. Quite a number of them got over 130 out of 150. Xiaobo scored 111, while Lin Yi got 109. Naturally, Lin Yi did that on purpose. Staying a little below the mid-level was optimal for keeping attention away. What shocked Lin Yi, however, was the fact that two of the 130s included Ming Yao and Yu Shu. So these two princesses aren't the dumb type. Huh. Lin Yi contemplated. Not bad, boss. That's quite high for your first time. Xiaobo praised. Startled as well, Lin Yi was only 2 points lower than him. Got lucky, I guess. Lin Yi felt that he'd still scored too high, especially considering the difficulty of the questions. So, about that dinner? It's my treat, you know, Xiaobo said, bringing his offer up again. How about during the weekend? I live pretty far from here, and I can't get back if I stay too late, Linny said apologetically. You're right. There's only that many bus stops around here. See you over the weekend, then, Xiaobo said, evidently misunderstanding Lin Yi's words. Lin Yi liked Xiaobo's character, and he'd really have preferred to not have to lie to him if possible, but the guy was making assumptions on his own. Lin Yi, of course, wasn't about to correct him, although what he said wasn't technically untrue. Meng Yao did live pretty far away from school, and Li Fu couldn't just wait all night for him. Lin Yi walked to the school gates with Xiaobo once school ended. He eyed Meng Yao and Yushu, who were opening the doors to Li Fu's car. I'm going. See ya. Bye. Xiaobo was feeling a bit down. He'd planned to have a nice drink and chat with Lin Yi tonight, but the guy didn't have the time. Where do you think you're going? Stop right there. Xiaobo jumped as a loud voice sounded behind him. He raised his head only to see Zhong Pinliang, Zhang Naipeo, and Gao Xiaofu surrounding him. The voice was Xiaofu's. Zhong Pinliang had made a phone call back home earlier, and he'd learned that Heibao Bro had taken everything on his own shoulders. He got a scolding from his father regardless, and Pinliang was very about it. It was all Lin Yi's fault, but there was nothing he could do about it. This caused a spike in Pinliang's frustration. Since there was no way of dealing with Lin Yi yet, Gao Xiaofu had suggested to give Kong Xiaobo a beating first. The brat was pretty full of himself back on the rooftop yesterday, even kicking Heibao Bro in the groin after Lin Yi put him down. The guy had it coming. Zhong Pinliang's eyes lit up at Xiaofu's words. It was true. Lin Yi was out of their league, but Xiaobo was below theirs. Blowing off some steam wouldn't hurt. What do you guys want? Xiaobo got manlier the last 2 days, but that was when Lin Yi was right next to him. There really wasn't a whole lot he could do on his own, and the 3 delinquents were coming at him with explicit malice. What do we want? Why don't you try remembering what you did these past 2 days? Pinliang said, chuckling coldly as he patted Xiaobo on the cheek. Kong Xiaobo, I've really underestimated you, haven't I? You're quite the big shot around here. What did I do? Xiaobo understood it clearly. Pleading wasn't going to do him any good here. He might as well go down with some pride, since he'd been targeted already. A simple beating wouldn't kill him or anything. Still acting tough? Pinliang challenged as he stared at Xiaobo. Too scared to admit what you did wrong? Or is it because your transfer student isn't here to protect you? Zhong Pinliang was venting his anger on a manageable target now, but he didn't like it too much. Had he fallen this far? Xiaobo strengthened his will. There was no escaping anyway. Zhong Pinliang, you can do whatever you want of me today, but remember, I'll pay it back tenfold one day. Come. With that, Xiaobo closed his eyes shut. His chest puffed up courageously. Tough guy. Huh? Interesting. Guys, what are you standing there for? Liang bro. Xiaofu said softly as he tugged on Pinliang's sleeve. What? Pinliang frowned. What's wrong? Gao Xiaofu pointed some distance away as he spoke, his voice quivering a little. Liang bro, over there. What the is it? Pinliang cursed as he turned to look at where Xiaofu was pointing. His eyes widened in shock as the sight of Lin Yi walking towards them reached his eyes. The guy was smiling. Yes, the smile of an absolute devil. What the F? Why is he coming over here? Didn't he leave already? Pinliang was panicking heavily at that point. Lin Yi was a complete lunatic. There wasn't telling what he'd do if he got a hold of them. He felt ashamed at the fear, and he felt furious at it, but even so, clashing with Lin Yi would only end badly for him. Whatever, I'll have my revenge another day. I'll pay you back tenfold, Lin Yi. Him using Kong Xiaobo's words of courage was something Zhong Pinliang had never expected to have happened. With that, Zhong Pinliang spun on his heel and made a run for it. Zhang Naipeo and Gao Xiaofu followed as well. Lin Yi was coming right at them. Xiaobo's neck was still stretched, his chest still puffed as he readied himself for the imminent blows. Nothing happened, and he opened one of his eyes in curiosity, only to see Zhong Pinliang running away with his group. Huh. Xiaobo stared at the scene in shock. What was going on? Did his unexpected courage scare them off? Perhaps his threat of paying them back tenfold made them think twice about crossing him? Seriously? Wouldn't that make him the main character of a novel? Xiaobo was still trying to process what happened when a huge hand landed on his shoulder, giving him a jump. He turned his head only to see Lin Yi smiling at him. "What are you doing? Standing here like that?" Xiaobo understood immediately after seeing Lin Yi they were running from Lin Yi, not him. "Well, I'm going." Lin Yi gave Xiaobo's shoulder another pat before quickly making his way to Li Fu's car. Lin Yi had caught Xiaobo's situation in the corner of his eye after parting with him. He didn't want his friend getting beat up by Zhong Pinliang and decided to help him out. Xiaobo exhaled a long breath of relief. Lin Yi was long gone before he could even say thanks. He made a fist with his hand as he stared into the sky, thinking about what it would take for someone like him to become like Lin Yi. The guy had just transferred in for 2 days, and he'd taken out Zhong Pinliang of the Big Four already, to the point where Pinliang would just run after seeing him. Lin Yi seated himself in the front seat, shutting the door as Mengyao frowned, silent. Yushu, on the other hand, was grinning at Lin Yi. "Wow, shield guy. Scaring them off by just showing them your face?" Lin Yi only laughed a little in response. Yushu obviously saw what happened. "See, Yao Yao? What did I say? Lin Yi's strong. Zhong Pinliang won't so much as talk to you with Lin Yi by your side," Yushu said, tugging at Mengyao arm. "He's not a lot better than Zhong Pinliang, all right?" Mengyao said with a humph, still not willing to accept Lin Yi, despite acknowledging how Lin Yi had Zhong Pinliang dealt with in only 2 days. "Humph. He's just good at fighting, that's all." Lin Yi didn't mind Mengyao's attitude. At this point, he'd gotten used to it. That was how girls from rich families were like. After all, it was fine as long as Mengyao didn't especially hate him. He was here for the mission anyway. Lin Yi noticed the box of tissues on the coffee table upon walking in the villa, recalling the awkward episode with Yushu the other morning. He glanced at Yushu, who was darting her eyes about mischievously. Oh no. Lin Yi didn't waste any time in slipping into his room. He didn't want Yushu threatening him and giving him orders again. Lin Yi started forming a plan for Huaijuan's recovery, writing down the information from the bookstore earlier today, the details still fresh in his mind. Huaijuan's entire body was in discord, and there were both Eastern and Western medicine effects mixed into the mess. Huaijuan looked healthy and fine now, but it took only one little change to turn everything into a destructive fatality. Lin Yi's thorough analysis of Huaijuan's pulse revealed that his meridians were completely cut off, along with the links that were spread throughout his organs. It wasn't a surprise that the organs were deteriorating at all. Circumstances like this called for immediate attention to the meridians. All Lin Yi had to do was revive all of Huaijuan's meridians, and the organs would start recovering again. Huaijuan was only a little more than 20 years old, and his body was nowhere near the deteriorative stage, yet his body would heal naturally on its own. Lin Yi let out a breath of relief after finishing a satisfactory plan. He was confident that he'd be able to turn Huaijuan back to normal, but there was always that tinge of worry and doubt at the back of his head when he lacked a proper, solid plan to rely on. Old Lin might have been teaching Lin Yi a lot, but the man was really more family than teacher. Old Lin's kung fu was strong, but Lin Yi's killer techniques were actually taught by a teacher other than his old man. It was said that Lin Yi's master had history with Old Lin. The two had been through tough times together, and they had absolute trust in each other. Lin Yi, naturally, didn't know much other than that. A light snap sounded outside of Lin Yi's room, and his sensitive ears picked it up immediately. He tidied his desk up before dashing to the door, calming down when he realized it was Li Fu. Lin Yi opened the door and stepped out. "Uncle Fu." "Mr. Lin, dinner's ready." Li Fu nodded at Lin Yi, a smile on his face. Li Fu left right after leaving dinner on the table, and Mengyao locked the doors behind him. She glanced at Lin Yi, who was setting the food up with Yushu, clearly not intending to eat with them this time around, as well. He was walking past Mengyao when she opened her mouth, wanting to ask him to join them. The words got stuck in her throat, and Lin Yi had already closed his bedroom door by the time Mengyao finished hesitating. Humph, whatever. Mengyao was irritated. Didn't she hint at him that she didn't mind him eating with them anymore? What's with him, locking himself in his room like that? It was completely beyond Lin Yi's imagination that Mengyao would be thinking these thoughts. Her attitude towards him was still very fresh on his mind, after all. He decided to help Yushu set things up quickly before going back into his room, not wanting to be in Mengyao's sights any longer than necessary. since he displeased her so much. He didn't mind eating their leftovers. Anyway, Xiaobo was practically saying that the boys would line up for a taste of Yushu and Meng Yao's leftovers, back when they chatted at lunch. Shield guy's not joining us? Yushu was about to call Linny over when she remembered Meng Yao. She didn't know if her friend would agree to that. Ignore him. We'll eat by ourselves. Meng Yao replied curtly, annoyed. Oh. Yushu picked her chopsticks up and was about to start eating when a thought crossed her mind. She pushed an open bottle of orange juice in front of Meng Yao. This one's mine, Yao Yao. You can drink it if you want. Meng Yao's face paled with one look at the juice, evidently recalling the whole first kiss incident 2 days ago. She shot a deadly glare at Yushu. Shu, are you doing this on purpose? What? I'm just being nice, okay? Yushu said innocently as she blinked into Meng Yao's eyes. It seemed wasteful, but Li Fu wanted the girls to have a balanced and healthy diet, thus making sure to always have 3 or 4 different dishes coupled with one soup. These types of dishes had to be prepared in standard portions. After all, it was impossible to manage the flame and spices on small portions of said dishes and still finish the dish while maintaining an equal quality. As such, the chefs at the hotel followed the standard menu when preparing dinner for Li Fu to pick up. Meng Yao found the food unappealing. A few bites and the image of Lin, saving her yesterday, kept popping up in her mind. She'd always chat livelily with Yushu whenever they ate together, and a meal usually took up to half an hour until they were done. But she was very troubled. Did that guy really take his job that seriously, sacrificing himself for a couple 100,000 kwai? Meng Yao didn't know where her father managed to find someone like him, but she found herself softening her attitude towards Lin significantly. Was it because Lin saved her yesterday? Fine, I'll let him stay for a while. It's kinda nice having a bodyguard around. I'm full. Meng Yao's previous attitude towards Lin was indeed quite ridiculous, now that she thought about it. The guy even had to eat leftovers. HM? What's wrong, Yao Yao? You barely touched your food yet. Yushu asked curiously. The girl had only taken a handful of bites. I'm just a little tired, I guess. Meng Yao shook her head. I'm going up. Go tell Lin to eat with you. Huh? Yushu blinked as Meng Yao walked up the stairs. What the? Meng Yao was indeed troubled. Lin was someone she absolutely hated, but he'd saved her life. Even so, she had wanted to treat him more kindly, but the guy refused to take her gesture. Fine, do what you want. I'm not eating either. Humph. Yushu was still blinking, trying to figure things out as she watched Meng Yao's languished form disappear upstairs. Was she still traumatized over what had happened yesterday? No way, right? It's been a whole day already. Why are you still thinking about that? Yushu put her chopsticks down, running to Lin Yi's room to give his door a knock. Yo, shield guy. Dinner's ready. Lin Yi opened the door and looked at Yushu. You calling me? Who else? You think I'd call Yao Yao shield guy? You're the only guy here. Yushu gave a soft slap at her forehead. Ah, there's still General Wei Wu, doggy bro. Lin Yi was speechless. This girl was comparing him with a dog. Well, let's go. I'm starving. With that, Yushu darted off into the dining area. Lin Yi peeked his head out the door. Meng Yao wasn't at the table. He walked out after Yushu, curious. Where's the miss? Yao Yao? She said she wasn't hungry and went upstairs. Yushu explained, pointing at Meng Yao's empty chair. Let's eat. See, we even have your rice and chopsticks set up. Oh. Lin Yi turned his eyes to the table. They actually were. Lin Yi didn't see a reason to eat leftovers anymore, now that Meng Yao was gone. Yushu was weird, but that didn't really matter. Hehehe. Yushu smiled wickedly as she watched Lin Yi pick the chopsticks up, putting a piece of vegetable onto his rice. She held a victory fist under the table, very delighted as Lin Yi put an entire mouthful of food into his mouth. Yes. There. Yao Yao, I've avenged you. Lin Yi's eating all your saliva right now. Yushu couldn't stop grinning as she watched her revenge plan play out. This should make up for Meng Yao eating Lin Yi's saliva yesterday. Slow down. You're gonna choke yourself. Here, juice. Yushu said, pushing a bottle of orange juice to Lin Yi. Thanks. Lin Yi did feel a little like hiccuping after hearing Yushu's words. He was gulping it down when he realized something was wrong. This juice. Oh, it's Yao Yao's. She didn't finish it, and there's too much left to throw away. Oh. Linny replied blankly. Yushu obviously did it on purpose, but this was nothing to Lin Yi. There was that time in a primitive jungle when all his metal had been used for weapons, leaving only one set of utensils for him and his group to share. His mentality had long viewed sharing saliva as a very trivial thing. A pretty girl's saliva, however, was a different matter. Not everyone got to experience something like that. Meng Yao could spit into a bowl, and Zhong Pinliang would probably lick it up without hesitation, Linny thought evilly. Yushu was a little disappointed at Lin Yi's lack of reaction, but a different concern was pressing at her. Didn't she drink from that bottle as well? Yushu couldn't help but blush a bit at the thought. Although, Meng Yao did drink from it after she did, so it didn't count, right? Wasn't that how it worked? Her saliva shouldn't be on there anymore, Yushu thought as she tried to calm herself down. Yes, that had to be the case. Hey, shield guy, I'm thirsty, get me some water. Yushu ordered. The food was a bit salty. Do it yourself. Linny rejected without even looking up from his food. Tissues. TV. Yushu coughed. Lin Yi could only roll his eyes in response. The thing had become a code. Now, feeling helpless, Linny got up from his chair and got Yushu a glass of water, thinking that Yushu did treat him rather nicely, even remembering to call him out for dinner. Linny was willing to endure it because of that. Huaijuan would probably burst into laughter if he learned about Lin Yi serving two rich misses every day. Lin Yi picked a pink glass and filled it with water. He knew it was Yushu's. Thanks, shield guy, Yushu said sweetly as she took the glass of water. Lin Yi continued his meal, not thinking much about it. Yushu had wanted to sound sweet to make Lin Yi a little happier and willing about running the errand, but the guy didn't so much as look at her. It really seemed as if Lin Yi found the chicken pieces in his bowl more appealing to look at than Yushu's own face. In actuality, Lin Yi did find what Yushu tried to do very sweet. Who wouldn't? He was, however, in the middle of a mission. Despite it all, his relationships with the current people around him weren't for life. He'd part ways with them after the mission was completed. They'd most likely never see each other ever again, and Lin Yi didn't want too many attachments to form. He was tasked to act as Meng Yao's study companion. What the Hades would he even be doing if he went on the Miss Best Friend? Anyway, it was 2 days in, and Lin Yi still hadn't figured out what Pengzhan's intentions were. It seemed quite a stretch to pull him out all the way from Mount Star West just for a study companion and bodyguard. Lin Yi didn't know what to say. The whole thing was a bit absurd. Lin Yi cleaned the table up shortly after finishing dinner with Yushu. Li Fu would usually take the dishes with him the next day to the hotel, giving them back to the dishwashers back at the hotel, but Lin Yi didn't like how messy and oily everything was. It wasn't much of an effort to just wash the dishes, anyway. You're quite the family man. Shield guy, whoever brings you home for a husband's gonna be pretty blessed in the future. I'm going up, bye. Yushu gave some words of encouragement before disappearing upstairs. Bring home for husband? A cold sensation washed over Lin Yi. The girl was a bit of a masculinist, it seemed, but he'd gotten used to Yushu's weirdness by now. Lin Yi put the empty food containers into a plastic bag and shut the lights off before going back to his room. Lin Yi was restless. The stone doors were about to open again. His constitution had strengthened greatly, and his meridians felt more solid. It was the same with his agility and skill as a fighter, as well. He was well above the average man at this point. From the perspective of normal people, Lin Yi was a master among masters, an absolute fighter. It excited Lin Yi. If he was this strong at the first phase, how much more powerful would he grow when he advanced to the mid and late phases? There was also the second set of stone doors. What lay beyond them? Lin Yi rubbed the jade hanging around his neck as he contemplated. Just this jade alone had brought him countless counts of fortune. What could those doors possibly hold? The jade had even saved his warmates' lives on many occasions, as well, but Lin Yi had yet to fully grasp and comprehend its nature. The jade's power was intriguing. It was like Lin Yi's mind was linked to it. The jade always managed to identify any hostile entities near him. It would always send him a signal, granting him a certain extent of premonitive ability. The jade provided an additional function, as well. Any hostile entity Lin Yi encountered would register itself in the jade. It would always recognize the person, even if their hostile intents were concealed. The closer the person to Lin Yi, the stronger the jade reacted. A battle between masters more or less always ended in surprise attacks and assassinations. A failed attempt would result in an immediate retreat. Extended confrontations were kept to a minimum. Everyone who'd faced Lin Yi before fell under his hands. Even if they'd managed to escape, Lin Yi would always kill them off eventually. It was also the cause for his warmate's nickname of him, Eagle. After all, there weren't many animals who could get out alive after being targeted by the eagle. It went without saying that the Jade's capabilities went beyond just that it sent Lin Yi signals for good premonitions as well as bad ones, giving out different signals for each situation. He didn't know how the Jade sent the signals, or what form they came in, but everyone around him never seemed to notice. These 3 signals were the only ones Lin Yi currently understood. There were times where the Jade sent off other signals that didn't fall into the 3 categories, and he had no idea what the Jade was reacting to, or what it meant at all. Yushu pushed open the door, entering Meng Yao's room only to see her huddled in front of her test paper, going through her answers as she ate some potato chips. Too much chips will affect your growth, you know. Yushu smiled as she looked at Meng Yao, remembering what she'd done to Lin Yi earlier. Why are you smiling like that? Meng Yao was getting uncomfortable with how happily Yushu was smiling. She looked at her body for a bit. Failing to find anything noteworthy was Yushu implying that her chest was more developed than Meng Yao's. Let me tell you something, Yao Yao. I avenged you. Yushu grinned as she fell onto the bed, grabbing Meng Yao's chips away from her. Too much chips affect your growth, right? Meng Yao said with a glare. What do you mean, avenge? What did you do? Hee. My growth's good enough already. It's a perfect body for my height. Yushu commented, not giving a care in the world as she dropped a chip into her mouth. Well, you see, I called Shield Guy to the table so we could have dinner, and I told him to sit where you were sitting. Then I said, we have your rice and chopsticks set up already. Huh? So wait. Are you telling me he's been eating from my bowl? Meng Yao asked in realization, her eyes wide open. Yeah, and using your chopsticks too. Yushu said gleefully. What a revenge, right? Now he's eaten your saliva, as well. What in the world? Meng Yao was shaking her head, speechless. Isn't that good for him, though? So it's bad for you when you eat his saliva, but it's good for him when he eats yours? Yushu thought further into it, however, and realized that Meng Yao's words made sense. Any other boy from their school would probably be smiling happily if it had happened to them. Whatever, let's stop talking about him, Meng Yao said, annoyed. She wasn't really keen on talking about Lin Yi so often. Aren't you going to go over the English paper? Oh, I'll do that now. Yushu replied seriously as she went to her bag, pulling out her English test paper and going over them with Meng Yao. Meng Yao and Yushu had good IQ, but it was useless if they didn't put in any effort. Their families were rich and powerful, but that shouldn't be a reason for them to slack off, Meng Yao especially. She didn't want people saying that she got into an elite class because of who her father was. Having finished with their English papers, the two turned their attention to revising other subjects. They were 12th graders, after all, and the final exams were coming. Their backgrounds ensured that they'd get into a top-tier college, but genuinely deserving that acceptance was a completely different thing. It was getting late, and Meng Yao yawned. Yushu was getting tired as well, and the two took a hot bath in the bathroom before watching an episode of Pleasant Lamb and the Big Wolf on their MP4, going to sleep right after. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was practicing his dragon mastery. One night of replenishing stamina through the training was more than enough to substitute a few hours of sleep. It was 5 in the morning by the time Lin Yi opened his eyes, letting out a deep, turbid breath. He decided not to go watch television again as he brushed his teeth. It'd just cause him more trouble. He'll be able to watch whatever he wanted in his room after buying himself a laptop. Lin Yi didn't mind making breakfast for Meng Yao and Yushu, but Li Fu had mentioned that the girls always had their breakfast at school before Lin Yi came along. There was some rice left from yesterday's dinner, and Lin Yi was planning on cooking some egg-fried rice. It was a mere gesture for him, after all. He dressed himself before walking over to the kitchen. He found some sausages and a couple of eggs upon pulling the fridge door open. Li Fu's constant care guaranteed the quality of these ingredients, and it was very unlikely that they'd be expired. The two princesses rarely ever cooked, but it didn't hurt having a safety measure for Meng Yao make herself a light meal at night, if she did get hungry. He couldn't find any onions, and decided to make do without any, remembering the sudden spike in onion prices after the onion song had went viral. Egg-fried rice was something Lin Yi often cooked back home, and it didn't take long before he produced the dish. He prepared his own portion, finishing it as fast as possible before dumping it in the sink and washing it up. He didn't want any saliva wars happening again. He must have made some noise, for Mengyao and Yushu came walking down sleepily in their pajamas not long after. The pajamas were cute, with cartoons on it, but the two of them did seem a bit too old for that. Linny recalled the type of shows these girls watched and shrugged to himself. He thought that was how girls were, especially the rich ones. It wasn't odd for them to be a bit immature from time to time. The silky, smooth pairs of legs under the pajama skirts, however, heated Lin E up. Couldn't these two girls be a bit more aware about things like that? There was a freaking guy in the house. Lin E wouldn't dare to do anything dirty to the two, but still. Wah, shield guy, you've made breakfast again, Yushu said as she sniffed about, following the aroma into the kitchen. Ho, egg fried rice, my favorite. Mengyao only cleared her throat in response, a little unhappy about how obvious Yushu was being. What are you doing, Shu? You can't just praise him like that. You eating, Yao Yao? Yushu asked as she got herself a bowl. I don't like egg fried rice. Mengyao's pride was still holding her back. Apparently eating Lin Yi's food was like losing to him. She did eat Lin Yi's cooking yesterday, however, and the day before that. But Mengyao didn't know what to say about how Yushu was acting, as well. Did she really have to put on such a delighted face? It's just some rice. Come on. I made a lot, you know. It'd be wasted if you didn't eat any. Lin Yi offered with a smile, as if noticing Mengyao trying to suppress her emotions. Oh, I guess teachers do say not to waste food. Maybe I'll eat a little, Mengyao said after some hesitation, taking Lin Yi up on his offer. Lin Yi didn't add anything else. The miss not wanting to waste food. Well, make sure to eat enough. I'm gonna go take a walk, Lin Yi said as he turned for the door, making his way outside the villa. It'd only be awkward for Mengyao if he just stood there watching her eat. Yo, Yao Yao, have you noticed? Shield guy's actually a really nice guy. He's strong. He cooks, and he looks pretty handsome now that I look at him. Don't you think? Yushu whispered as she put a spoonful of fried rice in her mouth. Really, Shu? A couple of noodles is all it takes to corrupt you? How can you speak up for him? Mengyao asked with her eyes wide, staring at Yushu in disbelief. Are you in heat or something? You're the one who's in heat, Yushu retorted, her face red. I'm just saying, you might regret it later when someone else takes him. Don't you forget what Song Lingshan was doing to Shield Guy after just knowing him for 2 days. She seemed really into him. Wah, you think I'd fight over him with Lingshan? He'd be in a fit if he found out about Linny and her. Achoo. Linny sneezed the moment he stepped outside. What was with him recently? Had he caught a cold? Linny, naturally, had no idea that the two girls inside were just talking about him. It was Lin Yi's 3rd day in the villa, but it was the first time he'd stepped out. The entire area was obviously for rich families to live in. At that thought, Lin Yi contemplated on Yushu's family background. He'd never seen her parents before, and the girl lived in a villa all by herself. Clearly not born into normal means. A black Ferrari sped in Lin Yi's direction from some distance away, rumbling as it neared. It clearly slowed down upon reaching Lin Yi, and the driver inside peeked out curiously. He'd seen all the other young masters and young ladies in the area before, but Lin Yi was a very fresh face. Hey dude, you new here? The young man asked. Me? Yeah. Lin Yi didn't know what kind of person this guy was, but a simple greeting wouldn't hurt. I'm Sunny Kai. I look after everyone here on Seabay Villas, so don't hesitate to use my name whenever you find yourself in trouble. I'll keep that in mind, thanks, Lin Yi said with a nod as he looked at the Pasoniate Sunny Kai. He didn't need any protection or looking after, but the guy was approaching him with good intentions, and Lin Yi replied with a pleasant gesture of his own. Lin Yi's lack of reaction to his name told Ikai that he'd never heard of him. He smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. Well, it's been a while since I went to school. Still have to register today. See ya. Bye, Lin Yi said, waving goodbye to Ikai. With that, Ikai fired up his engine and disappeared into the distance. Lin Yi understood where this son Ikai was coming from. He was probably pretty well known outside, with a powerful background, as well, taking care of his neighbors in the same district. Lin Yi was just one of these neighbors. Ikai's approach, however, could be perceived as cocky as well as kind, but Lin Yi didn't think of the guy as a rascal or anything of the sort. A couple more cars sped by Lin Yi shortly after Ikai left. Other than the sports cars were Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Bentley, and Rolls-Royce cars, all top-tier vehicles. Li Fu wasn't expecting Lin Yi at the doorway when he stopped his Bentley in front of the villa. "What are you doing here, Mr. Lin?" Li Fu asked, curious. "Just wanted some fresh air. Also see what our neighbors are like." Lin Yi answered. Li Fu nodded in response. "Are the girls ready yet? Shall I get them?" Li Fu was just finishing his sentence when Meng Yao and Yu Shu came walking out, their bags on their back as they chatted. They greeted Li Fu before getting in the car. Lin Yi, as usual, seated himself at the front, and Li Fu started driving the three to school. The girls hadn't stopped talking ever since getting in, whispering softly to each other the whole time. The girls were pretty far away from Lin Yi because of how spacious the car was, and he tried to refrain from eavesdropping on what the two girls were saying. The whispering stopped a moment after, when Yu Shu pushed at Meng Yao. "So you do like it? Why can't you say it then?" "Like what?" "It was just a couple mouthfuls. It's fine if you don't want to say it. I don't really mind either way." Meng Yao himphed in response, turning her head away from Yu Shu. Yu Shu only pouted helplessly. All right, fine. I'll say it." The last few sentences were slightly louder than the whisperings, and Lin Yi picked up on them in the front seat, despite not making any sense out of them. "Uncle Fu, can you get some fresher ingredients when you come over tonight?" Yu Shu requested. "Oh, ingredients?" Li Fu asked, a little startled at how sudden the request was. "Are you talking about vegetables and meats?" "Yeah, eggs, spices, as many types of ingredients as possible. We're running low on them," Yu Shu said with a couple of nods. "Sure," Li Fu answered, not sure where this was coming from. The girls had always left the ingredients he prepared for them alone, and he'd reduced the amount seeing how everything just expired without being used. He'd never expected Yu Shu to request for more ingredients out of nowhere. Judging by the conversation between the two, Li Fu understood that it was what Meng Yao wanted, as well. "Nice. We'll have plenty of good food from now on," Yu Shu said excitedly as she raised her hand for a high five with Meng Yao. Meng Yao only glared back in response. "Food, food, food. All you think about is food." Lin Yi could only groan speechlessly inside his head. He'd be an idiot if he still didn't understand what this Chen Yu Shu was planning. What did she think she was doing? Getting so many ingredients, did she think Lin Yi was a chef now? Lin Yi cursed, annoyed at how Yu Shu was threatening him like this with a couple of tissues. His teammates would die laughing if they learned what was going on. It was worse still because of the nature of that incident. It was a deep hole Lin Yi was in, and there wasn't much he could do but endure it. In all honesty, however, cooking here and there for the sake of the rewards the chairman promised wasn't that big of a deal. Lin Yi decided to just think of it as part of the mission. His life now was heavenly in comparison to those days in North Africa's jungles, where even a simple spider bite took lives. He could go to school like he'd always wanted now, and he could hit on girls, too. Though that part didn't seem very feasible considering his situation. Lin Yi was contemplating when he noticed Yu Shu making faces at him in the rear-view mirror, squinting her eyes and moving her eyebrows around. Lin Yi shut his eyes in response. Yu Shu was making new combinations, managing to form a very complex expression when she realized Shield Guy wasn't even looking. "Shu, what are you doing? What's wrong with your face?" Meng Yao asked as she looked at Yu Shu's face, puzzled. It's nothing. My tooth hurts." Yu Shu endured Meng Yao would just laugh at her if she told him what had happened. "Your tooth? Huh? I thought there was something wrong with your eyes. You kept squeezing them." Lin Yi commented faintly, a little salty about Yu Shu treating him like her chef. "Huh?" Yu Shu only smiled happily at the comment, so the guy did see her making faces at him. She didn't cramp her face up for nothing. "Why were you smiling when your tooth hurts?" Meng Yao asked, not understanding why Yu Shu was baring her teeth one second and smiling happily by herself the next. "It's nothing," Yu Shu said with a wave of her hand. The car parked in one of the school's nearby alleys, and the girls got out without question. Lin Yi remained in his seat, intending to wait a while before following them inside. Meng Yao did tell him to keep their relationship a secret, after all. "Shall I drive you to the hospital, Mr. Lin?" Li Fu offered. "Oh, the checkup." His leg didn't hurt anymore, and he'd have forgotten about it already if Li Fu hadn't mentioned it. "Sure." Lin Yi made a mental note to visit an Eastern medicine shop later. Normal medication healed too slowly. He had to get Huijuan's medicine prepared, as well. Li Fu stopped his car in front of Songshan's first hospital, and Lin Yi got off by himself. Guan Xian was nowhere in sight when Lin Yi entered the clinic. In her place was a middle-aged woman, and Lin Yi sighed in relief, glad that Guan Xian wasn't here. He didn't want another awkward moment like that again. "Hi, I'm here for my checkup," Lin Yi said as he handed his file to the nurse. "Take a sit there," the nurse ordered after taking a quick look at Lin Yi's file. It was only a moment before she turned back to him with everything prepared. "Pants off. Shouldn't we close the doors first?" Lin Yi asked, a little embarrassed as he glanced at the wide-open door. "No one's gonna look at your ace, boy. Let's go," the nurse said curtly. Okay." Lin Yi was speechless, recalling the shy Guan Xian from yesterday. This middle-aged nurse must have been like that too, once. The years had turned her into a strong mother, and Lin Yi couldn't help but imagine Guan Xian becoming like that a couple tens of years in. The thought chilled Lin Yi. "Okay, thanks." Lin Yi thanked the nurse before quickly exiting the clinic. He exhaled in relief. The halls were empty. His ace was safe. Lin Yi had wanted to get himself some Eastern medicine, but decided otherwise as he exited the building. Medicine was usually more expensive in hospitals. He had the money, and the bank card Chu Pengzhan provided him as well, but what he was looking had prices reaching the thousands and even the 10,000s. "Mr. Lin, the chairman just called. He said to bring you to him if you're free," Li Fu said as Lin Yi got in the car. "Oh, Uncle Chu's looking for me? I'll pay him a visit then. But Uncle Fu, you should know that there isn't anything much I do other than go to school anyway." Lin Yi didn't know why the chairman wanted to meet him, but it was probably something about the bank robbery or the incident with Heibao Bro yesterday. "All right, I'll inform Mr. Chu right now." With that, Li Fu pulled out his phone, dialing the chairman up and informing him that they were on their way. The security at the underground parking area recognized the Bentley Li Fu drove, raising the bar for them before the car even got close. Lin Yi didn't comment on what the guards were doing in order to please Li Fu. Li Fu's Bentley was expensive, and it wasn't easy to replicate an identical car for the sake of sneaking in, but it wasn't too hard either. The bank robbers at the bank that day were very much capable of the feat, especially when backed up by someone powerful. A couple of strangers sneaking into the company's underground parking area wasn't much of an impact to Pengzhan Industries itself, and Lin Yi kept quiet because of that. The two of them went up the elevator, knocking on the chairman's office door. After reaching it, Li Fu took a peek inside. He was the chairman's most trusted man, and it wasn't above him at all to do so. He had free access into and out of the office. Li Fu, however, pulled his head back and closed the door. He turned to Lin Yi. "The chairman's currently occupied. Let's wait a bit before entering." "Sure," Lin Yi said with a nod. Chu Pengzhan was the chairman of a superpower company. He didn't expect the guy to just sit around waiting for him. There was so much a man like him could arrange and do within that short window of time. "I'm going to the toilet. Call me if you need anything." "Will do, Mr. Lin. The bathroom's that way." Li Fu pointed away from the office. The floor they were on hosted the top-tier leaders of the company, and all the offices were equipped with their own washrooms. It was only natural then that the public washroom would be located as far as possible from the personal ones. Lin Yi got to the washroom quickly, faintly hearing a man's voice coming from inside. The guy was probably on the phone. Lin Yi never planned on eavesdropping. He wasn't that type of person. His ears, however, were extremely sensitive, and he couldn't help but continue listening after picking up a particular name from the conversation. "You know how long I've waited for a chance like this? Chu Mingyao going to the bank was as good an opportunity as it gets. What kind of men did you get for the job?" The man was furious, but made sure to keep his voice down best as he could. It wasn't something he'd want people overhearing. Passerbys would most likely not pick up anything. As well, Lin Yi only heard the man because of how good his hearing was. The man had mentioned Meng Yao's name a couple of times, compelling Lin Yi to get closer for a better listen. Lin Yi's guard went up the moment he brought up the bank. Lin Yi remained completely silent as he listened to every word the man spoke. "How do you expect me to continue working with you people when you can't even get something like this right? It's not even anything big. I only needed you to hold on to the girl for a couple hours." The guys with Chu Pengzhan, all they had to do was hint to him that we had his daughter, and the contract would have been signed already. Just a little hint. That's all we needed. The chairman would press his anger down for the sake of his daughter. There's no doubt about that. Don't you get it? Linny could tell that the man was very at the whole thing. Humph. What else did you guys mess up? No one's caught on yet, I assume? What? You don't know where your man is? What? What the? How am I supposed to work with a pig like you? The man cursed. All right, I'll get some info from the police here, settle the things at your end. If things get out of control, you know what you're expected to do, I hope? A phone rang, and the man shut up instantly, clearly very startled at the abrupt noise. Linny jumped up in shock as well. He could only smile bitterly at his ringing phone. It was near impossible to continue eavesdropping at this point. Only outsiders and staff visited this restroom. It was also why he chose this particular spot to make the call. Only the janitors came for cleaning every morning and night, in most cases. Linny pulled out his phone helplessly, seeing Li Fu's contact on the screen. He hung up before mumbling to himself. Junhua bro, I'm Liang. Li Xiaoliang. Where are you? I'm at Pengzhan Industries already. I'm at the top floor. Oh, I assume that's where you'd be, as a business manager. Third floor, okay. I was going to use the toilet, but I'm coming. What? The top floors for the leaders? All right, I get it, I'll come to you first. Lin Yi walked out the washroom as he spoke, making his way to Pengzhan's office. Li Fu, on the other hand, didn't think much about Lin Yi hanging up. He'd probably presumed that Li Fu was calling him back to the office. The man in the bathroom let out a deep breath of relief upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Just someone visiting the company for affairs, huh? Coming up to the top floor for a business manager, how did this idiot think a business manager would be all the way up here? Doesn't he know that they just call themselves that for the sound of it? They're just clerks. Lin Yi's voice got smaller and smaller, and the man started talking again, his voice even more suppressed than before. Lin Yi had planned on dragging the man straight to Chu Pengzhan's office for questioning, but decided otherwise upon further thought. Anyone on the top floor was a big shot, somewhere along the lines of a main stockholder or a general manager. There was no guarantee that the man would admit to anything, after all, and Lin Yi was concerned that he wasn't the only one involved in the scheme. There could be a whole group of them. The man had accomplices. Judging from the phone call earlier, the other people involved would likely still be safe even if Lin Yi did bring him to the chairman. Furthermore, those around the vice-chairman rank weren't people Chu Pengzhan could handle with just a couple of words. Even his power didn't extend that far. A large-scale company like Pengzhan Industries would naturally have different factions forming within, and there was no reason for Chu Pengzhan to just do whatever he wanted to people working for the other stockholders, even if Pengzhan himself was the largest stockholder in the group. There was even the possibility that the man from the bathroom was a stockholder himself. There was no guarantee with this sort of thing. Lin Yi's decision to stay silent stemmed from this understanding. He didn't want to alert the hostile party of his discovery. His acting back at the washroom was for this very purpose, as well. Lin Yi noticed the door slightly ajar upon reaching Pengzhan's office. Li Fu seemed to be reporting something to the chairman, who kept nodding with a pleased smile on his face. He raised his head pleasantly towards Lin Yi as he stepped in. There you are. Come in, Uncle Chu. Lin Yi greeted, closing the door shut as he stepped in. He intended to bring the man from the washroom to Chu Pengzhan's attention. Pengzhan asked openly as Lin Yi seated himself on the sofa. Lin Yi was touched. The chairman's tone wasn't one of lecturing or scolding, but rather a tone one would expect from a concerned family member. Lin Yi was just an employee hired to accompany his daughter. After all, it was very rare for employers to exhibit such kind care nowadays. It did, however, puzzle him. The chairman would probably be talking about firing him under normal circumstances, in fear of involving his daughter in the whole incident. Lin Yi admitted, not intending to hide anything. Though, Heibao Bro must have taken all the blame when questioned. So Zhong Pinliang's still safe from all that. Zhong Pinliang? Things aren't well between the two of you, I take it? Pengzhan didn't expect Lin Yi to find himself an enemy like that only a couple days into school. The guy Zhong Pinliang had sent after Lin Yi was quite insane as well, even going as far as to pull out a gun. It wasn't too different from a suicide attack. Haha. Lin Yi laughed bitterly. Well, it's actually my fault. Mr. Chu, allow me to explain. Li Fu understood Lin Yi's intention to cover up for Meng Yao, and decided to give a straightforward answer instead. His position as the chairman's most trusted man, naturally, meant that he held no secrets from Chu Pengzhan. "Oh, you're aware of their conflict?" Pengzhan asked, turning to Li Fu. He didn't expect Li Fu to know anything about the bad blood between Zhong Pinliang and Lin Yi. "This is what happened, Mr. Chu." Li Fu nodded with a bitter smile. The miss wasn't too happy with Mr. Lin as her shield the first day they met. She gave Lin Yi a task so that she could test him, telling Mr. Lin to handle her admirer problem, Zhong Pinliang, who wouldn't stop following her around. I see. Say no more. I think I've a good grasp on the situation." Pengzhan smiled bitterly as well, shaking his head in empathy. His daughter turned out to be the source of the problem once again. Yao Yao's oftentimes playful, but you should make sure not to let her have her way too much from now on. Just this little incident turned out to be quite deadly. I can't have imagined the consequences if it weren't for your skills. Keep in mind. Yao needs someone to give her a bit of discipline as well. Haha, don't worry about that, Uncle Chu, I'm fine. Really? In other words, useless. This Zhong Pinliang's only trouble, it seems. A student like that would tarnish the school's reputation. Perhaps I should talk to Principal Ding Bingong about this. Pengzhan was quite displeased at the kid. Mr. Chu, Zhong Pinliang is a nephew of Mr. Jin on the board of directors. Li Fu reminded. He was always familiarized with details like this. Oh? Pengzhan frowned in response, not expecting one of the stockholders to have the kid's back. He had the largest shares as chairman, but the other stockholders had sizable shares as well. There were limits to Chu Pengzhan's power when other stockholders were involved. Pengzhan Industries was one of the shareholders for Songshan's first school, meaning that Director Jin, naturally, was one of the stockholders for the school as well. It would be a difficult dilemma for the principal should Pengzhan take this matter to him, and so the chairman decided to leave Zhong Pinliang alone for now. It wasn't long before graduation anyway. It's fine, Uncle Chu. Zhong Pinliang won't be up to anything anymore, not after this incident, Linny said, clearly not thinking much of Zhong Pinliang. I must apologize for this. I may be steering the wheels of an entire company, but there are many other things out of my reach. Pengzhan sighed. That's actually something I wanted to talk about. Pengzhan had mentioned the company, and Lin Yi saw it as a nice transition for the topic on his mind. Uncle Chu, do you have any updates on the bank robbery the other day? I'm afraid not. We're only aware that the incident wasn't a conventional one, and that's it. Pengzhan explained candidly. But their intentions have been confirmed. The robbery was a cover for their kidnapping of Yao Yao. It was especially so when you take into account the coincidences and timing, and the fact that it had happened exactly during my absence. Lin Yi praised the man silently. Being able to figure this out from only a few traces of clues was impressive in its own right. The chairman's suspicions weren't too far off. I had thought that they were planning a ransom at first, but it didn't seem right. I remember how they acted that day. When we were signing the contract, it left an impression on my mind, and I can't help but connect the two events. Pengzhan explained, not intending to hide anything from the man protecting his daughter. Voicing his suspicions to him would put him on alert. Although it was a first meeting between our companies, they shouldn't have had that kind of thorough information on me. The thing here is that we don't have any convincing evidence, Pengzhan said, shaking his head as if doubting his own suspicions. Uncle Chu, I overheard a man talking on the phone when I went to the washroom earlier. Linny decided that this was a good time to bring the event up. He started telling the chairman of what had taken place. The chairman's eyebrows tightened upon hearing Lin Yi's words. He'd had his suspicions back at the meeting, when the other party kept delaying the actual signing of the contract, despite the fact that everything was pretty much prepared. It was as if they were waiting for something, eventually postponing everything to another date, only after whatever they were waiting for had failed to come. Chu Pengzhan was quite enraged at the abrupt breaking of their agreement, but the contract was still technically unsigned. The other party still had the right to change their mind at the last minute. It was all the chairman could do to offer a couple of courtesy sentences before leaving. The unnatural change of mind gave birth to some suspicions, but Pengzhan didn't think much of them until he heard of Meng Yao's kidnapping, only thinking of connecting the two events after that. They seemed completely unrelated at first glance, and Pengzhan's connection of them wasn't firm at all. The other party's odd behavior was the only basis for that correlation. Lin Yi's explanation a while back pretty much confirmed his suspicions. There was no genuinity from the other party in the first place. They planned to threaten him with Ming Yao from the very start. It made sense. He'd have had little alternative other than succumb should the other party hint about their kidnapping of Ming Yao. They could have simply denied any accusations afterwards, as well it was a bank robbery, after all. The effectiveness of the cover-up was immense. Pengzhan finally understood why the opposing party was constantly looking at their watches, as if waiting for something. Lin Yi's words brought in a new component to the problem, too. The man in the washroom had to be a high executive if he was based on the top floor. It was no surprise then of how nearly perfect the plan was, with a rat of one. Top floor authority on their side. There was no telling how things would have developed if an unforeseen circumstance like Lin Yi hadn't come by. Assigning the boy to Pengzhan's daughter was a wise move after all. Pengzhan had arranged Lin Yi to be by Ming Yao, due to his father's wishes, not taking much of a consideration beyond that. He'd never expected Lin Yi to contribute so vitally in such critical a situation. I'll look into the matter. Pengzhan responded definitively. It was preferable to be on good terms with some particular top-floor executives, but the chairman wasn't planning on holding back when his own daughter had been involved in the conflict. Lin Yi only nodded, not intending to partake in any of these affairs. This was Chu Pengzhan's field. As chairman of Pengzhan Industries, Lin Yi had simply wanted to provide whatever information he had. The enemy hasn't been alerted to our suspicions yet, I hope? Pengzhan asked as the sudden concern crossed his mind. It'd be a deal harder if the man in the washroom was aware of Lin Yi's eavesdropping. Don't worry, Uncle Chu. Lin Yi answered with a smile. Li Fu rang my phone up, but I'd managed to pass myself off as an associate walking up the wrong floor when coming to the company for some affairs. Lin Yi explained the entire thing in more detail. Ha ha ha, not bad at all. Pengzhan praised, more and more pleased with his decision of employing Lin Yi. The kid was extremely skilled and full of potential. Pengzhan's father was Chu Sanhua, whose words packed extreme power in the Chu families. The man had started as a carpenter, eventually setting the foundation for Pengzhan Industries and bringing it to its glory. Chu Pengzhan had inherited the company from Chu Sanhua, but the old man remained a powerful presence. The Chus were poor earlier on. Chu Sanhua had just formed the Pengzhan Construction Company when Pengzhan was around 8, the company only growing into a superpower step by step, year by year. It was also the reason why Chu Pengzhan was so well-mannered, unlike young masters of Zhong Pianyang's like. Pengzhan always treated everyone with respect and grace, and constantly paid his father a large amount of respect. The stockholders had all begun as Chu Sanhua's business warmates. Their shares had been passed down and inherited generations down the line, and a certain discord and disobedience had started to form. Chu Pengzhan, however, didn't take any drastic actions regarding them, leaving them some space due to their involvements with Sanhua. What happened, however, had crossed the line. They'd laid their hands on Ming Yao, Pengzhan's only daughter. It was genuine rage that propelled the chairman at this point. By the way, Uncle Chu, are there any missions you've prepared for me? Lin Yi asked after some hesitation, deciding that this was as good a time as any to finally touch on that topic. He'd been in Songshan a couple days now, still no significant assignments other than accompanying Ming Yao to school, making some breakfast for her, and dealing with some delinquent clowns. It was a relaxing life, but not a fulfilling one. He'd accepted the mission with a set goal and mindset in mind, to have the rest of his life comfortably set up from the massive rewards promised. Lin Yi didn't think that going to school with the miss would earn him that life. Missions. Pengzhan glanced at Lin Yi oddly. Well, there is an important assignment you should expect, but the time isn't ripe yet. You'll need to bond with Ming Yao a little longer so as to ensure its success. Huh? Lin Yi was stunned. Bond with Ming Yao? What kind of mission was this? Why did he have to bond with the girl for the mission to succeed? What was Meng Yao's part in all this? The chairman wasn't planning on setting Ming Yao up as bait to fish out the mastermind or anything, was he? It was the only logical explanation Lin Yi could come up with. The chairman was not trying to make things clear at all. According to Lin Yi's experience in missions, however, clients who maintained a secretive attitude regarding the specifics never revealed the actual assignment until the final moment. Lin Yi would never let any confidential information get out, but he understood the careful mindsets from his clients' perspectives. Uncle Chu, may I get back to school now if we're done? Lin Yi had said what he wanted to say. The rest was up to the chairman himself. Yes, you do that. Chu Pengzhan said with a nod. Don't mention any of this to Yao Yao. I don't want her to worry. I won't, Linny promised, standing up as he turned to the door. Li Fu, why don't you drive Linny to school? Pengzhan ordered. Yes, Mr. Chu, Li Fu said with a bow of his head. It's fine, I'll just get a taxi. Linny responded immediately, preferring Li Fu not to tag along as he shopped for medicine. Some things were better off kept secret. I see. Pengzhan didn't see any reason for him to insist. I'll leave Yao Yao's safety in your care while I deal with the problem. Yeah. Linny waved as he left. My real mission's related to the miss. I won't let anything happen to her before that starts. Leave it to me, Uncle Chu. Pengzhan nodded in response, letting out a faint sigh as Lin Yi disappeared. He had thought of Lin Yi as lucky for the whole arrangement, but the guy didn't seem very keen on Meng Yao. The chairman decided to just follow his father's wishes, not sure of what he was planning. Li Fu, contact the administration department later, set the meeting room up. We're having a board of directors meeting this afternoon. Pengzhan not insisting on having Li Fu drive Lin Yi was also due to this. He had things he needed Li Fu to help arrange. Very well, Mr. Chu. Li Fu nodded in compliance, leaving the room quickly. Pengzhan had an official secretary, but certain things were too risky to just reveal to her. It had to be someone absolutely trusted, like Li Fu. It was because of this fact that Li Fu was sometimes seen as Pengzhan's unofficial secretary. Linny got himself a taxi moments after leaving the building. Where are you headed, kid? The driver asked. Do you know any Eastern medicine wholesale outlets? Linny asked in turn, taking advantage of the living map before him. He hadn't familiarized himself with Songshan yet. Oh, are you looking for the raw roots and branches type, or the finished medicines? Linny chuckled silently upon hearing the descriptions. Like most people, the driver viewed Eastern medicine as branches and roots. The raw type. Linny didn't bother correcting or educating the driver. It was all the same as long as the two understood each other. The man wasn't a professional or expert, after all. You'll probably have to go to the market in Xiaonan, if we're talking wholesale. The driver explained. It's not in the city, and it'll take like half a day until we get there. You can always go to the larger pharmacies around here if it's the same to you. Linny gave up on the wholesale market after hearing the words. There was no rush. After all, it didn't matter too much if he went to a pharmacy instead. I'll settle with one of those large pharmacies then. Gotcha. The driver started the car. The taxi stopped in front of a pharmacy a couple of turns later. Linny noticed that the meter was still at the starting price. The guy hadn't taken any detours or long ways. Linny paid the fare and thanked the driver before getting off. Linny was taken aback by the scene as soon as he stepped in the pharmacy. The medicine industry was highly profitable no matter what the era was. It seemed the place was absolutely packed with people, even on a workday. Thankfully, what Linny was looking for was Eastern herbs, and most people didn't shop for those kinds of things that much. He handed his list of varying items to the shop assistant. Linny expected it to take a while. There was the weighing to take into consideration, as well. He walked around the pharmacy as he waited. Golden Creation Medicine. A voice sounded from nearby, catching Lin Yi's attention. Golden Creation? Linny was stunned, not expecting medicine like that to still exist. The gold referred to the metals required for weaponsmithing, and weapons were the prime cause for injury back in ancient times. Creation, on the other hand, referred to the wounds created by the weapons. Golden Creation Medicine dealt with injuries caused by metal, applying hemostatic, analgesic, and anti-inflammatory effects. Yet the name was an ancient one. The term shouldn't have been used anymore. Sorry, we're out of that. One of the shop assistants replied blankly. Lin Yi took a look at who the customer was, spotting a girl in black clothing with a navy cap obscuring her face. She didn't say much after the assistant's answer, only turning and leaving the pharmacy in response. Linny noticed some staggering in the girl's steps. He moved his gaze downward to her feet. The girl was leaving a fresh trail of blood behind her, evidently sourcing from a wound in her leg. There was, however, a large crowd of people currently occupying the pharmacy, and it didn't take long before dozens of footsteps smeared the trail away. After all, the first reason Lin Yi paid attention to the girl at all was because of the Golden Creation Medicine being mentioned, and second was the killing intent coming from her. Killing intent was an interesting thing. It was a sort of signal animals sent out when attacking each other, a signal that could only be sensed through a sixth sense? An experiment was once carried out regarding the concept of killing intent. A wildcat and rat were trapped inside a box in the jungle, separated from each other with two soundproof boards. The boards wasn't placed far from each other, and they blocked off any stench or scent, straightforwardly preventing the two from sighting each other as well. The cat seemed to have sensed something from the other side of the boards. As the experiment carried out, it promptly tried to get to the other side by scratching at the board. The rat, on the other hand, started cowering away from the boards, evidently sensing the presence of the cat. Just how did the two creatures feel the other's presence? Scientists explained it as a sixth sense, meaning the animals weren't using their sense of smell, hearing, or sight. It was a signal that animals sent each other when facing their natural enemy, or when an animal was attacking with the full intent to kill. This signal was what became known as killing intent. Humans had this sixth sense as well. The sixth sense of the humans, however, have devolved as a result of their long time away from nature, only remaining in those with exceptional senses. It could be seen from veteran soldiers who felt the presence of an enemy's ambush, or in the hunters who spent the entirety of their lives in jungles. Having the sixth sense stimulated was possible for those who put their life on the line on a daily basis. Normal people wouldn't have noticed the killing intent coming off the girl, but Lin Yi did the same kind of work that the girl did. He had that sixth sense in this regard, clearly sensing the killing intent, but the girl wasn't yet aware of this. Lin Yi was capable of almost perfectly concealing his killing intent after his years of intense training, and only a very minimal number of people had reached Lin Yi's level in that regard. Shaking his head, Lin Yi decided to leave the girl be. Her apparel obviously served the purpose of laying her low in the crowd. The girl evidently didn't want anyone bothering her when on a mission, even if it were someone from the same profession. Lin Yi also understood the possibility of the two of them working for opposing factions as well. "Excuse me, can you tell me what golden creation medicine is?" Lin Yi asked one of the assistants. The assistant looked at Lin Yi as if he were an idiot, as if the question was so ridiculously naive, she couldn't believe it. Her answer didn't seem very enthusiastic, as a result. "Obviously surgical medicine that heals wounds. We're out of those." Lin Yi smiled bitterly in response, thinking that the medicine was probably a recently invented one. Very popular too, it seemed. The assistant didn't care much about Lin Yi's question, but someone else did. An old woman started explaining to Lin Yi right after he turned away from the assistant, passionately interested in answering his question. "Young man, you don't even know about golden creation? You must know of the Dr. Kong, the miracle doctor of Eastern medicine, don't you? He's the best in his field." The old lady started detailing information about Dr. Kong. Golden creation medicine is something that Dr. Kong made, a fast-healing medicine that completely heals the wound, and most importantly not leaving any scars behind. Amazing, isn't it? Whoa, it does sound amazing. Lin Yi was impressed by the work of this miracle doctor. It seemed on par with the medicine Lin Yi was about to make himself. "Yes, I've heard that there's a legendary recipe for it, and that the majority of golden creation is shipped off to the military in priority due to how effective it is. Only a small portion is sent to the people's pharmacies, so the supply's always real tight." The old woman continued. "It's almost impossible for you to find any in a pharmacy. My niece's boyfriend's third sister's younger aunt's fifth cousin is a manager of a chain pharmacy, and I'd only managed to get myself a bottle of golden creation because of that connection. The stock's all sold out by the time the shipping arrives at the inside circles. There's no way they'd even make it to the shelves for sale." "Is that so?" Lin Yi wasn't too surprised at how hot-selling the medicine was, especially with how this old woman was describing it. It must be quite the medicine. Of course. Especially for young girls, scars on their pretty skin is the last thing they'd want. How ugly would that be? They're not particularly after how fast the restoration effects are. The point here is that there won't be any scars after the wounds heal up, the old woman said, barraging Lin Yi with more explanation. "I've also heard that people don't gift gold and jewelry to others anymore. It's all golden creation nowadays." I see. Thanks for explaining, but I don't think I'll need that," Lin Yi said with a smile. "That's true. Young men like you don't need that kind of stuff." The old woman nodded in agreement, evidently misunderstanding Lin Yi's point. He'd meant that he could make his own medicine. There was no need for him to buy any at all. Lin Yi, naturally, didn't bother explaining that little detail to the woman. He went back to the Eastern medicinal herb counter. His listing had been weighed and prepared, and was now handed to him in sorted and sealed packets. Lin gave them a quick check, and found that 2 of them were a little bit deteriorated, most likely because of how long it had been on the shelves. Helpless, Lin decided to get himself more of those types, so as to outweigh the lack in quality with numbers. He inspected the equipment and tools he had ordered, and packed everything up after finishing his business at the pharmacy. Both Eastern and Western medicine were hot selling at this time of the year, leaving raw ingredients like these in the dust. There wasn't a lot of demand for them, and that was also the reason why Lin was able to walk out from the pharmacy with them so quickly. Lin didn't plan on rushing to school. He was marked as absent anyway. It was the same if he decided to skip the whole day, and Lin thought he'd go find a place to make the medicine before going to class. Something like this, naturally, couldn't possibly take place in school. Mengyao's villa was out of the question. As well, the 2 girls would go crazy if Lin filled the place up with the smell of Eastern medicine. The best way to go about it was getting himself a private room to work in. With that idea in mind, Lin decided to walk around in search of a hotel. Lin noticed the girl from the pharmacy, lying in a puddle of her blood in an alleyway. Lin frowned at the sight. He didn't want to ace into other people's business, but there wasn't a lot of possible help that had come her way, not in a remote alley like this. Even if someone were to come along, they'd most likely be unwilling to help. It'd bring nothing but needless trouble if the girl died in their care. Lin continued hesitating as he considered his position. He was on a mission himself. Furthermore, those who undertook missions involving these sorts of consequences were always mentally resolved for sacrifice. Lin understood that the girl would die sooner or later from the blood loss if he left her alone. That was just how things were, sometimes. Involving himself with this encounter would undoubtedly bring him a series of trouble, especially considering the identity of the girl. She wasn't just some random person shopping for groceries or anything. Lin gritted his teeth as he steeled his resolve, walking quickly past the girl and only shooting her a glance out of pity as he passed. Hang in there. A couple steps later, however, Lin froze in his tracks. Wait. Lin spotted something familiar in that glance earlier, something he'd seen somewhere before. He turned back and went to the girl's body for a closer look, focusing her gaze on a ring the girl wore on her pinky. Lin sighed upon identifying the patterns on the ring. He pressed his fingers against her wrist. It still had a beat. He then proceeded to lift the girl up and carry her on his back. The girl had fainted from blood loss, but Lin's movements activated her reflexes. Her body struggled a bit in an attempt to defend herself from what she subconsciously perceived to be an attack. The family hotel had caught Lin's eyes a while back, but it didn't seem good enough. He thus decided to look around for a better alternative. His situation now, however, was an emergency. He didn't have the luxury to be walking around looking for hotels. A room. She couldn't help but smile at the scene. Her family hotel was a pretty low-tier one, built with the purpose of providing a cozy place for young couples with no money. In most cases, poor couples like that didn't really care whether the place was high-end or not, as long as it was quiet and clean. She'd seen plenty of young couples coming here for a room before, but a case like Lin's was a rare sight. The kid was clearly very excited, rushing into the lobby like that. 15 kwai for an hour, 60 for a day. The woman said, I'll deposit 100 first. Lin replied as he pulled a 100 RMB bill out of his pocket and handed it to the woman. Wait, you have to register with your IC. The woman didn't forget the necessities, even if Lin did throw a 100 kwai bill for her. Lin frowned in response. He didn't know if the girl was going to make it at this rate. Helpless, he took his IC out for the woman to register a room for him. She doesn't need any registration, does she? Nope, we only need one. The woman only insisted on the registration because of the rules. She wasn't trying to cause Lin trouble or anything. One person registering was enough, however, and the woman handed Lin a room card after scanning his IC. He'd have thought the girl was dead already if he wasn't feeling her heartbeat beneath the softness of her chest. He pulled the curtains closed and went to the corners of the room to look for any cameras, calming himself down when he didn't find any. Lin really would have left the girl, in all honesty, had he not noticed the ring on her finger. He wasn't the type to just throw trouble onto himself. The pattern on the ring represented an organization, a very well-known international group of assassins. Lin Yi wasn't part of the organization, but there was quite an origin between Lin Yi and the group's founders. The one who taught Lin Yi assassination, to begin with, was one of the founders, after all. Old Lin was good, but killing in the shadows wasn't his forte. He was a duelist who engaged an enemy face-to-face. The reality of missions, however, provided few opportunities for honorable fights like that. Assassinations and ambushes were key to victory, and Old Lin had sent Lin Yi to that founder when he was 6. The founder then became Lin Yi's mentor for 2 years, passing on to him the ways of assassination. He didn't know his mentor's exact identity, nor did Old Lin ever mention anything about the matter, but Lin Yi understood his mentor was a very powerful man. It's been quite a few years, Sifu. Lin Yi missed him. The man was his true mentor, both in name and in reality. Old Lin taught him plenty, as well, but they were really more grandfather and grandson rather than mentor and pupil. Lin Yi never looked at Old Lin as a mentor, nor did he want to. He hadn't learned even a third of his mentor's abilities when mission opportunities started to hit him repeatedly, a solid proof of his mentor's formidability. Although his age at the time prevented him from truly comprehending the studies, even if he were to work really hard. A third was pretty good already. It was due to his gratitude and admiration for his mentor that Lin Yi decided to help the girl out when he saw the logo of the organization his mentor founded. His mentor hadn't involved himself with the organization's activities for a long time already, but that didn't matter. The girl was one of his own now. "I'll help you this once, but whether you stay alive is up to you now," Lin Yi said as he laid the girl properly on the bed. Her head tilted, and the cap fell off. Black, silky hair fell out, exposing a palely delicate face underneath. Her features were very refined, and her eyelashes were beautifully long. The eyebrows were tightly knit together. However, she was clearly in a lot of pain even when unconscious. Lin Yi was a little taken aback by the abrupt sight. He'd never expected such an exquisite beauty to be concealed under that fisherman's cap. A girl like this, an assassin? The girl looked like a teenager, probably still in her teens and not that far from how old Lin Yi himself was. Lin Yi shook his head, deciding to mind his own business. The girl must have had her reasons. The wound was most likely located somewhere along the girl's lower body, judging by how she walked earlier, but her leather pants made it hard for Lin Yi to trace where the blood was flowing out from. Lin Yi didn't bother looking for the wound anymore. With a strong tug, he yanked the entirety of the girl's leather pants off, his breathing growing rapid as the sight hit him. Lin Yi's intentions were good, and he only wanted to help the girl because of his mentor. It went without saying that he purely wanted to save the dying girl. He'd pulled the pants off for treatment purposes only, and Lin Yi wouldn't have given the entire thing much thought if the girl was a manly-looking assassin. But that wasn't the case. Not only was the girl stunningly pretty, her figure was great as well. It was honestly beyond Lin Yi to not have lustful thoughts at that point, especially when he'd just pulled the pants off a pretty female assassin. He was a guy. A guy. The insides of the pants were completely soaked in red, and the pantyhose the girl was wearing was completely reddened as well. Lin Yi couldn't find any trace of her original skin color at all. Lin Yi couldn't believe it. How was this girl even walking? How did she make it to the pharmacy to ask for medicine? She should have been tending to her injury, instead of moving at all. Couldn't she have gone to a hospital if she decided on moving anyway? Was the golden creation medicine the only thing on your mind? Lin Yi frowned. There weren't any surgical tools in the room, but Lin Yi did feel something hard in the girl's pants as he yanked them off earlier, probably a dagger from the feel of it. It was the only sharp thing he had, and Lin Yi decided to use it for surgery. He picked up her pants and pulled the dagger out, spinning it a couple of times in his hand to get a firmer grasp on it. Knife play was one of Lin Yi's strong suits. His primary melee weapon when practicing assassination weapons with his mentor was the dagger, after all. It was also the most common weapon his enemies employed. Lin Yi used the tip of the knife to pick at the connecting points of the pantyhose's fibers, taking care to not touch anything else. The pantyhose was reduced to tatters in a matter of seconds, and Lin Yi tugged lightly at it to pull part of it off. He threw it to the side. The wound finally came into sight. It was at the right side of her thigh, and had been wrapped in simple bandaging already. Evidently, it wasn't very effective, and the blood didn't look like it would stop flowing anytime soon. The girl wouldn't have had gone looking for golden creation medicine Or anything if that wasn't the case, too. The girl's legs were long and slim, but Lenny wasn't in the mood to be paying attention to that kind of thing at this point. He wasn't sick like that. He cut open the bandaging and proceeded to inspect the wound. It was an extreme case, but Lenny let out a breath of relief. The arteries were untouched. Lenny would have had to resort to sending her to the hospital if even the arteries were damaged. He simply wasn't equipped to be performing a surgery like that. The wound was triangular, clearly caused by a triangular knife that had been stabbed into the flesh. A triangular wound had to be stitched back together for the bleeding to cease. The girl had most likely bandaged herself after the stabbing, deciding to pay the pharmacy a visit for some golden creation upon realizing that the wound was bleeding. There wasn't any golden creation left, and the girl fell unconscious on her way back from too large a loss of blood. Lenny understood the girl's position. Assassination was a special job, and assassins rarely went to the hospitals when injured during missions. Their identities had to be kept as secret as possible. After all, having understood the source of the injury, Lenny decided to start applying medicine. Deep as the wound may be, the blade hadn't reached the arteries. It shouldn't be too big a problem for Lenny to handle. Lenny went over to the stuff he'd bought from the pharmacy, speedily grinding a couple of the ingredients together. The process was something Lenny was very well practiced with. Back in the African jungles, his medicine was something his teammates looked forward to the most. He had to prepare an entire bag's worth for it to be split properly. The bandages couldn't be used anymore. They were completely soaked from the blood. Lenny hadn't prepared any bandages beforehand. As well, he'd have to find something else as replacement. His school uniform was new, and Lenny wasn't really keen on ripping a piece off to bandage this assassin girl. He made his way to the bathroom and found some disposable disinfectant bath towels. A sign was placed beside the towels, 40 kwai. These kinds of one-time use towels would never go beyond the 20 kwai mark in supermarkets, but hotels were known for labeling things like this with higher prices. There was also a regular towel the hotel provided, albeit not a disposable item. The disinfectant bath towels were prepared for those who were obsessed with being sanitary. After all, Lenny decided to use the disinfectant towels. They could serve as makeshift bandages. He applied the medicine he had grinded earlier onto the wound when a low moan came from the girl. Lenny didn't pay her any attention. Of course, it had hurt when medication touched any wound. Lenny then proceeded to tear the bath towels into multiple pieces and swiftly completed bandaging the girl's wound. Phew. Lenny exhaled when finished. Now that he looked at it, the main problem was really just the loss of blood. Chances of survival were very high now that the bleeding had been stopped. Though, it went without saying that assassins usually had more vitality and endurance. As far as Lenny could tell, the girl was pretty much going to survive this. She'd feel a little weak upon regaining consciousness, but that should be it. Lenny started getting to his own business after finishing with the assassin girl. He'd only used up the required portion of his ingredients on the girl. There was still Huijuan he had to take care of. What he'd given the girl was, in essence, grindings of ingredients. It didn't take much for that to be prepared, but the medicine Huijuan needed required a longer period of time. He'd have to boil it slowly and make sure that every ingredient was added on strict schedule and order. One little slip-up and the medicine would suffer a big loss in effectiveness, failing to produce anticipated results. This was also why Lenny refrained from handing Huijuan a recipe. The process was a complex one, unlike the processes used for the painkiller sedatives Huijuan was taking. Those only required grinding a couple of medicinal ingredients together. After all, Lenny also didn't want the recipe spreading out. Too, he trusted Huijuan, but there was no guarantee that the guy wouldn't accidentally let the secret slip out. It'd cause a huge uproar in the medicine world. Lenny put the pot and alcohol stove he'd purchased earlier on a flat surface and proceeded to boil Huijuan's medicine. The hotel provided electronic equipment for tea making, but fire was superior when making Eastern medicine. Medicine making via boiling was a very taxing procedure, but Lenny was someone who'd made straw sandals on a regular basis. This much was nothing to him. Lenny used the time on his phone as reference, adeptly adding the ingredients at the appropriate times. Lenny wasn't sure how much time had passed since he'd started, but he sensed a faint stirring from the bed behind him. His focus was currently occupied by the medicine making, and he'd never have heard the soft movements if his ears weren't so sensitive. Lin Yi didn't look back. What he was working on required absolute attention. There were a couple of ingredients in his palm already, waiting to be dropped into the pot when the time was right. Lin Yi was aware that the girl might have woken up already, but he had something more important than that going on in front of him. It'd be fine if she could just get up and exit the room quietly. However, the two of them would forget each other this way from that point on. Lin Yi never expected the girl to pay him any gratitude or anything of the sort from the moment he decided to save her. Anyway, Lin Yi didn't expect the girl to be paying him any gratitude, but it didn't seem like the young lady was going to leave Lin Yi alone. His attention was fully focused on the medicine in the pot before him, but the killing intent from behind Lin Yi hit him, coupled with the danger signals the jade was sending off. Lin Yi frowned. The medicine boiling was at a critical stage, and this was no time to be dealing with the girl. Don't mess around. Yang Qiqi was confused. She'd lost consciousness on her way back from the pharmacy from the loss of blood, but Lin Yi pulling her pants off woke her as they scratched against the wound. The pain brought her back to consciousness, but her body was so weak that even opening her eyes was beyond her. It wasn't a long time before she fainted again. The pain from Lin Yi's treatment later on woke her up too, but it didn't take long before she fainted once more. The two instances, as a result, gave her some awareness of the situation. This man before her had saved her life. At the same time, however, he'd seen many things he shouldn't have. Her face, her thighs. Something like this was absolutely intolerable for Qiqi. It was discomforting for Qiqi to murder her savior, but her face was only meant for one man. This person had crossed the line. With the decision made, Yang Qiqi reached for her dagger on the bed, silently creeping up to Lin Yi's back. Her movements clearly hesitated upon seeing what Lin Yi was up to. Was he making medicine for her? The warmth of the action got to her. She'd really rather not kill the man who was caring for her. She admitted that her heart wasn't as cold and as merciless as the hearts of other assassins. But this man, at the end of the day, was her savior. Qiqi was in the midst of her hesitation when the man snapped, "Don't mess around." Qiqi froze at the words. She was about to murder him, and the guy told her not to mess around? His tone made it sound like she was a kid playing around. Did he think she was going to run around the room or something? Didn't you hear about the Mr. Dongwa story when you were a kid? Lin Yi started, his head still unturned. I feel like that Mr. Dongwa right now. Qiqi's face changed. Of course she knew that story. She was raised in an assassin's organization, but there was a distinct difference between her and the other assassins growing up alongside her. She'd received proper education outside of assassination. The story of Mr. Dongwa was a classic fable about a Mr. Dongwa who'd saved a wolf, only to be eaten by it after bringing it back. Lin Yi's words reminded Yang Qiqi of his earlier statement, telling her not to mess around. Evidently, this man was aware of her intentions. The fact that he'd mentioned the fable proved it. He was mocking her ungratefulness. Who the Hades was this guy? A shiver ran down Qiqi's spine. He'd sensed the assassination attempt, for one thing. But what was with his composure? Why was his back still turned, as if there were nothing to fear? For what purpose did the man save her? The reason was suspicious enough for Qiqi's heart to colden in resolve. She stabbed at Lin Yi's neck with the dagger with even more power. Not even one trace of hesitation left. Lin Yi couldn't believe it. The girl was taking advantage of both his hands being occupied. With a frown, Lin Yi snapped his head to the side, dodging the dagger and retaliating with his teeth, biting and grabbing hold of both the knife and Qiqi's fingers. Qiqi let go of the knife from the pain. Her body hadn't recovered yet. Getting off the bed and behind Lin Yi was managed out of pure will. With no energy left, Qiqi slumped back onto the floor, her breathing heavy as beads of cold sweat started trickling down her forehead. Her wound seemed to have opened up a little, as well. Lin Yi spat the dagger out over to the other side of the room, turning his attention back to the medicine. You're really ungrateful. Whatever. I'll let it go. Just leave. I might feel like killing you after I'm done with this medicine. So go. Yang Qiqi understood immediately. Lin Yi was no normal man. Could a normal man dodge her surprise attack? Could a normal man bite onto her dagger? Lin Yi's words also made it clear that the medicine was never meant for her. She'd been thinking too much. Qiqi glared at Lin Yi with unwillingness and humiliation, but she was never a reckless girl. Recklessness was detrimental to assassins. The reckless ones always got killed off fast. Lin Yi's ability was demonstrated clearly. He was able to disarm her with both hands occupied. Having comprehended the strength difference between the two of them, Chi-Chi gave up on trying to kill him. She didn't think she'd be able to take this man on even if she were fully recovered. There wasn't any killing intent coming off from this man. Not in the slightest. The aura she sensed from him was one full of incomprehensible mystery, the type of aura her own father wore. Lin Yi was only the second person who'd made her feel like this. Chi-Chi silently picked her leather pants up, spotting the dried-up blood on it. It'd be a little uncomfortable, but the appearance wasn't affected. There wasn't anything else to change into, and so Chi-Chi decided not to complain. "Don't forget to close the door," Lin Yi said, as if he had eyes on his back. Chi-Chi stepped out of the room, speechless. She slammed the door shut. Sorry, the man's my savior, and I'm not at his level yet. Don't worry, I'll remember him. He'll die by my own hand one day, 'cause I'm yours alone. Your little 7. Chi-Chi swore after closing the door. In actuality, young Chi-Chi's name, Chi is 7 in Chinese, wasn't always that. 7 was only her codename in her assassin training class. She was the youngest, placing her in the 7th spot. Other members of her team went by numbers, as well. It never occurred to Lin Yi that an oath for his life was taking place right outside those doors, especially when he'd just saved a life. Achoo! Lin Yi sneezed. He was no stranger to the smell that the medicine emitted. So where was the sneeze coming from? It was the second sneeze today. Did he really manage to catch a cold? When had his body become so weak, catching a cold right after getting to Songshan? Was it because of how relaxed everything was? The bleeding had stopped, but young Chi-Chi's body was far from recovered. Her face was pale as she limped away from the room, not wanting to remain there despite her condition. She wasn't able to kill Lin Yi, and assassin guidelines prompted her to retreat and prepare a different approach. Charging into a fight you knew you'd lose was simple suicide. Young Chi-Chi limped down to the lobby a while later, making her way to where the manager was. "Miss, what's the name of that man who brought me in room 209 earlier?" Chi-Chi didn't bother asking Lin Yi himself when she was still with him. Obviously, the guy would never tell her, not when he knew the person asking was a stranger with murderous intent. Yet it was basic logic for Lin Yi to have registered his name at the counter, since Chi-Chi herself was unconscious. Oh? The woman recognized Chi-Chi immediately from her clothing. She was the girl that young man earlier brought in hastily. Seriously? Going to a hotel room together without even knowing each other? The woman then recalled the girl being unconscious as Lin Yi carried her in. There was a possibility that Lin Yi had gotten the girl drunk. Young people nowadays. The woman couldn't believe how different things like this was from her time, forgetting to remember that it was exactly because of these kinds of couples that brought her establishment business. "His name's Lin Yi," the woman answered after a quick look at the registration book. "Thanks." Chi-Chi nodded, embedding the name deep in her mind. Lin Yi. Huh? She didn't know if it was the man's real name, but a name was a name. Chi-Chi wasn't about to forget that name in the entirety of her life. "You're welcome," the woman replied, not thinking much of her simple gesture. Chi-Chi then proceeded to limp outside as the woman watched in disbelief. Seriously? Was it that intense? The guy didn't seem that good from what the woman saw. Could it maybe be the girl's first time? The woman shook her head as she continued her evil thoughts. Lin Yi, on the other hand, treated the whole event as a little detour in his life, though he'd be lying if he wasn't at least a bit at the girl stabbing a knife at him. He'd just saved her life. How did that girl expect him to treat her thigh wound without looking at it? Her mentality was crazy. It was just a look at the thigh. Lin Yi suffered the same fate earlier today. Should he have planted a knife in that nurse's neck after she saw his thighs in its entirety? The fire from the alcohol stove wasn't as powerful as the fire from a gas stove, but proper control over it produced similar results. He bought some packets from the pharmacy earlier, and Lin Yi filled some of the packets with the medicine he'd just made. There was still steam coming from the heated medicine. Lin Yi sealed it when everything was still fresh. The steam would keep the medicine from deteriorating in that vacuum state. Lin Yi packed all his tools up. Upon finishing, they could still be used again. After all, the alcohol had burned out, but fuel like that was available for purchase anywhere. Lin Yi made sure he didn't leave anything before making a call to the counter to check out. His eyes stopped at the bed as the phone rang. A bitter smile formed on his lips. It seemed that he wasn't getting away from paying a compensation. The bed was soaked in blood. It didn't take long before the woman stepped into the room. There weren't any staff most of the time, and she was the only one who managed the area. Linny had pushed open the windows so as to fill the room with fresh air before the woman came up, and the room stopped smelling like Eastern medicine by the time she reached the room. The woman froze in absolute shock as she stared at the reddened bed. "Why, you? The bed?" The woman tried to comprehend the situation as she pointed at the bed, speechless. She'd thought about Chi-Chi having her first time in a playful mood, but the blood on the bed proved that it was indeed the case. Was he trying to get the girl killed? The hotel would be done for if that had happened. The woman's face darkened at the thought. A mattress was quite a couple tins of kwai. Her meager profits would pretty much be wiped out after buying a new one for replacement. What happened to the bed? The woman asked coldly. "Sorry, I'll pay for it. How much do I owe you?" Lin Yi wasn't keen on explaining, deciding to compensate the woman for her losses directly. The woman stopped saying anything else. The guy had offered to make a payment. After all, it's a good thing this boy knew how to handle things. She'd have thrown some nasty words at him otherwise. She took a look at the room before turning back to Lin Yi. Disposable disinfector towels, 40 kwai. Mattress, 60. 100 kwai, kid. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. The woman was being pretty reasonable. White mattresses like that sold for 30 kwai at supermarkets, and the double price she gave Lin Yi was pretty standard for hotels, just like how the disposable towel was double the market price as well. The woman left it at that upon seeing how compliant Lin Yi was. "Come down with me, then. You've been in the room for 5 hours, so we'll have to do it by day. 60 kwai for the room, and 100 kwai for the mattress and towel. You gave me a deposit of 100 earlier, so just pay 60. Lin Yi nodded as he pulled his wallet out, placing the money on the woman's palm before turning to leave. "Wait," the woman called out. "Anything else?" Lin Yi asked as he turned back, wondering if the woman was unsatisfied with the amount of money she was getting. "That girl you brought in, she asked for your name when she left, and I told her." The woman reminded out of kindness, seeing how Lin Yi just paid up without any complaints or anything. Her instincts told her that the two weren't a couple. It seemed appropriate to give Lin Yi this piece of info. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. He didn't want anything to do with the assassin girl again. But it seemed that the girl didn't share his idea. He wasn't expecting the girl to remember his name. This bit of trouble would come back to haunt him one day. Lin Yi looked at the time after exiting the hotel. It was 2 afternoon already, and he hadn't eaten yet. Though, one meal didn't really matter to him. Lin Yi stopped a taxi. "Songshan's first school, please." It was still quiet when Lin Yi reached the school. It didn't seem to be break yet. Lin Yi made his way to the classroom, peeking his head in only to see a class with no teacher. It was self-study. Lin Yi decided to just push through the doors directly, earning the gazes of many students who lowered their heads again after realizing it was Lin Yi. They didn't have the time to be minding other people's business. They were 12th graders, A for all. Yushu poked at Mingyao. "Yao Yao, look. Shield guy's here." "Okay, shield guy. S here. So what?" Mingyao frowned, a little displeased at Yushu's reaction. "Shu, why are you always so focused on him? Are you in love with him, after all?" Big guy walking straight into class. "Of course I'd notice him," Yushu said with a shrug. "Fine, I won't say anything from now on, since it's nothing to do with you anyway." Mingyao opened her mouth to say something, deciding to keep it shut instead. She shook her head as she went back to studying. Yushu only looked at Mingyao as she smiled faintly, turning back to her desk. "Wait, Shu, how come Lin Y took an entire morning just for a medical checkup? It's the afternoon already. You don't think he'd hooked up with Song Lingshan again, do you?" Mingyao turned her head back abruptly. "Huh? I thought you didn't care about him?" Yushu teased with a grin as she looked at Mingyao. "He's a shield my father paid good money for. Of course I'd be annoyed if he went outside for stuff like that instead of doing his job." Mingyao didn't know why she suspected Lin Yi of something like that, but a good excuse came up. Lin Yi should be doing his job properly if he was receiving a salary for it. "Why don't you go talk to him about it then? My shield only?" Mengyao's face lit up with a blush in response. "Shu, word choice. What you say is always so ambiguous." "What? It's true. Your dad hired him to be your shield. It's not like my dad's putting any money in for his protection. Yushu explained logically. How about you let him be my shield if you think my phrasing's inappropriate? We might not need him now, but you never know in college. Get lost. Don't you have that brother of yours already? You don't even need a shield, Meng Yao said with a laugh. A little shaky and uncomfortable inside, it was like Yushu was stealing something from her. Zhong Pinliang flinched a little on instinct upon seeing Lin Yi. He'd been scolded and lectured by his father, who told him to stop causing trouble at school. It was all Lin Yi's fault. Even Heibao Bro lost after pulling a gun out. The guy was insane. Pinliang understood his place, and the fact that conventional means held no bearing on Lin Yi. He decided to wait for a suitable opportunity to present itself, something that'd give him an edge over Lin Yi. He'd also decided to give Kong Xiaobo a break. The guy was totally under Lin Yi's protection, and Pinliang saw no merit in messing with him, especially only if Lin Yi would just come beat them up again. It wasn't worth it. Yo, boss. There you are. Xiaobo greeted excitedly as he spotted Lin Yi, waving his hat in the air. What are you doing, waving your hand like that? You think you're a president or something? Lin Yi said with a smile, giving a soft kick to Xiaobo before seating himself at his table. You know, boss, Zhong Pinliang's been really quiet today. He didn't even do anything to me when you weren't here. Isn't that good? Lin Yi said. Anything happened today? Nope, Xiaobo reported. It's all because of Zhong Pinliang's family. The school's protecting him. Everyone else knows he's the one who brought the gangsters in. Lin Yi had heard from Li Fu earlier that he had an uncle in the Pengzhan Industries Board of Directors. It made him one of the stockholders of Songshan's first school, so it wasn't a surprise that the school would cover for Pinliang. Oh, right, boss. Guess what people are calling you right now? Xiaobo said softly, his voice clearly excited. Huh? What? Lin Yi didn't know where this was coming from. Boss, you're now one of the Big Four. You've replaced Zhong Pinliang as the third in the Big Four. Kong Xiaobo said excitedly, as if it was something glorious. Big Four? Lin Yi went cold at the news. Big Four? He'd been trying so hard to lay low all the time, even careful as to not score too high on exams. How the Hades did he just become famous like that? It was something he should be proud of, apparently, judging by how Xiaobo was acting. That's right, boss. You'll probably even become the eldest of the Big Four if you do something big again. You'll be the first, Xiaobo added. The first? Lin Yi was speechless. He'd really rather be the third if he had to choose. Yet there wasn't much Lin Yi could do about it. Everyone saw the whole fight yesterday. Heibao Bro was the one who came marching into the school, but no one would think that that was the case. They probably saw Lin Yi as one of those violence-loving delinquents who fought for fun, even destroying Zhong Pinliang III. Of course he'd get assigned a title in the Big Four. The bell for recess rang, interrupting Lin Yi's conversation with Xiaobo. He wasn't really pleased with his new title, but that wasn't for him to decide. People had the freedom to say whatever they wanted, he supposed. Though, it didn't seem so bad. Looking at it from another perspective, he wouldn't have as much trouble as Meng Yao's bodyguard with the title. People wouldn't even think of messing with him at this point. Last period on Friday was sports, and the students were allowed to choose between remaining in class to study or go out for some exercise. It was a weekly tradition for some time to relax. Meng Yao and Yushu left the classroom together, followed by Zhong Pinliang, who motioned to his two followers as he stood up. He'd lost the battle to Lin Yi, but chasing after Meng Yao was another thing entirely. He'd wanted to see if he could give a good impression to her this time around. Lin Yi didn't think much about Zhong Pinliang's movements. He was a bit of a pain in the ace in school, but he'd never do anything too off the top. There was the mischief fairy with Meng Yao, and Meng Yao's family backing her. After all, she wasn't someone Pinliang could just mess with without consequence. Even his uncle on the board of directors wouldn't save him from Chu Pengzhan should he decide to get rough with her. As a result, Lin Yi never planned on following after the two girls. Meng Yao's personality guaranteed rejection to that even if he did want to. He'd rather spend the time on doing his own stuff. Boss, want to go for some barbecue at the school gates later? Xiaobo asked, thinking of bonding a little with Lin Yi. They didn't get to do so yesterday, after all. He'd been alive for 18 years, going to high school for 3. He'd only started feeling like a real man the last couple days. Sure, why not? Lin Yi said he didn't get to eat lunch earlier, too. He stuffed the books he'd bought earlier into his desk before leaving. Almost everyone had left the classroom by the time Lin Yi and Xiaobo got up. There were only a couple nerds left, their faces still buried in books. Nobody expected students like them to go out for fun. Anyway, their waking hours were all spent on books. They were passing by 12th grade's class 9 when Xiaobo slowed down, puzzling Lin Yi. He was just about to bring it up when a surge of excitement hit Xiaobo, who pulled Lin Yi as he exclaimed softly, "Tang Yin! It's Tang Yin!" Lin Yi paused, looking in the direction Xiaobo was pointing. A girl was walking out of class 9's doors, heading towards the school stairs. Lin Yi only managed to catch a glimpse of a side view and ponytail before the girl disappeared downstairs. The girl was tall and wore her school uniform. The uniform was a little wide, hiding most of her figure. Lin Yi guessed that it had to be a pretty nice one, being a school beauty and all. It was only a glimpse, but Lin Yi could sense that the girl's beauty was very youthful, like the pretty girl you'd crush on in class. The commoner beauty was quite something. Well? Xiaobo danced about, his excitement peaking as he looked at Lin Yi. He looked like he's just hit a lottery. Didn't see her face. What did you expect me to see from her back? Lin Yi said, hitting Xiaobo. Dude, can you calm down? She's not even your girlfriend. What are you getting so excited for? Heh, that may be true, but just bumping into her like this is really rare. Just a glimpse is exciting enough already. Boss, don't you think it's fate? Xiaobo said, still not calming down. You get to see Chen Yushu and Chu Mingyao every day. I don't see you getting excited over that. Lin Yi was a little amused. The guy was way too excited. Come on, that's different. Chu Mingyao and Chen Yushu. That's a lost cause for me. They're never gonna look at me. I'm not talented or rich. Why would Mrs. like that want to pay me any attention? Tang Yin, though. She's way closer to us. Just a normal girl from a normal home. There's still a chance there. Xiaobo explained. Huh. Lin Yi chuckled. Though, Xiaobo wasn't wrong. Yushu and Mingyao were living in different worlds, going around in luxury cars and living in villas. One had to have quite the background before even thinking of going after those two. Boss, maybe you can go for her? You're hot stuff right now. The whole school knows you, including Tang Yin. I'd bet. Xiaobo suggested suddenly. Huh. Lin Yi was stunned. Isn't she your crush? Heh. Not just mine. There's plenty of boys crushing after her. Xiaobo said with a laugh. She's too hard to get, though. I know my place, okay? You think someone like me can get 5 million from a lottery ticket? It's possible, Lin Yi said with a nod. Lin Yi's jade probably could help Xiaobo get that 5 million. It really was possible with the jade involved. Xiaobo rolled his eyes, speechless. You know what I think? The chance of Tang Yin liking me is even lower than me getting 5 million. Get it? I'm just fantasizing a bit over here, but you have a chance. Stop, okay? Why don't you ask Zhong Pinliang to do that? I didn't see him getting any school beauties even when he was a big 4. It's the same now, all right? Lin Yi shook his head, not wanting to cause any rumors he'd just get in trouble with Mingyao. You know where I'm taking you? Xiaobo asked mysteriously. Where? Barbecue, right? Lin Yi asked in return. Yes, but do you know who sells them? Xiaobo squinted his eyes. You're not going to tell me that it's Tang Yin, are you? Lin Yi didn't know how to respond to how mysterious Xiaobo was trying to be. Bingo! Xiaobo clapped. Tang Yin's mom. Tang Yin's mom? Lin Yi looked at his friend. The way Xiaobo says it in Chinese makes it sound like he's cursing. Not that mom. What I mean is, it's her mother who sells the barbecue. It's her mother's barbecue stand. Lin Yi didn't know what to say. Boss, let me tell you this, Tang Yin usually helps her mom out during sports class. We might very well get to see her if we go for some barbecue, Xiaobo said as he quickened his steps, pulling Lin Yi along. Come on, let's go meet Tang Yin. Xiaobo's attitude made Lin Yi's hardened heart feel a lot younger, a lot more energized with youthful energy. He'd been assassinating and going on very dangerous missions for the past few years, spending his time in war zones and primal jungles. It had been a long time since he last felt like this. It was only then did Lin Yi realize. This was the kind of thing a guy his age should have been doing, not killing people. An excitement blossomed in Lin Yi's heart. As he followed Xiaobo, they were going to stalk the school beauty. Stalking the school beauty, naturally, was something many youths around their age did. Tang Yin was indeed making her way to the street food area. There were duos and trios of students walking around, and it was hard to tell that the two of them were stalking her, although Linny did spot 3 or 4 people doing the same thing they were. Zhou Ruoming, naturally, knew the same things that Kong Xiaobo did. He'd brought a couple of his lackeys to the street food area long ago, ordering some skewers and beer at Tang Yin's mother's stand. They were waiting for Tang Yin to come. Tang Yin's mother knew who Ruoming was. The guy was an infamous tyrant in the school. She was trying to figure out why he'd bring so many people to eat here today. He didn't usually eat here at all. Mrs. Tang would be lying if she said she wasn't scared of Zhou Ruoming. He'd gotten a stomachache a while back after eating at one of the seafood stands here, returning the next day to smash the place apart, even going as far as to beat the vendor up. The wounds were so bad that he wasn't seen until a couple of days later. She wasn't the only one selling skewers here. There were a lot other skewer stands, and Zhou Ruoming always ate at one of the other stands. Mrs. Tang saw that as a blessing. Businesses like hers didn't earn much money in the first place. She'd rather have less customers than to expose herself to trouble. She didn't want to end up like the seafood guy. "Here's your food, Mrs. Tang was serving Zhou Ruoming's table with some freshly barbecued chicken wings when her hand slipped a little, causing some of the sauce from the chicken wings to fling onto a fatty's leg. The lackey looked down at the splotch of oil as Mrs. Tang panicked. I'm sorry. Mrs. Tang apologized immediately. Young masters like these terrified her. There was little stopping them from thrashing her entire stand. I can wipe it for you? I can wash it for you, even, if you'd like." This barbecue stand was Mrs. Tang's sole source of income after being laid off. Her lover was bedridden after having injured his leg, and the factory didn't seem very willing to pay a compensation. She'd went up to the factory a couple of times, only to be sent back out by a rough factory chief. Mrs. Tang was the classic example of a housewife from the lowest social tier, weak and soft, but still holding the family together through her 2 hands, earning money for her daughter's school fees and her lover's medical bill. It's okay," the fatty said, not one trace of anger in his voice as he wiped the oil stain away. "I'd never ask Ani to wash my pants for me. Ming bro would kill me. You'll be our elder soon. You little." Zhou Ruoming pressed at Fatty's forehead. "Kissing Ace already? Hee. Fatty started laughing, followed by the others' lackeys' laughter. None of them had a care in the world. Mrs. Tang, on the other hand, looked at Fatty blankly, not sure of what the words meant. Not did she understand what everyone was laughing about. One thing was clear. The fatty seemed to have let things go. Mrs. Tang let out a breath of relief as she voiced her words carefully. "Then, this one's my treat, if you don't mind." "That can't do. Ani our Ming bro isn't that kind of guy. He won't just eat without paying," Fatty said with a wave of his hand. "You're the last person he'd do that kind of thing to. After all, the two of you will be family soon." Zhou Ruoming couldn't help but grin gleefully at Fatty's words. The guy was saying all the right things. He didn't raise him up for nothing. Mrs. Tang was confused. Family? What was this Fatty trying to say? Tang Yin appeared some distance away, and Fatty started wobbling his fat body around as he danced in greeting, whistling along with Ruoming's other lackeys. "Mrs. Zhou's here. Mrs. Zhou's here," Fatty cried out loudly. What Fatty actually calls Tang Yin is something Chinese people do. It's like you calling your close friends GF Saozi, literal translation sis-in-law, but I changed it to Ms. Zhou for adaptability purposes. Tang Yin's face paled instantly upon seeing Zhou Ruoming and his lackeys. She never expected them to show up at her mother's stand. The fatty over there was spouting some ridiculous nonsense in front of her mother, as well. Ruoming had written her a love letter before, but Tang Yin didn't hold back in rejecting him. But the guy didn't seem to care at all. He only smiled stupidly as he followed her around, running back to his classroom after the bell rang. She hadn't heard from the guy for 2 days after that, and assumed that Ruoming had decided to give up on her. Something like this happening was completely unexpected. How saddened would her mother be if she thought Tang Yin got herself a boyfriend at this age? "Boss, Zhou Ruoming and his lackeys are there," Xiaobo said to Linny after spotting Ruoming, evidently a little. "These rascals are bullying her." "Oh. So that guy's called Zhou Ruoming?" Linny took a closer look at Ruoming, remembering him as the guy he'd sent flying with a basketball a few days ago. "You know him?" Xiaobo asked as he turned to Lin Yi. "He's the second of the big 4. It's like I said, you'll be able to replace him as second if you defeat him." Linny shook his head in response. He smiled a bitter smile. Didn't he just destroy him a couple of days ago? I'd heard long ago that Tang Yin rejected him, but I didn't expect him to do something this shameless, making things up in front of her mother like that. Xiaobo waved his fist angrily as he heard what Fatty was shouting. Linny didn't particularly care about what Ruoming did. The guy was a rascal, but Linny had better things to do than trouble himself with his antics, unless it involved Linny himself. Sit, sis. Ming Bros ordered the food already. We were only waiting for you, Fatty said very enthusiastically. Come, Een. Don't be shy, we have to tell your mother sooner or later anyway. Zhou Ruoming waved as his shamelessness pumped him up. He was pretty displeased at Tang Yin's rejection and was trying to think of something when one of his lackeys proposed this tactic. He decided to go all in with that, establishing himself as Tang Yin's boyfriend right in front of her mother. He understood Mrs. Tang as a housewife, and that his fame wasn't a very positive one. He had, however, youth and riches. There wasn't much Tang Yin could do if even her own mother agreed to the relationship. Mrs. Tang didn't quite understand what these boys were talking about at first, but everything made complete sense the moment they started calling Tang Yin Mrs. Zhou. Her heart dropped a bit. Did her daughter really get a boyfriend at her age? One look at Tang Yin's pale face, however, and Mrs. Tang realized otherwise. Zhou Ruoming was probably forcing her into a relationship with him. That, or Ruoming revealing their relationship to her, was not something Tang Yin had wanted. Mrs. Tang had seen her share of cruelty in her years. Her strength was minuscule, a drop in the bucket. Her lover's hip injury from work was but one example. The guy was paralyzed, lying in bed all day after losing the ability to take care of himself. The company never intended to provide any sort of compensation whatsoever. It was a small private electronics company, and the owner ignored all of her requests and pleas. Even the contract from the very start was tweaked, resulting in Mrs. Tang and her lover's inability to press any charges. The factory owner had even threatened to send men to burn her house down and have their way with her daughter, just because Mrs. Tang went up to him asking for medical compensation a couple of times. She gave up after that. It was what she got for being the weak minority, she supposed. As such, the entirety of the family dropped onto Mrs. Tang's shoulders to support. Yet things weren't all bad at the very least. Her daughter was a good girl, getting first place in her grade and even a scholarship. It was a huge lift off the family's burdens. She was stunned when she learned of Tang Yin getting herself a boyfriend, frustrated at her daughter until she considered the possibility of Ruoming forcing the whole thing. It'd be fine if the kid was serious about her. He had a good family background, after all, and Tang Yin would live quite a life of comfort if she did end up with him. What Mrs. Tang was worried about, however, was Zhou Ruoming throwing her daughter aside after having had his fun. Mrs. Tang wasn't an expert on the behaviorology of rich princey kids, but she had a general idea as to what their tendencies were. Tang Yin was about to protest as her face reddened when she remembered what kind of a person Zhou Ruoming was. She'd heard that the guy dragged one of the female students off into a bathroom to have his way with her, only to pay her a large amount of money so that she could transfer to another school without any problems. It was only a rumor, but the girl did indeed change schools. Her family got a big compensation from the whole thing. After all, the fact held Tang Yin back from angering Ruoming. As a result, there was no telling what a guy like him would do to her if that happened. She wouldn't keep quiet if she was in that girl's shoes, even if she did get compensation for what had been done to her. She'd try to hold her dignity, or some sort of statement for her to lean back on. Though, what good would that do? Tang Yin's eyes were tearing up as she held the frustration in and kept her mouth shut. She was starting to hate her mother for not shooing Zhou Ruoming away, but remembered her mother's meek nature. She was probably feeling even more helpless than Tang Yin was herself. School beauty? What good was that? Why was she so unfortunate? She'd been laying so low, never putting on any makeup and only wearing the school uniform. Catching the attention of people was the last thing she wanted. Chu Mengyao and Chen Yushu were school beauties as well, but Zhou Ruoming would never employ this sort of thing against them. Kang Xiaobo commented as he watched Tang Yin getting bullied. He'd been feeling manly the last 2 days, and a sudden passionate rage took over, propelling him onwards as he charged out with his fist raised. Lin Yi wasn't expecting something like this from Xiaobo. Even a cowardly guy like him would go so far when the goddess of his dreams was involved, it seemed. Gah, why is everyone so active today? Linny had wanted to lay low for a couple of days, but stuff seemed to always be happening around him. Xiaobo had thrown himself out already. He couldn't just leave him be. He'd get beat up by Zhou Ruoming and his friends. Zhou Ruoming, you call yourself a man? Doing something as shameless as this after getting rejected? Kang Xiaobo said as he stood in front of Tang Yin. Zhou Ruoming was, at the time, waiting happily for Tang Yin to make her choice. This was the kind of result he wanted. A scenario where Tang Yin had to make a decision. His presence at Mrs. Tang's barbecue stand today was for that reason alone. He wanted to make a statement to the girl. Reject me again, and it doesn't matter if it was you or your mother, none of you would be living happy lives from that point on. It was a 50-50 chance for Zhou Ruoming. He thought it was a good gamble to force Tang Yin into a relationship with him. The issue was at the highest priority on Tang Yin's list as she looked over her options, her head lowered and her voice silent. She was worried of her own safety, but also concerned for her mother's barbecue stand as well. She understood perfectly well that it'd be the end for the stand. If she were to reject Zhou Ruoming today, all Zhou Ruoming had to do was send a couple of his lackeys to the stand every day to obliterate the business. She was helplessly panicking over what her course of action should be when Kang Xiaobo jumped out all of a sudden. Neither Tang Yin or even Zhou Ruoming expected this development. Tang Yin only tried pondering why this guy would step up for her like this. She didn't even know him. Who the are you? Zhou Ruoming snapped angrily as he pointed at Xiaobo. His voice laced with rage. Tang Yin was just about to make her decision. What the was this guy doing, springing out and ruining everything? Aye. Xiaobo's courage left him instantly as he watched Zhou Ruoming growl at him. He was acting on impulse. He wasn't like Lin Yi, who could back up outbursts like that. He was no match for Zhou Ruoming. He knew that. But he also knew that his boss was right behind him, and he couldn't waver at such critical a moment as now. He puffed his chest up. I'm a lackey of the Big Four's third. Big Four? Third? Lackey? Zhou Ruoming was a little taken aback from the claim. The are you on about? Are you telling me you're Zhong Pinliang's man? You can go off your boss wouldn't ace in on Mingbro's business? Who the Hades are you? Fatty said as he gave Xiaobo a shove. Go back home to your boss and tell him this. I'm his mom tonight. Fatty was obviously mistaking Xiaobo as Zhong Pinliang's lackey, very cocky as he barked the ridiculous words out. Everyone had heard of Zhong Pinliang getting messed up by some transfer student, and of Heibaobro getting caught by the police. The guy would probably be serving a couple of years in jail. Zhong Pinliang had practically lost all of his standing because of that. Zhou Ruoming's lackeys had no reason to respect the guy at this point. Whose mom are you tonight? A calm but cold voice sounded beside Fatty's ear. Linny didn't know who his mother was, but this guy was too much his mom tonight? Who says that? Linny had always been sensitive to his status as an orphan, and he wasn't planning on letting this Fatty go easily after he went and brought up his mother. His hand smacked against Fatty's face as he launched the big body some distance away. The guy's mass was great, but Lin Yi's strength was far greater. The Fatty went spinning like a top for a bit as he crashed head first onto the ground, a clear red palm mark on his cheek. Whose mom are you? Linny said coldly as he looked down coldly at the groaning Fatty. Who the Hades do you think you are? That guy's under me. Linny was facing away from Ruoming at the moment, and Ruoming had no idea it was Linny he was dealing with here. The slap was a little terrifying, but Fatty was unprepared. Zhou Ruoming brushed it off as a surprise attack, also assuming that the new guy was under Zhong Pinliang as well. With that, he reached his hand out at Lin Yi. Your face all healed up? Linny said, turning his head to Ruoming. Lin Yi? Zhou Ruoming understood instantly how Fatty got blown off his feet with a slap. It was Linny. Didn't you hear me? I'm asking if your face is healed. Linny asked. Yeah. It's all healed up. Oh. Linny nodded, sending a slap across Ruoming's face as well, pushing blood out of his nostrils as his cheek swelled up. It was a different slap Lin Yi employed this time, however, and Zhou Ruoming wasn't sent flying the way Fatty was. He hadn't the guy off, had he? Fatty's remark about his mom tonight, then? He wasn't even talking about Lin Yi's mom, who the Hades still threw themselves at insults, not even directed at them in the first place nowadays. One glance at Xiaobo's smug smile put a realization in Ruoming's mind. Could the guy be talking about Lin Yi when he mentioned the third? It seemed to be the case. Ruoming did remember some gossip about Lin Yi replacing Zhong Pinliang in the Big Four. Zhou Ruoming couldn't believe this couldn't have made things clearer. Just say you're Lin Yi's man. Who the would with you after that? I'd be getting my ace out of here long ago. Although, this was all in hindsight, Ruoming probably wouldn't have believed Xiaobo even if he had put Lin Yi's name on the table. We're leaving, Zhou Ruoming said as he gestured for some of the lackeys to hoist Fatty up. With that, the group disappeared from the barbecue stand. The vendors around the stand were all staring at Lin Yi, completely stunned and curious. They didn't know who Lin Yi was, but they understood well what kind of a guy Zhou Ruoming was. It was insane. Zhou Ruoming only ran off without uttering even a word to the guy, right after getting slapped. They all regarded Lin Yi with a newfound fear. This man was more dangerous a character than even Zhou Ruoming. Tangyin, you okay? Xiaobo asked enthusiastically. It was his first time interacting with his goddess. He knew that it was impossible between the two of them, but only having a conversation with her wasn't bad. He didn't want to waste the opportunity, but his nervousness did make him stutter sometimes. Tangyin frowned in response, immediately on alert as she observed the two. So this was the guy she'd heard about, the one who'd just replaced Zhong Pinliang as the Big Four's third, and this other guy was his lackey. Lin Yi's feats had long been spread throughout the whole school, and everyone knew how he'd taken care of Zhong Pinliang days after transferring. Was he targeting Zhou Ruoming next? Tangyin, however, was afraid she didn't think that Lin Yi beat Zhou Ruoming off with any good intentions. Chances were, the guy was after her with the same motives that Ruoming had had. As for Kong Xiaobo, Tangyin instinctively treated him as just a lackey of Lin Yi's. Not a very good impression, put simply. She only replied dully to Xiaobo's concern. I'm fine. She then made her way to Mrs. Tang in quick steps. Mom. Mrs. Tang only sighed, understanding everything. She was relieved that Zhou Ruoming was gone, but feared the guy coming back for revenge later, though he did seem particularly fearful of Lin Yi. She glanced at Lin Yi for a better look. The guy was a lot better than Zhou Ruoming in terms of looks and character. She wouldn't mind Tangyin getting herself a boyfriend like this, if she wanted. Xiaobo recognized Tang Yin's disinterest in him, feeling down but understanding at the same time. The gap between them was too great. After all, it was practically impossible. He decided to not dwell on the matter any longer. Auntie, 20 mutton skewers please. Also 2 skewers of mutton steak, chicken neck, tofu curls, and 2 cans of beer. Xiaobo put himself in a joyful mood again as he seated himself at a table. He didn't manage to impress Tangyin, but he did manage to be a bit of a badass in front of Zhou Ruoming. Hehe, think you're so tough. Not much you can do other than get slapped in the face when my boss is around. Coming right up, Mrs. Tang called back in response. These two were an even bigger deal than Zhou Ruoming. She had to be careful around them as well. Wait, Zhou Ruoming. Lin Yi called out suddenly to Ruoming, who hadn't gotten too far away. Zhou Ruoming jumped at the voice. He didn't know what Lin Yi wanted from him, but didn't he let him go already? He didn't want to go back to that monster, but he didn't have much of a choice here. He could run, but he couldn't hide forever from Lin Yi. Ruoming asked, his face bitter as he turned back. You haven't paid yet. Lin Yi answered dully. He saw how rough Mrs. Tang had it, and decided to help her out a bit. Managing a stand on your own was no easy feat, after all, and it was nothing more than a simple gesture from his side. Oh! Ruoming exhaled in relief, wondering if Tangyin had caught Lin Yi's eye. Why was he so protective over her family anyway? I'd have no chance then. Ruoming was helpless, but he wasn't so eager for death as to fight over women with Lin Yi. I'll remember this, Lin Yi. So just in case it wasn't clear in the comments, the rude voting calls were done jokingly, not the polite ones. Here's 100, keep the change. Zhou Ruoming said as he pulled 100 kwai bill out, placing it on the table in front of Mrs. Tang. He didn't want to spend a single second longer than necessary in Lin Yi's presence. The guy was watching him. No, that won't do. Mrs. Tang was about to prepare some change for the money when Zhou Ruoming waved dismissively, smiling bitterly as he turned and left. Mrs. Tang wasn't expecting any payment from Zhou Ruoming and his friends from the start. They'd ordered around 50 or 60 kwai's worth of food, along with beer, as well. Mrs. Tang earned something like 80 or 100 kwai every day. She put her stand up, and Zhou Ruoming freeloading almost half of that was no small matter to her. It was Zhou Ruoming she was dealing with, however, and there wasn't much she could do but sigh helplessly. Yet one word from Lin Yi and Ruoming paid up without hesitation, just like that. He'd even paid a couple tins of kwai more, and Mrs. Tang couldn't help but feel grateful towards Lin Yi for the gesture, contemplating how different princes could be. Tang started taking a liking to Lin Yi. She noticed her daughter glaring at Lin Yi and Kang Xiaobo, not quite understanding what she was doing. "Yin, what are you doing? We have customers." Lin Yi, without a doubt, harbored the same intentions toward her that Zhou Ruoming had. She didn't see any other reason for these princey boys to pay attention to her. Lin Yi looked like a proper, nice guy, and didn't even try flirting with Tang Yin or anything of the sort, but the act really turned her off. The guy was just violently slapping Zhou Ruoming and Fatty across the face. What did he think he was doing after that? Sitting there and acting like a good student for her mother to see? Tang Yin was especially irritated when she noticed her mom taking a liking to the guy, even telling her to go wait on them. The guy just helped her get 100 kwai back. Was that really enough for her to fall into his trap? Years of similar encounters had transformed Tang Yin into a bit of a porcupine. She'd always lock her heart up whenever boys started making a move on her. It was her natural state of self-defense. Although, she couldn't really just disobey her mother like that. She walked over to the stand and grabbed 2 bottles of beer, placing them on Lin Yi and Xiaobo's table before walking back to Mrs. Tang. "Bottle opener?" Xiaobo asked carefully with a bitter smile. Tang Yin looked pretty displeased for some reason. "Yin, what's wrong with you today? Help open the beer bottles for your friends." Mrs. Tang didn't know what was going on. Her daughter's face was all cold all of a sudden. Didn't she have her head lowered, all helpless and everything when Zhou Ruoming was here? So it was fine to put on a face when it was a well-mannered Lin Yi, was it? Tang Yin would have exploded with irritation were she to learn what sort of thoughts her mother was thinking him. Well-mannered? Didn't she see the guy slap the fatty off his feet? Tang Yin felt so wronged as her mom scolded her. What was she talking about? The guy was exactly like Zhou Ruoming. He was a big four, just like him. You think he's so well-mannered now, do you? He's trying to chase me. Don't you get it? Mrs. Tang sighed as she handed 2 tofu curl skewers to Tang Yin. "Here, the tofu curls are ready. Serve it to them." "Sure." Tang Yin took the skewers angrily as she marched slowly to where Lin Yi was. The more she looked at Lin Yi's composed nice guy face, the more she got. She didn't know where the courage came from, but Tang Yin planted her foot on Lin Yi's shoe upon reaching him, acting as if she'd done it on accident. "Humph, well-mannered, right? Trying to please my mom so bad. Huh? Let's see how well-mannered you can get when I squeeze your foot down. Let's see your true colors, nice guy." Lin Yi blinked as he raised his head. What the? Why was this lady stepping on his foot like that? The force was nowhere near painful, but Lin Yi wanted some sort of explanation. He didn't want to just get stepped for no reason. A spark of excitement lit up in Tang Yin as Lin Yi opened his mouth. "Well-mannered, right? Nice guy, right? This is what you get for acting like that. Remember it?" Tang Yin put on an apologetic smile as she looked at Lin Yi. "Sorry, stepped on you." "Oh, it's okay." Lin Yi didn't know what else to say. The girl had apologized anyway. He only shook his head bitterly. Although, Tang Yin's foot seemed to still be on his foot. She didn't leave it alone until after stepping on it 2 more times, a trace of glee flashing in her eyes as she put the skewers down and left. Lin Yi didn't know what to say. The girl was clearly doing it on purpose. What was with these young ladies nowadays? Did he look like an easy target for bullying or something? It was Qin Yushu and Chu Mengyao before, but weird Miss Yushu had his secret to threaten him with, and there wasn't much he could do about it. Mengyao's father was his employer, so there wasn't much he could say in that regard, as well. But what was with this Tang Yin taking the initiative to step on him like that? Lin Yi decided to let it go. People would burst out laughing if this spread out. Eagle, getting pushed around by a couple of girls. "Boss, doesn't Tang Yin look a little angry with you? What did you do?" Xiaobo noticed the attitude as well. Something was wrong. The girl was coming straight at Lin Yi. "How am I supposed to know? I just met her." Xiaobo didn't understand how Lin Yi could have crossed Tang Yin. He just transferred to the school a couple of days ago, and it was the first time the two even met. "You think I'd forget someone with a face like that? I wouldn't say she's the prettiest girl I've met, but she's gotta be in like the top 3 or something," Lin Yi said innocently with a shrug. "That's true." Xiaobo nodded in agreement upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Tang Yin's radiant beauty wasn't something one could simply forget. Boys wouldn't be falling for her with just one look at her, if that were the case. Let's not talk about that, I'm starving, Linny said as he picked a tofu curl skewer up and started eating. Not bad, it's pretty good. Heh, of course it is. Don't forget whose mom made that. Xiaobo grinned pleasantly at Lin Yi's praise. Linny looked at Xiaobo silently, not quite sure what to say. Dude, why are you acting like she's your mom? Xiaobo cleared his throat awkwardly in response. Let's eat. Let's eat. Come on, boss, a toast, Xiaobo said with a raise of his beer. Linny raised his drink as well, tapping it against Xiaobo's bottle with a smile. It wasn't long before the rest of the food arrived one by one. But Tang Yin didn't seem to be done with Linny. She'd either slam the skewers on the table or bump into Linny on purpose. Linny found it a little intriguing as he looked at the Tang Yin. She seemed to want Linny gone from the stand. There was still a big class left at night, and both Lin Yi and Xiaobo refrained from too much drinking. Xiaobo stood up after finishing his beer and food with Lin Yi. Ani, how much for the food? Yin, go take a look at what their orders were, Mrs. Tang said, currently occupied with other tables. 80, Tang Yin said with a glare at Lin Yi. Why don't you show me some of your well-mannered personality after eating some overpriced skewers? Huh? Xiaobo paused at the number. There was no way what they'd ordered would go that high. It had to be around the 40 kwai mark. So how the Hades did it add up to 80? One look at the vocal Tang Yin, however, and Xiaobo decided to just comply. He didn't want to be arguing with his goddess. After all, he was just about to hand 100 kwai bill to her when Linny spoke up. Wait, isn't it a bit off? I've calculated it a bit earlier. 20 mutton skewers should be 20 kwai, the mutton steak skewers 8, 2 kwai for the tofu curls, and 4 kwai for the chicken necks and beers each, right? Shouldn't that be 38 kwai? Tang Yin wasn't expecting Lin Yi to have calculated the whole thing so meticulously, and she wasn't sure how to handle the situation she'd gotten herself into. She wasn't greedy or anything, only saying it was 80 kwai because of how frustrated Lin Yi's act made her. Yet the guy didn't seem to react to her taunts at all. Yin, what are you doing? Seriously? Mrs. Tang was busy preparing food for the other customers, but Lin Yi's table wasn't far enough from her to go unnoticed. Tang Yin just throwing a wrong number out like that upsetted her. Tang Yin was enough at Lin Yi, as it was her mother's scolding finally pushed her over the edge. She pouted her lips and raised her head to throw a hateful glare at Lin Yi, her eyes virtually popping out with the urge to burn the guy alive. You don't have to pay anymore. Just go. It's my treat. Just go. I don't ever want to see you again. Tang Yin's voice got wobbly at the end, and her eyes were on the verge of tearing up. She didn't wait for Lin Yi to say anything in response before darting away to the school, a hand over her face. Lin Yi blinked in surprise. He wasn't expecting Tang Yin to have this side to her. Oh, this Yin. Mrs. Tang didn't know what had gotten into her daughter today, but this man had just saved her from Zhou Ruming's clutches moments ago. Why would she be showing him attitude instead of some gratitude? She turned to Lin Yi apologetically. Young man, Tang Yin isn't usually like that. I don't know what's gotten into her. I'm really sorry. It'll be my treat this time. Treat it as an apology as well as a thank you. No, I'll pay, Lin Yi said with a smile. He searched about in his pockets and found 2 coincidental 20 kwai notes in there, handing them to Mrs. Tang directly. Here's 40. I'm a bit thirsty. I'll grab 2 bottles of water before going, so keep the change. Lin Yi then proceeded to pull 2 bottles out of the cooler, handing one to Xiaobo before Mrs. Tang could say anything. Xiaobo blinked as he woke up from the scene that had just taken place. He was watching bewildered at Tang Yin running off, regaining his senses only after Lin Yi handed a bottle of water to him. Boss, come on. Didn't I say it was my treat? Haha, it's the same, isn't it? It'll be your treat next time. Lin Yi was already making his way back to school, and Xiaobo followed after waving goodbye to Mrs. Tang. Come again, Mrs. Tang called out passionately with a nod. We will, Xiaobo called back. Mrs. Tang contemplated on how mature this Lin Yi kid was, sighing as she remembered her own daughter. What had gotten into her? It'd be bad if these 2 customers decided not to return because of Tang Yin's abrupt behavior. Boss, wasn't it really strange back there? Xiaobo asked as he caught up to Lin Yi. Tang Yin was already out of sight as the 2 walked back to the school. Strange? What's so strange? Lin Yi said, evidently not thinking much about it. By the way, you gotta be careful from now on. Zhou Ruoming might even be coming after you now. Lin Yi's words snapped Xiaobo into alert as he remembered what he did in front of Zhou Ruoming and his gang. Boss, don't scare me like that. I just Zhong Pinliang off. I'm not gonna survive another big four. Zhou Ruoming. Don't worry, I'm always with you anyway. They won't do anything. Lin Yi said. That's true. But boss, that slap you gave Zhou Ruoming's probably being spread all around the school now. You'll probably go up to the second spot soon. Xiaobo grinned. Why do you think that's a good thing? Lin Yi glared. You're the guy responsible for all this today, and now I have to suffer being a Big Four member? Come on, boss, you weren't gonna just watch Tang Yin get bullied like that, were you? Xiaobo said with a smile. Bullied? Didn't you see her bullying me just now? Lin Yi cursed. This Miss Tang avoiding the strong and preying on the weak. Ugh. Xiaobo pulled his head back. Wonder if Tang Yin's even came back to her class. You think you have a chance with her? Lin Yi asked unrelentlessly. No. Xiaobo shook his head instantly. He was very well aware of the distance between them. Then what are you wasting time for, looking for her like that? Lin Yi slapped the back of Xiaobo's head. I'm not thinking about that, okay? I've got no chance, but you're different, boss. Xiaobo said with a bitter smile. I was thinking you could be the hero saving a damsel in distress earlier. Tang Yin might even have a thing for you if something like that takes place. But I never expected a result like that. HM? Lin Yi paused a bit at Xiaobo's words as a thought crossed his mind. Tang Yin didn't think he was trying to win her favor by saving her, did she? Or did the girl think he'd planned the whole thing out with Zhou Ruoming? It wouldn't be a stretch, for sure, and it'd also explain why she'd misunderstand Lin Yi's intentions. It was very likely that Tang Yin assumed that Lin Yi was after her the same way Ruoming was. How defensive could a girl get? A bitter smile formed on Lin Yi's lips as he contemplated, although things were indeed starting to get interesting. He'd really throw himself in this sort of school life if he weren't on a mission, enjoying the subtleties and bonds youths his age should be experiencing. Let's go, class is starting. Lin Yi reminded as he quickened his steps. The initial school bell was ringing already. Chu Mengyao and Chen Yushu were back in the classroom long ago, busy mumbling something to each other in their seats. Yushu raised her head for a glance at Lin Yi when he entered, before turning back to her mumbling with Mengyao. Lin Yi was a little surprised to see Zhong Pinliang absent. His seat was empty while Zhang Naipeo and Gao Xiaofu's weren't. It didn't take Xiaobo long before he got the news from someone else. The police showed up earlier, bringing Pinliang away with them. The development took Lin Yi by surprise, as well. Was it Heibao, bro? Pinliang was pretty unlucky if Heibao refused to take everything on his shoulders, naming Zhong Pinliang as the mastermind instead. Last period involved more testing and tutoring. The student committee were then tasked with bringing the stack of finished test papers to distribute randomly to the other students. The teacher would then go through the questions as every student marked someone else's test paper. It saved time for the teacher. There were tests almost every day in 12th grade, nowadays, and this sort of method suited the fast-paced atmosphere well. Lin Yi blinked in surprise as he saw who the student committee member in the class was. Chen Yushu. She started distributing the test papers after the testing was completed, not looking at Lin Yi at all as she placed one of the test papers on his desk. She treated the job quite seriously, it seemed, as can be seen from her face. Although, Yushu did chuckle evilly as she turned away to continue the distribution. Chu Mengyao? Lin Yi was speechless as he looked at whose test paper he was. There was no way something could be this coincidental. Lin Yi was 100% certain that this Yushu was causing trouble on purpose again. The boys in class, in actuality, looked forward to finally getting Mengyao or Yushu's test paper one day. It was a piece of paper. Yes, but it belonged to the goddesses of the school. Some of their aroma and presence more or less remained on it, and it was pretty nice and satisfying to get close to them this way, even if it was only through the test paper. Unfortunately, the two girls only ever exchanged their test papers with each other. People guessed that Yushu was abusing her power, but no one was as tasteless and free to be exposing her like that. Yushu had planned to let Lin Yi and Mengyao grade each other's test papers this time around, creating a coincidence for the two. Yushu walked back to her seat with 2 test papers left, placing the 2 of them on Mengyao's desk as she grinned. Yao Yao, which one do you pick? Huh, don't we always grade each other's? Mengyao looked at Yushu curiously. I accidentally gave yours to someone else. Yushu explained. So, it's okay. Oh, here, take this one then. Yushu said as she pushed Lin Yi's paper to Ming Yao, pulling her own test back. Lin Yi? Ming Yao froze upon seeing the name on the test, and seemed to understand something as she turned to Yushu, who acted as if nothing was going on. It was clearly her doing. Shu. What's up? Yushu raised her head with a smile, as if she had nothing to do with it. Let me see your test paper, Ming Yao said. Reaching her hand to the test paper Yushu was gripping tightly. Huh? It's just a test paper. Yushu started panicking a little. Ming Yao was on to her. With that, the grip on the test paper tightened. Give it, Ming Yao ordered as she pulled on the test paper. Yushu could only let go before the girl tore the whole thing apart. Ming Yao's eyes widened upon seeing Yushu's name on it. Yushu was grading her own test paper. Shu, where's my test paper? I gave it to Shield Guy to play with. A dirty thought crossed Yushu's mind. Heh, play with? I can't believe this. Ming Yao didn't know what to say to Yushu. The girl can't be serious. She'd gotten used to her antics already, understanding that Yushu wanted nothing than to cause as much trouble as possible, but still. Ming Yao's eyes turned back to Lin Yi's paper, glaring at it as she reached for her red pin. Completely disregarding all consequence, Ming Yao started spamming X's on Lin Yi's answers from start to bottom, throwing a finishing touch at it with a big fat 0 before putting the pen aside. She let a deep breath out after blowing the steam off. Yushu couldn't believe what she was seeing, and a gasp escaped her lips as Ming Yao desecrated the test paper. Seriously, isn't that a little too much? Yushu, however, started giggling as she pictured Lin Yi's face upon hearing his grade. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to what Ming Yao was doing to his paper. He'd only assumed that Yushu wanted to mess with him a little by giving him Ming Yao's test paper. He didn't really mind, anyway. Boss, whose test did you get? Xiaobo asked, turning his head back at Lin Yi. Chu Mengyao's. Lin Yi replied a little awkwardly. Whoa, seriously? Xiaobo's eyes flashed wide open as he stared at the name on the test paper Lin Yi got. Jesus, seriously? How'd this end up here? Don't he two girls always switch with each other? How am I supposed to know? Chen Yushu was the one who put it on my desk, Lin Yi said with a shrug. It's gotta be a mistake, Xiaobo exclaimed, evidently excited again. Boss, you're really lucky, you know? Do you know how much these other guys longed for a chance to be grading Chu Mengyao's test paper? Lin Yi only smiled in response, not bothering to explain. How would he even begin to go about it, telling Xiaobo that Yushu did it on purpose? Xiaobo would undoubtedly follow up by asking why Yushu would do that. Lin Yi didn't want to put his weird relationship with Ming Yao in any risk of exposure. Lin Yi made sure to treat Ming Yao's test paper seriously, however. The girl was pretty mean, but Lin Yi had begun to understood that she didn't really mean the stuff she said. She had a good heart, as could be seen from how she asked Yushu to invite Lin Yi to the dinner table that other day. Though, the girl did have some princess mentality problems. Ming Yao had pretty good grades, but naturally made mistakes on tests as well. Lin Yi went the extra mile to list all her wrong answers at the back of the test paper, adding detailed explanations and correct answers for her. Viewing it was even more thorough than what the teacher offered. Lin Yi blinked in surprise as he got to the last question. Ming Yao had solved it correctly, her method completely matching the one their teacher was currently giving. So the girl was pretty hard-working, it seemed. Yet Lin Yi had another way of solving the problem. He didn't know if the teacher had missed it, or if she thought that the basics sufficed, but she didn't give the students Lin Yi's shortcut-style answer to the problem. The students, naturally, didn't make any objections. These bonus questions were usually harder, and there weren't a lot of people who could solve it in the first place. Lin Yi decided to jot down his other solution as well before turning the test paper back to the front page. He calculated how much Ming Yao got. It was a high 139. Practice tests were usually made harder than the Gaokao, ultimate Chinese examinations at the end of high school. And these were practice tests produced for the elite class. The stress and pressure would raise the average bar of the entire class. Ms. Liu then asked everyone to write their names on the paper they graded before asking for them to be gathered. This was also done in case some of the students went about the grading half-heartedly. Ming Yao took a look at the big 0 on Lin Yi's paper before flipping to the back, signing her name on it with a himph. Lin Yi wouldn't do anything to her anyway. Yushu grinned as she got to Lin Yi's test paper during the announcement. Lin Yi, 0. Ms. Liu paused, along with the other students who were listening. 0? It was definitely a first. It wasn't very possible to get a 0 no matter how bad you were anyway. Only those who got caught cheating get zeros on their test. Who did the grading? Ms. Liu frowned. Chu Pengzhan, Yushu said with a suppressed smile. Ms. Liu only nodded in response. She wasn't unaware about Chu Pengzhan backing Lin Yi up, and it wasn't a stretch to think that the kid had some sort of relationship with Chu Pengzhan's daughter. The two seemed to treat each other as strangers, but who knew what Lin Yi even transferred to this school for, in the first place? The drama about Zhong Pinliang chasing after Chu Pengzhan got complicated right after Lin Yi transferred in. As well, this sort of thing between young masters and young ladies were the most difficult to contain. And Ms. Liu had no intention to be troubling herself with stuff like that. She didn't say anything else after learning it was Pengzhan who graded the test paper. As a result, Yushu's voice wasn't loud, but everyone was paying attention at that point. After the 0 was announced, the girls weren't very happy about what Pengzhan decided to do to Lin Yi. On the other hand, the guy looked pretty well-mannered and had the aura of something out of a school life drama. Naturally, however, none of these thoughts were voiced out, not when they were right in front of Pengzhan. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was the most surprised of all. His expression was indescribable when the 0 hit him, but realized that it wasn't that surprising, not when it was someone like Chu Pengzhan grading his test. There was just no way he'd get a 0, even if he did answer a couple of the questions wrong on purpose. He then noticed Chen Yushu grinning evilly, speechless at how excited the girl was. Was him getting a 0 really that exciting news for her? Xiaobo knew that Lin Yi was grading Meng Yao's test, but Lin Yi's test paper landing on Meng Yao's desk was not something he was prepared to hear. His mouth formed a big 0 shape in disbelief, just like Lin Yi's test grade. There was something about these two. There was no way something like this could happen out of coincidence. Xiaobo spun his head around to look at Lin Yi questioningly. Meng Yao did give Lin Yi a 0, but it was exactly something like that that announced a connection between the two. What was their relationship? Why would Chu Pengzhan do something like that to Lin Yi if they didn't know each other? Lin Yi only shook his hands with a bitter smile, showing that he had no idea what was going on as Xiaobo eyed him suspiciously. Xiaobo didn't know what to think. Lin Yi's face told him he was innocent. He continued thinking about it, and realized that it was indeed a bit of a stretch to think the two were in some sort of relationship. Lin Yi only transferred to the school for a couple days, and the two hadn't even talked to each other yet. Was it really a mere coincidence? Xiaobo shook his head as he turned back to the front. Lin Yi's 0 was astonishing, but the shock factor didn't last long. Soon enough, everyone else stopped paying attention to Lin Yi as well. Can't give a link cause my comp can't access GT for some reason. Using my PH, so? If you don't mind, Meng Yao had expected a scolding from Lin Yi after school, since she'd embarrassed him in class and all, but Lin Yi only sat quietly in the front of the car, without even looking at her at all. Meng Yao thought that there was nothing wrong with her directing her anger at Lin Yi's test after Yushu her off, but regretted it after Yushu announced the grade. She seemed to indeed have crossed the line a little, and it was because of that realization that she made mental preparations for Lin Yi to yell at her, completely ready to apologize for even the worst-case scenario. It wasn't a big deal to just say sorry, anyway. But Lin Yi never once brought up the whole thing, minding his business at the front seat as usual. Lin Yi's silence was really starting to get to Meng Yao. The guy wasn't reacting at all. Was he perhaps angry about what she did? Meng Yao started growing a little resentful at the thought. She was prepared to apologize already, so what was with this guy putting up airs? Hey, it's not that big a deal, is it? You're a man. Stop being so stingy. Meng Yao humphed. After a while. She couldn't take this silent treatment anymore. Lin Yi was trying to find a time in his schedule to have the medicine delivered to Huaijuan, but Meng Yao's abrupt words startled him with a jump. Where was this coming from? Lin Yi turned his head back quizzically. You talking to me? What do you think? You're the only man in the car. Meng Yao replied, displeased. Ugh. Lin Yi sweated as he eyed Li Fu, who was sitting right next to him. You sure have it hard, Uncle Fu. Li Fu only coughed a bit in response. Lin Yi was staring at him too much. Ugh. Meng Yao realized her mistake. As well, she'd called Li Fu a non-man again. Uncle Fu's the driver, so he doesn't count. I'm talking to you. So drivers weren't men? Linny started sweating again. What the Hades was with this girl's logic? Linny decided to leave that be, since even Li Fu wasn't making any comments on that. How am I being stingy? Today, just now, didn't you get mad at me for the grading? Ming Yao glared angrily. The guy just had to ask. Was he trying to play dumb? Grading? What's there to be mad about? Lin, he didn't know what had gotten into the mess. Where was this coming from? Chun Yushu's the one who gave me your test paper. Yushu was watching from the sidelines and realized that Linny was actually oblivious to what Ming Yao was saying. She explained with a laugh. Shield guy. Ming Yao's asking if you're at her for giving you a 0. Oh? Linny understood immediately. Ah, that. It's nothing. I threw the test out already. Ming Yao only got angrier at Lin Yi's nonchalant attitude towards the whole thing. She wanted to give him a sincere apology out of kindness, but this guy, he didn't care at all. What was with that attitude? She'd have ignored him if she knew it meant nothing at all to him. Humph. Ming Yao's name was even on it. Even if she did give the test paper a 0, other guys would be lining up for stuff like that. What did Linny think he was doing? Throwing her name away? The atmosphere then stiffened up after that. Lin Yi didn't usually talk in the car anyway, but Ming Yao did, always chatting away with Yushu non-stop. The girl was evidently, as could be seen from her expression. Yao Yao, come on. It's my fault today. Okay? Come on. Let me see a smile. Yushu didn't want the atmosphere this tense between the two, and decided to cheer Ming Yao up as she pulled at her. I'll deal with you later. Ming Yao snapped as she glared at Yushu. This girl wanted nothing but trouble. Yushu was trying to make her happier, however, so it wouldn't be very nice for Ming Yao to stubbornly continue sulking. In actuality, Lin Yi didn't think much of the event. He came into school with a holiday mentality, after all, looking to experience some high school life and see what it was all about. Since he had the chance and all, he was on a mission. There was no way he'd take something trivial like that seriously. There was no guarantee, and he could be sent packing to the primal jungles one day without much warning. Everything here was temporary, just a small, pleasant memory for him to look back on as he moved on with his life. Ming Yao must have still been feeling awkward about the whole thing earlier today, deciding to pull Yushu upstairs right after finishing dinner. Lin Yi, on the other hand, proceeded to stuff everything in his mouth after the meal. He noticed General Wei Wu-eyeing Lin Yi as he gnawed at some ribs. The Rottweiler was wagging his tail with his tongue out as he walked about the dining area. Not getting close to Linny, he considered Lin Yi a high-level threat. After all he could really do was look at the ribs in envy. Ming Yao and Yushu never wiped everything on the table out like that before Lin Yi came along, and the general would always get the portion of ribs the girls left behind. Lin Yi's presence at the dining table meant that he was only left with high-quality dog food, but even top-tier dog food was incomparable to delicious ribs. But the Rottweiler wasn't a dumb animal. He was intelligent and much more sensitive to outward happenstances than even humans. This was also why Rottweilers were bred in many places for police and military purposes. Dogs were capable of easily sensing a presence or aura to a higher extent than what humans were capable of. It was why the general backed off from Lin Yi after his display of killing intent. Lin Yi was an extremely dangerous existence. This was a fact the Rottweiler understood well. As a result, the general would never put his life on the line and wrestle for a couple of ribs. Not with someone like Lin Yi. Even dogs feared death. Lin Yi guessed what the dog wanted after seeing he paced the dining area and threw a couple of gnawed-on ribs at the mutt. The general didn't know what to say. How far had he fallen? To eat ribs that had already been gnawed on? What a disgrace. Although, having some ribs to chew on was better than none at all, right? The guy was looking at him, too, and it seemed like he'd probably get beat up if he didn't eat the offering. Ming Yao and Yushu pulled their test papers out upon getting upstairs, so as to go over their mistakes and not make the same ones in the future. Her gradual regret for messing Lin Yi's test up stopped her from looking at her test, and Ming Yao stuffed her own test paper inside her bag right after receiving it. She looked at the nice handwriting on her test paper. Lin Yi had listed all the questions she got wrong at the back, providing detailed explanations as well. Meng Yao's heart tensed up with even more guilt. She was really starting to regret her actions now. The guy was so serious and delicate with her test paper, and what did she go and do? She destroyed it with red and stamped a big fat 0 on it. She really crossed the line, it seemed. Yushu was busying herself with her own test paper when she noticed Mingyao acting weird beside her. She raised her head and saw a face full of regret. Even Mengyao's eyes were tearing up. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Yushu was startled. What happened? Why was Mingyao tearing up like that? It's nothing. Mingyao sighed softly. Shu, do you think I crossed the line today? Not at all. Yushu picked up something from Mengyao's words and wondered if she was still hung up about the whole thing earlier. Was Yao Yao always so emotional like this? Maybe not, I guess. He doesn't care anyway. Mingyao said, shaking her head. Yao Yao, your test paper? Yushu suddenly noticed the packed writing on the back of her friend's test paper, a little surprised. Shield guy wrote all this for you? Wow, he's really nice to you, isn't he? No one would go to such lengths to squeeze in steps and explanations like that on someone else's paper, let alone to that detail. People were better off doing that for their own test papers. It wasn't a surprise then that Yushu would be shocked at Lin Yi's actions, also understanding why Mingyao would even tear up upon seeing the gesture. Mingyao left it at that, not saying anything else as she went back to her test paper. Yushu did the same soon afterward. Mingyao wasn't expecting this level of detail from Lin. It was even more thorough than the explanations the teacher had provided. The guy was so minute with everything that it took her by complete surprise. Mingyao even started to suspect who Lin Yi actually was. Who was this guy? And where did her father find him? She thought that he was some farmer who came into the city for work, but there was no way a farmer could solve 12th grade math problems to this extent. Was there? Mingyao was even more so surprised when she got to the last problem. Didn't she answer it correctly? She was even feeling a bit smug as the teacher gave her explanation. There were a ton of her classmates that didn't even get it right. Mingyao couldn't help but feel some pride and satisfaction for her performance. But Lin Yi's suggested solution blew her mind. It was something she'd never even seen before, a lot more straightforward and simple than the method she'd employed. Mengyao's heart swelled up with emotions. This was genuine care for her well-being. Lin Yi wasn't just throwing random stuff on her paper because her dad hired him. There was no reason whatsoever to go so far as to provide solutions from outside of school teachings just for her. Shu, look at this one. Mingyao sighed as she handed her test paper to Yushu. HM? Yushu assumed that Mingyao was having trouble with one of the questions and was asking for her help, but one look at the solution that Mingyao was pointing at and Yushu's mouth gaped wide open. Seriously? Is Shield Guy this overpowered? He's good at both fighting and studying? Yao Yao, you really got lucky this time. Lucky? Mingyao asked, not quite understanding what the girl meant. You think it's easy to come across a guy like this? You'd better make him yours soon, otherwise someone else will get him. Yushu continued. Mingyao only curled her lips in response. Him? Who would want him? Hee hee. Yushu laughed slyly. Plenty, Yao Yao. Just wait and see. Lin Yi gave the last 2 ribs to the general after finishing dinner. He'd wanted to make some noodles with those tomorrow, but Uncle Fu did say that he'd take care of all 3 meals during the weekends. The girls probably wouldn't wake up very early on a Saturday, and there wasn't really a point for him to be making breakfast that early anyway. He jumped in bed upon entering his room. A lot of things took place today, and he'd even spent hours on Huaijuan's medicine this afternoon. He didn't feel like getting up after lying on the bed like that. Skipping one day of training wouldn't hurt, would it? Lin Yi thought in hesitation. He'd never slept after getting out of that cave, replacing it with training every single night. Luckily for him, the training fueled him with plenty of energy, completely replenishing him the way a 10-hour sleep would have. Lin Yi would never slack off back home, not when old Lin was always staring at him. It was the same for when he went on missions. As well, he had to maintain a state of alert all the time, not even daring to properly go to bed. A situation like this was a first. No old man staring at him, and no threat from a high-stakes mission. Lin Yi wanted to slack off. Peace made people lazy, it seemed. Lin Yi sighed. It really had been a long day, and he really didn't want to do any training. A nice, healthy sleep would be real nice. His surroundings started to gradually darken as Lin Yi seemed to enter a void of black space. Lin Yi tensed up in alert instantly. Where was he? Could he be dreaming? As if sensing Lin Yi's thoughts, the space brightened in an abrupt flash. A human form then started to condense and appear in front of his eyes. Who are you? Lin Yi asked subconsciously. It had been years since he'd experienced a dream, and he didn't quite remember how it was supposed to feel like. Was he really dreaming tonight? I'm Jiao. The human shape took the form of an elderly man, an aura of a seasoned master permeating from him. His voice was indifferent as he spoke. Linny only looked at the old man, stunned. What's with this guy, adult love? He's lower than I am. Wait, I'm in a dream, so it's my fault? Is it because of all that PR and I watch? Ugh. The old man only blinked awkwardly in response. My family name is Jiao. People refer to me as Jiao Yazi. Fong. On a side note, Heibao means Black Panther, huh? Feet? Jiao Yazi sounds like feet. Linny didn't know how to react. What was up with his dream? Was it some sort of comedy? Jiao Yazi didn't know what to say as well. It had been many years since someone called him by that nickname, and he didn't expect this kid to bring it back up again. He wasn't very happy about that. It's Jiao Yazi, not Jia Yazi. Don't disrespect me, kid. Sorry, Elder Jiao. I misheard. Linny apologized, feeling bad. Though, the guy was a dream character. He didn't have to care at all, did he? You must think you're in a dream right now, Jiao Yazi said with a cold laugh, as if reading Lin Yi's mind. Huh, am I not? Linny asked curiously, startled by the statement. Why don't you give yourself a pinch? See if that hurts. Jiao Yazi said mockingly. Never imagined that my master's ancestors would seal a part of my image in the jade. A fated one's finally come, though you do look pretty dumb. Linny felt a little awkward upon hearing Jiao Yazi's words. He was most likely conscious. A guy in a dream wouldn't be asking himself if he were dreaming, at the very least. So where am I right now? Linny asked curiously, convinced that he wasn't dreaming. Where was he? He was lying in Meng Yao's villa 1 second, and transported to this weird place the next. This is the 4th-dimensional space within the jade, Yazi said with a himph. I really can't imagine how someone can be as stupid as you or you've finally come. I've been waiting in this jade for many years. What? I'm in the jade? Lin Yi wasn't a coward or anything, but he couldn't help but drop his jaw in surprise upon hearing the words. That is correct. Yazi frowned. This guy's the fated one? This is a little too much. Then how did I get in? Linny asked as an important issue crossed his mind. Didn't this Yazi guy say that he'd been waiting in the jade for years? Naturally, you gained entry right after falling asleep. Yazi answered faintly. Huh? Lin Yi blinked in disbelief. That simple? How complicated did you expect it to be? Yazi rolled his eyes at Lin Yi. I'm absolutely speechless. So many years, and you've never, ever fallen asleep. You're really amazing. Absolutely amazing, as my mentor would say. Linny didn't know what to say. He'd found a scroll for the art of dragon mastery the same time he'd found the jade. So naturally, he followed the instructions on the scroll and replaced sleep with training. Years just passed like that. I've been practicing the art of dragon mastery. Linny explained embarrassedly as he scratched at his head. I know that. I can see you from the jade. Yazi hemphed coldly in response. Honestly, I must say it's quite impressive for you to train for nothing all these years. Really amazing kid you are. What commitment? Ugh. For nothing? That's a bit much, don't you think? I'm even at the late phase of the first stage. Linny smiled bitterly. Oh? It was Yazi's turn to be surprised. He shot an arm out and Linny dodged in response. Only for it to be fruitless, the man tapped his hand on Lin Yi's arm much faster than Lin Yi could have imagined. The guy looked like he freaking teleported. What confused Lin Yi, however, was the fact that he felt nothing from the movement. The guy was like an illusion or something. You've managed to get to the late phase even under those circumstances? I must say, you have talent, Yazi said, not expecting this. Haha. A soft grin crept across Lin Yi's lips as Yazi praised him. The guy kept calling him stupid since the moment they met, even mocking him by saying how amazing Lin Yi was. The praise this time around sounded genuine, and it felt nice. But, what a pity. Yazi shook his head. You would have been able to get to this point after just a few months, but you used up a long 10 years. Yazi's words got him thinking. However, was he destined to never make the breakthrough? He couldn't help but feel sad at the notion. Are you saying that I can't break through the first stage and into the second? Break through the first stage? Is your goal just about getting to the second stage? Yazi asked, Stunned, he never expected the guy to have such low expectations. Are you saying there's more stages I can reach? Linny asked in turn, stunned as well. If only you'd entered the Jade 10 years ago, working hard without talking big. You'd have broken through the third stage already, Yazzie said, his eyes full of pity as he looked at Lin Yi. Though, it's not difficult for you to achieve that at your age, except there's only one problem. It gets harder the older you get. Lin Yi was stricken with grief and regret. He felt like crying. Who would have thought that his years of hard work would turn out like this? He'd started training with all his heart without delay the night after finding the art of dragon mastery, and look where that got him. It was a complete up. He'd have jumped in bed for a good sleep from the very start if he knew about this. The old man sighed. Don't look so down. You won't be able to be an outer space walker like my mentor, but it's really good too if you manage to break through the third stage, Yazzie said as he looked at the disappointed Lin Yi, intending to cheer him up. There might even be a genetic change you're not expecting, making you super strong instantly. You never know. Lin Yi lit up a little at the words. If what Yazzie was saying were true, then it wasn't that bad. He thought about how strong he'd gotten with just this last phase of the first stage, and concluded that breaking through the third stage would turn him into an absolute beast. Lin Yi decided that he'd settle with just that. He didn't want to be too greedy. Are you saying I'll be able to break through the first stage right now? Lin Yi asked, a little excited after having cheered himself up. Naturally. Yazzie nodded. The energy within this space is many times, and even tens of times higher than the energy you'd find in the outside world, meaning that the training taking place here would be tens of times more effective than any training you do outside. It's especially so if a breakthrough is imminent. The outside world has too many unfavorable circumstances and surroundings pitched against you. Thinning the energy, you'll never have a supply of energy with a magnitude immense enough for something like breaking through stages. This is also why you always fail at breakthroughs. This was the first Lin Yi heard about this talk of energy. He did understand his training as absorbing a portion of qi from the natural world. He just assumed it was qi because of the wuxia novels he'd read. It was termed as energy, apparently, according to Yazzie. Although, I'd suggest that we cut the chit-chat. You'd better get training soon. That set of stone doors was set up by my mentor a long time ago, and even I myself wouldn't be able to force it open, even if my physical body were here, Yazzie said faintly. Lin Yi's eyes widened as he remembered the time. It was almost 5 years, and the doors were opening. He never expected to discover a secret like this within the Jade right before that took place. He'd only seen the Jade as a premonitory warning system that protected him from harm, but as things turned out, it was a full-fledged training space, with a Zhao Yazzie guy just waiting for him in there. Lin Yi got the general gist from Yazzie's words. The art of dragon mastery was left behind along with the Jade by Yazzie's mentor. He didn't know what kind of a powerful character this mentor was, but he understood one thing: he got lucky big time. Wait, one last question, Lin Yi asked quickly. The guy seemed to be getting impatient. Speak, Zhao Yazzie said dully. Who are you? Exactly? And who's this mentor you keep talking about? Lin Yi asked curiously. I am Zhao Yazzie, as I've just told you, Yazzie answered. My mentor, naturally, is someone of absolute power and ability, though that is not your concern. You also don't have to fantasize about becoming his pupil just because you picked up a scroll and jade he made when he was bored. It's impossible. Ugh. Lin Yi wasn't sure where this was coming from, but Yazzie's eyes seemed to be asking, who do you think you are? Lin Yi thought about it, and came to a realization: the guy who left the scroll in jade was the master of Yazzie's master. This meant that Lin Yi would be Yazzie's elder if he were to go under that guy's tutelage. No wonder Yazzie was so upset. Lin Yi smiled at Yazzie at the thought. Of course not. Even if I were to become anyone's pupil, it'd be Elder Zhao before anyone else. Not bad. Could you know your stuff? Yazzie said as a smile finally squeezed its way onto his face. Well, I've seen your sincerity, so I guess I'll teach you for a little bit. Lin Yi smiled, deciding to leave it at that. He then sat down cross-legged on the floor, entering a training state. Lin Yi decided to stop asking about the mentor. Yazzie obviously didn't want to talk about him, and there was no point in forcing it. The time would come eventually, if Yazzie deemed it necessary or appropriate to speak to Lin Yi about it. An overwhelming amount of energy surged into Lin Yi's body from all directions, taking Lin Yi aback with shock. He'd experienced fast absorptions in the deep mountain forests before, since there was more natural energy there in comparison to the cities. But it was nowhere near as fast as this. It was as if all existing barriers were removed, allowing the wealth of energy to flood in with no restrictions at all. A sensation of overflowing filled Lin Yi's body up before he managed to control the absorption rate. Pho. Lin Yi noticed Zhao Yazi looking amused some distance away, and Lin Yi squinted his eyes helplessly. Did the old guy think this was some sort of joke? Couldn't he at least warn him about something like this beforehand? The energy from all around continued surging into Lin. Even after he'd limited the absorption, the only difference was how fast it was going in. It wasn't long before Lin Yi felt a sensation of the energy filling him up, capping as if his body were at its limit. But the energy never stopped flowing in. Lin Yi started sweating at the sensation what was going on. He'd never went through something like this before. Lin Yi was a bit frightened, but continued to let the energy flow, and nonetheless there wasn't much more he could do to stop the flow. He felt like a magnet, pulling everything to him without halt. Zhao Yazi, Lin Yi said, calling for help. He felt like he'd explode any minute now. But the guy only looked at him. As if he were watching a show, it was obvious that there'd be no help coming from him. A rumble sounded, and Lin Yi's body started breaking down from the pressure. His entire essence seemed to explode as his clothes blackened into crisps, flying away from him. He was standing right in front of Zhao Yazi, and an indescribable sensation permeated throughout the entirety of his body. It was very pleasant indeed. Was this a breakthrough? Lin Yi was dumbfounded. He'd never experienced a breakthrough before, and the burst of overflowing energy was a strange sensation to him as well. Lin Yi didn't know what to say. So that was why Zhao Yazi didn't do anything about it. He'd expected this to happen from the very start. Well, how was the breakthrough? Feels pretty nice, doesn't it? Yazi spoke up. It does feel nice, but I didn't expect the energy here to be so overwhelming that I'd make a breakthrough just like that. I thought I died. Even. Lin Yi said, smiling bitterly. You were on the verge of a breakthrough in the first place, but there were just too many hazardous circumstances in your surroundings outside. There's simply not enough energy for a one-time burst like that, Yazi said with a smile. There's plenty of energy here. That's why you had the energy needed to break through instantly. The explanation enlightened Lin Yi. So he was on the verge this whole time, and all he'd needed was a supply of energy strong enough for a single burst? It also seemed that an overflowing like that only came about during breakthroughs, and there probably wouldn't be surges like that during regular training. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Lin Yi gave the old man a genuine bow. The guy had helped him a great deal no matter what, and Lin Yi had only sincere gratitude. Yazi was a little stunned at the bow. This Lin Yi was acting so solemn and serious all of a sudden. Okay, kid. No need to be so serious. You can call me Elder Zhao or Old Zhao from now on, whichever you want. Actually, let's stick to Mr. Zhao. Then I'll call you that. Lin Yi nodded in compliance. Mr. Zhao, so do you think I'm ready to start training the second stage? The second stage? Do you have that? Yazi asked, startled. Huh, don't you? Lin Yi looked curiously at the elder, startled as well. Where am I supposed to pull one out for you? You're supposed to go get that from behind the second set of doors, Yazi said, a little speechless. Doesn't that belong to your master's master? Did you not practice it before? Lin Yi asked, even more speechless than Yazi. So I have to train in something just because it's my master's master's? Yazi said with a roll of his eyes. My path is different from this one. I train in different things. This one's for you to master only. I see. Lin Yi scratched his head awkwardly. His mentality seemed to be limited by conventional thoughts. The guy was right. He didn't have to train in the art of dragon mastery just because his master's master left it behind. You think I'd be asking you to hurry up if I knew that art? Yazi continued helplessly. Don't be expecting too much from me now. I'm just an illusion. My function here's pretty much just a lecturer. I tell you about the uses of the training space and things like that. Also maybe chat with you a bit if you're feeling down or bored. There isn't much beyond that. The rest depends on you yourself. Lin Yi only blinked speechlessly at the statement. It seemed that even slacking off wasn't an option anymore. There was no second stage for him to train in yet. It was still a while before the gates opened. What should he do in the meantime? Last time it'll be unedited, I swear, Elder Zhao. Does the Jade do anything else other than provide a training space? Linny asked, recalling the countless times the Jade's premonition warnings had saved his life. Zhao Yazi was the guy in the Jade, and Linny assumed that Yazi had to know something. Yes, it provides other functions. Yazi nodded knowingly. What functions? Linny asked excitedly so Yazi knew. After all, but I don't know any details. Yazi started shaking his head as he spoke. This was modified by my master's master himself, and I've never even put it on before. How am I supposed to know anything? There's probably more info waiting for you after you get past the second gate. Probably? Well, I've never went through the doors before, so how would I know? Yazi's face told Linny that he didn't know anything, and that Linny should stop throwing questions at him. Okay. Linny was a bit disappointed for a moment, but got over it immediately. He'd made huge progress today, and that was really more than he could bargain for. This better not be a dream. The sun was up by the time Linny woke. It was probably a couple hours until noon. What a long sleep, Linny thought as he stretched on his bed. Wait. Linny suddenly recalled the dream yesterday, the one about the Yazi guy and the Jade training space. He subconsciously patted about his body. His clothes were supposed to have been burnt to crisps back when he'd made the breakthrough. But his pajamas weren't damaged at all, left exactly as they were before he went to sleep. Linny's heart dropped at the realization. Was it just a dream? He was overjoyed to learn that he'd broken through the first stage, and that he could finally get past the doors this opening. It was just a dream. Kid, only your mind went into the space. Of course your clothes are still intact. A sudden voice sounded in Linny's head, startling him with a jump. It was Zhao Yazi. Elder Zhao, is that you? Linny asked. Of course it's me. Yazi replied. You don't need to speak aloud when talking to me, just think your thoughts out. Like this? Can you hear me, Elder? Linny asked without moving his lips. Yes. Yazi answered crisply. Elder Zhao, why didn't you tell me about the training space earlier if we could do this telepathy thing all along? Linny asked, curious. That's because we couldn't. You have to enter the training space before I can make a mental connection with you. Elder Zhao humphed. And to do that, I need you to first connect yourself with the space. Did you think the Jade's still with you? Huh, isn't it? Linny asked as he patted at the Jade in front of his chest, only to feel nothing. The Jade was gone. Elder, where's the Jade? Elder Zhao couldn't help but smirk a bit at Linny's panicked voice. The Jade's established a direct bond with you already. It's merged with your body and recognized you as its master. No one will be able to take the Jade from you anymore, though you could pull it out of hiding and summon it with your will. Oh? Linny listened attentively. So the Jade even had a function like that? He could just think about pushing the Jade out if he wanted to, according to the Elder. Linny tested it out, and sure enough, the Jade reappeared in front of his chest. Linny let out a sigh of relief as he held onto it through his pajamas. He'd been wearing the thing for almost 10 years. Seems like he needn't worry about the Jade missing from now on. Linny had made sure to keep the Jade out of sight after finding it, not showing it off or letting anyone see it. Last night's events weren't a dream, and Linny started his day in an especially good mood with that in mind. He couldn't be happier for finally breaking through the first stage. He went to the bathroom and washed his face, brushing his teeth before exiting the room. Mengyao and Yushu were awake already, watching some cartoons in the living room. Mengyao only glanced at Linny as he walked out. She thought of saying something to address what had happened yesterday before deciding otherwise, turning her eyes back on the cartoon instead. Chen Yushu, on the other hand, turned her focus onto Linny as she waved at him. Yo, shield guy. Want to go shopping with me and Yao Yao later? Me? Linny asked, stunned as he pointed at himself. Yeah, help us carry our stuff. Yushu nodded. Can I not go? Linny said, smiling bitterly as he thought about it. Carrying bags didn't seem like a very favorable job. Yushu only coughed a bit at the response. Tissues. Ugh. Linny couldn't take this anymore. When was she gonna drop that? Was she gonna be using that magic word for life? Did you catch a cold, Shu? Mengyao asked as she got Yushu some tissues from the coffee table. The girl was coughing and asking for tissues, after all. Huh. Yushu decided to take the tissues and cough into it a bit as she stuck out her tongue. Mengyao had clearly misunderstood. Linny looked pretty smug as he watched Yushu pretend to cough. He shook his head before going back to his room to change out of his clothes. His mission, after all, involved guarding Chu Mingyao from danger, at least until the real assignment was given to him. It made plenty sense for him to be following along if Mingyao wanted to go shopping. Li Fu had breakfast delivered by the time Lin Yi came back out again. The hotel chefs had prepared some egg meat porridge and a couple of clean pickles. Lin Yi helped set the table up before Li Fu picked up yesterday's food containers and left. Mingyao and Yushu then turned the TV off as they made their way into the dining area. Mingyao curled her lips as she saw Lin Yi turning to walk away from the table. She wanted to invite him to eat together, but stopped herself at the last minute. "Chill, guy. Want to eat together? We still have to go shopping, you know. We can't just wait for you to have breakfast, right?" Yushu said to Lin Yi as Mingyao hesitated. "Hey." Mingyao was a little displeased. She was supposed to do it. She'd even wanted to be kinder to Lin Yi as a gesture of goodwill for what she did yesterday, but she decided to let it go after some thought. She was Lin Yi's employer. After all, why should it be her trying to make up with him? He should be the one to do so. Mingyao nodded to herself and internally, it was fine this way. Okay. Lin Yi had just broken through the first stage. After all these years, there was no second stage ready for him to train in just yet, but he was in high spirits nonetheless. It was a big boulder off his shoulders. Yushu pulled out 3 bowls from the disinfector cabinet, and Lin Yi filled all 3 up swiftly with porridge. He took a look at the seats and decided to settle with sitting on Yushu's side. The girl was weird, but Lin Yi found her to be much more approachable than the mist. There was a secret between them, after all. It was a secret Yushu threatened him with, and it was even a misunderstanding in the first place, but it did get the two closer to each other. Mingyao and Yushu were gentle and quiet as they slurped their porridges, but Lin Yi didn't care about stuff like that. He'd learned and practiced table manners before, but he didn't really feel inclined for it back home. There wasn't any time to be classy in the North African war jungles, as well nobody had time to waste on that. Even the girls on the team finished their food with 2 or 3 gulps. There honestly was no telling when the next rocket launcher would be fired at them. "Isn't he worried about choking?" Mingyao commented, curling her lips as Lin Yi finished 2 bowls in no time at all before walking back to his room. "Well, boys, you know, they all eat fast," Yushu said, not minding something like that at all. "My brother eats that fast too when he comes home." Mingyao nodded in understanding. The military wouldn't let you be luxurious with your mealtime, that was for sure. What if the enemy attacked when they were in a war zone? But Lin Yi wasn't a soldier. What was with the haste? Lin Yi, on the other hand, was occupied with some thoughts of his own, not bothering to listen to the 2 girls commenting on his eating speed. When should he send Huaiju the medicine? He'd planned on doing so today, but that was obviously off the table with Yushu threatening him into going shopping with them. Lin Yi decided to save it for some other day. Huaiju wasn't gonna die anytime soon. Anyway, he did give him something to deal with the pain the last time they'd met. After all, the guy could take it. Lin Yi took out the bank card Li Fu had prepared for him upon returning to his room. He was planning on getting himself a laptop. He'd have much more accessibility to medical information that way, and he wouldn't need to go all the way to the library anymore. Lin Yi applied some medicine he'd grinded up the other day before rebandaging the wound. He didn't think it was necessary to go back to the hospital anymore. The nurse from yesterday didn't really sit well with him. His own medicine was much better than the ones the hospital provided him, too. Lin Yi took a look around his room. There wasn't anything else he needed to bring. With that, he walked out of the room and saw Yushu and Mingyao all dressed up. The 2 even had the exact same dresses and handbags, and their hairstyles were almost identical as well. The 2 looked like complete sisters. They had clearly put in more effort to make themselves prettier, compared to when they were in school, probably because of all the flies they were already attracting. The 2 were going out shopping on a weekend today, however, and they didn't need to restrict themselves as much. You're wearing that?" Yushu's mouth opened wide in shock as she pointed at Lin Yi's school uniform. She thought the guy was going to change into some outing clothes when he got back to the room, not expecting Lin Yi to come out wearing school uniform again. "Yeah, what's wrong with that?" Lin Yi found the school uniform to be of very high quality. As expected of the best school in the city, there were quite a bit of luxury brand clothes that weren't even a match. "Don't you think that your outfit doesn't match with ours at all?" Yushu put a hand over her mouth to contain her laughter at Lin Yi's reaction. The guy was acting like it was normal to wear a school uniform outside during a weekend. A thought crossed Mengyao's mind. Lin Yi, Did Uncle Fu not give you any clothes other than the school uniforms? Nope, Linny said with a shake of his head. The only other one is the clothes I came wearing. The clothes you came wearing? Mengyao blinked as she recalled the image Linny bore when they first met. Yellowing singlet. Muddy brown pants. It's fine, just wear that one. You can just buy something more appropriate later. You're my follower, you know? Look the part. Mengyao decided to buy him a couple sets of clothes later. The school uniform was weird, but it was way better than that other set the guy had. "'Kay, I'll follow you guys from really far away. No one's gonna tell that we're together." Lin Yi nodded compliantly. Mengyao didn't know what to say. No one said anything about following from far away. What's the point of going out together then? Mengyao's personality, naturally, disallowed her from saying something like that to Lin Yi. She didn't understand everything involving Lin Yi after he butted into her life was a total mess. It was indeed quite troubling. Lin Yi didn't see Li Fu's Bentley anywhere upon exiting the villa. He was wondering how they'd get to the mall when Mengyao opened the garage door with a remote. There was AS5 Audi in there of the A5 variant, a little less eye-catching than the A5. Lin Yi didn't expect Mengyao to have her own car. He'd assumed that she didn't even know how to drive, since it was Li Fu who drove her everywhere. "You drive," Mengyao said as she dropped the keys in Lin Yi's hand. "Me? But I don't have a driver's license yet." Lin Yi always drove without a license, but that was when he was on missions or out killing people. Not having a license was the least of his concerns. Mengyao frowned at the words. "Get Uncle Fu to prepare one for you. It'll be really inconvenient for us whenever we go shopping again." "Haha, he's working on it already," Lin Yi replied with a smile. Mengyao was starting to accept him. It seemed completely different from how violently she had reacted a few days ago. Her words implied that she expected Lin Yi around in the future. After all, "Sit at the back then, I'll drive," Mengyao said, pointing to the back seat of the car. The S5 was a car with only the front doors, and one had to get to the back through the front seats. It was inconvenient, but it was no trial at all for someone like Lin Yi. He jumped in smoothly after pushing the front seat a bit. Mengyao didn't add anything else as she got into the driver's seat. Yushu got in through the other door, and the two fastened their seatbelts before Mengyao started the car. Lin Yi thought that the girls didn't seem like rich kids who raced around for thrills. What happened up there? They were stuck in a long line of traffic, and Mengyao was trying to see what was going on. "Shield guy, can you go out there and see what's happening?" Yushu ordered casually. Don't you think it's faster if you do it? You'd need to leave the car for me to get out," Lin Yi replied, smiling bitterly. Yushu only then remembered that Lin Yi didn't have a door to get out from. She'd have to do it herself. There were many others watching the scene, but they let Yushu pass, as a pretty girl walking by and all. It wasn't long before Yushu came running back again. "Yao Yao, there's a car crash up ahead. We're probably not going anywhere for the next hour or so." "Really? I guess we'll go for a walk or something then. Let me just find somewhere to park," Mengyao said helplessly. "There's a public parking space there," Yushu said as she pointed out a metered parking area some distance away. Come on, Shu. You think I'd be able to squeeze in there?" Mengyao said after one look at where Yushu was pointing. There was a spot between a Toyota Coaster and a SUV, both big cars. No one would park there normally. It was simply too narrow. Mengyao's Audi S5 was small, but parking in a spot like that was more than difficult. But they were in a business district on a weekend. Even there was no way they'd find an unoccupied parking spot under these circumstances. Then what do we do? Yushu didn't drive, but a closer look told her that it was indeed quite narrow to park in. "Maybe we can park on the side of the road?" Mengyao started the car up with that, parking on the side. Lin Yi only looked at the big one-way lane. No parking sign before turning to look at Mengyao. "They're just gonna put stickers on us anyway. Uncle Fu will take care of it," Mengyao said with a shrug as Lin Yi looked at her. Lin Yi sighed internally. Rich misses were indeed different. It seemed money wasn't an issue at all. "Let me," Lin Yi said as he took the keys from Mengyao, seating himself in the driver's seat. "Hey, what are you doing? I thought you didn't have a license. The sign says that they'll tow your car if we park here," Lin Yi said while pointing at a row of words at the bottom of the sign. "We probably won't be able to get back if you park here." Lin Yi didn't wait for Mengyao to say anything as he stepped on the gas, speeding to the left and into the public parking spot. He waited until he neared the space before spinning the car, pulling the handbrake and aiming 180 degrees into the spot, easing the Audi inside the narrow fit smoothly and cleanly. Linny watched a video of someone taking another guy's parking spot this way and found it quite interesting. He got himself an old rusty car to test the move out twice. Meng Yao was regretting letting Lin Yi drive her car as it spun around, but realized that he had parked it nicely in the parking space. Drifting. Yao Yao. Did you see? Shield guy was drifting. Yushu exclaimed excitedly. Didn't he say he's licenseless? Liar. Meng Yao was a bit envious of Lin Yi's drifting, but was instantly displeased as she remembered his face when he said he didn't have a license. The guy was a big fat liar, making her be his driver when he could drive so well himself. Meng Yao suddenly remembered that Lin Yi didn't actually say he didn't drive. He only said that he didn't have a license. Lin Yi put 5 kwai into the hand of a guy working the parking lot, who looked at Lin Yi stunned. Lin Yi then locked the car up before making his way to Meng Yao and Yushu. There, Lin Yi said as he returned the car keys to Meng Yao. Hey, you didn't scratch my car, did you? Meng Yao mumbled. Haha. Lin Yi only smiled. Shield guy, you know how to drift? When were you gonna teach me that? Yushu asked, very interested in how Lin Yi parked the Audi. Maybe when you have a car. Lin Yi said, not really intending to teach something like that to the girl. It wasn't something one could learn from just watching. The movement required exact calculations and agility. Lin Yi only learned it from a video because of his foundations of high reaction speeds and flexible agility. One slight mistake and the car would be done for. Oh, I have a car. It's in the garage at my place. Teach me when we get back, okay? Yushu said excitedly. Lin Yi didn't expect Yushu to have a car prepared. He wasn't sure what to say. Sure, I'll teach you sometime. Meng Yao didn't take well to how Yushu was practically begging Lin Yi like that the guy was just a shield her dad had hired. Did Yushu have to ask like that for him to teach her stuff? Hey, you have to. My dad's giving you a salary. Meng Yao added. Okay, I'll go ask Mr. Chu if I'm allowed to teach you girls drifting then. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Meng Yao was starting to get frustrated. This guy seemed to be treating Yushu a lot nicer than he treated her. Meng Yao couldn't help but feel a bit salty. She was his miss. Come on, Yao Yao. Let's go. Shopping time. Yushu wasn't in the mood to watch Lin Yi and Meng Yao fight. They should be out shopping on a fine day like this. They didn't get chances to go out so often, too. There wasn't a lot of time for 12th graders to waste, and this applied to even the smarter students like Chu Meng Yao and Chen Yushu. Smart students weren't rare. After all, they couldn't let their guards down. Meng Yao was thinking the same. She didn't want to be feeling down when they finally got the chance to go out. She held Yushu's hand, ignoring Lin Yi as she walked on ahead with Yushu. Lin Yi only chuckled faintly as he followed behind the two girls, glancing at the car crashed some distance away as they passed by. His eyes widened as he looked with a frown. Lin Yi quickly made his way to where the crowd was gathered. Lin Yi wasn't a busybody that liked to ace into other people's business, but he couldn't just leave this particular business alone. There was a face he knew well over there. She was the girl Lin Yi met back at the train station. Wang Xinyan. The girl was helplessly tapping at her phone as she stood beside a red sports car, looking very troubled as a middle-aged couple surrounded her. They were saying something and pointing at her non-stop. Xinyan was in a bit of trouble, it seemed. Meng Yao wasn't very pleased as she watched Lin Yi rush to the scene. He wasn't even traffic police. What was he doing charging over there? Shield guys going. Maybe we should go with? Yushu assumed that it had to be something interesting to get Lin Yi rushing over like that. She pulled on Meng Yao's hand as she walked over to where Lin Yi was. I'm not going. You can go yourself if you want. Meng Yao, naturally, was upset. The guy had just her off a while ago, and was now butting his ace into someone else's business. Oh, fine then. We'll go shop for some clothes. Yushu complied as she looked at where Lin Yi was at, quite unwilling to miss out as Meng Yao pulled her away towards the mall. You think Shield Guy will be able to find us later? Isn't there a car right there? He can go wait there if he gets lost. Meng Yao's frustration wasn't unjustified. She clearly saw Lin Yi charge over after spotting a pretty damsel in distress. And seeing him rush to the beauty like that wasn't a very nice sensation. Either it hurt Meng Yao's pride quite significantly. The guy was living with her under the same roof, and yet, he was always looking at other women. What the Hades was up with that? Did she only have that little appeal? It was Song Lingshan a few days ago, And now this random stranger girl. Meng Yao's face only grew darker when she saw the two talk, so they knew each other. No wonder Lin Yi was so excited. Yushu, naturally, didn't know what had gotten into Meng Yao. The girl was way too. Come on, Yao Yao. It's not even that big a deal. Yushu blinked as an evil thought crossed her mind. Could it be that time of the month? Was that why the girl was so emotional? It's possible. It's very possible. I gotta check tonight. Heh. The crash scene was surrounded by people, but getting through wasn't that difficult a task. Coming through. Will all unrelated parties please make way? Some of the spectators were about to yell at Lin Yi for pushing when they heard the words, shutting their mouths instantly and clearing a path for Lin Yi. They were completely treating him like he was an official from the traffic police or hospital. After all, who else would talk like that? Lin Yi got through quite smoothly as he saw a middle-aged woman yell at the girl. Remember this, girl? You'd better be getting ready for jail if something happens to my dad. Auntie, didn't I just explain this? I didn't hit him. Wang Xinyan said helplessly. This is a business district, and my car wasn't even going 30 yards. He just fell in front of my car before I even reached him. I braked and my car didn't even touch him. Humph. He fell in front of your car. Who do you think hit him if not you? I'm telling you, don't think you can just get away like this. The middle-aged woman said angrily as she glared at Xinyan. Is the ambulance still not here yet? What's wrong with Songshan's Ministry of Health, darling? Call the mayor. Won't you enough? Will you stop it? The middle-aged man said with a glare. Dad's been sick for a long time. What are you yapping about? This girl obviously has nothing to do with it, so just let her go. What? So a pretty girl's more important than your own father now? The woman snapped in rage upon hearing the words. I see. So you think you're a big shot now? Don't forget how you owe everything to my dad for helping you back then. Yelling at me. Huh? For that little witch? That's enough, queerer. You're the one who forgot to bring my dad's medicine. You know that. Don't try to push the blame to someone else. The man himphed, clearly very displeased at his wife. I've been married to you so many years, and this is how you treat me. Fine. Queera's eyes flashed with violent rage as she reached to attack Xinyan's face. You like this witch so much, don't you? I'll scratch open her face, see if you like that. A sudden hand shot out and gripped onto Huiru's wrist, completely stopping her in her tracks. Who is that? Huiru said, stunned as she turned her head around. She'll be responsible if that's what really happened, Lin Yi said as he looked at Huiru coldly. He could easily tell that the woman had some power in her family background. Some of those with power acted without regard to the things around them. Xinyan was driving a sports car, and the woman should have been able to tell that the girl she was bullying wasn't small fry. Either it only meant that she had quite the support backing her up. She was even complaining about the Ministry of Health and talking about calling the mayor, too. Although there was still the possibility of a bluff, it'd be easier to get a higher compensation from the sports car driving girl that way. Who are you? Darling, look at what this little boy's doing to me. He's going to hit your wife. Lu Tianyi, are you going to do something about it or not? Huiru started yelling again. Okay, little bro, let go of her. Don't involve yourself in this. It's against the law to attack someone. Lu Tianyi frowned as he spoke to Lin Yi. Your wife's the only one attacking anyone, I'm only stopping her. Lin Yi sneered in response, but let go of the woman's arm all the same. He was on a mission, and he didn't want any more trouble than necessary. He didn't know how long he'd be in Songshan, after all. Tianyi's face reddened upon hearing Lin Yi's words, shooting a glare at his wife. This woman, he really didn't know what to do with her. He married her when the Lu family was in desperate times. It was because of the aid from the Zhang family that his business managed to hold up. But his wife always brought that up, always having her way and completely disregarding his pride as a man. He only endured her because she was his wife, having given him 2 beautiful children and all. Yet he grew old as the years passed. His wife was getting worse and worse, and even suspecting that he was having an affair behind her back. The smallest disagreement, and she'd throw tantrums. She was getting way out of Tianyi's control, and she'd always slap the past onto the table whenever they fought, talking about how her family had helped him, and even telling her father that Tianyi was seeing someone else. Tianyi was honestly at his limit. You okay? Lin Yi asked, turning his head to Xinyan after letting go of Huiru's arm. Lin Yi only came rushing over to repay the favor Xinyan did him back on the train. He didn't actually need her help, but it was the thought that counted. Yeah, Xinyan said, shaking his head. She was about to call someone for help, but decided otherwise. She did sneak out behind her parents' back. After all, Wang Xinyan was quite pleasantly surprised to meet Lin Yi again, but her current circumstance didn't put her in a position for feelings like that. She didn't want to drag Lin Yi into her mess, after all, and the couple seemed to have quite powerful backgrounds judging from how they were acting. That wasn't to say that Xinyan was afraid of the two. The fact here was that she'd done nothing wrong. The worst-case scenario would be for her dad to find out about this, and all he'd really do was give her a scolding. At the end of the day, her situation here wasn't something they'd have too much trouble resolving. Lin Yi's involvement, however, might agitate the opposing party, resulting in a bigger mess than it already was. Xinyan was just about to say something to Lin Yi when she realized that he was facing away from her. Lin Yi decided to see things through and help Xinyan out now that he was involved anyway. This Tianyi guy seemed a bit reasonable, but the Huiru woman was way too emotional, even lunging at Xinyan's face in a tantrum. Lin Yi turned his eyes to the old man lying on the floor. There weren't any notable injuries Lin Yi could see, and Xinyan's car was pretty undamaged as well. Xinyan was most likely telling the truth. The old man had fallen himself without her car even touching him. The old man had his right hand held onto his chest, his body sprawled out in an odd posture as he lay on the floor. Lin Yi looked closer and identified the cause to be a type of heart disease. Xinyan was only passing by. The old man had collapsed from a heart attack. Lin Yi reached out and pressed his fingers against the old man's wrist. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to murder my father? Huiru started reddening with rage. Right after calming down, this guy was trying to do something to her dad. Huiru then started charging at Lin Yi. Myocardial ischemia and angina pectoris? Lin Yi frowned with a raise of his head. These terms in Chinese are nowhere near this complex looking. Huiru, stop that. Tianyi's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing Lin Yi's words, pulling his wife to the side as his face filled up with hope. He wasn't an idiot. Lin Yi figuring out his father's diagnosis through just the pulse made him a qualified doctor in his eyes. Are you a doctor, young man? Lin Yi decided to dodge the question Tianyi was asking. Your father collapsed because of the heart pain caused by the lack of blood. It's a case of angina pectoris. It has nothing to do with the girl, Lin Yi said with a curl of his lips as he stood up. The hospital will be able to prove the cause of death at the morgue anyway. It'll have nothing to do with my friend at that point. Tianyi slapped his hand across Huiru's face. You witch, will you shut your mouth already? You think this would have happened if you'd remembered to bring Dad's medicine instead of busying yourself with your makeup? You actually hit me. Huiru's eyes blinked in absolute disbelief. The guy had been the passive type half his life. All this time they were married. She'd never expected him to go as far as smack her in public. Lu Tianyi, however, had more pressing concerns than his wife. He turned to Lin Yi sincerely. Friend, can you help my father? You must be able to do it. I know you are. Please, pardon my wife. She's always been like that. I hope you'll help rescue my dad. Tianyi was no reckless man. Lin Yi was young, but he understood that this was no normal guy standing in front of him. Not when he just identified his father's problem just from feeling his pulse. There were no medical kits to save his father's life, and there was no telling when the ambulance would even arrive. He wasn't about to give up on this sliver of hope, not when his father's life was concerned. Lin Yi nodded slowly. He thought the man to be quite genuine when he made the request, and the slap he gave his wife was quite something as well. I'll try. It'd be quite troubling if the old man happened to die. After all, it wouldn't have anything to do with Wang Xinyan. But this woman looked like the crazy type. There was no telling how far she'd go to get even with her, and the best bet was to cut all connections with Huiru by letting this old guy survive. Lin Yi squatted down as he casually massaged a couple of spots on the body. He then centralized the massage around the heart, boosting the blood flow of the weakened old man. His skills in acupuncture was inherited from his mentor, but he didn't know if it'd work on a dying guy like him. His Sifu probably would have never guessed that he'd be using the acupuncture techniques of assassins to save lives. It'd be much more effective if he had a needle with him, however. His old man back home was a man renowned in medicine, and Linny had learned from him quite some remarkable healing methodologies. His main profession, however, focused on taking lives instead of saving them. It wasn't a surprise, then, that he wouldn't have a box of needles on him. Kid, that massaging's futile, the guy's barely breathing. He'll be dead before your acupuncture takes effect. A sudden, casual voice sounded in Lin Yi's head all of a sudden. Elder Jiao? Do you have a plan? Linny asked, delighted. He'd been worried about how effective just pressing on the man's body would be after all. Even old Lin's genius in medicine required needles in a lot of cases, especially during emergencies like this. The symptoms came into play as well. Lin Yi would be quite confident in bringing the old man back if they just started showing. But this guy had been lying there for quite a while already. Hopes were very slim. Humph, look at you, forgetting all about those 10 years you used up training for the dragon mastery. Give that old guy's heart muscles a bit of all that energy inside you. Infuse it inside of him. Let his heart start pumping blood harder, and you'll fix the guy. Infuse it directly? Lin Yi blinked at the notion something like that had never crossed his mind before. He'd assumed that the energy was limited to his use only, and that it was only meant for training in the art of dragon mastery, at the very least. He's not even trained in the art. Will the energy even work on him? Lin Yi understood that there were elements in the energy responsible for strengthening constitution and body function, and the results were quite notable as well. He's not, that's why he can't absorb the energy himself, but he'll be able to receive it if you're the one sending that energy into him. Yazzie explained. How on earth did you not know that, kid? Lin Yi's face reddened in response. He really didn't know much about this kind of stuff. Even old Lin was oblivious to the art of dragon mastery, and Lin Yi had to train all by himself without even a single person to discuss it with. Carry out the mental formula on the done point, and you'll be sending the energy over. Yazzie continued. You'd better hurry up if you don't want him dying on you. The done point is one of the acupuncture points. Yes, sir. Lin Yi tensed up as he followed Yazzie's instructions, infusing his energy into the body of the old man. Old Lin had made sure to teach Lin Yi to identify between the acupuncture points ever since he was little, and Lin Yi was as familiar with the methodologies as one could get. Lin Yi had always thought of the art of dragon mastery solely as something that made his body stronger, something for the betterment of his self. He'd never considered the possibility that it allowed him to provide restorative effects to others. Lin Yi wasn't about to doubt Yazzie's words. That had to be the case if even the guy in the jade said it. He took a deep breath as he pressed his right hand precisely on the old man's done point, starting the art of dragon mastery chant. The energy within Lin Yi seeped out, and a sudden flow of packed energy streamed into the old man's body through his done point. The old man's done point was pulling at Lin Yi's energy so much that his heart darkened. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel his energy leaving his body rapidly. Although the energy the old man's body was taking didn't amount to anything when compared to Lin Yi's total energy reserves. The energy he'd lost was like a hair off a bull's back, insignificant. The old man, on the other hand, seemed to be regaining a stronger heartbeat, and the white paling his face faded as well. It took but a while before the old man was breathing slowly and stably again. That's it? Lin Yi never expected his training to yield restorative effects this powerful. You dreaming, Mr. Lin Yi? You've just restored him to his regular state. You'd have to be at least on the 3rd or 4th stage to cure his disease completely. I did some research on the art of dragon mastery, too. It's merely for the strengthening and betterment of the body, that's it. Don't start thinking you can cure any illnesses now, Yazzie said in Lin Yi's mind. So that's how it is. Lin Yi, however, wasn't startled or disappointed at the realization at all. It seemed from Yazzie's words that he'd be something like a god at the late stages, especially taking into consideration the things he was already capable of at the 1st stage. Darling, look, your dad's looking better now. He's really better now. His breathing's normal now, too. Huiru exclaimed excitedly as she pointed at the old man on the ground. Humph. Tianyi pushed his wife to the side, still very at her. The woman was yelling at Lin Yi just a while ago. People say women change their faces, attitudes, faster than they could turn the pages of a book, and his wife was the most classic case of that stereotype. How's my dad? Young man? He should be fine, for the most part. Lin Yi said faintly. He shouldn't need to visit the hospital anymore. I reckon he'll be awake a bit later. Really? Thank you, friend. Thank you, Tianyi said sincerely as he exhaled in relief. His father would have probably been dead if Linny hadn't turned up. Tianyi didn't even dare to touch the old man when he had first collapsed. He didn't want to worsen his condition in any way before the ambulance arrived. Linny had given the okay after saving him, however, and Tianyi wasted no time in bending down to his father, intending to pick the old man up. The old man opened his eyes at that moment, his voice hoarse and faint at the same time as he spoke. "Help me up, Dad. Let me," Huiru said sweetly as she walked over and reached a hand out towards the old man. Unexpectedly, however, the old man flung the woman's hand aside with a cold humph. He'd collapsed onto the floor, but he still had some level of consciousness left in him during the whole ordeal. He'd heard the attitude this woman put on display, even going as far as framing someone else. The old man thought of that behavior as extremely despicable. "Dad, Huiru blinked in shock, and was about to say something else when Tianyi shot a glare her way. "Dad, what do you need?" Tianyi asked as he got his father off the ground, only to see that his old man was trying to walk over to where Linny was. "Help me over there to the little boy. I want to thank him," the old man said, evidently aware of who'd been responsible for saving his life. The old man's passion touched Lin Yi, and he found himself taking a liking to the man instantly. He didn't mind the guy calling him little boy in the slightest. He was probably as old as old Lin back home, and calling Linny a little boy wasn't out of place at all. "It's fine, mister. I just happened to pass by," Linny said with a smile. I see. The man was looking a lot healthier than before. Already angina pectoris wasn't a long-lasting illness. After all, you've saved this old man here today, and I won't forget that. Tianyi, get the humble boy's phone number. We must make sure to repay him." "Sure thing, Dad," Lu Tianyi said as he turned to Linny. Lin he had heard the old man's words already, and there was no need for him to be repeating anything. "It's okay. I don't need any repayment. Just letting my friend leave is fine," Linny said faintly, evidently not caring much for rewards. He was a youth with a high salary, after all, and money wasn't really an issue at the moment. He'd helped the guy to let Xinyan off the hook, too, in the first place. Tianyi's face reddened once more upon hearing the words. He shot a furious glare at Huiru before turning back to Lin Yi. "I really do apologize, my friend. Don't put yourself at the same level with my wife. This thing had nothing to do with your friend in the first place. She can leave anytime she wants." "Haha." Linny smiled in response before turning to the old man. "Well, I'll be taking my leave then, mister. Don't worry about a reward or anything. It's fine. Take care of yourself." "I understand, kid. I understand," the old man said, clearly very approving of Lin Yi. "I can see you're not someone who lacks money. Judging from the car your little girlfriend there drives, it's fine. I'll do this. Tianyi, give my phone number to this young man here. Kid, do give me a call if you ever visit Yinjing on holiday. I'll greet you personally." "Ah, sure." Linny nodded, not intending to stubbornly reject the old man's good intentions. As for Yinjing, he'd been there before, yes, but not on holiday. Did he even have time to be touring other cities, even? Tianyi, on the other hand, was quite stunned at the old man's attitude. His father was never one to warm up to people this easily, especially a random kid they just met a couple moments ago. The guy did save his life, but still, his dad had said the words, however, and Tianyi wasn't about to make any objections. He pulled out his own business card before writing his father's phone number down on it, handing it to Lin Yi in one gesture. Linny took over the card and slipped it into his pocket without looking too closely at it. The old guy didn't seem to mind, but Tianyi seemed to be shaking his head internally. After all, there were hordes of people who'd wish to get their hands on that number. An ambulance sounded not too far away. It had been only 20 minutes since the whole thing had started. It wasn't slow at all, especially when it was a business district it had to drive into. "Dad, the ambulance is here. Should we go for a checkup?" Tianyi said carefully after hearing the siren. "Why would I do that when I'm all recovered?" The old man rejected swiftly. "I know my body best. The hospital isn't gonna do me any good." Tianyi didn't say anything much, simply going along with his father's wishes. The crowd started dispersing as well. The show had ended. Linny was just about to leave the scene along with the crowd when Xinyan's voice stopped him. "Wait. What's up?" Linny said, his fingers suddenly pointing at the car some distance away from her. You can't park here, you know. They'll fine you. Huh? Xinyan blinked, not expecting Linny to mention something like that out of nowhere. She smiled in response. Thanks for what you did back there. I never expected you to be a doctor. It's just some Eastern massaging. You can go get a book on that from New China and learn if you want. Linny said casually, not intending to reveal anything to the girl. Xinyan didn't expect it to be that simple, but it really did seem like Eastern massaging, now that she thought about it. Well, thanks a lot anyway. I'd be in trouble if you hadn't come along. That woman was being unreasonable in the first place. Linny said with his smile. Didn't expect to see you here, didn't get to thank you for last time. But I guess we're even now. Ah, guess we are, Xinyan said with a frown. She had wanted to invite Lin Yi to get something to eat with her, and it would have taken quite a bit of courage too. She couldn't really do that now, not after what Linny said, especially when she was the girl. Be careful next time. Try to avoid populated areas when you drive, Linny said with a nod. Well, see ya, I have friends waiting for me. Ah yeah, sure, Xinyan nodded, a bit disappointed her parents weren't with her, and she could have hung out with Linny for a bit. But the guy turned out to be busy. She couldn't help but feel down at the thought. She thought of Lin Yi as even more mysterious and intriguing after what had taken place today. A young man skilled in Eastern massaging? He looked extremely practiced as he did it, as well. The old man looked like a completely healthy person after Lin Yi was done with him. Weird guy. Xinyan sighed as she watched Lin Yi disappear into the distance. She then turned and started walking back to her car. Lin Yi would have liked to spend some time with Xinyan if he hadn't come with Yushu and Mengyao. His circumstances were different now. After all, he was on a mission. Mengyao would have exploded if she saw him shopping with another beauty anyway. He was here to carry his miss bags, after all. Linny then pulled his phone out and sent Yushu a text. Where are you guys? Yushu replied a while later. Ugh. Linny was a bit speechless at the text. And isn't Pengzhan Stores part of Pengzhan Industries? The miss is shopping at her family store? Linny shook his head. He looked around and spotted a huge Pengzhan Stores sign. It certainly wasn't small. The labels and directions at the front door detailed quite a lot of brands, including both international and local ones. The vast majority of the selections were all top-tier brands, and there wasn't even a handful of regular brands. Linny got on the lift and exited on the third floor, only to see that the entire floor was dedicated to underwear and bedroom supplies. Lin Yi sent a text to Yushu, telling her he'd arrived as he waited. He then manned up and started walking towards Yushu under the surprised gazes of the other customers. Lin Yi's level of shamelessness was more than capable of dealing with this sort of situation. He'd even cross-dressed once for an undercover mission. Even Mengyao walked away from Yushu, acting as if she didn't know these people. Shu, you're too embarrassing, Mengyao said as she stared at Yushu from the side. How could you? Yao Yao, I didn't know people would look. Yushu said softly. She didn't know it'd be so embarrassing. The people who shopped there weren't the type to mind other people's business, and shortly got back to their own concerns after a couple of looks. Yushu's face was still red when Linny came over. It amused Linny a bit. You guys done? I'll carry your stuff. Done? We're just getting started, Mengyao said, still frustrated from Lin Yi rushing to the pretty girl to help her with the accident. Why would he go and do something like that? Anyway? Here, take these bras. Huh? Linny paused as he tried to process the order. Did the miss just ask him to carry their bras? He was a bit more shameless than your common man. But still, it wouldn't look very nice for him to be carrying a couple of bras as he followed after two young girls, now would it? He noticed that Mengyao's bras were bagged up already and let out a breath of relief. There was only a brand stamped on the shopping bag. No one could tell what the contents were. Yours? Lin Yi asked as he turned to Yushu. Here, Yushu said as she handed her bag to Lin Yi. And with that, shield guy Lin Yi followed behind the two girls, making sure to keep his distance the whole time. Lin Yi was carrying more than 10 shopping bags when Mengyao spun around abruptly. Lin Yi, did you buy any clothes yet? Me? I think it's pretty nice like this, Lin Yi said as he looked at his school uniform. Don't really feel like buying new clothes. No, you have to. People will think Shu and I are students if they see you in that uniform, Mengyao said firmly. Lin Yi nodded with a bitter smile. But you are students. Mengyao's eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Yi coming out from the fitting room. She hadn't thought of him as a farmer since a long time ago, ever since he changed out of his village clothes, but Linny in casual clothes was really something else. Humph, pretty handsome fella, aren't you? No wonder you're so good with girls. Even Song Ling Shan's throwing herself all over you. Meng Yao was starting to get frustrated again. She shouldn't have insisted on getting him new clothes. Whoa, Yao Yao, look. Shield guy looks so good. He's a pretty qualified shield now, don't you think? Yushu exclaimed excitedly as she looked at Lin Yi's new image. How do I look? Lin Yi had considered getting a suit, but decided otherwise and went with 2 sets of casual clothing instead. He'd look like hired muscle if he followed the miss around in a black suit. Ugly, Meng Yao said with a yawn as she glanced at Lin Yi uncaringly. Ahaha. Lin Yi smiled before looking at Yushu. What do you think? Yushu glanced at Meng Yao, feeling a little guilty as she spoke. It's okay. I'll just get these then, Lin Yi said as he pulled out the bank card Li Fu had gotten him. Let me, I did say I was gonna pay, Meng Yao said as she got up from the chair. Lin Yi only shrugged. There was no point in fighting over who got to pay. There was nothing to prove here. The money in his card was from Chu Pengzhan, after all, and the money in Meng Yao's card was from Chu Pengzhan as well. There was no difference whatsoever. We're finished. Anything else you want to buy? Meng Yao asked as she swiped her card. I was actually thinking of getting a laptop, Lin Yi said after some thought. Oh, a laptop? Shoo, don't you have one that you don't use anymore? Maybe give it to Lin Yi. Meng Yao was a bit tired, and there weren't any laptops in the establishment they were at. They'd have to walk pretty far to another place for stuff like that. Sure, Yushu said, not thinking much of it. There were always better, updated laptops coming out, and there was a computer in Meng Yao's home anyway, and it'd probably be time to get a new laptop by the time she stopped living with Meng Yao. So why not give Lin Yi a laptop to use? The girls had spoken, and Lin Yi didn't say anything else. It was really all the same anyway. The 3 then made their way out the building, and Lin Yi noticed the huge line at the parking lot gate. Meng Yao wasn't actually that bad. Now that he thought about it, she didn't mind a fine, but she really could have just given Li Fu a call and got him to arrange a spot reserved for her. The owner of the complex would have probably let Meng Yao have his parking spot if things went that far, too. Meng Yao took a look at her car before giving Lin Yi the keys. Why don't you drive the car out here? Lin Yi smiled bitterly as he took over the keys. The 2 cars squeezing the Audi were still there, and Meng Yao wouldn't be able to get the car out from that narrow fit. Naturally, it wasn't a problem for Lin Yi. He got the car going and started moving back and forth a bit before easing the car out of the space. He then got himself to the back of the car initiatively. You still want me to be your driver? Meng Yao said, a little upset. But I don't have a license, Lin Yi answered helplessly. Would I get detained for 15 days? Meng Yao was speechless. Who would detain you when you're at that stage with Song Ling Shan? Meng Yao decided to keep her thoughts to herself as she started the car. Yao Yao, are we getting fried mushrooms today? There was a street full of food stands some distance away from the business district, and the 2 had visited the place the last time they shopped here. Needless to say, Yushu fell in love with a particular fried mushroom stand. Meng Yao was about to say sure when she remembered Lin Yi, who was sitting quietly at the back. She turned around to face him. Hey, are you going? I'll drop you off at home if you aren't. Yeah, I'll go. Why not? We're just eating right. That's my specialty. Lin Yi nodded seriously. Meng Yao didn't know what to say. It was her first time hearing someone priding himself on his ability to eat. Ha, shield guy. Same here. I'm also an eating specialist, Yushu added excitedly, as if fate had brought the 2 specialists together. Meng Yao was absolutely speechless at that point. Embarrassing. It was downright embarrassing. I like fried mushrooms. What about you? Yushu continued excitedly, failing to notice Meng Yao's reaction to their discussion. I like chicken popcorn, Lin Yi said. Meng Yao cleared her throat softly. She couldn't take it anymore. Haven't you guys heard of waste oil? Yeah, but Yao Yao, we're talking about fried mushrooms. What does waste oil have to do with mushrooms? Yushu asked dumbly. Ugh. Meng Yao groaned quietly as she slammed her foot down the pedal, launching the S5 forward. It was her only way of escape left. She'd been utterly defeated. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was thinking about something else. I don't remember Yushu being the slow type. Lin Yi couldn't wrap his head around why Yushu couldn't make the connection between waste oil and fried mushrooms. But one look at that subtle smile on her lips and Lin Yi understood instantly. The girl was doing it on purpose. There were no parking spaces on the food street, but there were no signs prohibiting parking at the same time. The road was littered with cars, as a result. Mingyao frowned. Looking for a place to park was always the most troublesome part. The demand for private cars in Songshan saw a shocking rise the past 2 years, and it was right after Mingyao had gotten her license too. You park, Mingyao said to Lin Yi as she got out the car. I'll go get something to eat with Shu. You can go eat whatever you want later. Don't mind us. K. Lin Yi got out the car before re-entering through the opposite door. He found a small opening nearby and parked the car. It didn't seem like it'd block anyone's way. He was pretty understanding of Meng Yao's decision to separate them, too, since eating at food stalls like this was a bit of a sensitive matter to girls like her. They wouldn't be able to go all out with him watching them eat. And while Yushu didn't mind, Meng Yao did. The miss was quite reserved, and Lin Yi didn't want to ruin her appetite if possible. Lin Yi leaned back comfortably against the Audi S5 upon getting out of the car, taking in the nice, busy food street as he relaxed. So peaceful. How long has it been? Lin Yi contemplated. It was always work back then. Even if he chanced upon a bustling street like this, it'd always be prioritized for filling up his belly. He simply had no luxury to use looking at scenery. 4. The oily smoke coming from the various stands filled the air, along with some mixed smells from rotten leaves. There was no freshness in the air, like the kind you'd find in mountains, but the life in the street invigorated Lin Yi. He wondered when he'd be able to live a commoner's life like this, going shopping and eating at food stands like these. How meaningful a life that'd be. Lin Yi stretched a little as he opened his eyes. Lin Yi saw 2 females walking in his direction, mother and daughter. They were pushing a 3-wheeled cart filled with stools and barbecue supplies, evidently here to have their stand set up. It could only be Tang Yin and her mom. Tang Yin obviously saw him, but averted her gaze. Mrs. Tang, on the other hand, missed Lin Yi completely, naturally not greeting him as well. Lin Yi took a look at his own posture on the Audi S5. He was leaning back on the sports car lavishly, very much like something a rich kid would do to show off to a poor girl he was interested in. But it wasn't like that. Lin Yi had no intentions of doing so. All he wanted to do was think about life a bit as he leaned on something. What sort of coincidence would just send Tang in his way like that? Lin Yi rubbed his chin awkwardly, deciding to get away from the car and head to where the mother and daughter were. He'd seen them anyway. It'd be a bit disrespectful if he didn't make some sort of greeting, at least. Hi there, Ani, Lin Yi said, a little embarrassingly. The woman was his elder, and there was no way he could just pretend not have seen her and turn the other way. Ah, you are. Mrs. Tang couldn't recognize Lin Yi from a first glance. He'd just gotten himself some casual clothes. After all, even leaning against an Audi. It's me, Lin Yi. I went to your stand with my friend yesterday. Lin Yi reminded. Oh, it's you. I remember. Mr. S. Tang said, a little taken aback. She knew that the kid was a big shot if even Zhou Ruoming feared him, but she didn't know what kind of family background the kid had. She hadn't an idea how much that car she was seeing right now was worth, but it became a given that Lin Yi's family wasn't a common one. Lin Yi's casual clothes made him look a lot more good-looking than when he was in his uniform yesterday, and Mrs. Tang found herself liking the kid even more. Yin, why don't you say hi to your classmate? Humph. Tang Yin raised her head unwillingly and looked at Lin Yi, wondering how he found out about her mom setting up a stand here during the weekend. How shameless could the guy get? Coming here early to wait for them like that. What are you doing here? To eat. Lin Yi answered with a bitter smile as the girl glared at her. Yin, can't you talk a little more nicely? Mrs. Tang was quite displeased with her daughter's attitude. Not only did this boy save Tang Yin from Zhou Ruoming's clutches, he even got him to pay Mrs. Tang back for her losses. She was pretty sure that she'd have a peaceful time setting up her stand from now on, since the other students would most likely leave her alone after what Lin Yi had done. Needless to say, she had only gratitude for him. But what was with her daughter? She seemed to always be against the kid. Of course he's here to eat. What else? Tang Yin only shot a violent glare at Lin Yi. After the scolding, she didn't deserve this. With that, she turned away and started ignoring him. This kid. Mr. Lin, I hope you don't mind, Mrs. Tang said apologetically, making sure to add an honorific to his name as well, now that she had a better idea of who Linny was. It's okay, really. Also, please just call me Lin E, Linny said, not quite expecting this continued personality from Tang Yin. He hoped that she'd be able to preserve that after all, pride was rare in poor families. Lin E, as a result, found Tang Yin growing on him a bit. Evidently speechless at her daughter's attitude, Mrs. Tang pushed her cart away with Tang Yin after chatting a bit with Lin E. Lin E shook his head as he followed behind, making sure to keep a huge distance between them. He didn't want Tang Yin accusing him of stalking her. Linny got himself 2 skewers of chicken popcorn as he walked, trying to remember the last time he'd had chicken popcorn as he stuffed them into his mouth quite a number of years ago. He noticed Mrs. Tang setting her stand up, but Linny decided that he wasn't very keen on going the food was good, but he didn't really want to get glared at by Tang Yin again. He slipped past them quickly and spotted Meng Yao and Yu Shu at the end of the street. They were helping themselves to some Shaanxi cold noodles, clearly very spicy from how red the contents inside the bowls looked. Meng Yao was 2 mouthfuls in when she stuck her tongue out to fan at it, evidently not quite managing to handle the hotness. Yu Shu was cooling her tongue down with a drink, as well. The 2 were safe, but Linny didn't dare get close to them. He didn't want them to stop enjoying themselves if they noticed him, going all reserved and everything. The 2 were ladies, after all. They were a lot more violent with their food than they were back home, that was for sure. Can I have some wonton noodles, please? Linny said as he seated himself at one of the stands. Sure thing, kid. The owner replied with a smile as he prepared the noodles for Lin E. Linny's hunger wasn't quite satisfied with a couple of skewers and side dishes here and there, so he decided to go for a full bowl of wonton noodles instead. There was a night market near the food street. As busy as the food street itself, despite its name, plenty of vendors had their stands out. Linny thought that he'd go shop a bit over there, seeing how Meng Yao and Yu Shu were still enjoying themselves. He preferred normal clothes sold on the streets over high-quality ones. A good eye and a knowing mind could very well yield high-quality attire even in a place like this. Linny spotted a familiar figure. Unsure whether he should be laughing or crying, the 2 of them seemed to keep bumping into each other. Tang Yin was crouched over at a girl's clothing store, seemingly liking the dress in her hand a lot. Can you make it cheaper? Tang Yin asked after a moment's hesitation. Look here, little miss, this is high-quality material on the dress, and don't even get me started on the workmanship. It's the latest fashion, too. You put this in Pengzhan stores, and you won't get it without at least something like 1,800. The owner explained, as if the dress was the best piece he was selling. I mean, 200 is a bit much, isn't it? Linny could tell that Tang Yin was no haggler. Not at all. Don't you know everything's getting more and more expensive nowadays? The cloth, the workmanship, that's way past 200 now. 200's the old price. I'm even raising it after this shipment's sold out. The vendor continued praising his stock. I'm from the food street over there. Can't you just cut it a bit? I'll buy it if you just cut it a little, Tang Yin said, putting her identity out on the haggling table. Oh, you're from the food street? The vendor looked at Tang Yin before continuing. You should know then, as a fellow vendor, we don't earn much in this business here at the night market. How many stores are there? We can't just cut prices for every customer just 'cause he or she's a vendor too. I still have taxes to be paying for tomorrow, and there's still the rent to take care of. Not much left for profit. Tang Yin couldn't believe it. Why was this guy so unrelenting? She even said she'd buy it if it were just a bit cheaper, and she even told him about her identity as a fellow vendor. Why couldn't he just cut the price a little? Was it because the vendor knew how much she liked the dress? Was that why he was acting like such a rascal? Lin E shook his head at Tang Yin's haggling methods that would never work. He decided to go help her out a bit, seeing how Tang Yin's family wasn't very well off and all. Yo bro, I didn't know you have a stand here, Linny said as he walked over, giving the vendor a pat on the shoulder in greeting. You are? The vendor asked, clearly not recognizing Lin E. You don't remember me? We both got our goods from Old Zhang a while back, remember? Linny continued with a laugh. I used to set up shop at that night market at Xiaonan. Oh. The vendor nodded his head upon hearing the words. It's you. I say, no wonder your face looks so familiar. How's business, buddy? Gah, don't even. My wife's got a baby in her belly back home, I still have to look after her every day. No time to be doing business outside at all. I'm only here 'cause my sis visited. For old time's sake, you know? Linny said smoothly as he squatted at the stand. Tang Yin blinked at the chain of words Linny was spouting. Setting a stand up at Xiaonan? And when did he get a wife? Who was pregnant? Even? Wasn't the guy a high school student? Hey, that's a good thing, man. You're a dad now. Congrats. The vendor congratulated with a nod of his head. In actuality, however, he didn't know who the Hades this guy was. There were a plethora of places he got his goods from. There was no way he'd remember every single boss with a surname as common as Zhang. There had to be at least 3 or 5 of those he'd been acquainted with before, if not 10. He couldn't just say he didn't remember him. Either the guy was acting so friendly with him because the two of them had clearly met and chatted before, the guy was in the same business he was. After all, he couldn't just say that he didn't remember. Either that'd be rude. The best way out was to pretend he'd remembered him. Yeah, well, that wife of mine's always in front of the mirror. Like I told you before, she even asked me to go get her some makeup and summer dresses for her. I was just about to go to her, but hey, didn't think I'd meet you here. I'll just get a couple of dresses from your stall. Sure thing, brother. The vendor said passionately. The shopping center's pretty far from here. Just take 1 or 2 from my place. I'll sell it to you cheap. We both know how much we got them for. Am I right? Oh yeah, man. I'll just get 2 then, Linny said as he took the dress Tang Yin was looking at, picking up a pair of short male jeans while he was at it. These 2, please. You got it, the vendor said. Dress came in 45. Pants 12, that's 57 kwai. Here, take 60. I would have had to pay for gas to get to the shopping center, yeah? Linny said as he pulled 60 kwai out from his pocket. That won't do, man. We're in the same business, after all, the vendor said with a wave of his hands. Small stalls like ours, I didn't even get you any gifts for that good news about your wife getting pregnant. I can't just profit from you. Haha, don't be like that, man. I'm not gonna come here if you do this. Take the 60, all right, man? Linny said, acting as if he were a bit at the guy rejecting his goodwill. All right, then 60 it is, the vendor said with a laugh as Linny put the money onto his palm. Really? Man, find some time for a drink in the future, yeah? Of course, Linny said with a nod of his head as he left the place. Well, see you around. Tang Yin didn't know what to say as he watched Linny get away with her dress 45 kwai. Seriously? This vendor was too much. Selling it to her for 200. What the Hades? Ah, that's right, what did you want to buy again? The vendor said, suddenly remembering his customer as he waved goodbye to Lin Yi, still smiling. That dress he took away. Do you still have it in stock? Tang Yin asked. Nope, just that one. The vendor shook his head. Why'd you sell it to him for 45? You were gonna sell it to me for 200. Tang Yin asked, very unsatisfied. That guy's my colleague, all right? You got a problem with me selling it to him for 45? The vendor said, a little impatient. The girl was hesitating so much that he'd really have not bothered with her if she weren't such a pretty lady. Him? He's your colleague? Tang Yin asked curiously. Yeah, what? You buying anything or not? The vendor said with a frown. What was this girl doing? Asking so many questions if she wasn't buying anything? His wife had better not misunderstand anything if she caught him talking with her later. Oh. Tang Yin shook her head before getting up to leave. Tang Yin was still confused about the whole thing as she walked away. Didn't she see the guy with the sports car earlier? How was it even possible that he'd put up a stand? He was a high schooler, too, just like her. How did it make sense for a student in school to marry? Was that even legal? Tang Yin rubbed her eyes, thinking that perhaps she'd been too tired the past 2 days. There was no way she would have bumped into him in a place like this. Though, Linny or not, that guy from earlier was a total rascal. What a rascal. Tang Yin was still about the whole thing as she walked back to her mother, her head lowered. She had planned to get herself some new clothes, too. Tang Yin froze in her tracks, almost hitting someone. She raised her head only to see Linny smiling at her. What are you standing here for? To scare people? To give you the dress? Linny said as he put the dress in front of Tang Yin's face. Wasn't that for your wife? Tang Yin frowned, not quite understanding what Linny meant. Haha, that's just a haggler's trick. There's no wife or anything. It's just to expose the price he got it at, Linny said with a shrug. You didn't know how to haggle at all, you know? The guy was killing you with his prices. That's why I decided to help. Oh. Tang Yin slowly understood. So it was all a story he'd fabricated for the sake of haggling? So he bought the dress for her? Tang Yin started getting angry again upon considering the possibility. Who did Lin Yi think he was, gifting her a dress? She'd never accept it coming from his hands. There'd be tons of boys doing that if she asked for it at school. Though, she really didn't prefer doing something like that. Here, take it, Lin Yi said as he pushed the dress towards her. I don't want your stuff. Go get a refund for it. Tang Yin said coldly, already moving on. Who said anything about giving it? Pay up, it's 45 kwai you know. Lin Yi said, amused. Tang Yin paused. Was Lin Yi asking her to pay for it? Wasn't he here to get her to like him, giving her gifts and all that? Why would he be asking her for money? Was he trying to make fun of her? Tang Yin didn't know what to do. She wanted to just leave and ignore the guy, but she really did like that dress. She liked it to the point where she was actually considering buying it for 200, despite the vendor being a rascal and all. Thinking things through, Tang Yin supposed that she'd still be buying the dress since Lin Yi wasn't planning to just give it to her. Yes, it was her money. What did it have to do with him? She pulled her purse out at the thought. There was only 200 kwai in it, her monthly allowance. She pulled out a 50 kwai note and handed it to Lin Yi. There. Lin Yi took the money without saying anything, going through his pockets for a while before finally pulling 4 1 kwai coins out. Don't have enough change, can I owe you 1 kwai? Tang Yin only grabbed the coins from Lin Yi before grabbing the dress as well, leaving without so much as a word. Why is she so mad? What did I do? Lin Yi flicked at the 50 kwai note a bit before stuffing it into his pocket. He then headed back to the food street. Tang Yin calmed down a little as she walked, realizing that Lin Yi's attitude wasn't really typical of rich boys chasing after her. He wasn't trying to force himself on her, or follow her around relentlessly. Was it a new method he'd thought up? Playing hard to get, only to show up every once in a while to demonstrate his gentlemanly nature? So that's what it is. Tang Yin stomped her foot on the ground upon remembering Lin Yi's actions today. She'd almost fallen for it. Him asking her for money must have been on purpose as well. He wanted to get her to lower her guard, so that he could get closer to her. Tang Yin wanted to throw the dress on the ground and stomp out her rage towards Lin Yi, but decided that she'd rather keep the dress. That's a nice dress, Yin, Mrs. Tang said with a smile as Tang Yin returned. She noticed her daughter paying attention to that dress a long time ago. It wasn't just 1 or 2 days. She decided to encourage her because of that. The girl obviously found it too expensive. Yeah. Tang Yin responded faintly as he stuffed the dress into her bag. How much did you spend? Did you haggle? Mrs. Tang asked, missing the expression on Tang Yin's face. 45. Tang Yin replied dully. 45? Seriously? Wasn't the vendor selling it for 200? How'd you get that price? Mrs. Tang said, very startled. A rascal helped me haggle it down, Tang Yin said, getting angrier by the second. Let's not talk about this, Mom here. I'll help you with that. Mrs. Tang only shook her head at the outburst. She didn't know who the rascal Tang Yin mentioned was, but shouldn't she be thanking the person if he'd helped her haggle? Why would he be a rascal, anyway? Lin Yi turned the corner and found Ming Yao and Yushu at the fried mushroom place. The two were just wrapping up as Ming Yao raised her head, spotting Lin Yi walking over with a big ace pair of jeans in his hand. Yushu raised her head as well upon hearing Ming Yao's surprised call. Whoa, Shil guy, where'd you get those big pants? Yushu asked curiously as she pointed at the pants Lin Yi was holding. Got it over there. Does it look good? Lin Yi asked as he put the pants in front of his legs. Ming Yao only curled her lips. You look like a bad person with that on. There was this thing I read back in grade school, Yushu added with a nod of her head. Lin Yi was speechless. Geez, something's wrong with you guys. I spent 15 kwai on this, you know? It was Meng Yao's turn to be speechless. Yushu giggled quietly, a hand over her mouth. Only someone like Lin Yi would do something like that. Okay, let's go home. Shil guy, maybe you can show us how you look with those pants on since you like them so much. You can't put them on right now, yeah? What's so interesting about him putting some pants on? Are you in heat, Shu? Mengyao said as she pinched at Yushu. I thought you would want to see it. Yushu blinked innocently as she looked at Mengyao. I saw how surprised you were when Linny came over with those pants, you know. Mengyao didn't bother explaining this girl had way too many dirty thoughts. Explaining something like this would only worsen things. Mengyao was just about to ask Lin Yi to get the car when she paused. Seriously? What's with these people? Lin Yi saw it as well. Mengyao's Audi S5 was surrounded by a couple of other sports cars, albeit not too fancy ones like a Geely and a Rowan's. The best out of the cars was an Audi TT, though it was still on a level lower compared to the S5. A couple of young people dressed fashionably started walking towards the three, whistling as they came. These cars belong to you? Lin Yi asked. Guessing that they were the owners, they wouldn't have come out so coincidentally otherwise. Yo, is the car yours? One of the youths said as he looked at the Audi S5. Move your cars. Lin Yi ordered solemnly, ignoring the question. What are you getting so cocky for? One of the girls said as she pushed away the youth. S5, yeah? What's the big deal? It's not like I can't afford it. Just wanted to chat with you a bit, since you have the newest version and all. The car's mine. Who are you people? Will you move away? Or should I call the police? Mengyao said with a frown, not finding this little miss very likable at all. She'd always call the police whenever situations like these happened in the past. Ho, the car isn't yours? The miss said as she looked at the keys in Lin Yi's hand. Driver? Doesn't seem like it. Did that miss over there buy you for the night? Scram! Couldn't she see Lin Yi was her bodyguard? Lin Yi, get rid of them for me. Ugh. Lin Yi only smiled bitterly as he turned to the miss. Well, you heard her. The miss is telling you to scram. Your miss, huh? The woman said, pausing a bit. I see. You're her bodyguard, aren't you? Lin Yi didn't bother explaining at that point, opting to nod his head instead. Puffed. Boring. You're pretty good looking, so I just assumed you were a young master or something. The miss then turned to look at Chu Mengyao. So the car's yours? Want to race a lap? What's wrong with you? Race a lap? Are you stupid? Why would I race with you? Mengyao said. Are you moving your cars or not? Maybe I should get the police to do that for you? Che, why don't you do that then? The miss snorted. It's not like there are any signs saying we can't park here anyway. So what if the cops come? Lin Yi, deal with this. Mengyao couldn't take this woman anymore, deciding to issue a command to Lin Yi as she pointed at him. Me? Lin Yi asked, pointing at himself. Well, the miss gave her orders, I guess. I'm a shield guy and all good a time as any. Lin Yi then stepped forward. Are you guys moving your cars or not? Lin Yi would really prefer not to have to get violent when dealing with rich kids like these. Most of these young masters and young misses weren't really bad people at heart, after all. They only lacked a proper upbringing, resulting in their rebellious personalities when they grew up. There was a fundamental difference between people like that and the gangsters of society. These were thrill-seeking kids. Gangsters committed crimes and got into trouble in order to survive. No, we're not. What are you going to do about it? The miss said as she put a hand on her hip. Which one of these is yours? Lin Yi smiled as he spoke faintly. This one. So? The miss pointed at the Audi TT that was directly blocking the S5. Lin Yi looked at the TT. Smiling faintly, the girl was evidently the leader of the group. Her family had to be quite a bit more powerful than the others' families were. Sports cars like Geelys or Rowan's weren't cheap, but any family with a comfortable enough net worth would be able to afford cars like that. It wasn't anything too amazing. Audi TTs with the lowest specs didn't go over 500,000 RMB, but just the brand was enough to set the girl apart from her lackeys. The license plate on the Audi TT was ATT000, as well. That explained what gave the girl her confidence. He wasn't about to back down, however. Her parents wouldn't bother involving themselves in her antics if Lin Yi made sure not to cross the line and keep it minimal. Lin Yi could tell that her family wanted her to lay low a bit, just by looking at the car she was driving. That license plate also suggested that someone else from the family bought it for her as a present, or that it was from some other friend who'd wanted to get on the girl's good side. Lin Yi made his way to the Audi TT and placed a single hand on it, silencing the group instantly as they watched him, unsure of what he was planning. I say, this idiot isn't thinking of pushing the car, is he? One of the youths spoke up, as if understanding Lin Yi's intention. Are you crazy? The car's like 1 ton, and the handbrake's up. You think you can push that? Lenny didn't pay the guy any heed. He sent a quick push into the car, and the Audi screeched away, leaving lines of tire marks on the floor. Seriously? The youth couldn't believe it. Seriously? My car. The miss was both shocked and sad her tires were all scratched up. Lenny, however, hadn't done anything over the top, and she didn't have much of an excuse to go on if she wanted to look for trouble. The whole thing started because she blocked her car in front of Mengyao's in the first place. With that thought, the girl turned to the youth from earlier, as if asking for help. Are you crazy? It wasn't the first time the youth stood up for a lady. Situations like these called for a man's presence. It wasn't something a lady should be dealing with. Feng sis? Lin Yi was taken aback by the name. Did he really chance upon that legendary character? He took a closer look at the girl's face, but realized it wasn't Feng sis' face. Probably just happened to have the same name. Think Feng sis is a celeb in China. Lin Yi didn't pay any attention to the youth jumping out. He pulled him to the side as he pushed the Rowans blocking the S5's side, much to everyone's surprise. Pushing the Audi TT away was a feat, but it wasn't an impossibility. Anyone with enough strength was able to achieve the same effect. Pushing a car away from the side, however, that was a much harder feat, just by taking into account the amount of resistance that push would be producing. The youth was just getting into the mood to fight when Lin Yi pushed the car away. Seeing that display of strength stopped him, freezing his words. It was a busy food street, too. Not a very ideal location for group fights. Lin Yi only got in Mengyao's Audi, completely disregarding what the miss was saying. He stepped on the pedal and shot the car out of the small opening he just made from pushing the cars. The speed and precision involved stunned everyone present. The opening was barely enough for a car to pass by. Barely, as in less than 2 centimeters each for both sides. This sort of gap was extremely unmanageable for a normal driver. One small mistake, and the car would have had a scratch on it. This Lin Yi guy, however, didn't spend one moment's hesitation before driving the car out, with clearly no effort at all. It was as if he'd never considered that he'd even scratched the other cars in the first place. A true master. This man was an absolute master behind the wheel. Feng Xiaoxiao, Feng Laugh, was completely stunned. She'd thought the guy was just some good-looking dude with some strength to spare, someone who'd attracted the attention of another house's young miss. But she'd never expected him to be this absurdly strong at driving, too. Xiao frowned. She'd never hired a bodyguard before, but she more or less understood how the business worked. To get yourself a guy like Lin Yi, a guy with that kind of strength and unparalleled driving, with good looks and style to top it off. Even if you did manage to find someone of those qualities, it'd be a very large sum of money involved. The two misses behind Lin Yi also started piquing her interest. Feng Xiaoxiao decided that she'd have them investigated later. She promptly memorized the license plate on the Audi. Lin Yi moved the car out without so much as glancing at Xiaoxiao and her group. He got out the car immediately before going to the back through the other door. Mengyao finally felt that Lin Yi wasn't that irritating after all. She was feeling real proud and good right now, especially with how speechless the opposing party was. She'd usually have to call the police to have the matter settled if Lin Yi weren't here, but he just pushed the cars away in 2 moves and got the car out immediately afterward. She eyed Xiaoxiao a little smugly as she got in the car. She slammed her foot onto the pedal and disappeared in a trail of smoke. Feng Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, was furious. She didn't even have any ill intentions in the first place. All she really wanted to do was to race the car's owner after seeing the new Audi S5 parked out here. She'd never expected to have to deal with a guy like that. The car didn't belong to Lin Yi, but rather to the miss behind him. But that guy had her off way more than Mengyao had. He was a complete lackey. He was good-looking, stylish as he pushed the cars out of the way, and extremely masterful with cars, but he was a lackey. He was a lackey, so what was he getting all smug for? Xiaoxiao couldn't believe she'd just let someone's lackey step all over her. What was up with that? Humph. You'd better not let me see you again. I'll show you who Feng Xiaoxiao really is. Feng sis, what do we do? The youth said, very troubled as well. Anyone who drove an Audi S5 had to be quite something, and they weren't reckless enough to charge after people like that without some prior research. Their families did business. They weren't too powerful in the bigger picture, but they had more or less some involvement with the upper echelon of Songshan. They knew how powerful the bigger fish were. The youth would have beat Linny up with his men long ago if Linny was just a random dude. He'd do anything to get Xiao Xiao's favor, but as the saying went, you had to see who the dog's owner was before you beat the dog. The girl was obviously no small fry, and the youth made sure to not act on impulse, lest he drag his dad into some serious trouble. What do we? We leave. Xiao Xiao humphed, clearly very. Whole thing's pointless. Feng sis, maybe I can investigate that guy a little? The youth wasn't stupid, the girl was no easy target, but Lin Yi was just a lackey. It'd be fine as long as they messed with Lin Yi without Meng Yao around. Even if something did go wrong, even if the enemy had serious background backing them up, they'd still never go to war for just one of their workers. Their families weren't too powerful, but Xiao Xiao's was a different case. Do it then. Look into the Audi S5, as well as 5555, not a bad plate. Xiao Xiao humphed. Understood, Feng sis. I'll get my men on it this instant, the youth said with a nod. He pulled his phone out and dialed someone up. He was on the phone for a while before his face changed. What's that, Lon bro? That car's confidential? But how? It's a citizen's plate. From the military? Okay, got it. The youth turned to Feng Xiao Xiao as he hung his phone up. Feng sis, the car's confidential. Xiao Xiao had heard the conversation and wasn't looking too good herself. Her dad's car was confidential as well, and it wasn't rare for the people involved with the government to have their cars made confidential. Not just anyone could look into their details. But that comment about the military put a frown on Xiao Xiao's face. A military license plate? It took more than just some local influence to be able to get a license plate from the military, let alone a low-key military plate like this. But that didn't matter. Their target was the lackey, not the girl. Xiao Xiao wasn't scared of anyone from the military, not when she had her father backing her up. There was her grandfather, as well. Xiao Xiao smiled at the thought. She turned to the youth. Then let's leave the car alone for now. Go find out who that bodyguard is, and which company he belongs to. Linny, naturally, didn't give much thought to the kiddos back there. They weren't any different from the likes of Zhong Pinliang and Zhou Ruoming. After all, Lin Yi may have been a high school student, but the immaturity these people displayed was quite ridiculous to him. Hey, I'll get Uncle Fu to wrap up the procedures for your license. When we get back, get you another car, too, so you can drive us the next time we go out, all right? Meng Yao said as she glacéed at Lin Yi from the rear-view mirror. Lin Yi was currently deep in thought, too occupied to notice Meng Yao's words, assuming that she was talking to Yushu instead. Meng Yao wasn't very happy at Lin Yi ignoring her. Hey, I'm talking to you. HM? Me? Lin Yi blinked as he looked at Meng Yao. Miss, you called? Yes, I called. Of course it's you. Who else? Shu? Meng Yao had her eyes on the road at the moment, unable to turn around to glare at Lin Yi. The way Meng Yao says this in the original sounds like she's suggesting to call Lin Yi uncle. Couldn't think of a way to translate that joke in. Oh, I wouldn't mind if you called me uncle, Lin Yi said with a grin. Huh. Meng Yao paused for a bit before understanding what Lin Yi had meant. She slammed her foot down on the brake in a fit of rage. Ah! Shu cried out, almost thrown out through the windshield. Yao Yao, what the Hades? Ah, sorry. Meng Yao only got even more irritated as she realized how completely unaffected Lin Yi was. She planned on shaking him up a bit with the brake, but almost got Yushu hurt instead. Lin Yi, Meng Yao said with an angry glare as she turned around. Did you hear what I said? What? Lin Yi asked, having missed Meng Yao's words to him earlier. Never mind. Meng Yao decided to leave it at that, not very keen on bullshitting with Lin Yi anymore. My dad hired you, so you have to do what I say anyway. I don't have to negotiate with you. Oh, Lin Yi said, not thinking much of it. The miss was probably just doing what misses did, getting at trivial stuff again. Meng Yao was still upset about the whole incident as she pulled Yushu upstairs with her. She decided that Lin Yi was a rascal after all, acting so nonchalant and relaxed when her dad had hired him as Meng Yao's follower. Lin Yi, naturally, didn't dwell on it. This was just how young misses were. He supposed it'd actually be quite out of place if she were kind to him, as a matter of fact. He got into bed excitedly after brushing his teeth and washing up. He'd planned to chat a bit with Zhao Yazi, hoping to learn more about the things he could do with energy. He'd never thought that he'd be able to transfer energy before Yazi had told him, after all. You've come? Yazi said, quietly standing in the training space within the jade. Elder Jiao, Linny said excitedly upon seeing the old man. Elder Jiao, so what's up with the energy inside me? Naturally, this energy you absorb works on you as much as it does on other people, except you're the only one who gets to transform the energy. So you're saying I can transfer the energy inside me to other people whenever I want? Linny asked excitedly. The way the explanation was going, it seemed like other people would be able to absorb the energy he shared with them without even training at all. Well, of course not, Elder Jiao said, a little speechless at Lin Yi's statement. At least not from what I've learned about the first stage. Its impossibility is a certainty there, but I don't know if the same rule applies to the other stages. I haven't seen the scroll, after all, so I can't say for sure. Then about what I did today. Linny continued, a little disappointed. Didn't I just explain that what happened today happened only because of the deficit of energy inside the man's body? Elder Jiao explained. A healthily functioning body won't accept the energy you're offering simply because it doesn't need it. Although, keep in mind that I'm explaining this without full knowledge on the art of dragon mastery. It's something my master's master left behind. After all, Elder Jiao's explanation was a bit complicated, but Lin Yi caught the gist of it. His energy could only be sent to someone else's body only when it was an emergency. It wouldn't work on a normal body with no problems whatsoever. So basically a person needs to have some sort of problem with their body for me to be able to send energy into them? Linny asked. Yazzie continued. I said this earlier, as well you can stabilize and save the old guy all you want, but curing his disease, it's just impossible. Well, I do actually have other ways to cure illnesses. Through acupuncture needles and herbal soups in Eastern medicine, I can still help someone recover gradually. Linny said, not as disappointed anymore. Just saving someone from the brink of death in an emergency was amazing enough. He could always start curing the problem after keeping the patient alive. There was no reason for him to offer a service like that to the old man. However, the two were completely unrelated, and passionately overextending would result in negative results. People would think he harbored other intentions. Having had his questions answered, Linny then went on to calm his heart down before he entered a training posture. I say, young man Lin, what are you planning to do? Elder Jiao interrupted abruptly. Training, Linny answered, perplexed. Couldn't Elder Jiao tell what he was doing, with his posture and everything? Why would you train the first stage again? You don't have the scroll for the second stage, and the energy you'd absorb wouldn't react very well if you didn't have the proper chant, meaning it's pretty easy for your body to overflow and explode with energy if you stuff too much into yourself. Elder Jiao said with a glare, as if wondering whether or not Linny were an idiot for setting himself up for an explosion. Linny asked a little awkwardly, don't I have to replenish that or something? You can replenish your energy when you sleep? Linny asked, evidently blown away by the fact. You're complicating things way too much, kid. Of course sleeping replenishes energy. What did you think normal people sleep for? You think they just lie down on their bellies because they're bored? We sleep to replenish our bodies with energy, and it's the same for you too. You've trained in the art of dragon mastery, but your body is still a human body. There haven't been any mutations or anything. Yazzie said, clearly pitying Linny a little. You shouldn't always complicate things. It's actually a really simple concept. Even kids understand it. I see, Linny said. A little embarrassed the old man was right. He was complicating things. Well, that's that. Elder Jiao nodded. Go get yourself some sleep. You look like you haven't slept in a long time. Man, poor kid. Linny slept peacefully that night. It was the best sleep he'd had since he came out of that cave all those years ago. He'd forgotten that sleeping replenished energy as well. Linny was completely refreshed by the time he woke up. He stretched lazily before making his way to the bathroom. He put on the casual clothes he'd bought yesterday and walked out into the living room. Mengyao and Yushu weren't there, probably still fast asleep in their room. General Wei Wu was guarding the staircase, too. Linny wondered what a girl's bedroom looked like, but decided that it'd be better if he got to see it through conventional means rather than through peeking. Linny pushed open the door to the villa and stepped into the courtyard. It was always quiet during a weekend morning. There were barely any cars on the villa streets at all. Lin Yi spotted Li Fu's Bentley pulling up on the driveway. Mr. Lin, you're outside? Li Fu nodded with a smile as he greeted Lin Yi. Uncle Fu, you're early, Linny said as he looked at the time. Yao Yao and Shu aren't up yet, right? Linny calls them Yao Yao and Shu here. Ikwai might be a mistake on the author's part, but oh well, nah. I'm not early at all. The girls should be packing their stuff right about now, too. Mr. Lin, won't you be changing into more formal attire today? Li Fu asked after taking a look at the casual clothes Linny had on. Me? What for? Linny asked, unsure of what was going on. Didn't you know, Mr. Lin? Mr. Chu always hosts a banquet every weekend. It was always me, Miss Chu, and Miss Shu who attended, but the chairman said specifically that we have Mr. Lin over as well. Li Fu explained. Banquet? Lin Yi wasn't expecting the Chus to have a tradition like this, but he wasn't about to reject the invitation. All right, but I don't have any formal clothes. I just got this yesterday. The only other sets I have are school uniforms. Uncle Fu only laughed a bit. Haha, that's fine too. It's a family banquet anyway. Why don't you get in the car first, Mr. Lin? I'll go get the girls. Oh, okay. Lin Yi nodded before getting into the front seat. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes as he watched Li Fu enter the villa. This mission was the most relaxing one he'd been on, but also the weirdest one by far. Old Lin gave him this mission out of nowhere, claiming that he'd be set for life if he did it well. But he hadn't the slightest clue what the Hades the mission even was. Was it his mission to play with the miss every day? To be her bodyguard, her nanny, her study companion, her shield? It didn't sound like an easy mission, but still, was it really a job that an S-class assassin and special operative should be doing? And Lin Yi wasn't dumb enough to think that he'd be set for life just by doing some bodyguard detail and shielding the miss from a couple of delinquents. What kind of an international joke would that be? It simply couldn't be the case, unless Chu Pengzhan had something wrong in his head. From what Lin Yi had seen, the chairman was an intelligent guy. There wasn't anything wrong with the guy's head at all, and this was what perplexed Lin Yi the most. Lin Yi would really have suspected some sort of plot against him if old Lin hadn't given him an absolute guarantee the guy was a weird old man. But he'd never do anything that'd hurt Lin Yi. This was also why Lin Yi was carrying out the mission at ease without those suspicions. Otherwise, it didn't matter how beautiful the miss was, or how likable Shu was, and it didn't matter how interesting that commoner beauty at school was. As well, he'd never put his life and exposure at stake as he played around over here. It wasn't long before Li Fu came walking out the villa with the two girls behind him. Both Meng Yao and Yu Shu were wearing clothes a bit more dazzling and youthful than what they'd put on yesterday. Their makeup made them look more ladylike, too. Li Fu opened the doors for Meng Yao and Yu Shu to get in before returning to the driver's seat himself. Meng Yao was a bit surprised at seeing Lin Yi at the front seat. She didn't expect her father to have invited Lin Yi to the banquet as well. Li Fu wouldn't do something like inviting Lin Yi of his own accord. He had to have done it under the chairman's instructions. Lin Yi didn't look as irritating as he did when she had first met him, and it wasn't a bad fit for him to act as her follower, but was her father really that unworried about a man living long-term in her villa with her? Li Fu started the car, got out of the villa district, and drove his way to the city center. Mr. Chu's family banquets are hosted at the International Pengzhan Hotel, also under Pengzhan Industries. Li Fu explained, taking into account that it was Lin Yi's first time at one of the chairman's banquets. What kind of people will be there? Are there any rules I should know about? Lin Yi was used to events like this, but it didn't hurt to ask. He was attending his employer's banquet, after all. Well, it's always been me, Miss Chu, and Miss Shu. Li Fu continued. As for rules, it's a family banquet, for the purpose of relaxing. Not too many rules to worry over. Just don't eat too much, and make sure you eat more elegantly. Meng Yao added, remembering how large Lin Yi's appetite was. Haha. Li Fu smiled, naturally aware of a bit of friction between Lin Yi and Meng Yao. Mr. Chu doesn't like to waste, so it'd actually be nice for Mr. Lin to eat as much as he could. Uncle Fu. Meng Yao was a little upset at what Li Fu had said, trying to sound sweet as she spoke. Why were you taking his side? Meng Yao only wanted to poke at Lin Yi a little. Of course she knew what her father liked, but she wasn't expecting Li Fu to counter her taunt just like that. She couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Miss Chu, I can't just lie about Mr. Chu's habits behind his back. I was just telling the truth, Li Fu said with a laugh. Meng Yao only pouted, but decided not to throw out any retorts. Meng Yao didn't know what she was doing. Always getting at Lin Yi, shouldn't she have known by now that the guy was the best at annoying her? Why was she playing into his hands and doing this to herself?